My son, Thor Regis, the great Dalgarian Empire will send you to another country as a hostage. The carriage is already here to pick you up. It is your greatest honor to give your life for the Regis house. This was the voice of my father who spoke to me for the first time in 2 years. Father distorted his lips with a face that looked like he thought of something pleasant. I didn't understand it at all. Father, I don't understand what you mean. Why am I a hostage for another country? Because it doesn't matter even if you die. My father, Duke Regis, spit disdainfully. Beside him, the Duke's butler and the guard captain were laughing. Neither of them will even make eye contact with me. This is the imperial capital of the empire, in the home of Duke Regis. In other words, it's my parents' house. In the office of the Duke Barga Regis, I am listening to his speech. That said, I don't really have any relations with the Duke's family anymore. I managed to find a job at the age of 13 and left home. For 4 years I have lived as a commoner. I never intended to come back to the Duke's house again. But while I was working today, a soldier from the Duke's family came and brought me here without any questions. My coworkers and boss stood at the side and looked at me. It was not their fault. The Duke's family is the highest-ranking aristocrat. Commoners could not go against them. I was put on a carriage and dragged into my father's office in his mansion and forced to listen to him. What do you mean I'm a person that doesn't matter even if I die? There was no reply. I'm already not part of the Duke family. I don't even use the surname of Regis. Now I'm working as an imperial civilian. My job is paperwork, inventory management, item repair, etc. I haven't made any mistakes. Shut up. You're a shame of the family. My father hit the table. If you can't help out, you should just die silently. Why do you argue against me? I don't understand, father. Why do you not understand? How could I understand what he was talking about? There is almost no explanation other than sending as a hostage and able to die. As I said before, I don't need anyone in my Duke family who doesn't have any combat skills. The Duke's shout echoed throughout the room. But why does he look like he was told to do something unreasonable? I was the one who was forcibly brought in and yelled at. My ancestors have taken the sword with His Majesty and created this Dalgarian Empire. The first emperor was also a companion of the heroes. This great empire is the pride of all the empires. I know, father. Therefore, all the imperial citizens need to be at the highest level of strength, especially for aristocrats. My Duke family must be a model for other aristocrats and all nations. But you, just by looking at his father's expression, I knew what was coming next. You don't have any fighting skills. You can't use offensive magic. You are the eldest son of a duke with a grandfather called Sword Master. Do you understand my despair? It's been a familiar line since I was a kid. I already know how to answer it. If I answer, I understand, he will say, what do you understand? And a fist will fly at me. If I answer, I don't understand, he will say, why don't you understand? And I am struck with a wooden sword. So I have no choice but to remain silent. He seems to have no words. Guard captain, butler, tell us about the sins of Thor Regis. The guard captain wearing a piece of armor and a butler wearing a black suit stepped forward. At the age of 10, Thor Regis was appraised for his skills. Reportedly, he had no combat skills. As the eldest son of a Duke family, it's an embarrassing thing. The second skill appraisal was done at the age of 12. In addition to combat skills, he did not have any attack magic skills. As an aristocrat, it's an incredible blunder. As soon as they finished talking, the two turned away and left. This is the treatment of those who do not have any combat skills. The Dalgarian Empire has expanded its territory by force. Therefore, both aristocrats and commoners attach great importance to combat abilities. In particular, aristocrats who do not have combat skills would be looked down upon because all the aristocrats around the emperor have excellent combat skills. So I left the Duke's house. I took an exam and became a civil officer, doing paperwork and item repair work. I've done my job properly. Document work was suitable for me. Besides, there were some jobs where I could use my skills. Sure, I don't have combat skills. I looked back at the Duke and said, but I have an alchemy skill. My father's face was distorted. He had the same face when he heard the result of skill appraisal when I was 10 and 12 years old. I continued. My alchemy skill is useful for repairing items. In fact, I am also entrusted with item management work at the government office. If I polish my skill, I may be able to create new items. That's why I am saving up money and will eventually open my own workshop. There is no value in such a thing. Father, everyone in the empire is competing to be the strongest. No other things are needed. Besides, the empire has the holy swords and shields used by the heroes. The strongest equipment already exists. Creating new items? Does that mean you're denying the Empire's way? No, I am Dash. Denying the Empire's way is equivalent to rebellion against His Majesty. The Duke kicked the table. The heavy table easily rolls away. The Duke has many combat skills. It seems that he is still in good condition. Seriously, I can't feel the air of an aristocrat around him at all. I thought that after leaving the Duke's family, he still had some pride, but the guard captain and the butler both laughing silently at me. The Duke screamed, "It has already been decided that you will be sent as a hostage. Stop complaining. I understand that it has been decided. Is it no good after all? My father and his servants won't even listen to my words. I'm done with them. If they won't listen to me, at least I should get some information out of them. But what do you mean by it doesn't matter even if I die? Because you'll be going to a dangerous place." Dangerous place? The Empire has been sending hostages there for decades. No one has gone to that place and returned. Where am I being sent? When he heard that, my father smiled. That alone gave me the answer. No way is it the demon territory. I'll praise you for your correct guess. Father shook his head. No, but if you really are good at guessing, you should have guessed my thoughts and committed suicide at an early age. You're really still incompetent at everything. I don't care about that. I never thought the Duke would go this far. This guy is going to send me to an enemy country. Hundreds of years ago, the Demon Lord and the humans were vying for territory on the continent. The Demon Lord invaded towards the south, accompanied by mighty demons. The demons were powerful, but the human heroes were also strong. After a fierce battle, the hero and his companions used their weapon and magic to repel the Demon Lord. After that, a boundary was laid between the human world and the territory or the Demon Lord. Beyond the forest to the north of the Empire is the area of demons and subhumans live, the demon territory. South from there is the human world. No major conflict has occurred since the border was laid. Both humans and demons lived without invading each other's territory. However, the demon territory was still a mysterious country. On the contrary, the Demon Lord and demons who have been driven to the north are said to hate humans. Therefore, there should have been almost no interaction between the Demon Lord and the human world. I didn't know that there was an exchange between the Empire and the Demon Lord. You don't understand politics. Our Dalgarian Empire is closest to the demon territory. Even though the Demon Lord does not dare to interfere, we must take safety measures. The Duke said, that's why the Empire is supposed to offer hostages to the demon territory once in a few decades. They are bloodthirsty and they can only calm down because of the hostages, because the demons are like beasts. They are a barbaric, savage race. They also like to show their strength by killing humans. The Duke and his two subordinates are laughing. I felt a chill down my spine. These guys are seriously wanting me to die. That's what I can't understand. You don't have to talk to someone that is about to die. I'm done with my talks. Just disappear. The carriage to pick you up is here. The Duke waved his hand. With that as a signal, the 4 soldiers who were waiting outside the room came in and restrained me. I tried twisting myself, but it was no use. You can't even escape from the guards? You really don't have the skills to fight. Why was this incompetence born in my Duke's family? My condolence, my lord. I understand your feelings too. But those hardships end here today. The Duke had a radiant smile as the butler and the guard captain buttered him up and wiped his eyes with a handkerchief. I felt nauseous. I threw the stone I was carrying around as a material for alchemy at his face. I hate you, Duke Bargoregus. Don't talk to me, you corpse. If you want to send people to the demon territory, you can go by yourself. Did you guys even bother to collect information on the demon territory? The Empire has won against the demon territory. Do you need information on a nation full of losers? You're too careless. It's over. On my belly, I felt something hit me. I found that the Duke's fist was sunk into it. I suddenly stopped breathing. I can't make a sound. The butler wipes the fist drawn by the Duke with a handkerchief. He stopped with a single blow because it would be a problem if I died before arriving at the demon territory. You're the worst. Fucking father. Take him. The Duke waved. A child that was an accident is gone and my Duke's family will turn over a new leaf. His Majesty the Emperor will appreciate my Duke's family. This was how I was banished from the Empire where I was born and raised. I sat in my seat and listened as the carriage headed north. A board is struck on the window to make me unable to see what is happening outside. However, the shaking has become stronger since a while ago, probably because we have entered the lands in the north where the road was not well maintained. You can hear the footsteps of the soldiers and the horses as the carriage advanced. The number of escort soldiers is around 20 with infantry and cavalry. It's more of a watchdog than an escort though. It has been more than 10 days since I left the imperial capital. I get off the carriage every few hours to eat and take a break. The food was decent, albeit supervised by the soldiers. It would be a problem if you died before arriving at the demon territory, they said. I watched the soldiers during the breaks. For now, it's impossible to escape because cavalry is mixed in with the soldiers. If I ran away, the cavalry would chase after me, and the rest would go to the surrounding villages and highways. That was what they told me during the breaks. If I ran away, it was inevitable for me to be caught immediately. That's why I didn't want to get involved with the Duke's family. I intended to cut all ties with the Duke's family. I worked as a civil officer for several years. I changed to my mother's surname and took the exam normally and was hired. At work, I have been in charge of organizing documents and repairing items. In the Empire, civil officers are jobs for those who couldn't even be adventurers, military officers, or soldiers. Others looked down on me and my salary was low, but it was a good time. I was able to utilize my alchemy skills at work too. This skill was convenient for repairing items. I reconfirmed my skill. Alchemy purifies, synthesizes, and processes substances. By combining materials, I can also create new materials and items. It also has an appraisal ability as a characteristic of alchemy. There were many broken items in the warehouse at my workplace. It was my job to manage and check it. I've been doing paperwork and repairing items with my alchemy skill while looking at the materials. It was fun, and during that time I forgot that I was from the Duke's house. But the Duke still couldn't let me go, so he sent me out as a hostage to the demon territory. I'm also prepared to escape. A board is struck on the window of the carriage and the door is locked, but it's possible to escape with my skill. Activate alchemy. I activated my skill, and the spoon hidden in my pocket was deformed. This is my alchemy skill. I can create new things by using materials such as metal. When I was eating, I sneaked a spoon or fork while the soldier wasn't looking. If I have a metal product, I can process it into something else. I can even make a key and open the carriage door. But the problem is beyond that. It's impossible to bypass the surveillance of 20 soldiers. If I want to escape, I would have a better chance after arriving at the demon territory. The soldiers probably won't come into the demon territory because they are afraid of the demons. When I arrive at the demon territory, I should be handed over from an imperial soldier to a subordinate of the demon lord. If I want to run away, that's the time. The demon lord doesn't even know that I can use alchemy. I can take advantage of that. I can't die here. I haven't done enough alchemy yet. It's an unnecessary skill for the Empire, but not for me. It's a skill that I was born with. What's wrong with wanting to master it? Even before I became a civilian, I visited the alchemist's workshop several times, but I was denied entry because the Duke's family was pulling strings behind the scenes. That damn dad was so sick that I hated being in public. So while working as a civilian, I was saving money all the time to open my own workshop someday. I intended to make an item that was so convenient that it would change the world. The houses and facilities of the Empire are rugged. The rooms were full of crevices in the civilian dormitory. It took a month to get permission to repair a broken window. The warlike Empire doesn't care about anything else at all. It should be easier to live if we spend money for the people in addition to strengthening our strength. If I could survive this, I will make items that are extremely convenient for my life using alchemy. Then, I will live a comfortable life in a place other than the Empire. I won't let the Empire use any of my items. Or rather, such a country should be destroyed. Someday I will use alchemy and make a world where strength is meaningless. We will soon reach the border with the demon territory. Be wary and vigilant. The carriage stopped and a soldier shouted, "It seems that we have arrived at the destination." As I waited, the carriage door opened with soldiers standing around it. "Come here, Thorregus. I can walk alone." Shaking off the soldier's hand, I got off the carriage. Finally, I went out to a large empty lot. When I stretched and looked around, I saw a black forest in the immediate vicinity. The road stops here. At the end of the road to the north, the forest extends from the west to the east. That forest should be the border between the human world and the demon territory. Is the demon territory on the other side of that forest? The soldiers did not answer. Everyone is staring at the forest with a tense face. Shoot the signal arrow. They should come and fetch him. One of the soldiers held a bow and shot an arrow with a red cloth tied on it, directly above. I wonder if that is the signal for the hostages here. Time passed for a while. The soldiers are tightly packed around me. Eventually, figures appeared from the forest. Garuru. For minotaurs appeared. A demi-human with an ox head. As I read in a book, they really have a cow-like head. They were 2 meters tall and had a buff body. So that's a minotaur. It's my first time seeing one. The savage demi-humans came out. The soldiers trembled while watching the minotaurs. Are you serious? I involuntarily spoke. The minotaurs didn't look savage at all. They have no weapons. They held their hands above their head to reduce the tension. Every time an imperial soldier whispered at the minotaurs, he looked down sadly. They don't look savage in my eyes at all. Chi, shut up. You're just a sacrifice. The soldiers did not answer. It seemed that they were pushing the role as to who would talk to the minotaur to each other. Enough. I pushed the soldiers away and stepped forward. In order to escape, I need to catch the opponent off guard. To do that, their first impression of me needs to be good. My name is Thor Regis from the Dalgarian Empire. I gave my name to the minotaurs. Thank you for welcoming us. I'm sorry, I don't know what to do from now on. I would be happy if I could talk to the representative. You, talking without permission. Then, do you want to take turns? When I whispered, the soldiers reluctantly stepped back. I'm sorry. I'm coming immediately. Suddenly, I heard a voice from behind the minotaurs. From behind, a petite figure appeared. Her long silver hair swayed as she slowly moved forward. Welcome to the demon territory, Thor Regis-sama. What appeared was a girl in a maid outfit. She has white skin and long silver hair tied with a ribbon. Pointy ears popped out from between her hair. Is she an elf? I have been ordered to serve as your guide. My name is Mabel Refrain. I welcomed you in the name of Her Majesty Demon Lord. Thank you for welcoming me. My name is Thor Regis. The elf girl, who called herself Mabel, bowed deeply. The minotaurs also did the same. I returned the greetings like an aristocrat. In response, the elf girl Mabel and the minotaurs also bowed again. They were polite. It didn't look like they had come to pick up hostages or sacrifices. I must be dreaming. He's approaching demi-humans without weapons. Is he crazy? The other party is under the control of the demon lord. I guess he gave up. He's not going to live long anyway. Behind me, the soldiers were trembling. Everyone is holding their sword in their sheath, ready to be drawn out anytime. They're welcoming us over there. Do your work as an escort. The soldiers looked at me. You don't know anything. Elves are magic users who can blow away a few people with a single blow. Minotaurs have superhuman strength. They can easily squeeze a person's head. I can't communicate with those savage guys over there. How do I even get closer? They muttered in a whisper so that the people of the demon territory couldn't them. You're saying that they are savage? These guys locked me in a carriage. Except for meals and toilets, I didn't get to go outside. And now they're trying to hand me over to someone they're scared of themselves. Moreover, they won't even listen to me. At least the people of the demon territory listen to me. My companions have been rude to you. I apologize in their stead. I stepped forward a few steps. I am the eldest son of Duke Regis of the Dalgarian Empire, Thor Regis. At the behest of His Majesty the Emperor, I will join the demon territory. I don't know anything about your country's rules, so please excuse me for my rudeness. The elf girl's hands wrapped around my hand. It was a cool, smooth hand. She opened her violet eyes and nodded. It's the first time I've received such a greeting from the Empire. She smiles gently at me. Thank you for coming all the way to the far north to our demon territory, Thor-sama. Let's get along well from now on. Yeah, that would be great. I decided to take a look at the situation for the time being. The forks, which were turned into a metal block by Alchemy, are in my left and right pockets. I can always use it anytime and run away. Thor Regis. As a messenger, sign the documents. I heard a tense voice from behind. Looking back, the captain was beckoning me with documents beside the carriage. Am I the messenger? I guess they can't call me a hostage in front of the demon lord's people. I returned to the captain and quickly signed the paperwork. Get a signature from that creature too. From Mabel Refrain-san? Why can you touch that creature? The captain had a deep blue face. Don't you know the power of magic used by elves? Why can you easily approach that creature? Isn't there a treaty with the demon lord? Can you believe what the creatures of the demon territory say? I would believe them more than the subordinate of a parent who kidnapped his own child. The captain did not reply to my words. He silently pushed the documents onto me. I couldn't help it, so I gave the document to Mabel Refrain, and she was happy to sign it. This completes the delivery of the messenger. Mabel bowed deeply at me. From here, we will enter the forest. I think it will be difficult to walk as you are not used to it, so we have prepared assistance. If necessary, they can carry you. As she clapped her hands, large figures emerged from behind the trees. There were 4 minotaurs, a total of 8 people, including those who were here before. They formed a huge wall behind the elf girl. Hi 3. The captain pulled the papers out of my hand. This completes the delivery of Thor Regis. May the treaty between our Dalgarian Empire and the demon territory be be kept forever. Please excuse us." The soldiers rushed away from the people of the demon territory. "Thor-sama isn't afraid of us, are you?" said Mabel Refrain-san, an elf girl in a maid outfit. "We are at the entrance to the demon territory, a forest with tall trees. For minotaurs are at the front. I'm in the middle, and next to me is the elf, Mabel Refrain. The rest of the minotaurs are guarding the rear. When humans get close to the demon territory, they are scared for some reason, but you're the first to have so much courage. It's not because I have courage, though, but part of what Mabel Refrain said was true. I don't think she or the minotaurs are scary. This is the demon territory, where non-humans live. I don't have any allies here. Elves have a lot of magic power. That magic can easily kill me. There are 8 minotaurs in front and behind. I don't have any weapons, but even with a weapon, they can still easily kill me. But I'm not scared. For now, the minotaurs treat me as a guest. They help me where it's difficult to walk, and, unexpectedly, watch over me with blunt eyes so I don't fall. Compared to the soldiers of the Empire, this is like a difference between heaven and earth. But for the time being, the human world and the demon territory have a peace treaty, so it's rude to be afraid unnecessarily. I decided to say that. I see. You came here alone. A respectable person. Mabel Refrain is looking over here with her violet eyes. I probably look like a good person in her eyes. Please tell me if you get tired. The minotaurs will carry you. No, it's okay. I shook my head. It's hard to walk on the bumpy ground, but I don't feel tired. Or rather, I feel like I'm feeling better after joining the demon territory. I feel a mysterious magic power. It's a magic power that I have never felt before when I was in the Empire. It fills my body up. And a voice echoed in my head. The absorption of dark magic power is complete. Absorption of the magic power of the 6 basic attributes has been completed, including the magic power of the light, earth, water, fire, and wind attribute. Skill, alchemy, has evolved into creation alchemy. The material refining, skill has awakened. The attribute addition, skill has awakened. The appraisal, skill has awakened. What's this? I checked my stats unintentionally. Creation alchemy, a skill that creates something out of nothing. It is also the highest level of the alchemy skill. Only those who have accepted the magic powers of the 6 basic attributes of light, dark, earth, water, fire, and wind will awaken this skill. If you have information about the appearance, effects, and abilities of an item, you can create an equivalent item. Material refining. You can create substances from magic power. You can synthesize substances and create new materials. You can process the substance and change it into any shape you like. The substances that can be produced vary depending on the current level. Attribute addition. You can add your favorite attributes to the target substance. The number of attributes that can be added varies depending on the target substance. Appraisal. Appraises the attributes, materials, and effects of the target item. The appraised information is recorded as data. My alchemy skill changed? Why? What's more, I can create substances from magic power. Do I even have the skills to do that? No. It's true that the description tells me that I can do it. But it's too convenient. I wonder if the reason that I didn't have any combat skills is because of the potential for this creation alchemy skill. What happened? Thor-sama. I noticed Mabel Refrain's face in the immediate vicinity. She's anxiously looking at my face. Are you tired? Or are you down because you feel like you're in an unfamiliar place? No, it's okay. I shook my head in a hurry. If you feel sick, please tell me. In the demon territory, the density of magic power is different from that of humans. By the way, in the demon territory, dark magic power is stronger, isn't it? You're right, and the human world are full of the light magic power, right? In the Empire, the fire and earth attribute magic power are also strong. Fire has the power to burn enemies, and earth attribute is as sturdy as iron ore. I just noticed. The skill was awakened because it took in the dark magic power. In the human world, light magic power is strong, and the dark attribute is weak. In the demon territory, dark magic power is strong, and the light attribute is weak. To awaken creation alchemy, you must accept all the magic powers. That's all I know for now. What's wrong? Thor-sama. It's nothing. Well, is that so? The elf Mabel nodded to me at a distance that I could feel her breath, or rather, this person wasn't wary of me at all. No matter how much magic I can use, it's faster for me to restrain Mabel at this distance. Well, she's so unsuspecting that she doesn't feel like that. I could have ran away at any time, but now I want to try this creation alchemy rather than that. With that in mind, I also started walking alongside the elf, Mabel. Thor-sama, Mabel-sama. Suddenly, the leading minotaur yelled, The road is getting worse around here. Please be careful. Thank you, oh. Mabel stumbles. I involuntarily reach out and support her body. Are you okay? I'm sorry. I didn't want to bother the messenger. Mabel hurriedly leaves me. I bowed my head deeply. I'm sorry for bothering Thor-sama by stumbling. I'm embarrassed. Packy. There was a cracking sound around Mabel's neck. The necklace she was wearing fell to the ground. Mabel-sama. A minotaur picks up a necklace that fell to the ground. It was a necklace with blue stones embedded in it. The golden chain was broken. When you stumbled, a tree branch got caught on the necklace. I'm sorry. Mabel-sama. We should have been more careful. It's okay. The chain was originally about to break anyways. But that's a keepsake of Mabel-sama's mother. It's okay. Don't worry. Mabel was holding a pendant with a blue stone in it. It seems that the chain was caught on a branch and broke when she stumbled. Can I fix it? Before I noticed, those words came out. If it's a broken chain, I've fixed many of them several times. Is Thor-sama a craftsman? Yes, I'm an alchemist. This is the first time I have called myself an alchemist. But it comes out nicely. I'm Thor Regis, an alchemist from the Empire. Maybe I can fix that chain. Mabel refrained, and the minotaurs looked at me astonished. Is it okay to ask the messenger to do this? Mabel presented me with a pendant. This is my mother's keepsake. It's really important. I'd like to ask if you can fix it for me, bu-. Understood. I sat down beside the base of a tree. I received the pendant and touched the chain. I activated appraisal, and information about the pendant emerged in front of me. Water Spirit Stone Pendant. A pendant blessed by the Water Spirit. A water magic stone is attached to the pendant. The chain is made of metal, unknown because the material that has never been touched. Under analysis. Attribute, water. The broken part of the chain has deteriorated prior to it being broken. I can fix it. I can create the metal to fix the chain and add some water attributes to it. Activate, material refining. I put my finger on the broken chain. I created the metal parts with my magic power. Metal is born from earth magic power. It's basically the same for any metal. I can refine the metal, making it look the same as the chain and combine it. After that, I should add a water attribute to it. When I activate the skill, the image of pouring magic power and stirring comes to my mind. This seems to be a substitute for the alchemist's kettle. Material refining. Restoration started. The pendant on my palm made a noise. The missing part of the chain began to move like a living thing. And, oh, Mabel-sama, what's this? The chain is fixing itself? There is no material? Metal is created? The minotaurs are surprised. Actually, I'm surprised too. I can really create materials with just magic power. Moreover, the chain is completed according to the image. Is this the Creation Alchemist power? Kachin. After a while, the pendant repair was completed. The missing chain has regained its original shape. It's done. It's only like first aid, so there may be something wrong. Just in case, when you return to town, have a professional look at it. Of course, it's just a precaution. I didn't do a sloppy job. After all, I'm still an alchemist. I have decided to call myself an alchemist from now on. Mabel refrained. Messenger, no, Thor-sama. Pashi. Mabel refrained, suddenly clasped my hand with both her hands. Thank you. My mother's keepsake. It's perfect. Perfect. Oh, you mean there isn't a mark left, right? The broken part of the chain has been repaired without a trace. I'm glad it went well. Thor-sama is probably a famous alchemist. Mabel refrained is holding the pendant and weeping. I'm impressed too. Is this the technology of the human world? It's impossible even for a dwarf craftsman to fix it in just a few minutes. An awesome person came from the human world. The minotaurs are also complimenting me. It's the first time I've been thanked like this. I have never worked as a formal alchemist before. So, when people around me thank me like this, it feels ticklish. Yes, did alchemists in the world always feel like this? After that, we started walking towards the demon territory. The elf girl, Mabel, was walking next to me before I knew it. She laughed and said, "Please call me Mabel," so I called her that way. Mabel looked happy. Yes, alchemist Thor-sama. She called my name as an alchemist. A huge carriage pulled by 3 horses was waiting at the exit of the forest. There is a silver decoration on the black carriage that seems to be the coat of arms of the demon lord. When Mabel and I got in, the carriage slowly moved forward. I could see the outside through the window. So this is the demon territory. There was a wide grassland around the road. A big river runs in the distance, and ships come and go. The ones moving the ships are the fishmen's. A girl with fins around her ears is swimming around the ships. Maybe she's a mermaid. A wolf beast man is chasing a sheep in the meadow. The The person that is carrying the heavy luggages looks like a bear. There are various kinds of people. The people of the Empire said that the demon territory is a chaotic place. If you step into the territory, a monster will attack you. There are savage beastmans who kidnap humans. It was said in that kind of tone, but when you actually see it yourself, everyone lives normally. Or rather, it's more gentle than the Empire. There are no cavalries that have a murderous air around them, and there are no guards scaring travelers. It's because the demon territory has a small population. Mabel said, the demon lord asks the various races to do what they're good at. It's the right person in the right place. It's logical. I would also like Thor-sama to work in the demon territory. Me too. The demon lord invites guests from the Empire to learn new techniques and knowledge. The story was completely different. I was ordered to be a hostage to the demon territory. Then my father said, go die. However, I was welcomed by an elf girl and treated as a guest. There must have been some people who came to the demon territory as messengers before, but what are they doing now? The last time was 50 years ago. I wasn't born yet, so this is only based on what I've heard. Mabel thought a little and said, I heard that they went home after they came here. They went home secretly? Yes, we didn't put any restrictions on their actions. However, it's dangerous to go through that forest alone, and I heard that we tried to escort them. But in the end, they still went home secretly. I see. I can see how the story progressed. The demon lord considers those who come from the Empire to be messengers and guests. However, the Empire sends the people as hostages and sacrifices. Therefore, those who are sent try to escape. Because they ignored the Empire's orders and ran away, naturally, they wouldn't bother to report about what they went through. As a result, they were all treated as missing. Thor-sama, will you proceed to enter the demon territory? When I noticed it, her violet eyes were staring at me. There is no great alchemist like Thor-sama in the demon territory. We need someone like Thor-sama here. Please help us. We will help you to live comfortably. We will also provide you with. I came here because of the friendship between the Empire and the demon territory, so I said. I didn't want to say, no, I'm a hostage sent from the Empire, and I'm a sacrifice in front of the demon lord's people. I will do what I can for the demon lord. Thank you. Mabel approached me. Close, too close. Every time the carriage sways, the pendant that has just been repaired sways. By the way, her big breasts also sways. It seems that the Empire's knowledge that elves' bodies are poorly developed was wrong. There are still many things I don't know. We'll arrive at Demon Castle in about an hour. Perhaps she noticed that she was too close. Mabel's cheeks turned red and returned to her seat. When you arrive, you will have an audience with the Demon Lord. Please be prepared. Demon Lord, the Lord of the Demons and the ruler of this demon territory. In order to live in the demon territory, I must not anger him. Mabel and the Minotaurs welcomed me. But what about the Demon Lord? With that in mind, the carriage continued to sway. Her Majesty, Demon Lord Rookie Evergard has arrived. A voice echoed in the throne room of the Demon Castle. I'm kneeling in front of the empty throne. I was immediately guided here through the Demon Castle. Minotaurs hold their spears in their hands, standing beside the throne. It seems that they are guards under the direct control of the Demon Lord. Mabel is kneeling behind me as well. When I turned my head secretly, she waved. I'm with you. She's such a good person. Are you the guest from the Empire? Eventually, a person wearing a mask appeared. I'm not sure about her height, but I think she's taller than me. She's wearing a robe made with gold threads and a mask that covers the upper part of her face. I don't know what expression she's making. All I know is that she's probably a woman because of her long blonde hair. 2 horns extend from behind her ears. Horns are a characteristic of high-ranking demons. It is said that the larger they are, the more magic power the person can handle. However, I can't judge her because I don't know what the standard size of a horn is. However, as a demon lord, there is no doubt that she is a powerful user of dark magic. The demon lord possesses the strongest dark magic power. Dark magic power, it can literally manipulate death and the void. The strongest in that field is the Lord of the Demons, the Demon Lord. I am Demon Lord Rookie Evergard. The Demon Lord sat on the throne and looked at me from the other side of the mask. Are you Thor Regis, the guest from the Dalgarian Empire? Yes, Your Majesty Demon Lord. I answered while still on my knees. I am deeply moved by the direct greetings from Your Majesty Demon Lord. I'll be blunt. What can you do? The Demon Lord asked me. My demon territory welcomes guests from the Dalgarian Empire in order to gain the knowledge and skills of the human world. Since you came here, do you have any special knowledge? I know a little alchemy. Oh, interesting. It's a skill that we don't have in the demon territory. The demon lord sighs, and her aide, a blue-haired man standing beside the throne, spoke up. According to Mabel, he's the country's chancellor. I see. There are so many alchemists in the empire that they can send them to other countries. The Dalgarian Empire sure is terrifying. Wrong. The alchemists just deal with unnecessary things. I almost argued with him, but I kept quiet. Okay, let's prepare your own workshop. You can swing your arms freely there. Is there anything you need for alchemy? The demon lord said. It was the first time I was told that. Please give me a place to work. Okay, I'll prepare that. What else? Alchemy also requires equipment. Well, then you should submit a list of what you need. What else? Especially the material. A lump of metal would do, or some old and broken equipment would do too. I see. Kelv, if I recall correctly, there was a warehouse that was used by the previous demon lord, right? Demon Lord Rookie looked at the blue-haired man. The chancellor nodded. Your Majesty, the previous demon lord had a habit of collecting things. He collected things such as rusted swords, broken armor, and shields. He even collected books that we couldn't read. He liked to collect junk. From a standpoint, I cannot agree with those words. Anyways, if it's materials, it's best to give him the warehouse. Is the pile of junk useful? We'll let the alchemist judge if it's useful or not. Omo. In response to the Chancellor's words, Demon Lord Rookie turned to me. There is a guest room next to the warehouse. Let's give it to you as your own room. There is junk in the warehouse that the previous Demon Lord collected as a hobby. You can use it freely as a material. The things in there are from the time of the hero summoning, so the use of many things are not clear. From the time of the hero summoning? Omo. It's from an era when our demon territory was defeated by the human world. The Demon Lord nodded. You should use your abilities as an alchemist to make what you like. If it's good, we will buy it. If it is useful for the demon territory, we will consider mass-producing it. In that case, it would be helpful if you could help us. That's exactly what I want, but dash. What? Why do you guys go so far? It was too kind. It's unbelievable for me, who was treated as useless in the Empire. I'm from the Empire. I don't know why you would go that far for a messenger like me. Because we want to learn from the human world. To learn, we, the demons, were defeated by human wisdom and heroes from another world long ago. Do you know that? I know. In an era when humans and demons were fighting, humans summoned heroes from another world to confront the demons. The summoned hero mastered their powerful skills and fought for the humans. All the heroes were aiming to be the strongest at a scary level. They fought monsters and raised their skills and levels. Their thirst for strength was eventually transmitted to humans in this world. The Empire's thirst for strength also came from the heroes. Then the hero became stronger and defeated the Demon Lord. The demons and their co-workers were banished to the north. Then the world became what it is today. It seems that the hero of another world who defeated the Demon Lord returned to their original world with satisfaction. The hero summonings are no longer being done. However, the knowledge and items left by the hero remain. The distance and time units used on the continent were also left by the heroes from another world. The demons were defeated by humans. That's true, so we demons decided to learn from them. The Demon Lord muttered while touching her mask. We're not going to contend with humans anymore, but we have to continue learning from humans, or those who died in that war will have died in vain. Heroes may be summoned from another world at any time. If we don't learn by that time, we could possibly be destroyed. When I looked at Mabel and the Chancellor, both of them nodded. This really seems to be the policy of the demon territory. That's why we invite guests from the Empire. We invite people, interact with them, and get the latest knowledge. Otherwise, we will never catch up to the Empire. Is that why you treat me so well? Omo. My strength is also for the demon territory. The Demon Lord nodded. It is also the policy of the Demon Lord to place people in places where they can demonstrate their abilities. Because the number of people in the Demon Lord is small, there is no room for unsuitable work. That is only a luxury for places with large populations. I understand the theory of the Demon Lord. The purpose of inviting guests from the Empire is to acquire the skills and knowledge of the human world. The reason for preparing the workshop and materials for me is to be able to fully demonstrate my abilities. What is created in this way becomes the property of the demon territory, and the demon territory would know what can be done by alchemy. I'm excited. A workshop and materials that can be used freely. It was something that was never available in the Empire. I also like the policy of the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord does the exact opposite of the Empire. The Empire summoned a powerful hero from another world and defeated the Demon Lord. Therefore, They maintain the policy of "we are right" and "strength is everything." On the contrary, the demon lord was defeated by heroes and humans. Therefore, they have adopted the policy of learning from humans. I have decided what to do. I will cooperate with the demon territory as an alchemist hired by the demon lord. I will use my creation alchemy skills in this place to create something that transcends the empire. If possible, exceed the items used by the hero. I will create an item that would show the empire that strength is meaningless. Thank you for the kindness shown by Her Majesty Demon Lord. I gave a formal thank you as an aristocrat. Then, first of all, I would like to show you what I can do with alchemy. I will use it as a reward for the welcome. Oh, It seems that the demon lord leaked a confused voice for some reason. Hearing that, the chancellor cleared his throat. You must be tired because of the long journey. Someone, escort Thor to his room. No, let's leave that to Mabel. Then, Thor, there are many rough people in Demon Castle. Please don't go out alone as much as possible. Then, Demon Lord Sama. This concludes the audience with the guest, Thor Regis. The Demon Lord concluded the meeting after the Chancellor talked rapidly. After that, I was led by a maid different from Mabel out of the throne room. Note, I am unsure of the gender of the previous Demon Lord, so I referred to him as he for now. In the throne room after Thor left. What do you think of that person? Kelv Mabel, Demon Lord Rookie said. It's unexpected that a precious alchemist came from the Empire, but more than that, his abilities are extraordinary. Is it true that he created Mithril out of nothing? Yes, Your Majesty. Mabel presented the pendant that Thor had repaired. Next to the Demon Lord, Chancellor Kelv received the pendant. Appraisal. Chancellor Kelv activated his skill and immediately opened his eyes wide. Mabel. Yes. This pendant was a keepsake of your mother, right? That's right. It's something that has been passed down to my family for generations. But the ability of the pendant should have been broken because the magic stone inside was damaged. It's fixed. When the Chancellor put magic power into the pendant, the surroundings turned foggy. At the same time, the pendant glowed. The Water Spirit Stone pendant was something that couldn't be repaired by the technology here. It seems that Thor has fixed it. I can't believe it. It's the truth. I wonder what is the meaning behind him coming here. Chancellor Curve looked at the Demon Lord. The arrival of Thor Regis has two implications. One is that there is an alchemist who can instantly repair valuable magic items in the Empire. The second is that there are many alchemists at that level in the Empire. I know, otherwise the Empire wouldn't let go of that human. The Demon Lord wearing a mask nods heavily. When it comes to that, why did the Empire send Thor Regis? It's probably a threat implying that there are mountains of alchemists like him in the Empire, and resistance is meaningless. After thinking a little, Chancellor Curve said, it's possible that the Empire was so stupid that they couldn't understand his abilities. Don't be stupid. The Empire isn't that naive. Excuse me for my rudeness. My ancestors looked down on humans and were caught off guard. That's why they almost perished. What would you do without learning from them? When you see the momentum and strength of the Empire now, do they look so stupid to you? I'm sorry. It was just my wishful thinking. It's fine if you understand. Demon Lord Rookie is a natural ruler. From an early age, her parents have told her about the history of the demons. Above all, she was repeatedly told that the demons were defeated by humans. The battle between the demons and humans that once took place began with a skirmish. It's like a trivial accident that happened as each other expanded their territory. However, the demons, who thought, we are the strongest, did not know when to withdraw. As a result, it became a full-blown battle between the demons and humans. The result of that was the demons were defeated brilliantly. With the power of human beings, which were superior in numbers, and the power of heroes summoned from another world, they became unrivaled. Even after signing a treaty with the humans and moving to the demon territory, no one has forgotten that history. Humans. Don't underestimate humans. Don't turn humans into your enemies. That is the slogan of the demon territory that has been passed down from generation to generation. Is there anything in the warehouse that Thor Regis could use as a weapon? Don't worry. There's only junk over there. At the question of the Demon Lord, Chancellor Kelf shrugged. There should be only tools and books brought by heroes from another world. There should be no weapons. It should be possible for him to make weapons with alchemy. We'll watch him tightly so that when he tries to attack us, he will be immediately arrested. Chancellor Kelv looked at Mabel behind him. Then, Mabel refrained. I order you to be the watchman and caretaker of Thor. Yes, I'll be happy to. Why are you so happy? I think Thor Sama is a very nice person. Mabel picked up the hem of her skirt and bowed. The smile makes the demon lord and the chancellor squint. You just met Thor Regis, though? But you seem to really trust him? I owe him a debt of gratitude. Is it because he fixed your pendant? That's right. The rest is my intuition as an elf. Mabel smiled gently. The elves are a race that used to interact with various spirits. There are fewer spirits now, but the blood that remains in me says to believe in Thor Regis. I believe in Mabel's intuition. Of course, as a direct report of the demon lord, my loyalty to your majesty is unwavering. You, Omo. But I feel like Thor-sama will change the demon lord territory. Saying that, she joined her hands together and bowed. Thank you for the opportunity. Demon Lord Rookie-sama. Mabel had a happy smile on her face. Thor's perspective. Oh, hey, amazing. When I entered the place prepared for me, I suddenly made a strange voice. This is the warehouse of Demon Castle. It's a stone room without windows that's about the size of a small hall. And innumerable books and items were piled up on the floor. I can see why it's called a junkyard. It's not organized at all. Rusted swords, armors with broken seams, bent shields were rolling around. I even see some agricultural tools here too. A broom, bucket, and dustpan were there too. There is no dust on the floor. Someone must be cleaning the room often. However, I should just sort the books for the time being. No, that's not possible. What is written on the cover of the book are not characters of this world. The letters and pictures are too much for me. These are books left in this world by the heroes from another world after all. Wow. Demon Castle, amazing. In the Empire, there are few things that are left from the era of heroes. The hero summoning ceremony is no longer held. According to a story I heard when I was a kid, they performed the summoning ritual again, but the heroes did not come. No one is sure about the reason behind it, though. The ritual may have lost its meaning because the world became peaceful. No, I don't care about the Empire anymore. I'm going to check the warehouse first. The Demon Lord didn't give me the warehouse just because she was kind. This is like an investment for me in anticipation of being useful to the demon territory later. If I do not meet their expectations, everything would be taken back. To prevent this, I need to make something that will make the Demon Lord and the demon territory's residents happy. What should I make? I wonder if a practical product would do the trick. I'm getting fired up. I look around the warehouse and thought about what I can make. There are various things in the warehouse. Shield and swords. There are also coats and boots that came from an unknown origin. They all seem to be useful materials. The books are currently unusable, though, because I can't read the language of another world. Mail order catalog. Is that the title of this book? I could read it normally. What I got was a book made of slippery material. Moreover, all the pages are colored. What was drawn in there was so realistic that it might be mistaken for the real thing. I think the heroes called this a photograph. There are photos on every page, and various items are introduced. But why can I read the characters from another world? Maybe it's the power of appraisal? That skill can read the ability of the item. Therefore, it might be possible for it to read characters from another world. When I turned the page while thinking about that, the first thing I noticed was health goods. It's probably recovery items in the other world. There are various things such as a product that relieves eye strain, something that removes stiff shoulders, or a thing that promote a good night's sleep. I see. I finally understand why the hero of another world was strong. Perhaps they were increasing their resilience with these items. Next to the item's picture, it says, in 2 minutes, for 1 day your eyesight increases 20 times, from 0.1 to 2.0, or a 2-hour sleep that is worth 10 hours. If the heroes boosted their abilities with these items, it would be natural for them to be strong. I wonder if I can make the same thing. When I asked the skill, Creation Alchemy, it answered my question. You can do it too. Making the exact same thing would be impossible. However, I feel like I can make something with similar abilities. Then, let's try doing it. Using Creation Alchemy, I will catch up with the technology in another world. I will use all the items in this warehouse for that purpose. The Demon Lord said, learn from humans. They shouldn't complain when I make a copy of an item from another world. They can use the items I make as they like. I'm happy if the demon territory becomes a better place to live than the Empire. It's a so-called win-win relationship. Okay, Thor-sama. My heart stopped for a moment. I looked back. Mabel in her maid outfit was standing at the door. Oh, I'm sorry to surprise you. I brought some tea, but I didn't get a reply when I knocked. And no worries, You were very enthusiastic, but what were you looking at? It's a book from another world, I expanded the mail order catalog. Mabel scanned through the catalog, but I'm sorry. I don't know what is written on it. After all, you can't read it, huh? This is what the demon lord of the previous generation collected as a hobby. He seemed to have collected everything regardless of whether he could read it or not. The predecessor demon lord collected various things to learn from humans. It seems that when the demons were fighting the hero, they picked it up or received it from the hero. The hero of another world had a habit of saying, "I'm super amazing dash," and he proudly handed over books from his own world. The demon lord of the previous generation pushed everything he got into this warehouse, thinking that it might be useful someday. He said in his will, quote, "It might be useful someday." It sounds like a line from a person who can't clean up the room. Anyway, would you like to take a break? Mabel raised the tray. I brewed tea. I don't know if it will fit your taste. Itadikamasu. When I said that, Mabel had a relieved face. After that, Mabel and I moved to the room beside the warehouse. Next to the warehouse is my room. Mabel seemed to have come here earlier and was already ready with tea. A copper cup was placed on the table, from which the aroma of the tea was wafting out. Besides the tea, there are baked goods. Is this a dessert of the demon territory? I will take care of Thor-sama from now on. Please treat me well from now on. Likewise, please treat me well too. Well, half of her job is like a watchman. The demon lord is a nice person, but she wouldn't let an alchemist of the empire go unchecked. But when Mabel is by my side, I feel calmer. I wonder why. I don't know much about her yet, though. The only things I know about her are that the maid outfit that she wears looks great, and that she's in a position where she could easily enter an audience with the demon lord. She also has beautiful long ears. Big breasts too. And, if I look closely, I can see that she's wearing very thick long socks made of fur. The skirt of the maid outfit is short, so usually, the legs are exposed, making the socks stand out quite a bit. Oh, this. Did she notice my line of sight? Mabel pointed at her feet. I'm sorry. I feel cold all the time. Cold. The doctor said that the magic power in my body wasn't flowing well. The magic power you're the body. Doesn't the Empire have that kind of knowledge? There are mages, but I've never heard of magic power making the body cold. Or rather, the mages of the Empire doesn't even think about the body at all. When you join the magic core of the Imperial City, first of all, you fire 100 flame magics. After that, you run after the knights while firing 100 water magics. There is no such idea that magic power is related to health. That's why I can't use magic well. Mabel murmured. Elves should be good at magic. That's why I was kicked out by my fellow elves. Fortunately, I seem to have a talent for cooking and housework, so I was picked it up by the demon lord. Mabel-san also had a hard time. Oh, I'm sorry. My mouth just slipped. Mabel holds her mouth in a hurry. Anyways, these socks. It's not very cool, is it? Please tell me if it looks unsightly. I'll take them off. No, that's okay. I remembered the mail order catalog. There must have been something that could be used in there. Can borrow the laboratory table for a while. Laboratory table. I would like to ask you to try an item from the hero's world. Found it. Among the health goods I found earlier, there was a recovery item for people with poor circulation. It was shaped like a square tub. There is a space to put in both feet, and shining letters are displayed in the front. The name of this is foot bath. The description goes like this. Powerful water currents and vibrations warm your feet up, improves the blood flow throughout the body, and eliminates cold feet. The whole body is nice and warm. It also has the effect of stimulating the acupuncture points of the feet and improving the flow of qi. Varies from person to person. From the day you use it, it gives you a comfortable life free from poor circulation. It's a book of the world of the hero. It has a very convincing description. Thor-sama, what are you trying to do? I received this warehouse and materials, so I decided to make this item. I showed Mabel the page of the book. This is a bucket you put your feet in. Can you help me make it? Why, yes, of course. Please order me to do anything. A bucket was found with the cleaning tools. It's a big metal one, big enough to fit both legs in. Then, can you wash the bucket, please? Why, yes. Mabel leaves the warehouse with the bucket in her hands. According to the mail order catalog, the foot bath seems to vibrate hot water in a bucket. When it comes to that, all I need is a fire magic stone and a wind magic stone. I'm pretty sure there were some shields with magic stones in the warehouse. I found it as soon as I looked for it. When I appraised the shields. Fire shield. A shield that spews out flames in response to enemy attacks. Internal magic mechanism is completely broken and cannot be operated. Wind shield. Causes a storm that blows away enemy arrows. Internal magic mechanism is completely broken and cannot be operated. Since they're broken, it's perfect for the job. Let's salvage the magic stones. Activate Creation Alchemy. I activated the Creation Alchemy skill. This skill can change substances. If I touch the shield while the skill is activated, Ganyari, the shield became softer. Even though it's metal, it's soft and fluffy. With Creation Alchemy, what I consider to be material can be changed into different forms. I made the fire magic stone surrounding softer and pulled the magic stone out. In the same way, I collected the wind magic stone. Let's use the rest of the material of the shield as a material for the foot bath. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, What's wrong, Mabel-san? Well, that was the shield that was in the warehouse, right? Was the shield an important thing? No, but why is it soft? Here, give it a try. When I offered it, Mabel reached for the softened shield. Funy, 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 funy. She's poking the rounded shield to enjoy the soft sensation. This feeling is like playing with mud when I was little. Is the bucket cleaned? Why, yes. It's nice and shiny now. Thank you. I have a bucket, the softened shield, a fire magic stone, and a wind magic stone now. I have all the materials I need to copy the item, foot bath, from another world. Activate Creation Alchemy. Create health goods from another world, foot bath. An image of the foot bath appeared in the air. When I overlapped the bucket and the softened shield with it, the shape of them changed to square like a foot bath. Creation Alchemy walked me through it. Next, it seems that I should insert the magic stone of fire and the magic stone of wind. They would become the source that produces hot water and vibration. Following the image, I put the magic stones into the bucket. Concentrate. I imagine the magic power flowing out from the magic stones and then dissolving into the water. I probably can't produce an exact item from the hero's world. The level of civilization of our worlds are too different. However, it seems that I can make something that produces similar effects. Something like a rip-off version of it. I don't understand the principle behind the items of the hero's world. Therefore, in this world, I can only substitute it with magic power and magic stones. May the powerful water flow and vibration warm Mabel's feet, improve blood flow throughout the body, and eliminate the cold. In addition, stimulate the acupuncture points. I don't know what that means of her feet, so that she can spend your time comfortably. Image of the item has been confirmed. Generating item. When I opened my eyes, I saw a foot bath that looked exactly like the one in the mail order catalog. It's a success. Creation Alchemy has finished. When it declared that, the square tub gave off a faint light. I touched the surface to examine it. Foot bath. Attribute. Fire, water, wind, rarity. The fire magic stone can heat the water inside. The wind magic stone can create water streams and bubbles. Since magic stones are consumables, they need to be replaced regularly. Replace them with a new one once a year. When cleaning it, use clean, fresh water. Do not wash with detergent. Physical destruction resistance can only be destroyed with a magic weapon. Service life, 25 years. So that's it. Since it was made by me, I can get a more detailed description. Thor-sama. Yes, Mabel-san. Have you completed it? That's right. It looks like it's done. It's been less than 10 minutes since you had the idea of making it. It was because the materials needed were already here. Are all the alchemists of the Empire like this? I'm not sure because I haven't met any other alchemists before. My dad did say, don't be conceit. Alchemists like you are everywhere. But his judgments are flawed most of the time. I didn't get to visit an alchemist's workshop, so I'm not really sure. Maybe there are quite a lot. A lot. There are a lot of alchemists who have the same power as Thor-sama. In the first place, the thing I made is just a copy of an item from the hero's world. It's not that surprising. A copy of the hero's item. In such a short time. Mabel-san, your face is blue, are you alright? And no, it's okay. Mabel places her hand on her chest and said, Can I use this, please? No, I'll give it to you. To me? A copy of an item from the world of heroes. Please guide me to a place to get water for the time being. I will teach you how to use it. That's why Mabel and I decided to go get water inside the castle. The water source of the castle was in the basement where water is pumped from there. The tea I drank earlier's water came from here too. I will explain how to use it. Okay, but why do we have an audience? Besides Mabel and me, there was also the blue-haired chancellor here too. I also wanted to see your item. The chancellor, apparently named Kelv, squinted and said that. Oh well. I pumped the water and put it in the foot bath. Next, I poured magic power into the fire magic stone and waited for a few minutes. Steam is coming out of the tub. Then Mabel-san, please put your feet in H. I brought it to the bottom of the stairs. Mabel-san sat on the steps of the stairs and took her shoes and thick socks off. Her thin legs and toes are exposed. Mabel was rubbing her feet together to generate heat, but as soon as she put her feet into the foot bath, Wow, it's warm. There is a wind magic stone at the front of the tub. Please pour your magic power into it to activate it. Understood. Mabel puts her fingertips on the front of the foot bath. Shawawawa. Hawawawa. Water started to flow and bubbles are generated in the tub. The flow of air created by the wind magic stone creates fine bubbles and a violent stream of water. The water is warmed to a reasonable temperature by the fire magic stone. It should be massaging Mabel's cold feet right now. It's amazing. And Mabel, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. Mabel looked at me with drowsy eyes. My body feels warm and comfortable. The magic power inside my body feels like it's circulating. Magic power. The Chancellor opened his eyes widely. Wait a minute. What Thordano made was a health good in the world of heroes, right? That's right. The Chancellors of the Demon Territory have passed down information about the hero orally from generation to generation. Thus I have some knowledge about them too. You're amazing. Thank you. Chancellor Kelv bowed lightly and continued. Anyways, according to the oral traditions, there is no record of a hero using a magic item called health goods. As the word health goods mean, the items should usually heal exhaustion, but why does it affect Mabel's magic power? It can't be helped. After all, it's an item in the hero's world. It can't be helped. Think carefully, Chancellor Kelv. I looked at the eyes of Chancellor Kelv and said, the heroes were those who had powerful skills and magic powers, right? They used their skills to help rebuild the human empires that had been suppressed by the demons. Eventually, they pushed the demons back into the current demon territory. The heroes had that much power. No, even the people of the current empire have unimaginable power, but they were more unimaginable. The item in the hero's world couldn't just be something that heals fatigue, right? Is that how it's supposed to be? It's probably like that. No way. Even the doctors couldn't improve Mabel's circulation, but it was cured by the health good from another world. The Chancellor was trembling. I guess it can't be helped if he's surprised. What we are seeing is the effect of an item from the hero's world after all. Even so, I wonder how proud the heroes were of their technology. I'm sure they are making more amazing objects even now. I still have a long way to go. With the tub turned off, Mabel sighed. I'll stop at this point. No more. I feel too comfortable. Mabel, how are you feeling? Yes, Kelv-sama. Mabel sways her legs while sitting on the stairs. I feel that my body has been refreshed and the flow of magic power has improved. Try using magic now. Yes, in the name of wind and darkness, dark wind. Whoosh! A cold wind blew through the room. It flew right past the Chancellor. I can use magic. From my hands, magic. Tears spilled out from Mabel's eyes. From my hands that were said to be useless, I shot out wind magic for the first time. I see. The foot bath in the world of heroes had the effect of improving the circulation of magic power. Such a thing was not written in the mail order catalog. It must have been a matter of course for the hero's world. People wouldn't normally record common sense. Thank you, Thor-sama. Mugyu. Mabel suddenly hugged me. Because she was standing on the steps of the stairs, she was a bit taller than me, causing my face to be buried. I've been worrying all this time because I couldn't use magic. Now I can go to subdue monsters with everyone. I can help my friends. Mabel was in tears. Thor-sama is my benefactor. I will definitely return this favor. I am willing to do anything for you. And wishing anything. Yes, Thor-sama has given me new possibilities, so... Mabel. Thordano looks a little troubled, no? Chancellor Kelv interrupted Mabel with a cough. In a hurry, Mabel separated from me. I'm sorry, Thor-sama. No. Thank you. For what? Mabel and I involuntarily look at each other. Then at the same time, we started to laugh. Always, please use this foot bath as you like, Mabel-san. No, this is under Her Majesty's control. Chancellor Kelv interrupted my words. But I made this to treat Mabel's poor circulation. Of course, if Mabel wants to use it, I can permit her to use it. Chancellor Kelv takes a deep breath and said, however, an item that can improve the circulation of magic power cannot be freely used by individuals. If it ends up in the wrong hands, it could disturb the power balance of the demon territory. Wrong hands. Why are you surprised there, Thordano? No, I don't remember meeting any malicious person since I came to the demon territory. There are more people than you think living in the demon territory. Really, it can't be helped. If I argued with the Chancellor right now, Mabel will be troubled. Also, that foot bath is just a prototype anyways. Let's secretly make something easier to handle for Mabel. Of course, I will buy this item at an appropriate price. Is it okay to pay for it in gold coins? Since it's the currency of the demon territory, Thordano can only use the coins in the demon territory. Of course, if you wish, we can exchange it for an item of equivalent value. I can get money for making something with alchemy. What did you say, Thordano? And nothing. I accidentally got too excited. I see. I get paid if I work as an alchemist. I don't know why, but I'm happy. Then, can I get magic stones? Magic stone. Magic stones with the attributes of earth, water, fire, and wind. A magic stone is a stone that contains one of the four main elements. It is often formed naturally or found inside monsters. Also, I might be able to replenish magic stones that have been used up. Thordano, what are you going to do with magic stones? I'll be making something useful. Did you know that magic stones can also be made into weapons too? Then, how about applying when I need it, and I get as much as I need? I know that magic stones can be used as weapons. There was also a shield using magic stones in the warehouse that was broken. In short, I want to make an all-you-can-use magic stone plan. An all-you-can-use magic stone plan? What I make can be freely used by the demon territory. Instead, the demon territory will provide me with clothing, food, shelter, magic stones, and the materials in the warehouse. How about that? Thorigistano. Yes, Chancellor Kelf-sama. Aren't you uncomfortable with letting non-humans use what you made? I am supposed to feel that way. I don't understand what he's talking about. No matter how great an item it is, it's not an item if you don't use it. I just want to make what I like. I said, I would like to have various people use what I made and listen to their impressions. Then I will find and improve the defects. I will also study the items of the hero's world and finally exceed the hero's world. That's all I want. I understand. I will consult with Demon Lord Sama. Chancellor Kelv replied, holding his head. Anyways, I understand how amazing your ability is. I will consult with Demon Lord Sama about the future. So, please take a rest first. You just came to the demon territory after all. With that said, Chancellor Kelv left the room. Demon Castle, in the throne room. Mabel is now able to use magic. Demon Lord Rookie screamed. And it's cured by a magic item made by Thor Regis? Is that true? Kelv. Yes, I confirmed it with my own eyes. I can't believe it. Demon Lord Rookie opened her eyes wide to Chancellor Kelv's answer. As for Mabel's magic circulation, she visited all the healers in the demon territory, but they couldn't cure it. And that alchemist healed her in a single day? Thor Registano's abilities are terrifying. The voice of Chancellor Kelv was quivering slightly. He saw Mabel using the foot bath, and immediately after that, he witnessed her activating magic. The scene was like a miracle. It was a wonderful sight to see. In the first place, the reason why Mabel cannot use magic is that the magic power in her body doesn't circulate well. Chancellor Kelf started talking. The healers who looked at Mabel said it might be because her grandmother was human, but they didn't know how to treat it. I have heard that too. Demon Lord Rookie sighed. That's why Mabel didn't join the elf village. That's right. Elves are a race with strong magic power. Mabel, who has a human grandmother, had bad magic power circulation for some reason. Because of that, her water attribute magic power accumulate in her, making her cold. How did Thor Regis cure it? It seems that Mabel's magic power circulation has been improved by using 3 types of magic power. Chancellor Kelv raised 3 fingers. In the foot bath, it seems that the fire magic stone and the wind magic stone were used. I know. He used the fire magic stone to heat up the water and the wind magic stone to create bubbles. Yes. In other words, Thordano can be said to have dissolved the fire attribute and the wind attribute into the water. The fire attribute magic power and the wind attribute magic power are dissolved into the water. Understanding the theory behind it, Demon Lord Rookie opens her eyes wide in surprise. Does that mean that by dissolving the 2 kinds of magic powers in water, it made it easier for Mabel to absorb the wind and fire magic attribute? I can't think of anything else. Chancellor Kelv nodded. Mabel is an elf with strong water attributes. If the magic power is dissolved in water, it makes sense that it makes it easier for her to absorb. By doing so, Mabel who took in the fire and wind magic power. With the fire attribute providing heat and the wind attribute circulating, the coldness was cured and her circulation improved. Demon Lord Rookie dejectedly sat down on the throne. Fire magic power literally means heat and fire. If you take in the fire magic power, your body would heat up. Therefore, aristocrats try to make requests through the government office, regardless if they know an alchemist or not. The magic sword used by the princess was also sent for repair using the same procedure. Okay, I'll go check. With that said, The butler in black hurried to the government office. What? You can't repair it. Yes, we brought it to the alchemist's workshop, but we were refused. The director of the government office replied. But the document says, repairs are up to 80% complete. That is. The director awkwardly averted his eyes. Actually, my staff secretly fixed the magic sword with their alchemy skill. What? Our department's budget is being reduced year by year. We try to do what we can do on site without using the budget. Of course, we have the permission of the upper echelons. Okay, then call the person here. He's not here anymore. It's foolish to let go of such a person. Can you not even keep tabs on a person? No, I didn't let go of such a person. Shut up. Who is that person? It's Thor Kanandano. The director murmured. No, Kanan was his mother's surname. Now that he's back in the Duke Sama's house, he should be called Thor Regis instead. That person is pretty good. He checked each item one by one and made necessary repairs to the ones he found broken. What? I haven't received such a report. Do you remember that it was the Duke's family who told me not to write down his records? The director of the government office shook his head. Don't put Thor Regis's name. Keep his work and achievements out of the eyes of the Duke and other aristocrats. That's why I couldn't report or record his work. Ganunu, didn't Thor return to the Duke's family? If you directly ask. You shut up. Don't talk about aristocratic circumstances. Hi. The butler in black stomped on the ground and shouted. Facing the menacing look, the face of the director of the government office turned deep blue. Don't mention Thor Regis. He's a taboo in the Duke's family. Got it. Don't mention that name again. I understand. Then, what about the magic sword? I'll ask the alchemist's workshop myself. That should do it. But the alchemist says that it's impossible to fix. It must have been a low-leveled workshop. The Duke's butler picked up the silver, double-edged magic sword. However, a part of the blade that was near the guard was chipped. The chip was about the size of a little fingernail. But according to the records, the crack seems to have reached the center of the blade. Are they saying that Thor Regis fixed it up to this point? Then, there is no way that other alchemists can't fix it. I'm 100% certain that Thor Regis was a poor alchemist. The purpose, of course, is to restore it and get the Duke's attention. Such a foolish thing to do. While he was trying, his fate has already been decided. With that in mind, the Duke's butler nodded. He pretended not to notice the cold sweat on his forehead. Duke Regis, the guard captain, and the butler himself ridiculed at his incompetence, and Thor Regis, who was exiled from the Empire, must be incompetent. If he is capable and has special powers, didn't we mess up? As if to shake off the thought that arose, the butler shook his head. Okay, let's forget about what happened about this magic sword. The Duke's butler told Thor Regis's boss. The authority to repair this magic sword is with the Duke's house. I'll go ask the best alchemist in the royal capital. Forget about this magic sword completely. Got it. And never say the name Thor Regis ever again. Then the Duke's butler quickly left the building. The next day, the Duke's butler with the magic sword in hand visited the alchemist's workshop. He called the alchemist, the master of the workshop, and placed the magic sword in front of him. Meanwhile, the alchemist and all those in the workshop bowed deeply. Naturally, everyone in the empire aims to be the strongest. Alchemists that have no power to fight should bow down to the name of Duke Regis. With that in mind, the butler handed the alchemist the magic sword. You can't repair it. I'm sorry, this is too much for us. The alchemist, the owner of the workshop, shook his head flatly. Is there such an absurd thing? This is probably the largest workshop in the royal capital. Repairing a magic sword is difficult. Please take a look. The alchemist placed a silver long sword on a cloth laid on the table. The long sword had a complex pattern on the handle that seemed to faintly shine. The alchemist points to the blade. As you can see, there was a crack here. It looks like it's completely filled in, but there are still little cracks, right? I'm telling you to fix it. A magic sword is not so easy to fix. The old alchemist sighs. If it's an ordinary sword, a blacksmith can fix it easily. But this is a magic sword. We have to add attributes such as fire and earth to the metal that makes up the blade. Uomo. That's why repairing it requires the alchemy skill. We have to create metal that has the same attributes as the original metal of the sword so that they would accept and connect together. If you know how to do it, then why don't you do it? There is no alchemist with that skill in the Empire. Not even one. It existed in the Heroes era, but there are no longer any. Alchemists have become blacksmiths' subordinates, and their magic sword restoration skills have been lost. When I was a kid, I used to say that without nurturing alchemist talents, Many items from the hero's era will be lost. With a distant eye, the alchemist said. Then he turned his eyes to the magic sword. It looks like someone has already partially repaired this magic sword. Then, why not ask the person in charge of it to continue? You. The butler in black mumbled. The alchemist is stroking the back of the magic sword's blade with his fingertips. He had a fascinated expression. This restoration technique is really amazing. The document states that there was a crack up to the center of the blade, but it has been repaired to the point that there are almost no traces of the crack. The fragmented part and the other parts are all completely connected. Amazing. With that said, the alchemist raised his face. Please, can you introduce me to the person who has fixed this? Please tell me how to contact him. With this kind of technique, the empire will develop further. Shut up, the butler shouted. There was no way he could introduce him to Thor that went to the demon territory. It's not possible to get him back either. The Duke also said, he's as good as dead. He would be killed by demons or demi-humans in the demon territory, or be executed when he causes trouble. Just fix it. Isn't it just a chip in the blade? As I said, I can't repair it back to its original form. Duke Regis says that it's fine if it looks the same. That was the truth. The butler was told by the Duke. I will leave it to you. As long as it looks the same, it's fine. Besides, this magic sword is only used for a ceremony. It is certainly used by Her Royal Highness, but it's not used to subdue monsters. If it looks good, it should be fine. Is it possible just fix it on the surface? Isn't it necessary for it to be perfect as a magic sword? That's it. But if I synthesize another material on, there is going to be a problem with its strength. This is used for ceremonies. Only a few of the magic swords can draw out the power used in the hero's era. The sword shouldn't be burdened too much. The butler stared at an old alchemist. Or are you going to decline the Duke's request? If you go that far, I have no choice but to accept it. The alchemist sighed again. But, please write a contract that says that it was the Duke's house that requested it to be only fixed on the surface. Contract. I don't want to be responsible for this. I understand. It couldn't help it. This magic sword needs to be repaired this month. While telling himself that, the Duke's butler signed the contract. Thor perspective. Thor-sama, please open your mouth. Yes, Aowen. It's okay, Mabel-san. I can eat it myself. I was eating in the room in the evening. When I was in the Empire, they said that, in the demon territory, they eat raw monsters without seasoning it, but that wasn't the case at all. What Mabel brought were toasted bread, warm soup, and meat dishes. The bread is a little hard, but sweet nuts are needed inside. The soup is rich and the meat dishes are seasoned with herbs to enhance the taste of the meat. Or rather, this was tastier than the food in the imperial capital. The elf in front of me, Mabel, was delightfully watching me eat. I was nervous when I started eating, but I'm used to it now. I know Mabel is a good person, but I owe Thor-sama a debt. Let me return it. She tries to make me say on every chance she gets. Every time she tries to bring a cut of meat to my mouth, I could see her wide open collar and the things inside. Anyway, I knew that elf's skin was very beautiful. But Mabel had a serious expression and said, thanks to Thor-sama, I am now able to use magic. You also had my mother's pendant fixed. Receiving this one-sided kindness would sully the pride of an elf. So please let me give the favor back. By all means. By all means. I understand. I'll let you give the favor back one day. One day. I still don't know anything about the demon territory. I said, that's why I want you to show me around the castle and the territory when we have time. I understand. It's the first step to giving it back. Mabel-san, how many steps do you have to take to reach the goal? With the permission of Demon Lord Sama, I will guide you through the castle and territory shortly. After all, we still need the permission of Demon Lord Sama. It's only for the first time. Demon Lord Sama is a laid-back person. Is that so? When I saw her in the throne room, she looked pretty strict. Besides, I felt that she was quite a powerful person. Are there any other requests? What if I want another room? In the end, you still need the permission of Demon Lord Sama. Just as I thought. This is my room in Demon Castle. The room has a bed, a table, chairs, and a desk. Besides the entrance, there are two doors. One leads to the warehouse and the other leads to the washroom. By the way, there is no bath in the washroom. It seems that the castle has a large public bath, but I'm still reluctant to go soak in the bathtub with everyone else in the Demon Castle. There is a large window near my bed. From the window, I can see the forest I passed through and the scenery of the capital of the Demon Territory. I think it's a good place. In fact, it's much better than the room I had in the imperial capital. However, I want another room for alchemy. Her Majesty Demon Lord had the intention of making the warehouse a workshop, but there are many valuable things there. There are tons of books from another world and things that could be used as materials. And alchemy, processing, and forging may require the use of fire and chemicals which might damage the books and materials. To avoid that, it would be better to have a room dedicated for work. Why don't I go to Demon Lord Sama and get permission for Thor Sama? The room is still okay. Please give me a guide to the castle before that. Understood. Because it's better to do it as soon as possible, can we do it tomorrow? Of course, I would be happy to be with Thor Sama. With that said, Mabel bowed to me. If you have any other requests, please do not hesitate to tell me. This Mabel refrain will put my life on the line to meet Thor Sama's wishes. You don't have to put your life on the line, I said, but Mabel just smiled gently. Did she really get it? After a while, I finished my meal and Mabel left the room. I brought the mail order catalog from the warehouse and spread it on my desk. Is there a magic item that could be made into a workshop? With that in mind, I turned the pages. The first page of the catalog has a table of contents. Speaking of items that are likely to become a workshop, would it be under the storage category? By the way, I read in history books when I was in the Empire that the heroes had the ability to store items. The ability was called by various names such as storage box, storage skill, and item box. With the ability to store a large number of items in another space, it seems that the stored items could be freely taken out at any time. Perhaps the items were automatically organized internally. It was the hero's unique ability. No one in the Empire today has the same ability. In the first place, I don't even know if it was a skill or an item-based ability. As expected, it was a lost technology from the hero's era. That storage box was one of the reasons why the hero was so strong. Even if you carry a lot of items, they will not become heavy luggages. Moreover, you can take out your favorite items out at any time. It's a very useful ability for both traveling and fighting. If I could create an alternative to this storage box, it could be a clue to surpassing the strength of the hero. It looks like it's worth a try. Hopefully, I might be able to create a workshop in the storage space. I opened the storage item category page of the mail order catalog. If this is a book in the world of heroes, there should be something similar to a storage box. Is this it? I stopped in the middle of a page. Listed there was a warehouse made with metal. This was the description. The appearance is compact, and the inside is unbelievably wide. You can store everything in there. Easy to organize. You can take it out with just a thought. It has the same ability as the hero's storage box. It's amazing. I really found it. The name of the item is Simple Warehouse. Height 2 meters, width 3 meters, depth 3 meters. It's made of metal and has a large sliding door. The photo showed the outside of the warehouse. The explanation of the photo says, surpassing common sense, a wide space on another dimension. In other words, another dimension must mean a wide space in a separate dimension. Then, I might be able to make this storing items in a separate dimension function of the storage box. The heroes who once came to this world stored items in a separate space. And this book came from the hero's world. It's not strange that items with the same ability are listed. Alright, let's try it. My purpose is to surpass the hero and make useful items that are like the ones in the hero's world and spread them throughout the demon territory. Make the demon territory a much easier place to live than the Empire. I decided to use my Creation Alchemy for that. So, let's try to make this simple warehouse. Activate Creation Alchemy. I activated the skill. I took a closer look at the mail order catalog page and checked the functions and parameters of Simple Warehouse again. I checked if I can copy it with my skill. The answer of Creation Alchemy is Simple Warehouse can be created with Creation Alchemy. However, there is insufficient magic power to create it. Required magic power. Earth magic power satisfies the creation conditions. Wind magic power satisfies the creation conditions. Dark magic power insufficient. I can make it. However, it seems that my dark magic power is not enough. What is needed to make Simple Warehouse is earth magic power, wind magic power, and dark magic power. It seems that earth magic power surrounds the space, and the wind magic power creates the atmosphere. But without enough dark magic power, I guess we can't create another dimension or space. Dark magic power literally means darkness, emptiness, or nothingness. In the Empire, it's a magic power that only has a negative image, but blanks and emptiness are necessary. Without an empty space, people wouldn't be able to move. You can put things in a tub or a room because there is nothing inside. Therefore, it can be seen that a large amount of dark magic power is required to create a wide storage space that is empty in this simple warehouse. However, the dark magic power that I can use is still small. Because I was in the Empire where the light magic power was strong and the dark magic power was weak, I didn't get to come in contact with dark magic power until recently. Then what should I do? It seems that it will take time to fully absorb the dark magic power. I wish there was a person nearby who possesses a large amount of dark magic power. Excuse me, is Thorrigus here? Suddenly there was a knocking sound. From the gap of the door, a large amount of dark magic power flowed in. Absorb the necessary dark magic power. Simple warehouse can now be created. I heard a voice in my head. What? I'm Demon Lord Rookie Everguard. Thorrigus, you're in there, right? Why, yes. When I opened the door, there was Demon Lord Rookie Everguard standing there. She's the same as the time when we met in the throne room. She's wearing a black robe and a silver mask on her face. Mabel is next to her. It seems that she has guided Demon Lord Rookie to this point. I'm glad that I got to talk to you. May I come in? Oh, of course. Be at ease. You don't have to kneel. I came here unofficially. I stood up after being told. I saw the Demon Lord up front. It's the first time I've seen the Demon Lord Rookie so close. As expected of a Demon Lord, she's full of dignity. I don't know what expression she is behind the mask, but somehow, I feel like she's taller than me. The mask and the jet black robes are probably magic items. My instinct as an alchemist whispered that they were powerful. I'm curious, but it seems dangerous to touch it. Her blonde hair is sticking out of the hood. She's a woman, but I feel the pressure that transcends gender from her voice. That's why I reflexively kneeled. First of all, let me thank you, Thorrigus, said the Demon Lord clearly. I'm grateful that Mabel is able to use magic now. She is very important to me. Thank you for solving her troubles. Thank you, Thorrigus. I am unworthy of those words, Her Majesty Demon Lord. I answered with my head slightly bowed. Originally, I was also an aristocrat. I have learned before how to deal with such situations. I have been indebted to Mabel San since I came to the demon territory. I'm happy if my alchemy could help Mabel San. It was the truth. I was abandoned by the Empire, and I was forced to ride in a carriage and came here. I am really grateful to Mabel for warmly welcoming me. You are really strange. How so? During my father, the previous Demon Lord's reign, welcomed a messenger who came from the Empire. He was so scared that he couldn't speak properly. Well, he soon returned without saying anything. There are different kinds of people in the world. You really are calm. Interesting. But the Demon Lord looked at me with interest. It's also questionable. I wonder if you're planning something. So you saw through me. Are you really planning something? Actually, I'm thinking of making this. I showed the mail order catalog page to the Demon Lord. Assembly will be completed in 2 hours. It's a simple warehouse that won't break even if 50 sheeps are put in it. Can I make it? I feel uncomfortable when the bedroom and the workshop are the same. You really are weird. Demon Lord Rookie sighed. Can I ask you one thing, Alchemist Thor? Yes, Your Majesty Demon Lord. Why are your eyes shining? I'm glad I was officially recognized as an alchemist by the top of a country. What is your purpose? Demon Lord Rookie asked. You are here as a messenger of the Empire. The role of the messenger is to interact and communicate. However, you have repaired Mabel's pendant and improved her condition. Why do you do that? What is your purpose? Tell me. Even if you ask me that, I won't know how to answer. After all, I was abandoned by the Empire and brought here. The Duke and the soldiers who brought me treated me as a sacrifice to the demon territory. But it's difficult to explain it. I don't want to be messed up and change my treatment. So, I told a white lie. My purpose is to surpass the heroes. I said. The Demon Lord was speechless. Beyond the heroes? Ah, yes. To be precise, it's about making magic items that transcend the hero's world. Foolishness. Heroes have a great number of skills, and their world is far more advanced than this world. Beyond that hero's world. Fortunately, there are materials available here. I showed her the mail order catalog. The shape and abilities of magic items in the hero's world are described in this. I don't think I can make it exactly the same, but I could make something similar. Maybe Your Majesty Demon Lord knows about the source of the hero's power? Maybe it's the one in the book called Indispensable Electricity? But if the source of the hero's power is this indispensable electricity thing, it cannot be used in this world. So that means I should still use magic power? What do you think, Your Majesty? I'm sorry. I got sidetracked. Why do I want to make magic items that go beyond the hero's world? Heroes are godly to me. and I can't understand them at all. But if I make an item from their world and actually use it, I may be able to understand the hero better. Surpassing the hero also means to understand the heroes. Thor Regis. Suddenly, the demon lord muttered in a heavy tone. She's staring at me from the other side of the mask. This is bad. I talk too much. When it comes to alchemy, it's a bad habit of mine to get hooked right away. The other side is Demon Lord Rookie Evergard, who stands at the top of the demons. She isn't someone I can talk so casually to. My demon territory was once defeated by the heroes from another world. Don't you know that? Said the demon lord. Thor Regis, you want to surpass that hero? Yes, that's right. I see. Demon Lord Rookie takes a deep breath and then said, Huh, interesting. You're interesting. A person from the Empire wants to make items that surpass the heroes in the demon territory. Really intriguing. Try it, Thor Regis. Is that okay? I can't be a demon lord without being open-minded. Very well, let's fulfill that ambition. The demon lord proclaimed with pride. I'm glad that she wasn't angry. Moreover, she accepted my reason easily. Mabel said, the demon lord is a laid-back person, and it seems to be true. You said that you wanted to build a warehouse, right? You have my permission to try it. Can you allow that too? You're just creating a workshop. It doesn't matter much. Thank you. So, this is the material I prepared. Wait. What's wrong, Your Majesty? Right now? Are you going to make it now? Didn't you say that? I did say it, but... I did say it, but... I took out the materials I prepared for the scenario right now. I softened the shield and armor in the warehouse and made them into lumps of metal before this. This simple warehouse is made of metal. These metal lumps can be used as the material. The size of the warehouse is about 2 meters in height, 3 meters wide, and 4 meters deep. But I don't have to match the size that. The heroes used a storage box with an infinite capacity. The size of the warehouse itself is meaningless. What is important is the internal space. The dark magic power that means nothing or emptiness that controls the space. The essence of the warehouse is not the wall. It's the empty space inside. Because it is empty, things can enter and be placed there. The stronger the dark magic power, the wider the inside of the warehouse should be. The necessary dark magic power has already been acquired from Demon Lord Rookie, who has the most dark magic power in this demon territory. With the magic power overflowing from her body, it should be possible to create a wide storage space. Now that I have the permission of the Demon Lord, let's start doing alchemy. Demon Lord Rookie was stunned to see Thor start working immediately. Certainly, she permitted the creation of the simple warehouse. But she didn't think he would start making it right away. Are you seriously planning to make it right now? Thor Regis, Demon Lord, SHHHH. Mabel, when this happens, Thor-sama won't stop. Besides, he won't make bad things. I trust you a lot, Mabel. I know. Mabel smiled. Thor-sama noticed that I was cold and suddenly made foot bath for me. Is that the reason he made that? Yes. It wasn't for improving magic power circulation. Demon Lord Rookie listened attentively. The foot bath is a rare item among rare items. Improving the circulation of magic power in the body, such an item is worth at least a mansion. And the reason he made it was, I was worried about Mabel being cold. What is that alchemist thinking about? Thor-sama is a kind person. Mabel closed her eyes and muttered secretly. I trust Thor-sama also because he was the first messenger from the Empire that was a good person. Uomu, it's exactly like what Mabel says. Demon Lord Rookie nodded. And it seems that Thor Regis is only interested in making items. He hasn't talked since he started making it. Such a great concentration. That's right. Thor-sama's passion for magic items is amazing. He's being immersed in it like a child. Yes, Thor-sama, who is concentrating on making items, is awe-inspiring and cool. Thor's work continued while the Demon Lord's Rookie and Mabel watched over him. And Thor's perspective. I imagined the simple warehouse that was being listed in the mail order catalog. Front view, side view, aerial view, and angled view. Combine them together to make a 3D object in my head. However, the size should be smaller than the dimensions written in the book. My materials are limited after all, and as simple as possible. Front view created. Side view created. 3-dimension drawing created. Expanding the 3D diagram. When I announced that, a translucent, simple warehouse emerged in the air. With only a photo as a basis, I wonder how accurately I can copy the simple warehouse of the hero's world. I imagine an actual warehouse while thinking of the photo. The roughness of the wall. Stiffness. Color. Weight. Temperature. Alright, The image has solidified. Next is the size. Shape comprehension completed. Set the size. The book depicted a warehouse that is several meters long and wide, but a smaller version of that will do. Placing it in the warehouse would make it a hindrance, and making it would require a lot of materials too. What matters is the space inside that I will make later anyways. Specify size, height, width, depth, all at 1.2 meters. The image of this simple warehouse, floating in the air, changed. It was a size that people had to bend over to get in. Determine the material creation start. I moved the image of simple warehouse, floating in the air, to the metal lumps I prepared before. The translucent image overlaps with the metal. The metal lumps are the materials for the simple warehouse. Create a space by imbuing dark magic power inside, and stabilize and strengthen the materials with earth magic power. The lump of metal changed its shape according to the image. It slowly became a warehouse. Execute. Creation Alchemy. Create simple warehouse. Godin. A metallic, simple warehouse appeared in front of me. I made it. Simple warehouse. Different world style. Attribute: earth, wind, dark, rarity. Because of the dark magic power, there is a separate dimension inside. Because of the wind magic power, there is breathable air in the separate dimension. Because of earth magic power, the separate dimension is stabilized and isolated. A simple warehouse is a warehouse that has a separate dimension for storing items inside. Stored food, water, etc. can be stored without deterioration. Important/rare items are automatically stored and sorted. If the warehouse is placed in the demon territory, it will automatically absorb the dark magic power, so no magic stones are required. Physical destruction resistance. It can only be destroyed by high-level magic. However, even high-level magic has no effect on the items stored inside the separate dimension. Service life: 100 years. Is this a simple warehouse in the hero's world? The result was a box 1.2 meters wide. There's a large door on the front so that you can enter it. However, although it was completed, it is still far from an item in the hero's world. The function of draining rainwater was on the mail order catalog. There was also a hole for locking, but I couldn't copy such small details. I don't have enough materials, and I don't have the technique to do it. I had no choice but to trim the details and play it simple. As expected, the items in the hero's world are amazing, but it's rewarding. The aim is a complete copy of items from the other world. The purpose is to make an item that will make the Empire prostrate before me. Thor Regis. You're amazing. It's amazing. Thor-sama. Oh, I forgot about the existence of Demon Lord Rookie and Mabel in the room. I was so excited about alchemy, those two slipped out of my mind. Since I received permission, I created a simple warehouse as a workshop. I said, I am grateful that Your Majesty has given me an opportunity to create a new room. To me, a person from a foreign country. Thank you. No, ordinary people can't make rooms. On top of that, Demon Lord Rookie stares at the 1.2 meters high warehouse. Is it possible to make something this small into a workshop? I have thought about that. What? Your Majesty, do you know that the hero used things such as storage box or item box? I know. It's a storage space with infinite capacity, right? I've added the same ability to this. I just made it, so I'm not sure if it works properly though. Are you serious? Demon Lord Rookie said with a tight face. Is there an alchemist in the Empire who can manipulate space? I don't know about that. Probably not. The Empire has a weak dark magic power. My own magic power alone wasn't enough to make it. Let's put the talk about the Empire aside. Let's go check the inside first. I'll talk about it later. Let's check if the storage space is properly created. I made it with a lot of effort, so I want to check the inside as soon as possible. I think it's rude to do it in front of Your Majesty. Is it okay to enter? Uomo. I'll allow it. Thank you. Can I go with you too? Thor-sama. Mabel came forward. Cleaning Thor-sama's room is my job. It's a simple warehouse. Well, I think I'll be cleaning this simple warehouse. It's fine, please. The size of the entrance to the warehouse is 1.2 meters. I will have to bend down to go inside. As expected, I can't stick my rear end towards the Demon Lord, so I decided to change the direction of the warehouse. The door is okay. I can open and close it smoothly. Then, I'm going in. I'm going to. Demon Lord Sama. Mabel and I informed Demon Lord Rookie before entering the simple warehouse. In a different world-styled simple warehouse. It's insanely wide. There's so much space in that small box. Next door, Mabel has her eyes wide open. The inside of the warehouse was a huge space. It was about the size of the Duke's mansion. I'm surprised too. I didn't think it was so spacious. If this is the case, I can put in as many items as you like, or rather, I can live normally here. Wow, awesome. Thor-sama, I can dash to the edge and back. Mabel turns her skirt over and runs around in the warehouse. She spins around, runs around the walls, in a frenzy. It's amazing. There isn't an item like this in the treasury of Demon Castle. It's a copy of an item from the hero's world. The amazing thing is the people in that world. Geez, that world is extraordinary. Well, it can't be helped because it's the hero's world. You mentioned it earlier. Your purpose is to surpass the heroes. Mabel looked at me curiously. But the person that laid the foundation for the Dalgarian Empire, where Thor-sama came from, were the heroes, right? Yes, that's right. So that means that Thor-sama wants to surpass the Empire. Then that also means I want to be the best alchemist in the Empire. Something like that. Mabel's sharp. As she says, the Empire's foundation was laid by the heroes summoned from another world. That's why I wanted to go beyond the world of heroes. That way, I can be better than the Empire that banished me. But in the end, that too. It's just self-satisfaction. It's been over 100 years since the hero summons stopped. I'm curious about what the world would look like if the heroes were still summoned and continued to bring technology to this world. The hero bringing technology? Yes, maybe this world would be as convenient as the world of heroes. But if the hero summoning continued, the demon territory might have been destroyed. I didn't mean it that way. I understand. Thor-sama is kind. What's going on? Mabel, are you okay? Thor-sama fixed my item and even went as far as to make an item for my cold sensitivity. That's why I understand that Thor-sama is a nice person. Mabel-san, I will never forget my gratitude to Thor-sama. I stored the pendant and the foot bath in a box and sealed it with a ribbon. I am cherishing it properly. No, please use it. Aside from the pendant, the foot bath is supposed to be a practical product. I want people to use it and give me feedback so I can brush it up. Earlier I said that I wanted to give back the favor, but it's actually a little different. Suddenly Mabel grabbed my hand. With her big eyes, she stares at my face. I would like to help Thor-sama to live comfortably in this demon territory. I have a feeling that the items made by Thor-sama will make people happy, so I want to help out Thor-sama with his alchemy. Thank you. Then, Mabel-san, please help me decide on what to make next. Okay, so the next item I want to make is this. So fast. You don't have to make it in such a hurry. No, it's better to make this while you're feeling like. What's going on inside? Mabel. Thor. Please reply. Your Majesty? Sorry. We're both safe. Mabel and I hurriedly replied. We didn't notice Her Majesty's voice before. Since the warehouse is a separate space, it's hard to hear the sounds from outside. It's fine if you're safe. I was worried because no matter how I knocked or shook the warehouse, there was no response. Did you knock or shake the warehouse? I didn't feel it at all. Is there any extra space in the warehouse? Does Your Majesty also want to enter? Isn't it natural? The guest created another dimension in my castle. As the owner of the castle, I need to check whether it's safe or not. But it's rude to invite Your Majesty to the warehouse I made without prior preparations. Thor, did you make something dangerous? No, I didn't. If so, is there any problem even if I enter? There isn't anything interesting here, though. I looked around in the warehouse. There are no dangerous goods. Rather, I haven't put anything in it. Is it really okay to invite the Demon Lord in here? Okay, please enter, Your Majesty. Demon Lord Rookie entered the warehouse and looked around in surprise. It's amazing that there is such a space in a small warehouse. Alchemist Thor Regis. I am honored to buy the complimented. Your Majesty, I see the inside is vaguely bright. The area is, it's about the arena in the demon territory. It seems that it's possible to have familiars fight each other here. The masked demon lord looks around with interest, and then detected an important item with a rarity of SS. It will be automatically stored in the space. Suddenly, I heard a voice from the simple warehouse. Cognitive obstruction robe, defense of all attributes, has been stored. Cognitive obstruction mask, strengthening of all attributes, has been stored. A black robe and a silver mask appeared before me. It was the accessories worn by the Demon Lord Rookie. What? There was a beautiful blonde girl in front of me. She's wearing a jet black dress with a ribbon and a piece of jewelry in front of her chest. She opens her big eyes and stares at me. The color of her eyes is blackish red. I feel like I'm going to be sucked in when I look at them. It feels like it's filled with darkness, yet it is beautiful. Its appearance was like a work of art created by God. The girl's body is thin and shorter than mine. Still, she doesn't feel weak. Rather, I feel that she's overflowing with vitality. This is the true identity of the Demon King Rookie. How beautiful. I instinctively understood my lack of power. No matter how powerful Creation Alchemy is, it is no match for the beauty created by nature. Demon Lord Rookie, who is the ultimate in beauty, is like an item from the hero's world. There are still many things I don't know about in this world. I have to study more. While I was thinking about that, what happened? The scream of Demon Lord Rookie echoed in the warehouse. I understand the situation. I'll forgive you, said Demon Lord Rookie. I was currently sitting in Saiza. Saiza is from the hero's world. It's a way of sitting that means reflection. In front of me, Demon Lord Rookie, who has her true face exposed, sighed many times. It was my fault that the mask and robe of Demon Lord Rookie were taken. I forgot that the different world style, simple warehouse, has an automatic item organization function. It was an ability to automatically collect and organize rare items when they were found. It's a necessary function for a simple warehouse that stores a large number of items. But, because of that, even the mask and robe of Demon Lord Rookie, who came inside, were automatically collected. After that, it was a chaotic uproar. Demon Lord Rookie was crouching while holding her face with both hands, and Mabel was running around in a hurry. I explained the situation, apologized, and the two finally settled down. Then, when they heard about the situation, Demon Lord Rookie forgave me. I understand that you didn't do it on purpose. I forgive you, so please be at ease. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. What have I done? I was carried away by the sweetness of the item. The hero from another world wielded transcendental power to fight the first Demon Lord and drove the demons to the north. They definitely changed the world. If it's an item from the world of heroes, it shouldn't be strange if it has an unexpected effect. Well, you don't have to be that depressed. It's okay, Thorigus. The troubled Demon Lord Rookie said. The mask and robe remain on the floor. It seems that she gave up hiding her identity. Next to me, Mabel is also sitting in Saiza. She knew the true face of Demon Lord Rookie. The other people that know her true face are Chancellor Kelv, the maid who takes care of her and her family. Demon Lord Rookie told me why she was hiding his identity. The reason was because the Demon Lord must have a powerful dark magic power and be a mysterious existence that everyone fears. That was it. To the south of the Demon Territory is the military power, Dalgaria Empire. Even though they have signed a non-aggression treaty, no one knows how long it will last. As long as the Empire is a threat, the Demon Lord cannot be known as a weak girl. That's why Demon Lord Rookie wears a mask and a robe with a cognitive obstruction function on it. How do you feel? Demon Lord Rookie said, looking sideways. Are you disappointed that a little girl is the Demon Lord? Well, it can't be helped, since this little girl was wearing a cognitive obstruction robe and mask, hiding her identity and sneaking around calling herself the Demon Lord. Rookie-sama, that kind of thing. I don't care, Mabel. He's already seen my true face. Thorigus, this little, unreliable figure, is the true Demon Lord. Demon Lord Rookie said so and looked at me. Certainly, it was a small figure. She's 15 years old, but she was petite. She's short and her limbs are thin. If I hugged her, she might break. If the Demon Lord has such a figure, the Empire wouldn't take us seriously. Demon Lord Rookie continued her the story. Her father, the predecessor Demon Lord, died when she was young. Her daughter, Rookie, was placed on the Demon Lord's throne at an early age. She can use powerful dark magic, but for some reason, her body grows slowly. She didn't grow tall and didn't gain weight, and she was missing the highs and lows of her body. She can use powerful magic, but she is not physically strong. Of course, in another 2 or 3 years, she would be able to withstand the physical strengthening magic. That way, Rookie will be strong, both magically and physically. Until then, as a measure against the Empire who believes only in strength, she was supposed to wear the mask and robe. Demon Lord Rookie talked about such things. In the old days, when a Demon Lord died, the next Demon Lord was supposed to be decided by a tournament. But because of the threat of the Dalgarian Empire, it was not a good idea to raise disputes within the Demon Territory. So it has become a hereditary system. Rookie-sama has the magic power that is suitable for a Demon Lord. It's just that her body grows slowly. I don't need useless consolation, Mabel. Demon Lord Rookie said in self-deprivation. And the person that pushed for me to hide my identity the most was Chancellor Kelv. He probably thinks that he can't unite the Demon Territory with this poor figure. Rookie-sama. How is it? Thorigus. Demon Lord Rookie puts her hand on her chest and looked at me. What do you think of this figure of me? Her thin hands were shaking slightly. I want to hear the opinions of people from outside. Please talk without reserve. What did you think when you saw this figure of Demon Lord Rookie Everguard? I think I saw a godly beauty. I said, the moment I saw your majesty's figure, my sense of value was shaken. As an alchemist, I thought that magic items with excellent functions were beautiful. The one is called functional beauty. But when I saw your majesty, I realized my mistake. Your majesty and Mabel, before the beauty created by the nature of the demon territory, my functional beauty cannot be compared. As an alchemist, I am ashamed of my lack of ability. What? The beauty of your majesty demon lord and the functional beauty of the items in the hero's world. I would like to study both of them in the demon territory. Why, what are you talking about? I just said what came to my mind. Saw saying some good things. Tears were welling up in the red eyes of Demon Lord Rookie. She has both hands in a fist. What do you understand for someone as perfect as you and has godly alchemy powers? I had to hide my identity and deceive. I'm sorry, I was deceiving you guys too. Actually, I'm not a guest, but a hostage from the Empire, something like a living sacrifice. I said. Demon Lord Rookie and Mabel looked shocked. By the way, I seem to be ashamed of the Regis Duke's house. My father told me to die. It can't be helped. The Empire is all about strength. I don't have the ability to fight, and I can't use attack magic. My existence has no value. WWWH. But I think I was lucky to come to the demon territory because I was able to work as an alchemist. I was able to understand the happiness of making your favorite items and the joy of using them in the demon territory. Wait a minute, Thor-sama. Suddenly Mabel screamed. She held my hand and brought her face closer. Is this story true? Thor-sama was sent here as a hostage. Sacrifice? It's true. If you think it's a lie, contact the Empire. No, I won't go that far, but I don't understand. What? If it's true that Thor was sent to this demon territory as a hostage, why did you confess it? It would be advantageous to make us think that you are a messenger from the Empire, won't it? Then, with the power of the Empire as a backing, you should have been able to pass unreasonable demands. No, of course, I know that Thor-sama is a person who wouldn't do that. But. Mabel shakes her head as if she cannot understand it. From the messenger's point of view, you can claim that the Empire is backing you. If you let everyone think so, you should be safe. But if you come here as a hostage, you'll lose your backing. Yes, that's right. So can you keep it a secret? Okay. If word spread that I was a hostage or sacrifice sent here, the treatment of the demon territory would treat me differently, wouldn't it? My relationship with the Empire might worsen, so keep it a secret, all right? Instead, I promise I won't tell anyone your majesty's secret. Mabel held her mouth, nodding many times while staring at me. Demon Lord Rookie behind her also looked like she heard something incredible. They both seemed to understand what I mean. I don't have a hobby of revealing someone else's secret, but I don't know if Demon Lord Rookie will believe me with just that. So I decided to reveal my secrets and weaknesses to her, like an exchange. I will keep the secret of Demon Lord Rookie, so she would keep my secret as well. Under that condition, I wondered if Demon Lord Rookie would believe me. Well, probably. Demon Lord Rookie was a petite girl. She wasn't confident in herself, so she hid her true self with a mask and a robe. I felt like I was back in the Empire. Can you keep it a secret that I was a hostage sent from the Empire, Your Majesty? If you keep it secret. That's right. It goes without saying that I will keep Your Majesty's secret, but as someone serving directly under Your Majesty, I promise to put in more effort and make more and more magic items. Fufufu. Kukuku. It can't be helped. Your Majesty knows my secret. Of course, making magic items is both my hobby and my job. How about it? Can you keep my secret? Ha ha ha. Demon Lord Rookie suddenly laughed with her hands on her stomach. It was a high-pitched laughter like a child. The demon kept laughing. Tears came out from her reddish eyes. Ha ha ha. Thorigus. You ha ha ha. What a stupid thing. You reveal yourself. In exchange for keeping it a secret, you said, I will keep Your Majesty's secret is, ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha, what are you thinking? Your Majesty, you're laughing too much. How outrageous. The outrageous thing is you. Stupid. Demon Lord Rookie looked at me while wiping her tears. It's outrageous to strip off my mask and robe, but it's also outrageous to reveal your own identity. It's outrageous. Do you believe me? You say that now? With that said, the Demon Lord Rookie slowly approaches me. Then she stretched out and stabbed my forehead with her index finger. I believe you. You believed in me and revealed your secret. If I doubted you, I wouldn't be too qualified to stand on top of others, right? I think your Majesty Demon Lord is a great ruler. Again, with that sort of thing. Demon Lord Rookie grinned and looked at Mabel. Mabel, you understand, right? The thing we just talked about cannot leave this room. Thor Regis came from the Empire as a guest. He is also an alchemist who is my direct subordinate. Spread it throughout the castle thoroughly. Yes, your Majesty. Then Thor Regis. Yes, your Majesty. Let me remind you again, my identity and your identity cannot leave the room, right? Yes. What about that? I feel like I just heard some strange words. Demon Lord Rookie grinned. That means this place is an exception. So that's it. In other words, in this different world style, simple warehouse, it's okay to lay our identities bare. It serves like a barrier, isolated from the outside world. It's a perfect place for Demon Lord Rookie to take off her mask and relax. I understand, this place is an exception. In exchange, I'll always be Thor's ally. With that said, Demon Lord Rookie held my hand. When I knelt involuntarily, her golden hair swayed and she laughs. I thought that it was like a master-slave contract. I laughed so much that I feel sick. Mabel, could you brew me some tea? Yes, I'll prepare soon. Oh, that's right, Thor-sama. Mabel clapped her hands as if she came up with a good idea. Can I bring a chair, a table, and a tea set into this storage space? Yeah, there's a lot of space. Thank you. Is it a tea set that you want for safekeeping? No, I thought it would be nice to have a tea party here. Mabel gripped the apron in her maid outfit and hesitated. In this place, your Majesty and Thor-sama can talk about themselves without hiding, right? If so, I wish I could make a corner of this place for that. Of course, I won't get in the way of Thor-sama. That's right. It would be fun if we could do that. I was troubled. I can't refuse it if I get such pleading eyes. Well, I certainly want a place where I can talk about myself without hesitation. And if I'm with Mabel and Demon Lord Rookie, there's no problem. It's fine. Please make this storage space a place for a tea party. Thank you. Thank you, my alchemist Thor. Mabel and Demon Lord Rookie held my hand and laughed. Well, magic items are meaningless unless they are used. If the two can utilize this storage space, I would be happy. If I need my own space, I can always create another one. A cute tablecloth is also good. We just need a teapot to boil water. Will Thor stay in this workshop? If so, he should make a furnace. That's right. Let's borrow the fire from there. I want a cushion and a bed. Mabel, do you have a spare? There should be one. I will arrange it soon. I think both of you are getting a little too excited. That. Your Majesty, Mabel-san. What's wrong, Thor Regis? What happened? Thor-sama. Oh, it's fine if you call me just Rookie. Of course, only in here. Please call me Mabel too. That's fine, but are you thinking of making this workshop a hideaway for the two of you to relax? I tried to asking them that, but if you want another storage space, do you want me to make one for your Majesty and Mabel-san? What do you say? I just want to have fun with Thor. That's right. I just want your Majesty and Thor-sama to relax and eat delicious food in this place. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense without Thor and Mabel. What I want is not items, but to spend time together. I give up. I raised a white flag to Rookie and Mabel, who had a very good smile. The tea party at this place will be named the Demon Sea Castle's Supreme Tea Party, and it will influence the demon territory greatly in the future. But it was a story that no one knew yet. That night, in the throne room of the demon castle, Thordano made a storage box. The scream of Chancellor Kelv echoed in the room. Rookie, the masked demon lord rebuked him. Don't suddenly yell, Kelv. You surprised me. The one that is surprised is me. Doesn't your Majesty know about the storage box used by the heroes? I know. It's a skill to store a large number of items. It seems that it was called by various names such as storage box, item box, and storage space. Yes, that was one of the reasons why different world heroes were so strong. Kelv remembered the oral tradition that was handed down from the previous chancellors. Of course, there was also some information about the hero's storage box. The hero summoned from another world was able to retrieve a large number of items in the air from a small bag. For the demons who were fighting them, it was a scary threat. When they thought that he was fighting barehanded, a big sword suddenly came out, and when they thought that he was injured, he took out a lot of potions from a small bag. It was too unpredictable. If you see a hero, 100 items will appear. That is a saying that is passed down in the demon territory. In the first place, storage box was such a rare ability that even some heroes did not have it. I know. My father said that if all the heroes had it, the demons might have been destroyed. And this terrifying thing was created by Thordano. Chancellor Kelv's face turned pale. This is a grave situation, Your Majesty. Thordano must be prevented from the monopoly of storage box. I think it's okay. Kelv, why? He said that he would make one for Mabel and me too. Bang. Chancellor Kelv slammed his forehead against the pillar. What's wrong? Kelv, he will make it for Her Majesty Demon Lord and Mabel. The hero's storage box. The concept of rare items in this world is breaking. What will happen to the demon territory from now on? Well, calm down, Kelv. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. No, I'm sorry to surprise you. Thor asked me to talk to Kelv. To me, Thor said, as the alchemist of the Demon Lord, I want to be reasonable and straightforward. Demon Lord said clearly, and Thor promised to be on our side. It's quite a heavy statement, so I don't think that he will lie about it. Yes, I also think Thordano is worthy of our trust. To pull his thoughts together, Chancellor Kelv shook his head. He obediently submitted his own foot bath, too. That's right. He's that kind of guy. Demon Lord Rookie swung her legs while sitting on the throne. The problem is that I've never seen such a person. I really can't take my eyes off him. He's really a problem. Yeah, Your Majesty. What, Kelv? What happened when you were with Thordano? Nothing. Oddly enough, Your Majesty seems to be in a good mood. I naturally talked to Thor for a bit. Naturally talked? That's right. We talked to each other, and I decided to believe in Thor. That's all. Understood. Chancellor Kelv corrected his posture and bowed. I have pledged allegiance to Your Majesty. If Your Majesty decides to believe in Thordano, I won't question your decision. Kelv always helps me. I'm happy that you said that. By the way, Your Majesty. What? About Thordano marrying Mabel. What? Again, you are still not on board? But I think the best way to keep Thordano tied to this demon territory is a political marriage. It's too dangerous to let go of that kind of talent. Anyone is fine. It doesn't have to be Mabel. After that, if you keep the baby with the mother, it will be a good hostage to Thordano. I don't want to suspect him, but it's just insurance. Hostage? I know I'm reluctant to do it too. Oh, I'm reluctant too. Rather, I think it shouldn't be done. Demon Lord Rookie shakes her head. She knew that Thor was not a messenger, but a hostage sent to the demon territory. There's no way he should have a political marriage that takes away the child as a hostage. That's something she would never do as Thor's friend. I can't forgive a political marriage that ignores Thor's will. If he says he wants to marry someone in the demon territory, then that's a different story, but I will never allow the strategy to take hostages. I apologize if you feel offended. Your Majesty. Chancellor Kelv withdraws obediently. But this is also for Your Majesty's own good. I know. Kelv. Thank you. Chancellor Kelv bowed to Demon Lord Rookie. Uomo. It's no good to lose your composure, Kelv. Suddenly mentioning marrying Thor. By the way, Your Majesty. What is it this time? Why did you turn your head away when you just talked to me? The weather outside looks great. Can you please talk to me while looking at me? If possible, could you remove your mask? Yajai. Don't probe into a maiden's heart. She unintentionally yelled. It was a strange feeling. Under her mask, her cheeks felt hot. It was after hearing the words of Chancellor Kelv about the political marriage between Thor and Mabel. Demon Lord Rookie involuntarily imagined that she was sitting alone next to Thor and Mabel, who were married and drinking tea. It was supposed to be a tea party for three, but she felt really lonely. Demon Lord Rookie wondered why. I'm sorry. It seems that I lost my composure. No, I was impolite too. I know Kelv is thinking of the country. Take care of Thor. If he obstructs the interests of the demon territory, let me know immediately. Thank you. By the way, Kelv. Yes, Your Majesty. Do you think that Thor will do anything that undermines the interests of the demon territory? I think that he won't. Just as I thought. It seems that we agree. Because that person only thinks about making magic items. He really is hopeless. That is why I want to see him stand beside me. It wasn't the demon lords, but the feeling of the demon girl, Rookie herself. It's already pretty late. I'll be resting soon. Thank you for your hard work. Your Majesty. Kelv must have been tired because many things happened today. Yeah, there were indeed many things. Nodding again, Demon Lord Rookie and Chancellor Kelv, the two thought of the cause of the various things they were thinking about Thor. Chancellor Kelv thought, we have welcomed a ridiculous person from the Empire. Demon Lord Rookie thought, I have met a person who I can't take my eyes off of. They left the throne room and walked to their respective rooms. By the way, what does Mabel think of Thor? Aside from the political, we need to confirm Mabel's intentions too. The two thought of the same thing again. It's already late at night. Mabel should be resting in the castle's servants' quarters. Let's ask her tomorrow. With Demon Lord Rookie thinking as a maiden and Chancellor Kelv thinking practically, a night in the Demon Castle passed. About the same time, Thor's perspective. After I promised a tea party with Demon Lord Rookie and Mabel, Mabel brought a table, chairs, and a tea set to the room. The tables and chairs were pretty big. I was worried about whether it would fit through the door of the simple warehouse. But as expected of an item from the hero's world, it sucked in the table and chairs that were bigger than the entrance. After that, we prepared for a tea party in the simple warehouse. The table was covered with cherry-colored tablecloths, and the chairs were topped with cushions. Mabel brought tea leaves and put them in the storage space she made beside the table. After sighing with satisfaction, she loosened the breast part of the sweaty maid outfit. I noticed my gaze and I turned bright red. I am sorry. I was just in a daze. And no, it's fine. I feel like Mabel is gradually getting more relaxed when she's with me. It was my first time I saw Rookie-sama looking so happy. Suddenly, Mabel muttered, Rookie has been raised as a successor of the Demon Lord since she was little. Because the predecessor Demon Lord was a strong person, he was strict on Rookie-sama. He could fight on an equal footing with dozens of monsters, and he wanted Rookie-sama to have the same power too. It's similar to my house. I have been trained by my father since I was little, but I think it was more like abuse. My dad didn't hide his annoyance to me, who had no fighting skills. He continued an unreasonable training, saying that he would not allow me to stop until I attained power equal to him. I kept swinging the wooden sword until I couldn't move, and I was made to have mock battles with professional swordsmen. That's why I left the Duke's house on my own will. But Rookie must be different from me, who has no combat power. Her Majesty has powerful dark magic power, right? Of course. In magic, no one is a match for Rookie-sama. Then why does she still hide her true appearance? Because some people in the demon territory believe in physical strength. For those people, the Demon Lord's appearance will still look weak. I guess those kinds of people are everywhere. But I think everyone will change in the future. Mabel thought a little and said, if we look at history, the humans only won because they used a summoning ritual. In reality, everyone knows that power alone cannot do anything. On the contrary, in the Empire, power is everything. Sometimes, things don't go as planned. We side at the same time for some reason. I'll need to be careful of the people who believe only in strength and physical power. Fufu. That's right. By the way, the Chancellor is different, isn't he? Kelv-sama is on Rookie's side. The one who you should be careful is Flame General Rizenga. What kind of person is he? His height is 2.5 meters. He has a muscular body build. His hair is as red as flames, and when he gets angry, he blows fire from his mouth. I want to see how he blows fire, but I'm scared. The Rizenga clan is the descendants of Flame Giant Ifrit. The Flame General is a famous figure that is part of the military factions. Speaking of Flame Giant Ifrit, is it the same one as the one where the Demon Lord entrusted him with the fort of MT Flame and fought a fierce battle with the heroes? The 7-day Battle of MT Flame. That's right, Rizenga is a descendant of that flame giant who protected the fort. So is that why he values strength so much? Yes, it was because he admired his ancestor. I should stay away from him. I agree too. Mabel mumbled. It looked like she was trying to say something, but decided not to say it. But not all of Rizenga's clan attach great importance to strength. Some are kind, way too kind. Mabel shook her head and said so. She continued as if she thought of something. That's right. More importantly, I have to show Thor-sama around the demon castle. She clapped her hands and said, that was the plan. Just to confirm, are we doing it tomorrow? Yes. I will live in the demon territory from now on. First of all, I want to be able to walk around the castle without being lost. After that, Mabel and I left the warehouse. While I was working on this and that, the sun was setting already. Thank you for everything. Mabel-san. Thor-sama. Yes. As I said before, please call me Mabel without using san. Did you say that before? Yes, and I don't need any honorifics. Mabel smiled mischievously. I have been ordered to treat Thor-sama as a guest. I don't know if it's the same in the Empire, but in the demon territory, the guests have the same rank as the Chancellor and the ministers. In other words, Thor-sama is in a position far above me. Even if you say that. In addition, Thor-sama is an alchemist that is a direct subordinate to Her Majesty, aren't you? But Mabel-san has taken care of me. Plop. When I noticed, Mabel put her white finger on my lips. Then she put it on her lips. You don't even need to use honorifics. Please speak casually. Okay. Nice to meet you, Mabel. Yes, Thor-sama. We looked at each other and laughed. Today is my first day in the demon territory. However, I feel like I have been here for a long time already. This was not the case in the imperial capital. The aristocrats were always competing for who is stronger. Even the civilians and civil officers were competing for who was more distinguished and who could be more intimidating. It was after coming to the demon territory that I noticed it was such a tiring thing. Thor-sama, please stay here all the time, Mabel said after kneeling on the floor. She held my hand and said, if you stay, Mabel refrained vows to serve you with all my might. Mabel, well then, good night, Thor-sama. Mabel stood up, bowed, and left the room. I was surprised. It was the first time I received such an oath. In the Empire, that's a way to swear allegiance. But what about the demon territory? Let's check it out later. Today is still the first day since I came to the demon territory. Various things happened. I found a book from another world and made magic items. I'm satisfied. I'm glad I came to the demon territory. Mabel said, please stay here all the time. But I have no other choice too. I'm not going back to the Empire anymore. Or rather, there is no place for me in the Empire. So let's make this demon territory a more convenient place. As the alchemist Thor Regis, who serves Demon Lord Rookie, to surpass the world of heroes. With that in mind, I fell asleep. When Thor arrived at the demon territory in the Dalgarian Empire, this is the guest house in the royal capital. The aristocrats were enjoying the evening party here. Many famous aristocrats are gathered, and out of all the aristocrats, Duke Barga Regis receives the most attention. Oh, Duke Barga Regis is here. As expected of the #1 aristocrat in the empire. Rumor has it that he offered his son as a hostage to the demon territory for the sake of the empire. What loyalty! As the Duke walked through the party, he heard the whispers of the aristocrats. The strength of Duke Regis ranks high among the imperial aristocrats. Using water attribute magic, he would stop the enemy's movement. After that, he would use his sword to kill them. Its destructive power was recognized by all aristocrats here. Oh dear, did I get too strong? It's such a hassle to get so much attention. The Duke shrugged. Next to him, the butler smiles to curry favor. It can't be helped. To expand the territory of the empire, Duke Sama's power is needed. It is from now on that Duke Sama's house will rise to glory. Well, that disgrace is gone now. My house's future is looking good. Oh. Why yes. What's wrong? You're stuttering. And no. Duke Sama. The butler timidly asked. It's about Thor's alchemy skill. The Duke shot a glance at the butler. Don't mention him. He went to the demon territory as an aristocrat and became a hostage. He helped the empire as an aristocrat. That's it. Never mention that name again. Hi. You spoiled my happy mood. Bring me something to drink. Yes. With a bow, the butler ran to the place where the drinks were. The Duke looked around. The aristocrats were looking at him, but he decided to ignore it. Today is an important day. He needed to prepare to welcome a guest. Her Imperial Highness Princess Liana will attend today's party, and the Duke is supposed to be the first person to welcome her. Oh, Her Highness is here. After a while, the door of the hall opened and a princess in a dress appears. Cherry-colored hair and blue eyes. She was Liana, the third princess of the empire. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a powerful light magic power. The princess looked around the hall, and her eyes landed on Duke Barga Regis. There are people who are not suitable for this place in here. Get rid of them. She waved her hand as if she was looking at something filthy. Understood. The guards grabbed the Duke's arm. Duke Regis, this is the order of Princess Liana. Please leave immediately. What are you talking about? Don't you know that I'm Barga Regis? I know. Please come this way. Let go of me. The Duke shook off the guard's hand and started walking towards Princess Liana. Please wait a moment, Your Royal Highness. Why should I leave? What crime have I committed? Duke Regis, I don't want to talk to you. What in the world are you angry about? So it is possible for you to say such a thing. Princess Liana looked at the Duke. Her blue eyes seemed to be burning in anger. You put me and my friends in danger. How dare you say such a thing? Danger? I asked your house to repair the magic sword, right? Why yes. The Duke thought back. If I recall correctly, I feel like I received such a request from the palace. Weapon management is a butler's job, so I should have entrusted it to him. I received a magic sword from the Duke's house that said that it was definitely repaired. However, the magic sword couldn't withstand my magic power, and from the part that supposedly was fixed, it started cracking until the blade crumbled into pieces. What? On top of that, I was also fighting a monster. The words of the princess make the surrounding aristocrats buzz. The aristocrats all have combat skills and have also experienced battles with monsters. They also know what would happen if a weapon broke in battle. I was almost killed by a demon beast. It was thanks to my companion who protected me that I survived. The princess looked down painfully. I looked it up later and found out why the magic sword broke. The place that was chipped before was fixed by only attaching an ordinary piece of metal. That part blocked the flow of my magic power, and as a result, the sword itself crumbled. It was Duke Regis who repaired it, isn't it? Please wait a moment. The Duke's face turned pure white. He could clearly hear the voices of the aristocrats around him. Oh my, Duke Regis did such a sloppy repair? So it was a magic sword repair. I know that it's difficult, but he should have just said that he couldn't do it. Does he know how dangerous it is to break a sword during battle? The Duke couldn't believe what was happening right now. He thought that he was hallucinating. My Duke's family eliminated that nuisance. From now on, I was supposed to run up the path of glory. Being blamed by the princess and being pointed at by the aristocrats. It was the worst. It was the alchemist's decision to do a sloppy job. The Duke shouted. Alchemists are just like blacksmiths that are a little strange. With that good-for-nothing skill, they probably thought that they could deceive everyone. The one that should be punished should be the alchemist. Is it not? I thought so too, so I went to the workshop, but what I received were these documents. Princess Liana nodded at the maid. The maid handed a piece of parchment to the princess. The princess spread it out and showed it to all aristocrats. Here's the documentary evidence. It's difficult to completely repair the magic sword. Therefore, Duke Regis asks the workshop to repair it on the surface. All responsibility is taken by Duke Regis. There is the seal of the Duke's house and the signature of the Duke's butler. Please take a look, everyone. What? The venue stirred. Furthermore, the princess continues. The alchemist at the workshop said that the magic sword had been correctly repaired halfway through. But because a small chip was left, the sword still broke. The princess nodded, and the maid presented her a sword broken into pieces. As she said, most of the sword was broken. All that remained was the handle and a part of the blade. It's strange. All that remained except for the handle was the part that was repaired correctly before I managed to catch the monster's claws with it. Otherwise, I would have been a goner. So, Your Highness didn't use the magic sword for ceremonies? Recently, my light magic power has become stronger. While doing ceremonies, it was also decided for me to subdue monsters. Didn't you receive the information? Anyways, I would like to meet the one who correctly repaired the magic sword and saved my life. It seems that some alchemists are still useful. I want to use that person as my tool. Could you tell me the person's name and whereabouts? The Duke had a headache. He didn't know who correctly repaired the sword. Even in the case that he knew the alchemist who restored the magic sword correctly, Thor was in the demon territory already. He might be in jail, or maybe he's dead already. Who knows? It's impossible to call him back anyways. Well, the first person that repaired that sword was probably a wandering alchemist. I don't know where he is now. Is that so? It is regrettable that his whereabouts are unknown. The princess sighed. In any case, I don't want to see your face. Get out. Refrain from appearing in front of the imperial family for a while. Why, Your Highness? The talk ends here. Princess Liana didn't even look at the Duke again and walked past him. I'm sorry to disturb the party. Everyone, let's continue. When the princess clapped her hands, the music that stopped began to play again. The aristocrats resumed the conversation as if the Duke did not exist. The guards pulled the absent-minded Duke out of the building. He was taken out of the guest house and left alone outside. That was it. The guards also started doing their work, assuming that there was no such thing as the Duke there. Duke-sama. When he came to his senses, the butler, with a deep blue face, stood next to him. Why, what did you do? The Duke shouted. You only repaired the appearance of the magic sword? On top of that, you left such an obvious evidence behind. Are you joking? Isn't it your fault that I'm in such a shameful position? I am sorry, but the thing about... Shut up. I don't want to see your face. For a while your punishment would be imprisonment in jail. Then I'll decide how to deal with you. No way. Oh, the carriage and the escort soldiers are here. Just in time. The Duke's carriage came and pulled over. Take this guy? Don't let him show up in front of me for a while. The Duke told his soldiers. The soldiers nodded and dragged the butler away. Duke-sama, please forgive me. The Duke boarded the carriage, while the butler's voice got further and further. This accident caused my Regis house's honor to fall to the ground. But it's okay. I have a way to recover, to collect accomplishments. This way, it would show that your existence is a great advantage to the Empire. I have a strategy for that. I have no plans to bring new benefits to the Empire, but if I take advantage of the demons and demi-humans, I can regain my fame. No, I should be able to reach even higher heights. While muttering that, the Duke headed back to the mansion. Thor's perspective. The morning of the second day after coming to the demon territory. Good morning. Thor-sama, are you awake? When I was absent-mindedly staring at the ceiling on my bed, I heard a knock and Mabel's voice. By the way, I was planning to have her show me around the demon castle today. Good morning. I'm awake already. Please take care of me today too. Yes, please take care of me too. Then I will prepare breakfast immediately. After a short while, Mabel brought me breakfast. Today's Mabel's silver hair is tied up behind her. Her apron was freshly washed, and her facial expression was somewhat enthusiastic. When I asked what happened, today, I thought I'd show Thor-sama about the inside of the castle. I woke up early. I had my hair straightened in the morning, and I was smoothing out the wrinkles on my apron. That was what happened. I shouldn't fuss too much about it. By the way, the breakfast menu is hard-baked bread, omelet, and salad. In addition, I had freshly brewed tea. The bread is a little hard, but the sweet nuts are kneaded into it like yesterday. The omelet is rich and creamy too. The tea was prepared by Mabel in front of me, so it had a very nice scent. I told Mabel, let's eat together, but she shook her head apologetically. It seems that she had already eaten in the cafeteria. By the way, people of various races live in Demon Castle, and it seems that the breakfast menu is different depending on the race and person. Thor-sama's menu is the same as Demon Lord Rookie's. I spurted the tea out of my mouth. No matter how high the position of a guest is, eating the same food as the Demon Lord is too much. Is it not to your taste? And, no, it's delicious enough. It's okay if it's a little simpler. I can't do that. Why not? Thor-sama is a guest of demon territory. Also, you are an alchemist who is a direct subordinate of Her Majesty. As the one serving you, I must serve you something adequate. I'm happy with ordinary food. It was the same when I lived in the imperial capital too. What was the breakfast in the imperial capital? I ate bread I bought 3 days ago by dipping it in soup little by little. If that's the case, you should get the necessary nutrients here then. Mabel puffed her cheeks out. In addition, the chef was also enthusiastic. He said that he wanted customers from the human world to eat his dishes. He wanted to hear their impressions and learn about human cooking. He seems to be a good chef. I want to meet that person. Yes. Then we will go meet him when we tour the castle. It looks like most of the people in the demon territory are enthusiastic about studying. Because the demon territory has the experience of being defeated by humans and heroes from another world. Mabel thought a little and then said so. The current slogan of demon territory is the right person in the right place. Let's do what we can. Then, I guess I'll need to study hard in the demon territory too. Before that, can you give me another cup of tea? Yes, Thor-sama. While talking about this and that, I enjoyed the meal. Mabel's story was interesting and she listened to me with interest. After the meal, we drank tea and continued the chat. Then, after spending a relaxing time, I was guided by Mabel to look around the demon castle. First of all, I think it's better to remember the location of the entrance. From here, you can go to all the places in the castle. Mabel guided me to the entrance, just behind the main gate of the demon castle. It's a stone hall with large statues along the walls. Minotaurs that seemed to be gatekeepers stood at the entrance of the castle with spears. Mabel told me that if I get lost, I should go ask them. Thor-sama's room is on the 3rd floor of the west wing. Our maid's room is on the 1st floor of the same west wing. Holding my hand, Mabel said so. The special characteristics of an elf, her pointy ears, were slightly red. My guide today has a formal job as a maid, so maybe she's a bit nervous? Even so, Mabel enthusiastically continued to explain the castle. Mabel, what about that big staircase? I pointed to a wide stair in front of the entrance. It's a very nice structure. Maybe it's connected to where the Demon Lord Sama is? That's right. It's connected to the throne room and the Demon Lord Sama's room and office. Then, it's better to get permission before climbing it. That's right, but Mabel leaned closer and whispered into my ear. I think Her Majesty herself would be happy if Thor-sama visits. However, it is better to get permission before going. I got it. She might be receiving visitors or working right now. And what is that statue beside the stairs? That is the statue of the first Demon Lord Sama. Mabel approaches the central stairs and kneeled in front of the statue. I followed her actions. Next to the wide central staircase was a statue resembling a woman. The height is less than 2 meters. There are large horns behind her ears, and her body is wearing armor and a cloak. The body of the statue is made of stone, but the sword she's holding seems to be made of metal. It reflected the light of the room and shines dully. The first demon Lord Sama is holding a magic sword made of an ore that fell from heaven. It is said that the first demon Lord Sama used it to fight heroes. But what's over there? Is a replica of the magic sword that only resembles its shape? I whispered to Mabel. Mabel nodded and said, Thor Sama, how did you see through it with only a glance? I knew because I didn't feel the magic power from that sword. Thanks to the skill, Creation Alchemy, I somehow knew that the sword of the statue had was just an imitation for decoration use. It is said that the magic sword broke in the battle against the heroes and went missing. Mabel teaches me while looking up at the statue. There are also other versions of the story like the hero took it away or the demon lord threw it away because the ability of the sword was broken. Currently, the whereabouts of the sword is unknown. It is an unfortunate thing. Yeah, it's regrettable. It is a treasure of the demon territory. I wanted to show it to Thor Sama by all means. I wanted to try to fix it though. Mabel and I looked at each other. Then Mabel pondered a bit. It's a sword made of ores that fell from heaven. It might be possible to Thor Sama, but, well, there's nothing I can do about the missing one. Please tell me if you find it. Demon Lord Sama will be pleased. I know. Suddenly, I imagined Demon Lord Rookie without her mask happily laughing while holding the magic sword. Yeah, let's find an opportunity to look for it later. Or rather, I could perhaps make a sword that is better than the original. I can make use of the dark magic power of Demon Lord Rookie to increase its power. Also, she has a short reach because she's small, so to prevent her from being in danger, maybe something like a whip sword or something that shoots dark magic. Yeah, that should fit Her Majesty perfectly. Thor Sama is so kind. I can tell by looking at your face. Did you imagine Her Majesty being happy? Mabel grabbed my hand. If there is anything I can do, please tell me. I will spare no effort in cooperation. No, I just wanted to make various things with alchemy. Either way, please don't hesitate, because we are friends who share secrets. Softly, Mabel whispered into my ear. Somehow, I felt a bit embarrassed. I felt something soft touching my arm. When I looked over, I saw Mabel's chest firmly planted there. I wanted to shake her off, but she firmly held on to me. Unconsciously, my cheeks started to feel hot. I accidentally listened to the surroundings. Mabel Sama is hugging the guest, and she's making such a happy face. What happened between the guest and Mabel Sama? The Minotaurs and others were glancing over here. After realizing that, Mabel let go of me. Looking at my slightly sweaty hands, I blushed again. I coughed to gloss over it. Then, I will continue to guide you. Please do. Mabel, we will head to the kitchen and bathhouse next. While saying that, Mabel started to walk. What? Is that the guest from the Empire? He looks quite frail. A loud voice resounded in the entrance. I felt like I could hear his footsteps from here. From the stairs on the east side, a giant person was coming down. The first thing I saw was his thick legs. Every time he stepped down a step of the stairs, his pants would creak as if it was about to tear. What I saw next was a tan bronze-colored torso. His bare upper body is covered with thick muscles, and something like a heat haze is rising up. Finally, I saw a face with a beard. The height of the man is about 2.5 meters. His hair is bright red and sways like a flame. I remembered the description I heard from Mabel. No way is this person. Flame General Rizinga. Huh, guessed you know my name? The red-haired man showed his teeth and laughed. I am one of the generals who serve Her Majesty, Flame General Rizinga. I heard that a guest from the Empire came, so I came here to see what kind of person he was. Thank you. I appreciate your consideration. I thanked General Rizinga in the manner of an aristocrat. My name is Thor Regis, an alchemist from the Dalgarian Empire. Please take good care of me in the future. I know your name, but it wasn't worth seeing your face. My daughter would be disappointed too. Daughter. Next to General Rizinga, there was a person wearing armor all over her body. A helmet on her head and a full plate armor on her body. Her feet are also covered with metal armor. I can't see the color of her skin, let alone her face. Omo, this is my daughter. Her name is Agnes. Nice to meet you. I heard a quiet voice. The person in armor is about the same height as me. She's hiding behind General Rizinga. While patting the shoulder of the person in armor, General Rizinga said, Look closely, Agnes. I thought that if he came from the military empire, he would be a powerful warrior, but he's a boy who feels like a civil officer. Father. This doesn't seem to be useful in combat. Is it? That's right. I'm not for combat. I said. Huh, that's a shame. Kukuku. General Rizinga laughed while holding his throat. If you were an Imperial warrior, I was planning for you to have a match with my daughter. It would have been fun to see how strong my daughter is compared to the guest from a great military nation. Father, that's too rude. Control your emotions, Agnes. Your flames are leaking out. It was exactly as Rizinga said. The person in armor, Agni's helmet was spouting flames. Holding the flames down with his hand, Flame General Rizinga continues to speak. Guest, what did you say your name was? I'm Thor Regis. I see then Thor. Please tell me some of the names of the strong in the Empire. I am in charge of the mountainous area in the southern part of the Demon Territory. There are many opportunities to meet people from the Empire. If there is a strong person, I definitely want to have a match with them. Rizinga-sama. Suddenly, Mabel screamed next to me. She clasped the skirt of her maid outfit and stared at General Rizinga. Thor-sama is a guest and is an alchemist that reports directly to Her Majesty. It would be rude to call his name without any suffixes. Besides, you shouldn't try to find information about the Empire in such a place. I see, Guest-sama. Are you dissatisfied? I respect Her Majesty's idea of learning from the human world. General Rizinga looked at me and Mabel and nodded. But I still think we should learn from the strength and fighting power of the Empire, because my daughter Agnes can only exert her power on the battlefield. Demon Lord Rookie-sama wants a peaceful world. And so you treat someone that has no fighting power as a guest? There is something called a limit to things. Rizinga, who slowly descended the stairs, stood in front of me. Big. His arms are also thick, and it looked like I could be blown away with a single stroke. Thor Regis, what can you do? How are you going to help the Demon Lord when you can't fight? I can use alchemy and strengthen the armor of your daughter. Looking back at General Rizinga's crimson eyes, I replied, that's because I was interested in that armor from a while ago. According to Mabel, General Rizinga has Flame Giant Ifrit's blood. If so, her daughter should be the same. The armor she wears has fire resistance. Flame Giants are good at controlling magic power of fire and flames. The person who draws the blood has fire resistance throughout the body. But the armor with flame resistance seems to be cramped. It's like wearing clothes to seal yourself. Is the attribute of the armor earth? To make an item flame resistant, in theory, you should add the earth attribute. The water attribute is good for extinguishing fires, but not for enduring. If the water attribute is too strong, water vapor will spurt out, and if it is too weak, the attribute will lose to the fire and disappear. The earth attribute is stable and consistent. There are iron and rocks on the ground that only melt at high temperatures. By adding the characteristics of those objects, you can grant fire resistance. Most likely the strength of the fire resistance of the armor is increased by stacking two different earth attribute objects. Seeing Agnes move lightly, it may be that the weight of it is reduced by adding wind attribute to it. Interesting, I definitely want to strengthen it further. The armor seems to be not able to withstand the heat, and the joints of it seem to be loose. I'm an alchemist. If you want, I can strengthen the armor. An armor with a double earth attribute is a fairly rare item. I don't want to see it break. I definitely want to investigate and repair it. I intend to help Demon Lord Sama in that way. How about it? It's none of your business, human alchemist. But General Rizinga stares at me with his crimson eyes. Only a strong warrior can touch my daughter. There is no reason for a weak alchemist to touch my daughter's clothing. Father, saying that sort of thing. We're going back, Agnes. It was a waste of time. After saying that, Rizinga goes up the stairs. Agnes stopped halfway while following her father. She looked at me and bowed deeply. When I bowed back, Agnes followed her father and ran up the stairs. When the two were out of sight, the gatekeeper Minotaurs sighed. Thordano is amazing. Not stepping back while in front of that Rizinga. I'm surprised. As expected of a person from the Empire. Wrong. It was because I was too focused on the armor that I didn't have the time to think about the general. Weren't you scared, Thor-sama? Mabel was staring at my face. That Rizinga-sama has a strength that is in the top 5 of the demon castle. How much courage do you have to argue openly in front of him? I was merely drawn into that armor. It wasn't courageous or anything. Into the armor? And I'm weak. I can be killed by people who are stronger than me above a certain level. I've seen a lot of strong opponents in the Empire. I had no fighting skills. There were a lot of people who could kill me in one blow. While facing such opponents, my feeling of fear seems to be numb. Well then, I will continue to guide you to the demon castle. Mabel nodded with a smile, as if to dispel the tense air. there is still something I would like Thor-sama to see. First, let's go to the balcony and see the view of the demon territory. After that, it's the kitchen. It's about time for the preparation for lunch to begin. Maybe you can snack on some things? I understand. Thank you, Mabel. I'm wondering what kind of cooking utensils are used in the Demon Lord's territory. Besides, while listening to the story of the people in the kitchen, some inspirations for new magic items may come to mind. Actually, I'm curious about General Rizinga and Agnes. But I don't think it's something I can talk about here. Let's ask when the tour is over and we return to my room. Mabel will probably tell me lots of things. Then, let's go to the kitchen. Yes, Thor-sama. In this way, Mabel and I resumed the Demon Castle guided tour. This is the end of our Demon Castle guided tour. Thank you for your hard work, Thor-sama. A few hours later we came back to my room. Thanks to Mabel, I was able to go around most of the rooms in the castle. We enjoyed the view of the demon territory on the balcony and visited the kitchen managed by the dwarven chef. We had leftover steamed potatoes there, and he showed me various cooking utensils. In the library, I was able to read the history book of the demon territory. We stopped by the office of Demon Lord Rookie and said hello. I also met with Chancellor Kelv. I was guided to a bathhouse that can only be used by the Demon Lord, the higher-ranking demons, and the guests of the Demon Castle. Only a tour because the bath was not heated yet. And we returned to my room. For the time being, it turned out that there are various races in the demon territory. As an alchemist under the direct control of Her Majesty, it seems necessary to create items that match the characteristics of the race. I still have to study this area further. It was helpful in many ways. Thank you, Mabel. You're welcome. If you have any questions, please ask away. That said, Mabel laughed. Thor-sama is probably going to use the bathhouse the most in the future? That's right. I like the bath, so I'm thinking of using it once in a while. Yes, basically, you can use that place freely. However, please be careful when there is an occupied sign at the entrance. There is a large rest area right after you enter, so be careful of meeting random people. Thank you, I'll be careful. And, about the General and Agnes. General Rizinga and his daughter Agnes? I feel like I was being glared at by the General, but I'm still interested in that armor. I think it's better to talk to Thor-sama about it. Actually, Mabel was interrupted by a knocking sound. Excuse me, Thor-sama. Is Mabel refrain here? It's the chief maid. Excuse me, Thor-sama. When Mabel opened the door, a maid with a horn on her forehead stood in the hallway. What can I help you with? Chief Maid-sama. Her Majesty the Demon Lord is calling Mabel. Something about, isn't it better to prepare 3 matching teacups? Mew. Mabel smiled and looked at Thor. It's probably about the tea party. It seems that she wants to talk to Mabel about whether or not to have matching teacups. It's okay, you can go, Mabel. By the way, I think matching teacups are good. I understand. Thor-sama. Mabel picks up the skirt of her maid outfit and bows. Then, with the chief maid, she walked away to the office of the Demon Lord Rookie. Then I'm going to organizing the warehouse. I thought so, but I'm tired because of walking around the castle today. I'm probably tired because I'm in an unfamiliar place. I'm sweating a lot too. I want to change my clothes and relax. Should I take a bath? I remembered the bathhouse that I was guided to. It seems that I can use that place freely. It's a place used by the Demon Lord and higher-ranked demons, but Demon Lord Rookie has a private bathroom, and high-ranked demons, for example, General Rizinga, can just bath in the river. So according to Mabel, few people use it. Let's go check it out. If I see the occupied sign, I can just come back. Besides, I was finally taught the way around Demon Castle. Let's review it before I forget. I started changing clothes and preparing towels. The bathhouse is on the first floor of Demon Castle. The double door has a vacant sign on it. There's a bulletin board next to the door, which shows the time when you can take a bath and the names of the people who mainly use it. I can use the bath from 6 p.m. Before that, only the shower is available. There are a few users from 6 to 8 o'clock, and after 8 o'clock, Chancellor Kelv uses it. When I open the door, there should be a resting room inside, and beyond that is the change room. The men's bath is on the left, and the women's bath is on the right. However, if Her Majesty Demon Lord is using it, both men's and women's baths cannot be used. This is probably to hide the identity of the Demon Lord. After that, being drunk in the bath is prohibited. For races with scale-like skin, to not hurt the person beside you. Please keep an appropriate distance from them. Mermaids are prohibited from submerging in the water for more than 20 minutes, as to not make everyone worried. Prohibition of mixed bathing with familiars. Various detailed rules are written. It's a little past 6 o'clock now. The bathhouse should be open now. There is also no occupied sign on the doors. After thinking for a moment, I opened the bathhouse's door. When I opened the door, there was a large resting area as expected. There was a couch and a water fountain for rehydration near the wall. There are 2 doors behind it. It seems to be the entrance to the dressing rooms for men and women. There are no signs of people in the resting area. I sighed with relief. Because I was nervous, I wondered if my sweat was dripping on the floor, so I looked around and found armor on the floor. It was an armor with fire resistance and resembles the one worn by General Rizinga's daughter, Agnes. If I look closely, 2 earth attributes are really added to this armor. It seems that strong flame resistance is realized by stacking earth attributes. The material is soft so that it can move easily. It's a pretty valuable item, but the joints on the armor are loose. Perhaps they were exposed to unbearable flames continuously. I want to repair it, but the owner of this armor is the daughter of General Rizinga. I can't justify my reason for touching it. And it's not just armor. Next to the armor is a helmet, and behind it are a pair of armor for the hand and foot. Where is the owner of these things? I'm certain that there was a vacant sign on the bathhouse door. Besides, the dressing room is behind a door, and this is a resting area. It's not a place to take off your armor. Thinking about that, I looked around. I noticed a small door in the corner of the resting area. Above the open door is a sign with Salamander's boiler room written. The hot water in the bath seems to be leaking out of the room. Speaking of Salamander, he was a subordinate of Ifrit. It wouldn't be strange for Agni's Sand to visit. And, looking at General Rizinga, I feel like people would be angry if I pass by without a greeting. I'll use the bath, so I should at least say a word. With that in mind, when I approached the door that was still open, Hey, it's not okay to be mischievous. Moo, I heard a high-spirited voice. 3 salamanders are flying around in the dimly lit room. The size of salamander is around 1 meter. It was a lizard with bat-like wings on its back, clad with crimson flames. Every time it breathes, flames erupt from their mouth and nose. At the center of the salamanders was a girl with red hair. While her flame-like hair sways, she moves around as if she was dancing. Every time she reaches out, a flame erupts from her fingertip. The flame is sucked into a boiler. With a sizzling noise, steam rises up from the tank. A metal tube extends from the tank. From the direction the tube is going, it's probably connected to the bath. I see, the bath is boiled like that. It's a good reference. If the flames are too strong, Salamander, who is in charge of controlling the stove, pats her cheeks. The girl laughs. I'm sorry, I'm not good at controlling, and keeps a distance from the stove. The salamanders perch on her shoulder and screams with satisfaction. The flame that floats from the girl's hair and the flame that overflows from the wings of Salamander are intertwined and becomes one. Maybe because she's happy, the girl hugs Salamander. Salamander is buried in between her chest, and he turns his head around as if embarrassed. I just noticed that she was naked. Of course she is. Both the girl and the salamander are clad in flames. There is no clothing that can withstand the flames of a flame giant's descendants and the flame spirits. The figure of the girl in flames was so natural that I didn't notice before that she was naked. It's a bad habit of mine to be absorbed in beautiful things, including people and items. Thinking so, I hurriedly moved away. But it was too late. Salamander was already aware of my existence. So when I moved, the salamanders also moved. They looked at me in unison and growled at me. The girl who saw their action also looked this way and made eye contact with me. Crimson eyes of the same color as General Rizinga. The skin of the girl Agnes is dyed in a cherry blossom color, then to scarlet, and then to deep crimson. An orange scale-like thing emerged from her skin. Her crimson hair rose like a flame swaying, and a flame emerges. Flames shot out from the girl, Agnes. Guru. Immediately after, the salamanders hurled themselves at the door. Just before the flame goes out of the boiling room, an iron door slams shut. Still, the flame leaked a little, so? Launch, ultra-small, simple warehouse. Store flames. I took out a palm-sized simple warehouse from my pocket. When I opened the warehouse door with my fingernail, with a swish, the flames were sucked in. The inhaled flame continued to burn in the simple warehouse for a while, but there was nothing for it to burn in the large empty space, and it soon disappeared. Yeah, it's unexpectedly useful. After making this simple warehouse, I also made a small version just in case. Of course, the performance is the same as that of a large, simple warehouse. Even though it is small, there is still a large storage space inside. Enough to inhale the flames. What have I done? Shooting a flame at the guest of Her Majesty. What should I do? I heard a tearful voice from the other side of the door. I have to call a recovery magician right away. But what do I say to my father? If he found out that Agnes was playing with salamanders, these kids will be punished. It's fine. I was prepared for something like this, so I'm safe. I knocked on the door and then called out. And, I'm sorry. I was just fascinated and forgot to say something. And no. Why don't we talk after getting dressed for the time being? Yes. Agnes. A confused voice came from the other side of the door. The clothes are. Only the armor there. Only the armor? Agnes can't control the flame well. If it doesn't have flame resistance, it will burn immediately even if I wear it. So that's it. During the day, when I said, I want to fix the armor, I feel like I understand why General Rizinga was angry. Because Agnes has the blood of Ifrit. She has the ability to fire flames. However, it seems that she cannot control the flame well by herself. That's why she can't wear ordinary clothes. Because it burns out quickly. Agnes can only wear flame-resistant armor. If so, I would have to strip her naked in order to fix her armor. That's why General Rizinga got angry too. It's like saying, please let me mess with your daughter's underwear at the first meeting. I'm going out. Call me when you're done wearing the armor. Oh. Yes. Gururu. I got a faint reply and salamanders growl from the other side of the door. After confirming that, I went out into the hallway. TL, the salamander mentioned in this chapter is not the animal salamander. It's the flame spirit salamander. The one with Undine, Gnome, and Sylph. It's our second time meeting each other, isn't it? I'm Agnes Frazid. I'm Thor Regis. It's awkward. In front of me, there's a girl who is wearing whole body armor, Agnes. The lizards with wings salamanders have gathered around. It looks like they're trying to protect her. Agnes and I are facing each other across the table. I don't know what kind of expression Agnes is making now because she's wearing a helmet. The only thing I can see is her yellow eyes, peeking out from the gap of the helmet. Looking back at her eyes, Agnes hurriedly diverted her gaze. I did the same. I think it's better to not create tension. I'm sorry a while ago. First of all, I decided to apologize. I heard that there were salamanders on bath heating duty, so I was curious and took a peek. I didn't know that Agnes-san was helping them. I'm sorry. It's differ. Pardon. It's different. The one at fault was Agnes. Agnes began to spoke disconnectedly. During this time, people rarely come. Agnes was helping these kids. It wasn't Thor Regis-sama's fault. No. I noticed Agnes-san's armor on the floor before, so I knew you were here. NYU, it was I, who didn't put the occupied sign. But you didn't take a bath, right? You just boiled the bath water. Even so, the door should be closed. So, being seen naked was Agnes's fault, and that. But it was my miss to deliberately look. I showed you something unsightly. It wasn't unsightly at all. Rather reconfirmed the natural model beauty. Why is it that I keep seeing such beautiful things once I come to the demon territory? Yee. Flames rised from the gap of her helmet. It seems that she remembered the event earlier. An apology battle is dangerous. Let's change the topic. The person who has the blood of flame giant Ifrit is amazing. The armor has flame resistance, with 2 earth attributes layered on top of each other. Moreover, it is flexible and can be worn directly over the skin. I secretly used appraisal on the armor, and I found that the armor was light and soft. Even with such armor, it still can't withstand the fire of Agnes-san. The joints and parts of it are starting to loosen too. I think it's amazing to have such a powerful flame power. But Agnes can't control the flames. You said that before. Yes. Agnes sighed. She then removed her helmet and exposed her face in front of me. Topaz-colored eyes, white skin, and long hair that flickers as a flame appears. Please stay like that. Don't avert your eyes. Oh yes. Gee. Agnes' eyes are staring straight at me. As I was told, I also looked back at Agnes' eyes. She had beautiful eyes. The color of her eyes fluctuates, changing from yellow to red and from red to yellow. They look like real topazes or rubies. I read about the flame giant Ifrit in a book. He must have been a beautiful creature. If a flame cannot be prevented by stacking 2 earth attributes, it is more powerful than the ones from a volcano. What is the fire magic power that produces it? How does the person herself prevent themselves from getting a fever in the first place? How does it feel to wear armor naked? I thought about that while looking at Agnes' face. Yee. From Agnes' neck to chin to cheeks to the forehead became bright red. Then, with a bang, flames flew out of Agnes' hair. Guru, are you? Plop. The salamanders standing by Agni's put the fire-resistant helmet back on her. After a while, the flames subsided and Agni sighed. As you can see, sure enough, when you get nervous or excited, flames erupt from your body. Why yes. But, I'm sorry that I caused flames to erupt in the boiler room. You were controlling it great before. Agni's covered up her face with her hands. I was training to manipulate flames with the help of these children before. These kids are old friends. I'm not nervous when I'm with them. Guru. The salamanders nodded. In other words, it seems to be like this. Agni's has the blood of flame giant Ifrit and has a strong flame power. But she can't control it herself. When her emotions are overwhelmed, flames come out on their own. So to keep the flames in check, she wears fire resistance armor. She took off her armor and stayed with the salamanders because they weren't affected by the fire. This is because Salamander is a fire spirit and a follower of Ifrit. With their help, Agni seems to have been training to control her flames. Father said, Agni's has a lot of fire magic power, but it's not a bad thing. It's just because Ifrit's blood in you is strong. It's not Agni's fault. Agni's muttered, looking down. But Agni's doesn't really like this magic power. I used to wear my favorite clothes before I awakened my fire magic power, but now, everything I wear burns. There have also been cases where my flames erupted and hurt others. Okay, I'll think about a solution. Agni's looked at me with the helmet on. I can't see her face, but I think she's shocked. Thor-sama will do something about Agni's fire magic power? Yes, I'll try to do my best. Why? Thor-sama is a guest of the demon territory. I am also an alchemist hired by Her Majesty. I nodded back to the girl, Agni's. So, General Rizinga is a subordinate of Her Majesty the Demon Lord, and Agni's is his daughter, isn't it? Why yes, that's right, but that means the General and Agni's are like my boss, right? Be boss? It's a little different. And General Rizinga told me, how do you intend to help the Demon Lord? I am not really sure he said that booty need to convince her. That means, prove how useful you are to the demon territory, right? Is it really like that? That's it. I see. All right. Agni seems to be convinced. Then there is no problem. Let's go back to the room immediately and check the mail order catalog. Items from the hero's world may be able to solve Agni's problems. The heroes defeated dragons and phoenix, who are on par with the flame giant. If so, there must be an item that can seal flames. Agni's Frazid-san, can you let me to solve your flame problem? Thor Regis-sama. Agni seemed to be confused for a while. Eventually, she nodded. Please do. Then, I'm going to make a magic item. Please use this as a substitute until it's completed. I handed the ultra-small simple warehouse to Agni's. This is a simplified version of the storage box that the hero used. If your flames erupt, suck it in with this. You can use it just by holding it in your hand and thinking of storing the thing that you want to store. No. This precious thing. I can always make another one. Please tell me your impressions after using it. The lid is difficult to open. The design is not good. The color is pink. Yellow is better. Oh, there was also a two-tone color and stripes. I brush up my items with these opinions. Thank you. Thor Regis-sama. Agni's hugged the ultra-small simple warehouse. And, I'm sorry that my father said some pretty rude stuff to you during the day. I think that it can't be helped. How so? Because I said I wanted to tinker with Agni's only clothes. Thor-sama. Gururu. Gu are you? Gururu. Agni stands up and the salamanders scream. Perhaps she remembered the event in the boiler room. Flames came out from the gap of Agni's armor. Now, open the door of the simple warehouse and say store flamed. Yes, store flame. Shurun. The flame that was sticking out of the gap in the armor was sucked into the box. Wow, it's amazing. Can I really take this? It's fine, and the storage box is only a temporary measure. Even if it's temporary, it's enough. Really? Yes. Those who have the blood of the flame giant. As they grow up, they gradually get better at controlling the flames. There have been people like Agni's before. By about 20 years old, I'll be able to do it properly. Agni's has 5 more years. Agni's nodded. 5 years left, which means Agni's is 15 years old. Until then, she can't wear her favorite clothes and could only play with Salamander. I need a more practical solution. Thor-sama, an item that could suppress the flames of Agni-san. The hero should have done it. The heroes are the foundation of the empire. If I can't do it, then that means it's the empire's victory. What's wrong? Thor-sama. And nothing. I shook my head. Anyways, I'll think of a better way. You're such a mysterious person. Thor-sama. Agnes shook her head. To Agnes, who you just met. Why do you do that? Because I am the alchemist of Her Majesty Demon Lord. As I thought earlier, there are various races in the demon territory. The gatekeeper is Minotaur, the chef is a dwarf, and the general a descendant of the flame giant. As an alchemist under the direct control of the demon lord, I have to solve the problems of various races. Solving Agnes' problem is part of my job. That's why, when she heard my explanation, Agnes looked at me mysteriously, but, okay, I'll leave it to you, Thor Regis-sama. Thank you, but don't overdo it. Agnes doesn't want to bother people. It's not annoying. Making magic items is also my desire. I want to surpass the hero's world. I said, that's why I want to make the place I live, a place where I can live calmly and leisurely. For that purpose, I want to hone my alchemy skills. Now that I am in the demon territory, if possible, I would like to live in a calm and leisurely manner. That's it. Hearing my words, Agnes had a mysterious look. We decided to meet here at the same time tomorrow as we split up. After returning to my room, I started reading the mail order catalog. This book is a treasure trove of items in the hero's world. It wouldn't be strange if there were items to suppress the flames. What are you looking at? Thor-sama. When I noticed, Mabel stood at the entrance of the room. The door was left open. It seems that you came in a hurry, but what are you looking for? I'm thinking of making an item that suppresses flames. I see. It's a measure against Risinga. Mabel picked up a tray of tea and nodded. I can tell by looking at the situation earlier. It's no wonder that Thor-sama is wary of Risinga-sama. Yeah, well, something like that. I decided to go with the flow. It felt unpleasant to talk about seeing Agnes naked. But don't worry. I'm able to use magic, so I'll protect Thor-sama. Thank you, Mabel. I bowed slightly. By the way, what kind of person is General Risinga? Apart from his attitude toward me, he has a daughter complex. I can see that. Of course, he's also a powerful fighter. There is even a legend that he cut through a group of 100 enemies with his flame spear. Huh? But wasn't the demon territory not at war with the human world? There are occasional conflicts in the demon lord's territory. Maybe Her Majesty is hiding her identity with a mask to prevent someone like General Risinga from looking down on her? That's right. Risinga is a person who values strength. Agnes-san is kind, though. How did you know? Mabel looks into my face mysteriously. Maybe Thor-sama talked to Agnes? A little. More than that. Is Mabel on good terms with Agnes-san? Yes. I've been working at Demon Castle since I was little, so I had many opportunities to meet with her. I used to play with her too. For some reason, Mabel was stroking her wrist on her right arm. Did you know, Thor-sama? There are many good healers in Demon Castle. They can also heal scars left by being burned. With that said, she extended her hand in front of me. Pure white skin and thin fingers. Far from being burned, there were no scratches. Hey, it's healing pretty well, right? It was a small burn, so it healed quickly. So, Agnes didn't need to be worried. Did Agnes burn Mabel a long time ago? Yes, when I was young. During the time when I was Her Majesty's playmate. Mabel looked down painfully. After that, Mabel told me about her childhood. Mabel, who was the playmate of the Demon Lord Rookie, seems to have become friends with Agnes, who had come to the Demon Castle. However, Agnes awakened her fire magic power, and their relationship was over. She couldn't control her fire magic power, which was too strong, and Agnes' flames went wild. She then made a small burn on Mabel's right arm. The burns healed quickly, but Agnes was shocked to have hurt her friend. It was then that she began to wear fire resistance armor. Maybe because of guilt, she distanced herself from Mabel. So it was like that. Alright, let's start alchemy right away to create a magic item that allows Agnes to control her fire magic power. That way, Mabel and Agnes would be able to get along with each other as they used to. Besides, the item that seals flames would make a nice trump card for General Risinga. An item that can stop the general who cut through 100 soldiers. I'm getting excited. An useful item. Maybe this one would do. I opened a page at the end of the mail order catalog. What was on it was a small pendant. The pendant head was a disc-shaped object with a mysterious beast. It's a mysterious pendant. What kind of item is it? Thor-sama. This is a health promotion pendant that gathers feng shui. Feng shui. Yeah. The concept of magic power in the hero's world seems to be different from here. I read the explanation. Health promotion pendant. Circulates the qi in your body and improves your health. Are you feeling sick? That is due to something called qi deviation. When only one type of qi becomes too strong, your body would feel hot and carry a tinge of heat. In such a case, please use this pendant. It takes your qi deviation adjusts it, and circulates it inside your body. Qi is the source of everything. Life uses it to operate. This pendant is a tool to stabilize it. I see. The flow of qi. Is it something like magical power in the other world? Magic power is flowing in me and Mabel's body. In the case of Mabel, it didn't flow well. Then, I should think that this qi in this catalog is the same as magic power. Besides, there is a legend of the hero. Raise your spirit, qi, 1, and release extreme magic, they declared. You can accomplish everything if you have the spirit, qi. I heard that they gathered their spirits, qi, and used body-strengthening magic. If it can be used to release extreme magic, it seems that qi means magic power. I see. They were selling magic items in the other world that let you convert and circulate magic power? That also explains the strength of the heroes. By the way, the mail order catalog says, the products on this page has nothing to do with us. I somehow understand the reason. Perhaps there was a secret magic society, and this item may have been used there. It's a dangerous item. You can't sell it unless you're a specialist. And this health promotion pendant solves qi deviation. In other words, it seems that it can balance out magic power. With this, it may be possible to suppress the flames of Agni's. Her flame is caused by the fire magic power being too strong. If I convert the fire magic power and change it into another magical power, she should be fine. Yeah, this seems doable. Thor-sama. Mabel, can you help me? This pendant may be able to suppress Agni's flames. This item was for Agni's. Oh shit. I intended to keep it a secret that I met Agni's. Oh well. I only have to keep the part that I encountered her in the bathhouse a secret. I'm sorry. I couldn't say it for some reason. It's really for Agni's-san. Is that so? I was completely convinced that it was a measure against Rizinga. Mabel said so and laughed. But surely, if it is an item in the world where there were heroes, it may be possible to control the flames of Agni's. I don't know if I can copy it well, though. You can do it if it is Thor-sama. Mabel bowed to me. If that's the case, please lend me a hand. Okay, let's get started. This work requires a detailed check. I have to look at the sample and make sure that I don't make a mistake. The photo of health promotion pendant was inserted hugely, so I can understand the shape well. It seems that I can copy it with Creative Alchemy. However, it's a really special item, so I still have to make it carefully. I can't read this book. Mabel looked amazed as she stared at the picture of the health promotion pendant. Does such a small pendant have the power to suppress flames? Yeah, because it has the power to convert magic power. I pointed to the design under the pendant. Here it talks about qi of the hero's world, or rather, magic power. The magic power of the hero's world? In that world, it seems that magic power was divided into 5 types: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. It's different from this world, isn't it? In this world we have light, dark, earth, water, fire, wind. Another difference is that in the world of heroes, magic power rotates in a circle. This pendant also seems to be able to convert magic power in a circle and stimulate one's potential. Unfortunately, the system that converts magical power is only roughly written. Wood burns and turns into fire, fire burns out and changes into ash or earth, and the earth ages and becomes metal. There is only fragmented information, but this can't be helped. There is no way for a magic association in another world to write important information about this openly. Perhaps magic conversion was a secret technique in the hero's world. Besides, it doesn't matter if you don't have any knowledge. The conversion of magical power is done by engraving beasts on it. As expected of an item from the hero's world, nothing is missed. The description says, for health promotion pendants, azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and a Kirin is placed in the center. I read the mail order catalog out loud, so Mabel could understand. It seems that this will improve health and stimulate the potential of some people. It's an absurd item. Yeah, I think it would be possible to suppress Agni's fire magic power with this. Let's try it. I activated the skill, Creative Alchemy. I looked at the mail order catalog page and remembered the shape of the pendant. I created an image in the air. Create a 3D drawing. A figure of health promotion pendant emerges in the air. I used the leftover material of the simple warehouse as the material. The size of the pendant is about the size of my palm. As to not hurt Agni's skin, I made the chain soft. The difficult thing is the carved divine beasts. Azure dragon, this is probably a dragon. White tiger, this is also okay, because tigers are also in this world. Vermilion bird, I can just model it after the phoenix. Black tortoise and the Kirin, this can only be drawn by tracing the picture. It should be okay if you do it correctly. I solidified the image carefully. This is so that magical power is converted properly. Agni's overpowering fire magic power can now be replaced by other magic powers. Shape grasp completed. I reconfirm the diagram. The appearance of the 5 divine beasts are drawn properly. Let's proceed as it is. Forge the health promotion pendant with the metal lumps and make a magic power conversion mechanism inside. Can I do it? I'm a little worried. I understand the fire attribute, earth attribute, and water attribute. However, there are no wood attributes or metal attributes in this world. Acquired 5 attribute manipulation. I heard a voice in my head. You have gained knowledge about the magic power of another world. You can now handle the wood, metal attributes in addition to the fire, water, wind, and earth attributes. Would you like to add the additional attributes? Creation Alchemy seems to be able to handle the wood, fire, earth, metal, water attributes of the other world. It's amazing. As expected, it is the ultimate alchemy skill. Then I have nothing to hesitate about. Proceed with adding the attributes. I declared, create a health promotion pendant by adding the attributes of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. The image of the health promotion pendant was combined with the metal lumps on the floor. The metal lump's shape changed. Eventually, a round disc-shaped pendant with a silver chain was completed. On the surface of the pendant, there are 5 divine beasts. Mabel, make sure it's exactly like what you see in the book, especially the 5 divine beasts. Yes. Mabel grabs the mail order catalog and looked at the pendant. Dragon-like, tiger-like, turtle-like, bird, and the shaggy beast. It's fine. Thor-sama's work is exactly like the one in the book. Okay. Finish Creation Alchemy. Create Health Promotion Pendant. Clang. A silver pendant fell on the floor. It's done. Health Promotion Pendant. Attributes. Wood, fire, metal, water, rareness. A pendant created based on the concept of magic power in the hero's world. The magic power of the wearer is divided into 5 equal parts and converted into 5 types of magic power. For example, if the fire magic power is 100, it is converted into 20 of wood, fire, earth, metal, water attributes. All converted magic power is used to strengthen the wearer and maintain good health. The wood magic power gives the wearer supple vitality. The fire magic power gives the wearer active energy. The earth magic power gives the wearer a stable power. The metal magic power gives the wearer a strong power. The water magic power gives the wearer a flexible force. The stronger the wearer's magic power, the more strengthening and health effects can be obtained. Physical destruction resistance. Unknown. When attacked, it converts and absorbs it into magic power, so it is unknown if it can be destroyed. Service life. About 100 years. I hope this can suppress Agni's flames. May I ask something, Thor-sama? What's wrong, Mabel? The pendant has 5 divine beasts on it, and by pouring magic power into the pendant your magic power will rotate, and you would become healthy, right? Yeah? Then, what if you make those 5 divine beast statues and place them around the demon territory? That's right. This pendant rotates magic power and makes the user healthy. If I apply it to the whole country, can I try doing that? You need the permission of Her Majesty and all the high-ranking officials of the demon territory first. It looks difficult. For the time being, the pendant was completed. Let's experiment whether the magic power is converted. If anyone can use it, it may become a piece of standard equipment in the demon territory. Let's talk to Demon Lord Rookie later. With that in mind, I picked up a freshly made pendant. Chinese 5 elements, Wikipedia. Divine beasts, Wikipedia. Kirin, Wikipedia. Footnotes. The MC is misunderstanding chi and spirit as the same thing because in Japanese they are the same word. So for example, in the hero's world it meant, you could do anything if you have the spirit. MC thinks that it means you could do anything if you have chi. Agni's perspective. Where were you, Agnes? When Agnes returned to the area given to the general's family in the castle, his father Rizenga was waiting for her. The day after tomorrow, we will return back to our territory. You were supposed to be preparing for the trip. I'm sorry, father. Agnes bowed while wearing her armor. Because I have little time left to be in this castle, I was looking around. I see. If it's like that, then it's fine. I'm sorry for making you concerned. No, I'm not blaming you. Yeah, Rizenga cleared his throat. And I'm sorry for you. The reason that you can't control your flames is because of Eifert's blood that came out strongly in you. Manipulating the flames with their emotion is the nature of the flame giant. I'm sorry that I can't do anything about this. I know. Father, The report to Her Majesty is finished. The development of the mine will start soon. We have also received permission for joint operations with the Empire. The territory where Agnes is from is a mountainous region to the south. We have to get along with the Empire. That's right. That's why I went to see the face of the guest who came from the Empire. But good gracious, that's not an imperial aristocrat. Father, I heard that he doesn't have combat skills. He seemed to be weak. I imagined a hero who could cross swords with me because he was an imperial aristocrat. Father, Agnes was staring at his father and screamed involuntarily. I think Thorregus-sama is a good person. Did you talk to him? Yes, I met and talked. He gave me this. Agnes showed her father the ultra-small, simple warehouse she received from Thor. He was concerned about Agnes, who couldn't control the flames, and this seems to be able to absorb flames. He gave me a valuable item. Don't say bad things about him. Excessive things. Father, even if there is something like this, you still can't wear anything but the armor. But this was for Agnes. Please understand, Agnes. General Rizinga took Agnes' hand and wrapped it in his hands. I'm thinking of you more than anything else. This mine development is also for you. That's why I'm exchanging letters with the Margrave of the Empire. I know that you're thinking about Agnes. If the negotiations with the Empire are successful, the development of a mine will take place in our territory. To do so, we must subdue the disturbing beasts. That's where you come in. You can show everyone that your fire magic power is useful and not a bad thing. Father, your flames will easily subdue the monsters that nest around the mine. The empires will be surprised. The name of General Rizinga's daughter Agnes will spread throughout the continent. I know, Father. I understand that he is trying his best to help me. Agnes' flames can only be used to hurt someone. The only way to use it is to subdue the disturbing monsters. Actually, there should be a gentler way of life. Agnes didn't know what to do. It was the same when I was little. For the first time, my fire magic power awakened. At that time, Agnes' flames went wild and burned my dear friend. She forgave me, but Agnes hasn't been able to see her eyes since then. It was then that I began to wear the heirloom, fire resistance, armor, so that at least no one would be hurt. There is nothing else to wear, and if I wear it, no one will be hurt. My father has obtained permission from Chancellor Kelf to walk around in fire resistance armor. That's why everyone knows that they will get burned when they approach Agnes. Still, he tried to talk to Agnes. Some people are kind. Suddenly, the alchemist Thor I met today came to my mind. He wasn't afraid of Agnes' flames. He even told me that he would listen and come up with a solution. He's really a mysterious person. You can also see that Mabel is on his side. Gentle people will get along with each other. But Agnes can't be in it. Flames can only hurt someone. It's painful. Agnes, as father's child, I am aware of the situation. Agnes looked at her father and said so. I will do what I can, but I won't tarnish the name of Flame General. Uomo. It's fine if you understand. To change the mood, Rizinga coughed. The day after tomorrow, we will leave for the territory. Until then, you can do whatever you want. Yes, father. Agnes nodded and returned to her room and removed her armor. She only takes off her armor when she is in her room. Her room is made of non-flammable material to make her more comfortable. The walls and furniture are made of stone. All tableware and jugs are made of metal. Only the bed has been added, fire resistance, which has been passed down to Agnes' house for generations. Without this, Agnes would have had to sleep on the floor. Phew, Agnes sighed. She then put the ultra-small, simple warehouse at the bedside and lied down. Thorregus-sama. He was a strange person. He wasn't wary of Agnes at all. He told me that the flames I emitted were beautiful. Thor-sama said, I want those who are in the demon territory to live leisurely and calmly. Is Agnes also included? Thump, thump. When I think of Thor's face, my heart beats faster. The flames that erupt are sucked into the ultra-small, simple warehouse. What should I do? Agnes sighed. Ultra-small, simple warehouse absorbs flames. But when I see this, I think of Thor. My heartbeat becomes faster and flames erupt again. It's a never-ending cycle. But today, that feeling feels pleasant. The day after tomorrow, Agnes has to go back to the territory. Agnes murmured. Thor said he would come up with a way to control my flames, but that wouldn't be possible. I don't have much time. If I go to the bathhouse tomorrow, I have to say goodbye. Thor has helped Agnes more than enough. This ultra-small simple warehouse is enough, yeah. Just the words he gave. Agnes is enough. So it's okay. There is no way he can get rid of Agnes' flames in a day. When we meet tomorrow, I have to thank Thorregus-sama. Thank you for thinking about Agnes. With that in mind, Agnes closed her eyes. The evening of the next day, when we went to the rest area in the bathhouse, Agnes was waiting for us. I have been waiting for you, Thorrigus-sama. Thank you for coming, Agnes-san. After staring at each other, we both looked at the boiler room. My face became hot. Agnes was probably blushing too because there's a faint flame coming out of the gap of her helmet. Did something happen in the boiler room? Thor-sama, Agnes-sama. Mabel. I'm sorry. I asked Thor-sama, and I followed him. Mabel grabbed the hem of her skirt and bowed. I wanted to help you as a maid of Thor-sama. I see. Agnes mumbled. I know the circumstances. The two were estranged because Agnes burned Mabel. Although Mabel's burn is now healed perfectly, Agnes is still worried about injuring her friends. Thorrigus-sama. I'm here to say goodbye today. Goodbye? Yes. Agnes will return to the territory with my father tomorrow. Agnes bowed. You told me that you would make an item to suppress my flames, but I'm sorry. I'm happy, but I think that there is not enough time. No, I already have it. It's completed. Agnes's item that suppresses flames. I took out the health promotion pendant from my pocket. This converts fire magic power into magical powers of other attributes. When you wear it, instead of weakening the fire magic power, it will convert it into magic powers that are flexible as wood, as firm as the earth, as hard as metal, and probably for water your skin would become soft. Yeah. Agnes shouts. Quickly with both hands, she covers her mouth. In a hurry, she stifles her voice. This is to prevent the flames from coming out. The link between emotions and fire, I wonder how stressful it is. I don't know, but I would like to solve it. This is why I had Mabel come. I brought clothes for Agnes. Mabel took out a maid outfit from her bag. I want Agnes to wear this instead of your armor. Oh, that's impossible. Agnes shook her head. Mabel's maid outfit. I'll burn it. Maybe I'll burn Mabel again. For that reason, Thor-sama made an item for you. In contrast, Mabel proudly holds up her maid outfit. There are no problems with the items Thor-sama makes. It's okay. But I also want to see Agnes-san use this pendant. I said, if you keep wearing armor, you won't know how to use it. But you can't have it worn over naked. No, if you do it privately that's fine, but from the alchemist's point of view, I can't let that happen. Thorrigus-sama. So, put on the pendant and try on the maid outfit. I said so and offered the pendant. Agnes, like Mabel, cute, made clothes? Agnes' voice was trembling. It's a natural reaction. She knows her fire constitution very well. She must have burned many things before. It's hard for her to believe with just, if you wear this pendant, you're going to be fine. It's scary. Agnes held her own hand. I like cute clothes. I want to wear them. But I'm scared of burning Mabel's made clothes. If the flames come out, I'm scared of disappointing Thor-sama. Agnes looked down. Mabel and I were quietly waiting for her answer. But, suddenly, Agnes stepped forward towards me. If I don't challenge it here and go back to the territory, I'll definitely regret it. I'm much more scared of that. So, it's okay. If anything happens, I'll readjust the pendant quickly. Thor-sama. Because I'm an alchemist of the demon territory, I'll remake the magic item as many times as Agnes wants. That's my job and what I want to do. Okay, Thor-sama. With that said, Agnes reached out her hand. I put the health promotion pendant on her palm. Thor-sama's pendant. Please let me use it. Yes, then Mabel. I understand, Thor-sama. When I said that, Mabel approached with a maid outfit with a nice smile. I will help you change your clothes, Agnes-sama. No, it's okay. Mabel, you have to wear clothes properly because Thor-sama wants to see it, right? I understand. But I'll keep the door open so that Mabel can escape immediately when the flames come out. Okay, but I think I should be fine without that. Mabel smiled and then looked at me. Then, Thor-sama. Excuse us. I'm looking the other way. Agnes and Mabel entered the boiler room. The salamanders cry Guru run, Guru. They also seemed to be worried about Agnes. When I turned my back to the boiler room, I heard the sound of armor falling on the floor. After that, I heard Mabel's voice. I'm putting on the pendant. I wonder if Agnes is naked. I want to look back, but I can't stimulate Agnes right now. Let's wait for them to finish changing clothes. Mabel's voice can be heard over my back. The pendant looks great. And Agnes-sama's skin is beautiful. Next is the maid clothes. I'm sorry for letting you use secondhand stuff. Is your chest tight? When I was a kid, you were about the same as me. I guess we both grew up. I want to look back, but I'll be patient, patience. I hear Agnes replying to Mabel's voice. They seem to be having fun. There are no signs of flames erupting. Without a doubt, the health promotion pendant I made is working. And after a few minutes, sorry to keep you waiting. Thor Regis, Sama. I heard a small voice behind me. Looking back, I saw Agnes wearing a maid outfit standing. I'm nervous. It's been a while since I've been wearing clothes other than armor. Agnes restlessly held down her skirt and fixed the ribbon. Each time, her fluffy red hair sways. She stares Mabel and I, and then her arms and legs. She pinches the hem of her clothes and pulls on her sleeves. She seemed to think that it's unbelievable that she's wearing clothes. Is it not strange to you? Thor-sama. No, or rather, it's so cute. Phewie. Agnes' face turned bright red when I said my honest impression. Mabel prepared a maid outfit that was exactly like hers. It came with a white apron and a headdress. The red ribbon is probably for matching the images of fire. Of course, the health promotion pendant is shining on her chest. It's nice to wear matching things with Mabel. It looks like we're sisters. As expected of Thor-sama, you understand, right? Mabel came to my side with a gentle smile. Then, with her face close to my ear. But, please keep it a secret that she called me sister. Agnes and I have different statuses. If Rizinga-sama finds out, he'll get angry. Okay, so is the pendant working? Of course. It's okay. Mabel looks at Agnes with her gentle sister-like eyes. Agnes seems to be embarrassed, but there are no signs of flames erupting. Instead, the pendant on her chest emits a light. Agnes's fire magic power is converted into the magic power of wood, metal, earth, and water. The converted magic power displays each of its characteristics. Specifically, it has the effect of making Agnes healthy and strengthening both physically and mentally. Fire attribute magic power, plus 100% energy. Converting the extra fire magic power to other attributes. The fire magic power has been converted to earth magic power. Earth attribute, plus 100% steadiness. The extra earth magic power has been converted into metal magic power. Metal attribute, plus 100% firmness. Converted the extra gold magic power into water magic power. Water attribute effect, plus 100% flexibility. Converted the extra water magic power into wood magic power. Wood attribute effect, plus 100% life force. I heard a voice from the pendant. In the hero's world, magic power seems to rotate in a circle. Similarly, this pendant continues to transform Agni's fire magic power into other attributes of magic power. All the magic powers are used to strengthen and make her healthy. Therefore, there are no flames to erupt. Instead, Agni's is getting stronger and healthier. Wow, my body is light. My skin is shiny. Agni's turns over the skirt of her maid outfit and spins around. The salamanders are flying around her. To confirm, Agni's jumps up from the floor. Her body gently floated up to the ceiling. Hi. Agni's is using all her fire magic power to strengthen her body. I explained. That's why your explosiveness and jumping power are also getting better. It will take some time to adjust to it, but you shouldn't be able to accidentally burn things anymore. From now on, slowly get used to your new life. And no, Agnes is not wearing underwear right now. As Agnes's body falls, the air-filled skirt flips over. Agnes quickly tried to hold it down, but that didn't make it on time. I'm sorry. Plus I don't care much, so it's fine. When Agnes said so, the health promotion pendant shone. Fire attribute magic power, plus 150% energy. Converting the extra fire magic power to other attributes. The magic power of fire has been converted to earth magic power. Earth attribute, plus 150% steadiness. The extra earth magic power has been converted into metal magic power. Metal attribute, plus 150% firmness. Converted the extra gold magic power into water magic power. Water attribute effect, plus 150% flexibility. Converted the extra water magic power into wood magic power. Wood attribute effect, plus 150% life force. So I power up when I get embarrassed. I'm sorry, it was a side effect. No, I showed you something unsightly again. No, it's not unsightly. Or more like, I didn't see anything. Yeah. Anyway, the item was successful. The health promotion pendant worked safely. There are no more flames coming out from Agni's body. She changed clothes with Mabel, and we saw things in various ways. If the flames don't come out after those, it's probably okay. Agnes, is your body okay? Yes, there's no problem. Agnes, dressed as a maid, laughed happily. I've used a lot of body strengthening magic before, so controlling it should be fine. Besides, this pendant is very gentle. It feels like my whole body gently powered up. I'm relieved. It seems that she can control her body movements properly, and the fire magic power is also under control. Now Agnes can wear his favorite clothes without worrying about her flames. It's okay for her to be with her friends and go anywhere she likes. In the hero's world, items like this are sold as an everyday product. I wonder if some of the heroes summoned to this world used the health promotion pendant. Speaking of which, there were many cases in history where heroes yelled, "You son of a bitch! You hurt my companions," and they awakened transcended powers. The person might have turned his emotions into magic power and further strengthened his body with this item. The hero's world is really amazing. Thank you, Thor-sama. Mabel, you fulfilled one of my wishes. Mabel bowed deeply and laughed. Then she rushed towards Agnes. And Mabel hugged Agnes tightly. And Mabel. And no, Agnes will erupt when my emotions are not steady. It's okay, Agnes-sama. Mabel whispered into Agnes' ear. You've always been scared that your flames can hurt someone, right? I'm sorry, it was probably me who gave you that trauma. And no, Agnes was surprised at her own magic power and got excited about it. The bad one is Agnes. I'm sorry, Mabel. During that time, Agnes-sama apologized many times. With that said, Mabel stroked Agnes' hair. Agnes opened his eyes astonishingly, but she let her continue. But if I wasn't surprised by the burns and cried, Agnes might have been calmer and faced your fire magic. You might not have to wear the armor. And no, it's not Mabel's fault. It's not Mabel's FAU. But that's over already. Agnes won't hurt anyone anymore. You can stick to anyone you want. Oh, Mabel. Yeah. You, Mabel. Tears spilled out from Agnes' eyes. She's crying like a child. Of course, flames aren't erupting from her body. The health promotion pendant continues to properly convert the magical power of fire into another magical power. The message that indicates it keeps ringing. It might be strange, but Agnes was laughing while crying. Then, next is Thor-sama. Please. With that said, Mabel let go of Agnes. Thor-sama, please give Agnes a hug. Me too. Because it's an important occasion. And Mabel. Why even? Thor-sama. You can finally touch with people, so I thought you'd take this opportunity. But. Huh? Doesn't Agnes want to go and hug Thor-sama? To Mabel's question, Agnes shakes her head vigorously. Then that's fine, isn't it? But. Thor-sama may not like it. Thor-sama, do you hate hugging Agnes? I don't hate it. I immediately replied without thinking. No, this question was unfair in the first place. I can't say I don't like it when asked face to face. Besides, I have a responsibility as the creator of the health promotion pendant to check if it's okay to hug someone other than Mabel. I convinced myself and headed towards Agnes. Looks like Agnes has resolved herself too as she spread her arms out. Guru, the salamanders are flying left and right and nodding as if to tell me to accept Agnes' resolve. I put my hands on Agnes' shoulder. By the way, Agnes isn't wearing underwear right now. It seems like it's awkward to hug someone in this state. But Agnes' face is just around the corner. She's holding her breath because she's tense and nervous. It's not good to stop here. Yeah. Then I tried to hug Agnes. Agnes, where have you gone? Agnes. Outside the bathhouse, General Rizinga's voice echoed in the hallway. So this is the bathhouse. Maybe the salamanders in charge of the boiler room will know where Agnes is. Bam! The sliding door of the hallway opened. At the entrance, I saw a huge body that seemed bigger than the doorway. It was Flame General Rizinga. Oh, so you were here, my daughter, Agnes. Rizinga bent down and passed through the doorway. His yellowish eyes looked toward Agnes. Agnes, with her eyes closed, was waiting to be hugged by me. Then General Rizinga looked at me, who was about to hug her, with my hand on her shoulder. Bastard. General Rizinga's hair stood up. You. What are you doing? What are you doing to my daughter? The floor shook. General Rizinga stepped on the floor and came straight at us. Please wait, Rizinga-sama. Before him, Mabel blocked his path. General Rizinga raised his shoulders. Out of the way. Mabel. I won't move. Thor-sama is my master. It was also for AG. The appearance of a maid won't stop me. General Rizinga kicked the floor, and his huge body jumped to the side. Fast. So this is the Flame General's movement skills. Mabel didn't react in time. General Rizinga avoided Mabel and came in front of me, using swift footwork. Sharp light comes out from his eyes as he stares at me. Come on. I'll take you to my territory where you'll atone for your sin of laying your hands on Agnes. Please let me explain before that. General Rizinga. I don't have anything to say to you. Do you not notice anything when you see Agnes-san now? Moo. General Rizinga looked towards Agnes. And, yeah, it's not armor, but normal clothes. I am an alchemist. So, after listening to Agnes-san, I thought about countermeasures. I started to explain. Agnes-san couldn't control her flames because her fire magic power was too strong. By converting that magic power, bastard, did you trick Agnes into dressing up? Yes. You tricked her by saying the cloth was fireproof and made Agnes wear a maid outfit. You planned to let the clothing gradually burn and strip Agnes naked? You bastard thought about such a thing. Pervert, listen to me talk first. Shut up. Never mind that, and come here. If you don't obey, my patience is limited. See. General Rizinga shouts. Flames spawn from his bristling hair and illuminate the face of the angry general. This is the flame of the flame general. You should just obey quietly. Store flame. When I declared, the flames emitted by General Rizinga were extinguished. It was sucked into the ultra-small simple warehouse. Agnes carried that warehouse with her around, and thank God she left it on the table when she went to change. What? My flames. Bastard, what are you? I'm an alchemist hired by Her Majesty. Looking back at General Rizinga's eyes, I said, it's my job to solve the problems of the people who live in this demon territory and make it a comfortable place to live in. I wanted to help Agnes-san. So I asked Mabel to help me and thought of a countermeasure. That's it. You. Be but. The general's words were cut off. Then the general shook his head and stared at me again. Anyway, come on. We can talk after. He reached for me. But that hand never reached me. Please stop with this unreasonableness. Father. Agnes's hand was holding General Rizinga's arm. She has been holding it since a while ago. The general was so excited that he didn't notice it. Agnes had already sealed off her father's movements when the general came in front of me. Apologize, father. Agnes' thin fingers are digging into General Rizinga's bronze-colored arm. The general tries to shake Agnes' hand, but it doesn't work. Agnes is staring at General Rizinga with an angry face. But there are no flames on her body. Instead, the health promotion pendant on her chest kept emitting light. Fire attribute magic power, plus 250% energy. Converting the extra fire magic power to other attributes. The magic power of fire has been converted to earth magic power. Earth attribute, plus 250% steadiness. The extra earth magic power has been converted into metal magic power. Metal attribute, plus 250% firmness. Converted the extra gold magic power into water magic power. Water attribute effect, plus 250% flexibility. Converted the extra water magic power into wood magic power. Wood attribute effect, plus 250% life force. What? I can't move. Agnes, you had this kind of power. Thor-sama did his best for Agnes. Oh yeah. It's thanks to Thor-sama that Agnes is able to wear normal clothes. Why doesn't father listen to me? Agnes was very angry. With her thin arms, she completely controls the movement of General Rizinga. Amazing. Let go. I'm thinking about what's best for you, Gnu. Rizinga puts all his energy into his whole body. Cracks appear on the floor. But Agnes didn't waver. With her free hand, she grabs the other arm of General Rizinga. The general tries to shake her off, but Agnes holds him down completely. What? Why do you have this kind of power? Agnes is angry. I'm using my overflowing magic power. You're angry? But what happened to the flames? If you feel emotional, the flames should come out. Thanks to Thor-sama, Agnes has grown. Agnes' eyes change from red to yellow and from yellow to red. It's the same reaction when she was emitting flames from her body. In other words, Agnes is now emitting a powerful fire magic power, and all of that is poured into the health promotion pendant. Agnes has several times more energy, stability, firmness, flexibility, and life force than usual. The energy and life force are enough to block the movement of General Rizinga. No matter how hard the general pushes, her body does not sway because of the steadiness and firmness. Also, the flexibility gives her flexible muscle strength. Agnes, who makes full use of all of them, is demonstrating tremendous power. My flames could only hurt people, but I received this power from Thor-sama. With this power, I can protect my loved ones. Fire attribute magic power, plus 400% energy. Converting the extra fire magic power to other attributes. The magic power of fire has been converted to earth magic power. Earth attribute, plus 400% steadiness. The extra earth magic power has been converted into metal magic power. Metal attribute, plus 400% firmness. Converted the extra gold magic power into water magic power. Water attribute effect, plus 400% flexibility. Converted the extra water magic power into wood magic power. Wood attribute effect, plus 400% life force. The health promotion pendant continues to be activated. General Rizinga is no longer able to move. So this is the power of items in the hero's world. No, I think the amazing thing is Thor-sama. But what is even more amazing was Agni's. She grabbed General Rizinga's arms and blocked his movement. Father has always been worried about Agni's. I'm sorry, NMO. It's natural for parent to worry about their beloved daughter. But I also want you to listen to Agni's. Because Thor-sama is a very important person to Agni's. Agni's muttered as she stared at her father. In the name of the primordial flame, I will serve Thor Regis-sama. Agni's teach those words are. That's why please apologize to Thor-sama and listen to his reason. Agni's lifts General Rizinga's giant 2-meter body with ease. Right above me. You know, Mabel? Yes, Thor-sama. Did you know that there is a story about a hero who lifted a dragon in the Legend of the Heroes? I know. He sneaked under the dragon's belly and lifted it. I thought that it was exaggerated, but it might be true. That's right. Next time, I should check the records of Demon Castle. I'm counting on you, Del. Mabel and I were watching over the parent and child duo. Anyways, if the general doesn't calm down, I can't talk to him. Agni's is sweating on her forehead as she lifts up General Rizinga's giant body. General Rizinga, whose arms are being held down, is immobilized. Do something. Salamanders. The panicked general calls out to his subordinate, Salamander. In response to that voice, the salamanders flew out from the boiler room. But, Guru, Garuru, Pashi. The salamanders simply slapped Rizinga's limbs with their wings and tail. Why, you guys? Are you saying I'm at fault? Come on now. General Rizinga looked like he was about to cry. The Flame General, who is also famous throughout the demon territory, was lifted by his daughter Agni's and was turned away by a salamander. I feel sorry for him. Can you hear me? General Rizinga. I looked up at the general and asked. Maybe my first impression was bad because I made a magic item for Agni's without General's permission. But at least let's talk about it first. Father, please. Rizinga-sama. Guru. Me, Agni's, Mabel, and the salamanders appealed to the general. It was my bad. I'm sorry. I'll listen to him. I'll also properly apologize to Thor Registano. I promise in the name of General Rizinga. Thank you, General. That's why, let me down, Agni's. General Rizinga said so in tears. Thor Regis and Mabel are fine, but the salamanders were also here. I showed a shameful figure. In this way, General Rizinga surrendered. For the time being, we decided to talk calmly. That's why, Thor Regis-sama made a flame-suppressing item for Agni's. Agni's explained the situation to General Rizinga. She happened to meet me in the bathroom. Of course, Agni's dancing around naked was not mentioned. After meeting her, she told me about her fire magic power. With the approval of my proposal from Agnel, I decided to use alchemy to make an item that suppresses flames. With the completed health promotion pendant, Agni's condition became better. Agni's, restraining her emotions, continued to explain to the stunned General Rizinga, who sat down on the floor. Thor Regis-sama did his best for Agni's, and this is the health promotion pendant, an item that suppresses flames by converting Agni's fire magic power into other magic powers. Agni's showed her father the pendant that was glowing. That's why Agni's now wears the same clothing as Mabel, and Thor-sama didn't try to do anything strange to me. Do you understand? Father. How? Something like that. General Rizinga trembled. It's a natural reaction since it was unexpected. Did you really suppress the flames of Agni's? As you can see, I'm fine, Father. Agni's wrapped the health promotion pendant with her hands. Thanks to this item, Agni's can get dressed. I've always dreamed of wearing cute clothes. But Father, what did you do to Thor-sama who fulfilled my dream? I'm sorry, Gan. General Rizinga slammed his forehead on the floor in indigestion. Without knowing, what a rude thing I did Agni's benefactor. I'm ashamed of myself. I'm sorry, Gan. General Rizinga slams his forehead on the floor in quick succession. Thor Registano, please feel free to punish me. That was the only word that came out. This is because General Rizinga's attitude changed suddenly after Agni's explanation. From standing to kneeling at first, he was standing and listening, but before I knew it, he was in a seiza. Eventually, it became a dejiza. I didn't think that someone other than me would think of Agni's that much. I'm so sorry. The general muttered with his forehead pressed against the floor. Thor Registano is a good person. To even compare such a person to myself. The flame general couldn't even see through the true nature of such a person. It seems like my eyes have clouded over time. General Rizinga suddenly looked up. He stretched his arms and stuck out his thumb. Okay, let's poke these useless eyes out. Ugnis-san, stop the general. Yes. General Rizinga tried to stab his thumb into his eyes, but Ugnis held it down. When Ugnis' thin fingers grabbed him, General Rizinga's arms came to an abrupt halt. Guganunu. Let go, Ugnis. As a warrior, I have to apologize for my blunder. Didn't I tell you to listen? Father. General Rizinga opened his eyes to Ugnis' words. Then, slowly, the power was reduced in General Rizinga's arm. You don't have to go that far. I said, please don't poke your eyes. You're overreacting. I still plan on living in the demon territory after this. If you do that every time I see General, I would remember it. Please don't give me a weird trauma. Uomo. And the general didn't know that Ugnis-san's flames had been suppressed. If Ugnis-san was dressed normally, it's natural to doubt me. I knew that General Rizinga had a daughter complex, but I didn't think it was this bad. The general really cares about Ugnis. I understand that very well. He went so far as to poke his own eye. If he became blind, he wouldn't be able to do his job as a general. He's a much better parent than the one who made their own son into a sacrifice. I see. Is the parent and child relationship in the demon territory like this? It's fine if you treat me normally. You don't have to poke your eyes out. Okay, I'll obey Thordano's words. General Rizinga sat down and bowed to me. But I'll report to Her Majesty Demon Lord about my blunder, including what Thor Registano did for Ugnis. Otherwise, this matter won't be settled. Okay, that's fine. After all, no one was injured. The flames that the general tried to scare me with were sucked up into the ultra-small, simple warehouse, and the general's movements were restricted by Ugnis. But, I still want to talk with you. I said, I understand that General Rizinga, a warrior, hates civilians who have no fighting power. It's different. There is another reason why I looked down on Thor Registano. Another reason? When I heard that a guest was coming from the Empire, I was going to make the guest fight with Ugnis to show everyone in the demon territory the power of my daughter's flames. The general spoke dejectedly. He painfully looked at the armor on the floor. Ugnis has powerful flames because of her ancestors' blood. There's not much that can be done about JT. Yes, I know. But because of that, Ugnis couldn't control her flames. She began wearing the armor. I felt sorry for making my daughter live inconveniently. At the very least, I wanted to convince her of the benefits of having the ability to erupt flames. That's why you tried to have her fight me? Omo, that's right. General Rizinga awkwardly turned his gaze. I've heard that everyone in the Empire was a powerful warrior. If Ugnis had a match with them, Ugnis' name will rise. I hoped Ugnis would build confidence even if she doesn't win. But it wasn't a warrior, but an alchemist that came. That's right. I was disappointed. Sorry for saying something rude. I see. Because Ugnis' fire magic power was too strong, she couldn't wear clothing, nor could she approach other people. So General Rizinga tried to let Ugnis fight a strong warrior to build confidence by teaching her that her fire magic power was not bad, but useful. And everyone in the demon territory will acknowledge the power of Ugnis. So when he heard that a guest was coming from the Empire, he expected a powerful warrior. But it was an alchemist who had no ability to fight. He was really disappointed. Because of that, General Rizinga treated me harshly. No, that is also an excuse. This is my fault. General Rizinga said. Please, Thordano. Let me apologize to you. Please tell me anything you want as a remuneration for the item you made for Ugnis. A remuneration. By the way, I didn't think about it. I was focused on the health promotion pendant, so I finished it all at once. But if I can get paid, then, could you give me some alchemy material? There is a mine in General's territory, right? If you have precious metals, minerals, or rare stones, would you please share them with me? Omo. Of course. But it's hard to choose the ones that are useful, and General and Ugnis wouldn't know too. If possible, could you take me to your territory? I understand. You could always tell. Of course. It doesn't matter if it's after the development of the mine begins. I heard that some volcanoes have minerals with a composition different from that on the ground. Also, did you know that there's something called meteoric irons? It's an ore that could be obtained from a meteorite, a stone that falls from the sky. But strangely, there are none of them in the mountains. Thor-sama. Mabel tugged on my sleeves. I understand your feelings, but that's a different topic, right? General Rizinga was flabbergasted. Both Mabel and Agnes have troubled faces. To sum it up, if I could get remuneration, provide me with alchemy material. Also, please give me the right to go to General's territory and look for the materials. Of course, I will get permission when I go. I told the General again. How about that as the remuneration and the apology from General? I will accept all your demands. General Rizinga stood up and bowed deeply toward me. Thanks to Thor Registanos for his kindness in the name of Rizinga Frazid, I will never forget that he made an item for my daughter. I pledge loyalty to Thor Registano, second to Her Majesty Demon Lord. Thank you. He didn't have to go that far, but I guess being a warrior, the General has a line of speech for pledging loyalty. Mabel, I'm sorry. You were trying to protect Thor Registano. I should have listened more to Agni's childhood friend. Indeed. Mabel puts her hand on her waist and stares at the General. Actually, I have been preparing a magic from a while ago. You were trying to abduct my dear master. If Agnes hadn't stopped General, I was seriously going to launch a magic attack. I'm sorry. And if General took Thor-sama away as it was, worst case scenario, a civil war might erupt. You should be aware that Thor-sama is an important guest for Her Majesty. Okay, I'll apologize to Her Majesty later, but Mabel, yes, I have a request for you. The General looked at Mabel and Agnes and said, Mabel, refrain. Would you like to get along with Agnes like you used to? As a friend, call her by her name without worrying about your status. Of course. Mabel took Agnes' hand and laughed. I've always wanted to hold hands with Agnes like I used to. Mabel. Agnes is looking at Mabel with tears. General Rizinga looked happy. And you don't need to use honorifics for Agnes. Don't worry about the difference in status. I'm going to relinquish my position as general. Yeah, if that happens, I'll be able to spend more time with Agnes. Good. I should ask Her Majesty Demon Lord after I report about this event. Please stop. If you do that, the demon territory will be in an uproar. I said, geez. It turned into a big deal without Demon Lord Rookie noticing. It's going to be hard to explain to her later. I'm heading to meet Her Majesty Demon Lord now to talk about the truth, including my blunders. I'm also telling her about the thing made for Agnes by Thordano. That's right. Please tell her about the effects of the health promotion pendant too. Of course, Thor Registano. It is natural to be proud of. No, there may be other people who have the same problems as Agnes-san. Agni's erupting flames are due to the overpowering fire magic power. When it comes to that, there may be other people with similar symptoms. The health promotion pendant can convert magic power into magic powers other than wind, light, and dark. It should be useful for those who are suffering from an overpowering magical power. Excellent. Magic items that I made by alchemy will become popular. I feel blessed as an alchemist to have this position. That's why. Please tell Her Majesty and the Chancellor about the effects of the health promotion pendant. I understand. And Agnes-san. I look towards Agnes. Let me touch the pendant for a moment. I'll make the final adjustments. Yes, please. Agnes took out the pendant from the chest of the maid outfit. Touching it, I activated Creation Alchemy. I made some adjustments and returned the pendant to Agnes. Now, there won't be a notification. It would be annoying if you hear the voice every time it converts your magic power. Thank you very much, Thor-sama. How can I return this kindness? And this is a spare, just in case. Thank you for everything. Agnes closed her eyes and hugged the second pendant. From now on, Agnes Frazid vows to do his best for Thor Regis-sama, no matter what happens. In the name of the primordial flame. I heard that earlier, but what does that phrase mean? It's a secret. Agnes held her mouth with the pendant. I felt that it was dangerous, so I stopped probing about it. That's all I can do. If you have any problems, feel free to tell me. The pendant is attached within user support. User support? It's something from the hero's world. It was written in the mail order catalog. If you have any troubles in using it, please contact user support. In addition, refunds are okay within 2 weeks after the item arrives. If you can't feel the effect, it seems that they are accepting refunds. I decided to imitate it in order to get closer to the world of heroes. Just making an item isn't enough yet. I'm still not a match for the world of the heroes. The world of the heroes, the dream to surpass the empire, still has a long way to go. If you can't feel the effect within 2 weeks. No, I already feel the effect is enough. When refunding, I will never do that. For user support, Agnes will go and meet Thor Regis-sama in person. With that said, Agnes took my hand. Agnes will tell you how happy Agnes was, and then I'll fulfill whatever dream you have. Is that what user support means? Isn't the person who made the product supposed to support the person who received it? User support doesn't mean that the person who receives the product takes care of the creator. Because Agnes is happy to fulfill the wishes of Thor Regis-sama. Agnes looks straight into my eyes. Please let Agnes, who uses this pendant, support Thor-sama. With a big smile, she declared that. After a while, it was time for the bathhouse to open, so we decided to disperse. I returned to my room, and General Rizinga decided to go to the Demon Lord Rookie to report about this matter. And Mabel, can we talk for a bit? Agnes stopped Mabel from returning. Then they said that they were going to have a chat. Mabel's perspective. Agnes and I headed to the balcony of the castle. The sun is already setting and the lines of the mountain ridge are dyed red. There are no signs of people around. It was just the right place for talking about secrets. Thank you very much for this time. Coming with Thor-sama and lending me your maid clothes. Thanks to you, I was able to calm down and try on this pendant. Yes, Agnes-sama. I will wash the maid clothes and return them later. And when I return to the territory, I will prepare a thank you item for Thor-sama and Mabel. And then, you don't have to be in a rush. I gently smiled in the setting sun. I won't be leaving. I'm always in this castle, because I'm always beside Thor-sama. Mabel, you're so lucky. Yes, I am grateful to be the attendant of Thor-sama. I closed my eyes and joined my hands and prayed. I can't believe it's only been a few days since Thor-sama came to the demon territory, but I feel so natural being beside Thor-sama. Mabel, but Her Majesty didn't say that there could only be one attendant. If Agnes wants to do the same job, why don't you talk to Her Majesty? I don't think it's possible for me yet. Agnes turned bright red and shook her head. I just started to wear normal clothing. I think it's better for me to get used to my new life. I also want to study various things and be able to properly use the user support. Agnes-sama is splendid. Otherwise, I might be a bother to Thor-sama and Mabel, right? Agnes laughed as her hair fluttered in the evening breeze. Once I can support Thor-sama properly, then I might have the same role as Mabel. I look forward to working with you, Senpai. I understand. At that time, we will be Senpai and Kohai. I held Agnes' hand and nodded. I'm looking forward to it. Agnes-sama. Yes. I'm sorry. I said something arbitrarily without knowing that Agnes was thinking so much. You don't have to apologize. Agnes looked at the childhood friend in front of her with a troubled face. Mabel is always like that, having the habit of giving priority to other people instead of yourself. Is that so? That's right. When I was a kid, when Agnes burned Mabel, you were crying, but trembling. You said that it was fine. That was a failure. I should have smiled while saying that. Mao. Agnes took my hand. But I'm glad I made friends with Mabel again. Me too, Agnes-sama. I smiled gently as I stroked Agnes' hair. But when there are other people, it might be better to think a little more about the wording. General Rizinga forgave me, but for the time being, we still have different positions and statuses. I know. That's why. Only when we're with Thor-sama can we speak freely to each other. Okay. Only when there is only 3 of us, right? Yeah. And then this. Agnes took a black stone out of her maid's pocket. It was a small stone, smaller than the pinky's fingernail. With the stone in both hands, Agnes said, "This is a stone that Agnes found earlier in my father's territory. I want you to give it to Thor-sama. Is it an alchemy material?" Thor Regis-sama said earlier that he wanted something that could be used as a material for alchemy. It may be too small to use, but... Agnes continued, staring at the small black stone. This is a mysterious stone that doesn't melt even at high temperatures. That's why I was holding on to it. I wonder if Thor-sama would be interested in this. Okay, but shouldn't Agnes hand it over yourself? I shook my head. I think that would make Thor happy too, right? Well, that is. Agnes' cheeks turned bright red, and she held the chest of the maid outfit with her white palm. Seeing her skin gradually turning red, the health promotion pendant must be working well. She nodded and waited for Agnes' words. In the end, it's embarrassing to meet each other. From the time I met him until today, Thor-sama has seen various things. That is, perhaps is it that? Mabel covered her hot cheeks. Is it because you jumped without your underwear on? But that was just a moment, and you don't have to worry about it too much. Huh? Was that not it? That is. Please tell me, Agnes-sama. I will use it as a reference when serving Thor-sama. Use it as reference. I also owe Thor-sama a debt. This Mabel will show what Agnes did before. If Thor-sama wants it, I'll offer it to him. Wow. What else did Agnes do? You seem embarrassed. The health promotion pendant is also shining. You must be thinking about something similar to that jump. Mabel, don't deduce it. But, I'm the attendant of Thor-sama. I am the senpai of Agni-sama. If that makes Thor-sama happy, I am resolved to do the same thing as Agni-sama. Wait, Mabel. Wait a moment. The flustered Mabel and Agnes. Mabel nods as if she's ready, and Agnes holds her bright red face. Then, suddenly, Mabel looked up and said, "By the way, Thor-sama and Agni-sama met in the bathroom yesterday. Perhaps something happened there. Maybe the salamander in the water heater might know something." I surrender. Mabel's deduction skill is too overpowered. I will teach you. In this way, Agnes talked about yesterday how she was practicing how to control fire magic with salamanders at the water heater without wearing clothes. We also talked about how Thor-sama reacted. In the end, Mabel and Agnes made a promise that this will be kept a secret except for Thor. Mabel came up with a new event to serve Thor, but that was another story. To seek an audience with me. What a turn of events. Rizinga frazzed. Demon Lord Rookie said, "This is the throne room of the Demon Castle." Demon Lord Rookie sat on the throne, and next to her was Chancellor Kelv. In front of her was the kneeling flame General Rizinga. It was rare for him to ask an audience himself. Because Rizinga attaches great importance to physical strength, he despised the young Demon Lord Rookie. Thinking about that, when Demon Lord Rookie looked at him, this flame General Rizinga once again pledges allegiance to the Demon Lord Rookie Everguard. General Rizinga bowed down to the floor and declared, "My loyalty is forever your majesty's. If I make a mistake, I will offer this life and soul in front of my master. I swear in the name of the primordial flame." "What are you talking about, Rizinga?" "In the name of the primordial flame?" Next to Demon Lord Rookie, Chancellor Kelv screamed. Rizinga frazzed, "Do you know the meaning of your words?" "What do you mean, Kelv?" "In the name of the primordial flame is a way to establish an absolute vow for the people who carry the blood of Ifrit." Chancellor Kelv began to explain. "It is said that the primordial flame is the source of flame giant Ifrit's flames and his vitality. So to swear in the name of the primordial flame has a significant meaning to them. When a person that carries the blood of the flame giant breaks that vow, the flames in them would make them not complain nor resist if someone took their life. The only time this vow was made was when the flame giant swore allegiance to the first Demon Lord Sama. In the name of the primordial flame, it is said that he literally followed first Demon Lord Sama until his flames of life burned out. What a thing. It's no wonder your majesty doesn't know about it. This is only the second time this vow has been sworn officially. Rizinga, why did you suddenly do something like that?" Demon Lord Rookie was surprised behind the mask. She was thankful and proud to have the general's absolute loyalty, but she had no idea why it suddenly happened. "I'm happy with your loyalty, but can you tell me why?" "I have done something rude to my benefactor because of my foolishness." "A rude thing?" "Yes. He forgave me, but he was an alchemist that was under your majesty. Then, I naturally have to apologize to his majesty." "Wait." Demon Lord Rookie repeated the words of Flame General Rizinga in her head. He said, "My benefactor is an alchemist who reports to your majesty the Demon Lord." "That means, Thor, what happened between you and him?" "Yes. Thor Registano cured Agni's erupting flames." "What? But I thought Thor was trying to trick Agnes into doing something wrong." Rizinga sighed. "And then I foolishly tried to scare Thor Dano with my flames, capture him, and bring him back to my territory. To be honest, I was overwhelmed by my anger at that time, but Agnes corrected my mistake." "Did Agnes stop you?" "Yes. Agnes used her erupting magic power and displayed terrifying physical strength. Then she blocked my movements with one arm, completely restrained me with both arms, and lifted me overhead. I was totally surprised. Yeah, I am grateful to Agnes for stopping me from hurting my benefactor. It was my first time seeing Agnes this angry." Rizinga continued to talk about his gratitude to Thor and Agnes' growth and prettiness. Demon Lord Rookie didn't know how to reply. Her head was blank because of the unexpected development. She thought that Thor had done something again. However, the fact that he improved Agni's magical power far exceeded the expectations of the Demon Lord Rookie. Rizinga's daughter, Agnes has Ifrit's blood flowing strongly within her. Unable to control her fire magic power, which was too strong, she was suffering from erupting flames. Therefore, Rookie, the Demon Lord, also helped out. She allowed her to wear armor in the castle and provided an exclusive compartment for her. He healed Agni's erupting flames. Moreover, Agnes is said to be able to strengthen her body with her fire magic power. In Rizinga's words, She blocked his movement with one hand, restrained him with both hands, and lifted him overhead. Such a thing cannot be done by normal physical strengthening magic. Physical strengthening magic only raises one aspect, such as power and agility. The rate of increase is at most 1.5 to 2 times. However, in order for the girl Agnes to block the movement of Rizinga, she needed to be strengthened 4 times, or even 5 times. In addition, not only strength, but all physical abilities must be strengthened overall. That's something that could rival the hero's strengthening magic. To be honest, I was skeptical of the current policy of learning from humans of the demon territory. General Rizinga continued to talk. But after meeting Thor Regis, I understood that your Majesty's policy was correct. It was wonderful that His Majesty used Thor Regis heavily. So with a sense of gratitude, I decided to pledge allegiance to your Majesty. I see. My loyalty is already with your Majesty. Please, punish me for my blunder. Bang! Rizinga slammed his forehead on the floor. Suppressing erupting flames caused by the strong blood of flame giant Ifrit and converting the fire magic power into physical strengthening, giving you enough power to block the movement of the general. No. Impossible. Impossible. Looking to the side, Chancellor Kelv was banging his head against the pillar. It seems that high-ranking officials of the demon territory have developed a hobby of head-butting buildings since the arrival of Thor. I understand how much of a sin it is to be rude to the guest of your Majesty. I am already prepared to resign from my post of general. Your Majesty, please be unreserved. Eventually, Flame General Rizinga looked up at Demon Lord Rookie. The punishment of Rizinga. Demon Lord Rookie grasped the armrest of the throne. Rizinga tried to kidnap Thor without knowing the whole story. This is certainly unforgivable. As a demon lord, Rizinga should be punished. However, Rizinga had pledged allegiance to Demon Lord Rookie in the name of the primordial flame. It was the most serious vow the first demon lord received from Ifrit. The fact that the demon lord Rookie received it has great significance. Furthermore, if she disposed of Rizinga who had done so much, the people of the demon territory will also be dissatisfied. If they find out that Thor was the cause of this dispute, some people may blame him. Rookie didn't like it either. What did Thor say? Demon Lord Rookie suddenly asked. What kind of punishment did he want from you? He didn't want to give me any punishment. Well, that might be the case if it was him. But when I kept asking for it, he said that he wanted alchemy materials. Rizinga nodded. My territory is in a mountainous area, and the development of a mine is about to begin. When Thor learned about it, he wanted the rare stones in the mountains. Also, he wanted to personally come and find some materials himself. Demon Lord Rookie thought that it sounded like Thor. Because it was him, he probably thought about the demon territory and Agni's position. Adding great punishments to General Rizinga would upset the demon territory. Agni's position, who had recently recovered from her flames, would also deteriorate. So Thor didn't want to punish Rizinga. Then, with that in mind, we should think about what to do with Rizinga as the Demon Lord. Demon Lord Rookie decided. If that is the case, Flame General Rizinga, this is an order from Demon Lord Rookie Everguard. Demon Lord Rookie stood up and looked at Rizinga. Although there was a misunderstanding, my important guest, Thor Regis was threatened and you tried to take him to your territory, which is unforgivable. Therefore, I will confiscate a part of your territory. I understand. Rizinga replied without any hesitation. That means that part of my territory will be under your Majesty's direct control. That's right, because it is a hassle to govern a large piece of land. The land should be big enough to have a large house built on it. Preferably there is a path nearby, and there is a place to get water. Something like a place where you would build a villa. Why, yes, with pleasure. Is that so? But your Majesty, that wouldn't be a punishment. If your Majesty wishes, it's natural for you to have a villa. It's not going to be my villa. Demon Lord Rookie laughed. You should prepare the land near the mine. Specifically, where you could immediately go mine and materials can be easily collected. Your Majesty? Perhaps is it? Umo. The house is for that guy. A large house that also doubles as a workshop. Yes. He probably understood the intention of the Demon Lord Rookie. Rizinga opened his eyes and nodded. I understand. The place would have easy access to the mine, and it would have a house with a large garden so that he can experiment with alchemy. Yes. The cost of building a mansion is your personal expense. Providing land, a budget for building a mansion, a workshop, and managing the building while Thor is absent. That's your punishment. Then the Demon Lord Rookie looked at Rizinga. Are you dissatisfied with this punishment, Rizinga? No. Rather, I want it. Thordano's house is this demon castle, but sometimes he might want to study somewhere else. Demon Lord Rookie smiled gently under the mask. Thor wants everyone to use the magic items he makes, so it would be nice to have a workshop not only in the demon castle, but in a place where everyone can visit freely. I am happy to accept this punishment. General Rizinga slammed his forehead against the floor. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to return the favor to Thordano. My lord, your majesty Rookie Everguard. I don't want you to be too happy. You lost part of your territory, and that became my private property. This is supposed to be a punishment. Demon Lord Rookie smiled while saying so. Anyways, you should treat Thor with the same amount of trouble you caused him, but switch the trouble to nicely. I understand. Flame General Rizinga looked up and nodded. That's it. Kelv, do you have any opinions? Conversion of magic power, impossible. Hey, the pillars will be damaged. Don't put your head against it. Oh. I was listening to the story. Chancellor Kelv looked toward the demon Lord Rookie while holding his forehead. I think Her Majesty's judgment is the best. General Rizinga is in the process of negotiating with the Empire. If he is given a big punishment, it might be exploited by the Empire. Negotiations with the Empire. Demon Lord Rookie recalled the report she had received before. The mine development is underway in the territory of General Rizinga. Therefore, we are currently preparing to subdue the monsters that have built a nest in the mountain. It is necessary to gather soldiers to subdue it, but the location of it is close to the border with the Empire. It would be a problem if the Empire misunderstood that the demon territory has intentions for an invasion. Therefore, Rizinga is negotiating with the Margrave of the Empire. Among them, the talk of subduing the monsters jointly with the Empire and the demon territory is progressing. But the Empire is the country that abandoned Thor. Demon Lord Rookie was not sure if that country could be trusted. She was worried about whether or not it's okay to jointly subdue the monsters. Kelv, I left the negotiations with the Margrave of the Empire to Rizinga. Yes, we have already exchanged letters several times. In the near future, the Margrave will come to the territory of the General. Is that right, General? Yes, it is exactly like Keldano says. Well, then you should continue to take on that role. Demon Lord Rookie continues. However, you don't have to forcibly proceed with the joint operation with the Empire. The monster subjugation could be managed by our own soldiers one way or another. If you think that the other party is not trustworthy, you can terminate the negotiation. Your Majesty, that is. What Kelv? If a joint operation with the Empire succeeds, it will be a great achievement that even the first Demon Lord Sama did not do. Your Majesty's fame would also rise. I know. I want to do it if possible. Demon Lord Rookie nods to the dissatisfied Chancellor. But it's just that you don't have to overdo it. Got it. Rizinga, I understand. Your Majesty, I've gained the loyalty of General Flame, and my daughter is now able to live in good health. That's enough. I don't need something as little as my reputation. Demon Lord Rookie suddenly touched the mask covering the upper half of his face. The mask continues to hide my face. In the last few days, the features that used to be important have become less necessary after Thor came to the demon territory. With him, I can expose my face and talk with him. While I thought it was fun, before I knew it, I got the loyalty of General Rizinga. The mask was meant to be a counter for a warrior who values power like him. I wonder if I will be able to remove this mask in the near future. Agnes took off her armor. It may be time to face everyone with your own face. Demon Lord Rookie thought about that. We got sidetracked. Anyways, I have already decreed my punishment to you. From now on you will have to listen to Thor, and he doesn't want to punish you. Well, he might make some requests about the workshop, so be prepared for it. Thank you. I will accept any request. Umo, thank you for your loyalty. Demon Lord Rookie told General Rizinga, who was bowing his hand. I will do my best to be a lord who deserves the vow of yours. That's it. Demon Lord Rookie nodded. That was the end of the audience. Flame General Rizinga bows and leaves the throne room. When the Minotaurs in the hallway opened the door, the general suddenly turned around. By the way, Your Majesty, let me correct one thing. What? Rizinga. About Ifrit's vow. Chancellor Keldano said that if you break your vow, it means I won't complain even if you take my life. But that's not accurate. Was I mistaken? If you first say, I swear in front of my master, it means exactly what Kelv says. If you swear to a specific person without that, it means something different. General Rizinga continues with an embarrassed look. For example, if you say it to someone you love, it is referred to as, with this vow, I dedicate my body and soul to you. This feeling will continue to burn with the flames of my life. Huh. Interesting. It's an important vow, so we rarely say it. Rizinga looked distant and sighed. Really? Children really grow fast. I'm happy, I'm lonely. Sorry, it's just a parent's complaint. Excuse me. With that said, General Rizinga left, leaving Demon Lord Rookie tilting her head, and Chancellor Kelv, who was holding his head as if he had perceived something. Thor's perspective. The next day, Ugnis and General Rizinga returned to their territory. Before they left, the general said, "We will prepare your workshop and residence in our territory." It seems that this happened as an apology and a thank you for this matter. General Rizinga nodded, and also allowed me to see it beforehand. Ugnis also said, "I'm looking forward to it." Ugnis seemed to be very shy, perhaps because it was her first time to appear in public in normal clothes. By the way, she wore a sky blue dress that Mabel gave her. Ugnis doesn't have normal clothes yet, so it seems that Mabel lent them to her. The general said, "When I return to the territory, I will make clothes that look good on Ugnis. Please look forward to it." I'm looking forward to seeing Ugnis' new clothing when I go see the house. Then I saw off Ugnis and the general. I returned to my room and decided to continue my research. This stone from Ugnis is a meteoric iron. I'm in the simple warehouse, appraising the black stone. Ugnis gave me alchemy material through Mabel. It's a black stone about the size of a pinky finger, and it doesn't melt even at high temperatures, and it seems that it was found near the mine. When I appraised it with Creation Alchemy, iron meteorite, a stone that falls from the dark outer space. It has different attributes and compositions from substances on the ground. Attribute: space, 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 dark, dark earth. This is the first time I have heard of the space attribute. While thinking so, Creation Alchemy reacted. You have awakened the space attribute by successfully appraising the iron meteorite. It is possible to add the space attribute to the created items. Since I came to the demon territory, I can use more and more new attributes. 5 attributes of the different world: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Space attribute from an iron meteorite from the sky. All of them were unknown to me when I was in the Empire. Somehow, I'm getting excited. I have to thank Demon Lord Rookie for the materials and the new workshop later. Let's make more and more new items for her. In this simple warehouse, a hearth and a workbench are installed, delivered by the nice Minotaur Sands. It's arranged by using the item organization function of the simple warehouse. Mabel brought me a small stove and a table. There is a tray with tea utensils on top beside the stove. This is the tea party space for me, Mabel, and Demon Lord Rookie. We are supposed to get together today around 3 p.m. I hope Her Majesty also enjoys it. After that, I left the workshop. I needed other materials to make an item using the iron meteorite, so I went into the warehouse next door to find some. I have to organize this room a little more. The warehouse next to my room is so messy that I can't see the floor. Demon Lord Rookie and Mabel used to say it was junk, but for me, it's a treasure trove. Let's categorize for the time being. Let's separate what I would put in this simple warehouse and what I would leave in this room first. First, the books. Books for the hero's world are valuable. They might be a hint for future items. I should keep it in my room so that it won't get wet or torn. Which one should I clean up first? The most important one is the books describing items from another world, such as the mail order catalog. When I looked for them, I found another similar book. Just in case, let's check the contents. I see. It's interesting. I sat down. I started reading, and 1 hour passed. Oh no, oh no. If I don't clean it up quickly, I won't make it in time to the tea party. We finally got a time when all 3 of us were free. I have to clean up before that. The next book is a book of this world. It's a record about how the demon territory was created, written by the first demon Lord Sama. The types of demons and demi-humans living in this area, their characteristics, and their living environment were written. Interesting. I sat down again. I started reading, and this time, 2.5 hours passed. This won't do. The cleaning isn't going anywhere. I won't read the books anymore. Let's just collect them. While I thought about that, Thor-sama, are you in the room? I heard a knock followed the door of the other room opening. What is it? Rookie-sama. You can't enter without permission. Thor said that it's fine when it was time for the tea party. I can't wait too. From my room, I heard the voices of Mabel and Demon Lord Rookie. It looks like it's time for a tea party. I'll move to that room too. The book I was reading, let's put it in this wooden box. When I opened the wooden box, at the bottom of the wooden box, there was a sword in a sheath. It had a familiar shape. It's the same as the one at the entrance. Is it a magic sword? Taking a closer look at it, it's different. The length is too short. The statue has a big sword that is a little over a meter long, but this one is less than a meter long. The pattern of the handle and the pattern of the sheath is also different. The statue's magic sword has a complex pattern engraved on it, but this is a simplification of that. Appraisal. I used the appraisal function of Creation Alchemy. Looking into the magic sword. Magic sword, replica. Ability, strength up. Attribute, none in particular. I see. This is a replica of the magic sword. Thor, are you in there? Your Majesty? Please come in. Just on time. Let's ask the Demon Lord Rookie. I also wanted to see your Majesty. Can we talk to you for a moment? Uomo. Then please excuse me. The door opened, and the blonde Demon Lord appears. She looked at me and laughed happily. The current Demon Lord Rookie is not wearing a mask or a robe. She's wearing a jet black robe with lots of ribbons. Perhaps she noticed my gaze. She turned around in front of me. It suits you well. Your Majesty, Demon Lord. Just Rookie is fine. Demon Lord Rookie blushed and turned to the side. You already know my true face. It's unpleasant to be called Your Majesty by such a person. No, isn't it the opposite? If so, this is an order. If you think of me as a friend, call this Rookie by my name. Is there such an order? Isn't the Demon Lord supposed to be a tyrant in the Empire? Well, that's about right. So, I can make selfish requests. Demon Lord Rookie laughs. I raise both hands and pose for surrender. I understand. Rookie-sama. It's okay to be upfront. By the way, what were you doing in the warehouse? I found something interesting. I presented the sword that was still in the scabbard. This should be a replica of the magic sword? A replica of the magic sword? But the only added effect is a strength increase. I explained how I found the magic sword and its abilities. The length is different from what that statue has. But what is it? What do you think, Thor? The material is just iron, and the effect is just a strength increase, so it's probably a prototype. There was probably a blacksmith who tried to replicate the magic sword. However, I think that it was abandoned because it's inferior to the original. The blade edge is also dulled so that it will not cut. It's a scrapped item. You sure are amazing. That is the correct answer. Rookie laughed bitterly. In my uncle's time, there was a plan to revive the magic sword. So the elves and dwarves worked together to make the magic sword, but a strength increase was the limit. It's just as you said. Can I have this sword? Rookie had a puzzled look. Why are you asking that? This is your room, so you can decide what to do with it. With a gentle smile, she nodded as a matter of course. A face that of a 15-year-old girl. I think that this is unfair. If you make that face, I want to give you various things. Rookie-sama. What's wrong? Thor. Rookie-sama is very cute. No, is the word cute rude to Her Majesty? No matter how much I'm called a friend, I still have to keep some etiquette. Rookie is very attractive. If you smile like that, I'll want to do anything for you. What? Rookie opened her eyes wide. What are you saying suddenly? No, I just said what I thought. Why you? I don't think that you should say that right away. Ah, that's right. In the Empire, I was a lowly person, so I didn't have any people to talk to, except for a few. But Your Majesty know, Rookie-sama and Mabel would listen to me, right? That's why I'm so happy and blurted that out. You were having a hard time. But if it bothers you, I'll fix it. You don't have to fix it. Speaking frankly is one of your good parts. Being kind is one of Rookie-sama's good parts too. I think that's a good thing. Why are you so angry? Your Majesty, I am not mad. And you said you would call me Rookie. You really? The tea will get cold? Your Majesty. Thor-sama. When I noticed, Mabel was looking at me from the other side of the door. Her elf ears were twitching, and her expression seemed complicated. Sorry, Mabel. Uomo. Then Thor, this sword belongs to you. Rookie gave me the black magic sword placed on the floor. As proof of that, I gift it officially to you. Thank you, Rookie-sama. I looked up at Rookie's face and then, Your Majesty no, Rookie-sama. What's wrong, Thor? Can I turn this replica magic sword into a real magic sword? What? One of my dreams is to make a sword that surpasses the holy sword in the Empire. But I don't have the fighting ability. Even if I make a great sword, it will only be put in a treasury. So that's it. That's why I want to make an awesome magic sword and have Rookie use it. I heard from the general, but you're going to a monster subjugation soon, right? If you can use it even at that time. I'm happy about the thought. Thank you, Thor. Rookie puts her hand on my head. Then immediately with a gentle smile. But you don't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry. You're worried about my physical weakness. Isn't that what you're thinking? Rookie wrapped my cheeks with both her hands. She muttered at a distance where I could feel her breath. But it's okay. Thanks to you, I was able to gain absolute loyalty from General Rizinga. If that spreads, those who doubted my strength will change their attitude. Well, I might be able to remove the mask in the near future. Your Majesty, that's why you don't have to be in a hurry to make the magic sword. You should make what you want instead. No, I just want to see Rookie using a magic sword. I think it's really cool. What? But is that so? If Rookie-sama removes the mask, it must be a magic sword that matches it. What about a magic sword that shows its true appearance as soon as the mask is removed? A cognitive obstruction magic sword, the same time as Rookie's true appearance. Yeah, that may be good. Wait. Demon Lord Rookie taps and pinches my cheeks. Why are you always like this? But don't you usually give a muffler or glove to a person close to you? Before that, wouldn't you think if it suits that person in advance? And you have to listen to the opinions of the recipients too. You're the only one who relates a muffler to a magic word. Rookie finally released my face. And I don't need a magic sword to subdue the monster this time. Really, I'm leading the soldiers. Unless there is a complete defeat, the Demon Lord won't swing their sword, right? Indeed. Right? What we need this time is something that can safely attack monsters from a long distance. Moreover, it is desirable that anyone can use it. It is better to have items that support the battle, not weapons. So that's it. Thank you for your good idea. Your Majesty. An attack support item. Something that Rookie Sam and the soldiers can safely attack the monster from a long distance. I understand. I'll think about whether such a thing can be done. You, Omo. Demon Lord Rookie thought a little, then said, It seems that you're motivated. There is no reason to stop you. I entrust this project to you. I understand. Demon Lord Rookie-sama. I think that there was an item in the book that I just read that could be used in long-range battles. I'll find it later and make it usable for Demon Lord Rookie and the people of the demon territory to safely subdue the monsters. Then, Thor-sama, let's have tea again next time. That's right. Let's go to the room next door. Hey, Thor. Stop glancing at the book with the items listed. Rookie puts her hand on her waist and looks at me as if she was fed up. I'm going to talk about something important during tea time. It's also for the paperwork that Rizinga asked me to do. Paperwork. Rather, it's a blueprint. A workshop and a house on the territory of Rizinga for you. Rookie raises her hand after saying that. Mabel, who was behind her, took out the parchment, the pen, and the ink. Do you make a workshop and a house by incorporating my opinion? Isn't it natural? Thor mentioned it earlier. You should listen to the opinions of the recipients when choosing gifts. Rookie laughed, and Mabel winked at me. So, let's talk about the workshop and house that Thor will get in the near future over a cup of tea. Yeah, that's right. But your principal residence is still here. You'll have to travel a lot from now on. I understand. Your Majesty. Didn't you say that you'll call me Rookie? Then we went into this simple warehouse. While drinking tea, we talked about the layout of the house and the workshop to be built on the territory of the general. Thor, you keep talking about the workshop. Shouldn't you pay more attention to your residence? I think that having a place to sleep and wake up would be good. That won't do. The place where you live is important. You have to think about your health too. Even so, I'm not very picky about my living space. The dormitory of the government office where I lived when I was in the Empire had only a bed in the room. I also don't want to remember the residence of the Duke's house. Mabel, can you help me think about the living space? Is that okay? Of course. Even over there, I'll be taken care of by you. It's fine if you make it easier for you to work. Okay, leave it to me. You're so sly, Mabel. Let me think about it too. Yes, let's think about it together. Your Majesty, we each decided to come up with an idea for the new home. When everyone finished drinking tea, all right, the workshop should be something like this. We have also finished the living space. Thor-sama, check it out, Thor. Mabel and Rookie showed me the blueprints for the living space. It was drawn pretty well. There are quite a lot of rooms. It's General Rizinga who is building it, but I wonder if the budget is okay. And, was it Mabel who drew the bedroom? Yes. Why are there 2 beds in it? To take care of Thor-sama. And the bathroom that can accommodate 3 people? To take care of Thor-sama, of course. Please elaborate on it a bit more. Thor-sama does alchemy work, so I think it's better to wash your body with other people's hands when you take a bath. For example, there may be small pieces of wood and metal on your body, and if you touch them, they might fall into the items you were making. It makes sense. Oh well, let's give it to the general as it is. If something goes wrong, General Rizinga will fix it. Say, Mabel, what happened, Your Majesty? It's good that the bathroom is large, but I feel like the boiler room beside it is oddly wide. What does this mean? That's... For some reason, Mabel's face turned bright red. I think that Thor-sama might want to remodel his home with alchemy, so I tried to leave a margin. I see. As expected of Mabel. Yeah, that might be the case. I might find a boiler room item from the hero's world soon. Then I would also want to remodel the boiler room at home. Did Mabel save some space to make that easier? Thank you. Mabel. No. After thinking that Thor-sama and I will live in this house, I think it's better to have a space wide enough to dance. But it looks like it's going to cost a lot. If General Rizinga says it's no good, let's give up. I think it's okay. Thor-sama. With that said, Mabel grins. Agni-sama will surely put in a good word for this design. She should understand it perfectly. Is that how it is? That's right. For the time being, I decided to submit the designs of my home and workshop to General Rizinga as it is. I wonder what the General and Agnis are doing. They should be discussing the monster subjugation with the Empire. I'm a little worried because the Empire might put out unreasonable demands. It's a good idea to make a magic item for long-range battles, just in case the Empire does something. An item that can defeat the monster without alerting the Empire and without risking the demon territory. If there is such an item, it wouldn't matter if the negotiations break. I think there was such a thing in the mail order catalog, because that is an item list of the hero's world. With that in mind, I enjoyed the tea party with Rookie and Mabel. This is a laser pointer for those who don't know. It's those things that teacher point to the whiteboard or the red dot thing that cats like to tap. Catch. Wikipedia here. That's why I'm going to make this next. The day after the tea party, I was talking to Mabel while looking at the mail order catalog. A black cylinder with a glossy surface and a transparent plate at the tip was displayed on the open page. It seems that a red light would come out when it starts up. What is this? Thor-sama. It says that it's a laser pointer. Laser pointer. It can also be used as a laser sight. Make sure to convey your instructions with this laser pointer. With the light of a laser pointer, your intentions are clearly conveyed, no matter how chaotic the situation is. Especially recommended for those who are in a position to guide people. If you use this product, you will be able to accurately hit the mark. The red light emitted from this product reaches a surprisingly long distance and makes the place you want to show clearly stand out. The distance is about 5 times that of regular products. The boldness is increased 10 times. Even in noisy places or where your voice won't reach, the goals you point at are clearly visible. Your instructions will definitely be transmitted and the surroundings will soon quiet down. In addition, our laser pointer can be attached to a crossbow or air gun to create a laser sight. The hit rate is increased by 10 times. The range will be increased 5 times. For competition use only. Never pointed at people. This is something amazing. Mabel listened to my explanation and her eyes were shining. I'm surprised too. I don't know what an AIR gun is, but a crossbow is something that is in this world. The point is that if you use it on a flying weapon, the hit rate and flight distance will be increased. But, Thor-sama, what does it mean by recommended for those who are in the position of instructing? You will be able to accurately hit the mark. I think it means that the captain of the soldier can accurately convey which enemy to defeat. Your instructions will definitely be transmitted, and the surroundings will soon be quiet. It means that the screaming enemies will soon be defeated and silenced. Never pointed at people. I think it's for the exclusive use of monster subjugation. What is for competition, ? For the hero, subduing the monsters was like a competition, because they were competing for the score and the speed of leveling up. It sure is easy to understand. Yeah, Mabel and I nodded. Because it is exclusively for monster subjugation, there is no record that it was used against demons and subhumans. I wonder if the hero only used it to defeat monsters and raise their level. There is a legend that a hero defeated a powerful monster in a blink of an eye, and they were unscathed. If the range is increased 5 times, that monster couldn't even come close. That's right, they'll be knocked down before they get close. There is also a record that a huge monster bird was pierced by the magic of a hero from a long distance. But it's perfect for getting rid of monsters this time. If you can't use it against humans, you don't have to worry about stray shots. The Empire's people are coming too. Well, that's okay. I don't want to get involved with the Empire. I just want to make an item for Demon Lord Rookie that can safely subdue monsters. Then I'll start. Mabel, will you prepare the material? Got it. Thor-sama. Mabel saluted. I got out the materials from the simple warehouse. Of course, you need a light magic stone because it emits light. I got Chancellor Kelf to give me some of the ones used for light bulbs. It's part of the all-you-can-use magic stone plan. I talked about earlier. The problem is how to make the light go straight. Let's use the dark attribute for this. Light and darkness are contradictory attributes, so if I wrap the light around with darkness, I may be able to shoot the light in only one direction. Let's try it. If I make a mistake, I can just remake it. Activate Creation Alchemy. I activated my skill. I imagine the laser pointer, as seen in the mail order catalog. A black, metal cylinder. Inside of it is a light magic stone. I imagine wrapping it with dark attributes and dark magic stones. It's like making a tunnel inside a bag of water. The output of the lightagic stone must be large, so I inject my own magic power in. Mabel, the metal materials. Yes. Mabel placed a metal lump on the table. I moved the image of the laser pointer that emerged in the air onto the table too. The metal lump changed into a tube. I then embedded the light magic stone into it and added dark attributes to the surrounding metal. In addition, a dark magic stone is also incorporated into it to further strengthen the contradiction between light and dark. Let's add wind attributes to it. Wind attribute also means circulate and carry far away. It should carry the light of the laser pointer even further. This should do the trick. It's much bigger than it is in the mail order catalog. Well, this can't be helped. I haven't caught up with the techniques in the hero's world yet. Execute Creation Alchemy. Corin, a cylindrical laser pointer, appeared on the table. The length is about 60 centimeters and the diameter is less than 10 centimeters. It's pretty big. I don't think that it's possible to attach it to a crossbow. Laser pointer can also be used as a laser sight. Attributes: light, dark, wind, rarity. A light source is created by the light magic power. With the strong dark magic power, the light is compressed tightly and stretched, forcing it to go straight. The wind magic power creates a flow of magic power to the place where the light hits. A light magic stone and a dark magic stone are needed. Since magic stones are consumables, they need to be replaced regularly. Replace them with new ones once every 3 months. Physical destruction resistance can only be destroyed with a magic weapon. Includes a personal safety device. Cannot be used against humans, demons, or demi-humans. Includes 1 year of user support. Service life, 15 years. Let's test it out. If I recall correctly, was there a magic training ground in the castle? Yes, I'll take you there. Thank you. I'm relying on you, Mabel. Therefore, we headed to the magic training ground. When fighting a monster, the vanguard should be as close as possible. Then the rearguard magic unit would be in danger. If the enemy suddenly approaches us, our magic will not be able to activate in time. The monster, Gargarasa, has many subordinates. It's better to defeat it before they assemble. Minotaurs and the others should be fine. But what if us elves who are weak at defense get attacked from the side? So to prevent that from happening, we have to do reconnaissance. We'll be in danger if we get too close to the enemy. Mabel took me to a place surrounded by short walks and fences at a corner of Demon Castle. In the corner, stone targets are lined up. This should be the magic training ground for soldiers. Excuse me. I would like to experiment with magic for a will. Quickly defeating the enemy is the fastest way to reduce the damage. Think about the magician that's going to accompany you. Near the entrance to the training ground, a Minotaur warrior and an elf magician were arguing. Behind them were warriors and people in magician robes. Is this supposed to be a briefing session? They should be the commanders of the vanguard unit and the mage unit. Maybe it's a meeting about subduing the monster? Yes. It seems that they are talking about how to fight it. It seems that they are discussing the formation during the battle. The monster to be subdued this time is called Gargarasa, and it seems that it has a large number of subordinates under its control. If it was left unchecked, it would attract more and more subordinates. The vanguard troops, including the Minotaurs, wanted to assault and destroy the monster as swiftly as possible. The mage unit wants to fight as far away as possible as to not be surrounded by enemies. However, if the vanguard unit rushes in, the magic unit must also move forward. If you move too far away, the magic wouldn't be able to reach. That's why they are exchanging opinions in this way. Wow, I muttered unintentionally. In the Empire, the lower-ranked officers follow the strategy decided by the upper echelons unconditionally. I think it's amazing that people in the field can exchange opinions like this. That's right. It's always like this in the demon territory. Well then, I'll go get permission to use the magic training ground. She went to talk to an elf who was free. Then we moved to the magic training ground. From this line to the target is the general range for magic. Mabel pointed to the white line on the ground. Behind her, There are lines at regular intervals that indicate the location of the magic launch. It seems that they train to increase the accuracy of attack magic by approaching and moving away from the target. This is the limit of the range. The target is the stone slab over there, right? That's right. They train by trying to hit the circle in the center. Yeah, let's see if the laser pointer will increase the hit rate. I took out a laser pointer from my ultra-small simple warehouse, remade for myself, in my pocket. After all, it's a little bit big. I wonder if putting it on my shoulder would make it more stable. Alright, this should be good. Pour magical power into it. Alright, it's activated. Thor-sama, a big red that has appeared at the target. That's the effect of the laser pointer. I think we're supposed to shoot magic at that place. I see. Mabel looks at the target with interest. A large red dot emerged on the target of the magic training ground. There is a black border around the red, probably due to the effect of the dark attribute. It's very easy to see. Furthermore, a straight red line appeared from the laser pointer to the target. Do I use this to aim? It's easy to use. Now that we're ready, can we shoot magic now? I think it's okay because there is no one around. But for the time being, it's better to get permission. In other words, if you can attack the monster with magic from behind us, there is no way that can be done. Yeah, everyone seems to be busy. I shouldn't disturb them. I got permission to use the facility, so it should be fine. Let's start the testing then. Mabel, can you use ice-based magic? Yes. Thanks to Thor-sama, my magic circulation of water has improved, so I can do most of the things. Then, shoot an ice attack magic. Yes, then, icicle arrow. Mabel casted her magic. An ice arrow hits the center of the red dot. Wow. Mabel. What happened? When I shot it, I felt that my aim was off, but I hit it. It's fine if you hit it. Next, let's extend the distance a little more. We moved 1.5 times further from the target. Mabel cast the magic again. It hit the target. We moved to the point where the distance to the target is doubled. Mabel casted her magic again. It hit. We got hooked and continued experimenting with magic. The briefing session is still going on at the entrance of the training ground. I can't hear it from here, but I wonder what they're talking about. Why don't you understand? It's you who don't understand? The mages need a safe distance. While we are fighting the monster, the magician can move back. Magic has something called a range, so that's impossible. Someone is experimenting with magic. They're pretty far away from the target. It won't hit it at such a distance. Oh, what? What? Why it? We backed up further and released the magic. Oh, is this the limit? We are at the edge of the training ground. It's impossible to go any further. I was able to confirm that the range of it was at least 3.5 times the usual. Mabel's magic all hit the target. The experiment was successful, but it's weird, Thor-sama. What's weird? Why does the ice arrow hit even if we have exceeded the general range? Moreover, in the exact same place, without any deviation. It can't be helped. It's an item from the world of heroes. That's right, but I'm still not convinced as an elf. I understand that. But well, there's nothing I can do about it. Let's check the target. We held hands and moved to the target. When we came near it, we could see the icicles sticking in the stone target. It's the icicle arrows released by Mabel. However, the ice is attached only to the part where the light of the laser pointer was shining. The ice arrow shot by Mabel hit the exact same place without any deviation. In other words, was the magic pulled by the flow of magic power created by the laser pointer? The flow of magical power. This laser pointer sends the light magic power and the dark magic power to the target, right? In other words, there is a line of magic power between the laser pointer and the target. Maybe she noticed what I meant. Mabel opened her eyes wide. In other words, if you shoot magic so that it touches the light of the laser pointer, it means that it will reach its goal by following the flow of magical power. It's a dreadful ability. I think people can safely fight the monsters with this. This laser pointer was made for the monsters in the first place. In the world of heroes, I think they used this to efficiently defeat monsters. The scary thing is the items in the world of heroes. I was able to accurately hit the mark. At the direction of the leader, all the noisy monsters are made quiet. Never point at people, an item dedicated to monster subjugation. Dedicated to demon subjugation means that the hero was not using it in the battle with the demon lord. Even so, the fact that they were able to beat the demon lord is expected they're in a different league. Then let's take this to Her Majesty. We'll talk to Chancellor Kelv and ask if he can use it. That's right. Let's go, Thor-sama. Before that, let's clean up the training ground. Before I knew it, the training ground was quiet. Minotaur-san and the Elf-san were silently looking at me. I guess I scared them? Well, that can't be helped. Thank you for using the training ground. I will clean up no. Furu 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 furu. Minotaur-san and Elf-san simultaneously shook their head. Is it okay? Is that okay? Koku 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 koku. This time, Minotaur-san and Elf-san nodded simultaneously. Is that okay? Well then, I'll accept your kind offer. Demon Lord Rookie and Chancellor Kelf seem to be busy. I should go and make an appointment as soon as possible and tell them about the laser pointer. I'm sorry to bother everyone. Excuse me. Mabel and I bowed and left the training ground. After Thor and Mabel left. What were we talking about? Did you forget? We were talking about the vanguard assaulting the monster and the rearguard supporting them with magic. That should be it. I forgot. I understand you. I too forgot after seeing the shocking scene. What was the problem? Elf-san, the commander of the magic unit. It was about the range of magic. Minotaur-san, the commander of the vanguard unit. The Minotaurs and the elves looked at each other. The one who used magic earlier was the maid, Mabel-sama, right? Why, yes. Before, she couldn't use magic, and it seems that she was ostracized by the heartless people of the elf village. But she just used magic? Yeah. The range is amazing too. What's going on? I think it's because of the items used by the human alchemist, Thor-sama. I see it's Thor Regis-sama, who reports to Her Majesty. But I've never heard of an item that extends the range of magic. It's possible for Thor-sama. Is it possible? A fellow Minotaur who was a guard said that he is an alchemist with great power. Anyway, if we have the previous item, it will be easier to subdue the monster Gargarasa. What was the problem we were talking about? It's a matter of the range of magic. The problem is gone now. What should we do? The Minotaurs and elves remained silent for a while. Then they stood up all at once and start walking. Thor and Mabel said that they would go see Her Majesty or Chancellor Kelf to get permission to use the item. We must go and put in a good word for it. It takes time to get an audience with Her Majesty, but Chancellor Kelv might be free at the moment. Thinking so, they set out for the Chancellor's office. After a dozen minutes later. Wow, wait. I don't know what you're talking about. What? Thor and Mabel? I think they're with Her Majesty, yeah? Permission to use the item. No, wait. Seriously, wait. I haven't heard the story yet. Calm down now, eh? Thor Registano. Please come here and explain. Chancellor Kelv was told by soldiers and mages a passionate story about permitting Thor's items. When Thor was making the laser pointer in Rizinga's territory. This is the territory of General Rizinga, in the south of the demon territory. A messenger named Margrave Garoa from the Empire came to the general's mansion in the center because his territory was closest to the demon territory. Nice to meet you. Flame General Rizinga. I'm from the Dalgarian Empire. My name is Margrave Garoa. A man wearing a cloak indicating that he was an imperial aristocrat bowed to General Rizinga. On the other hand, Rizinga returned the greeting with a light nod. I'm Rizinga Frazid, the general who governs the territory south of the Demon Castle. This meeting was agreed upon by Demon Lord Rookie. The purpose is to negotiate about the mine development. A few months ago, a new ore vein was discovered in the mountainous area of General Rizinga, near the border of the Empire. Right beside it is the territory of Margrave Garoa. The Demon Lord intended to start developing the mine soon, but as a result of an investigation, a powerful monster was found to be settled nearby. Before the mine development, they must first defeat the monster. However, if the demon territory gathered soldiers in the border area, they may be mistaken by the Empire as the demon territory has the intention of invading us. Also, if the monster is provoked and the monster attacks a town on the Empire's side, the Empire will be inconvenienced. With that in mind, Rizinga sent a messenger to explain the situation to the Margrave Garoa of the Empire. After several exchanges, that came up with the following plans. The demon territory will cooperate with the Empire to subdue the monster. When the mine is developed, the Empire will receive a portion of the mine's silver as a reward. Then, the written negotiations continued between the general and Margrave. They were in the final stages of finalizing the negotiations. May I check the conditions again? Rizinga Dano. Oh, I don't mind. Rizinga placed a piece of parchment in front of Margrave. The conditions are as written here. Is there anything Margrave Garoa is concerned about? Well, first of all, I'd like to confirm. Is it okay for the Empire to provide troops to subdue the monster Gargarasa? The number of troops will be about 50 to 100. No problem. It would be great if you could cooperate. That monster has a lot of subordinates too. Rizinga nodded to Margrave's words. Are you sure that the soldiers from the Empire will fight in cooperation with us, the Demon Territory soldiers? Yes. So, about the rewards we receive. After the mine is developed, a part of the silver that is mined will go to the Empire. Is Your Majesty the Demon Lord okay with this condition? Of course. Her Majesty Rookie Everguard said that this condition is okay. So we receive a set amount of silver for 1 year? Margrave Garoa raised his face from the parchment. Is it possible to extend the period of receiving silver a little longer? I don't know how much silver there is in the vein. I can't say for sure. If possible, 2 years, no? I'd be happy if you could give us 4 years. I have already told Her Majesty Demon Lord that it's a year. That's it. There's something I can do. The muscular Margrave Garoa grinned while rubbing his hands. He is not as tall as Rizinga, but he is a well-known warrior in the Empire. The Margrave left his weapon to his servant and came to Rizinga's mansion. Everyone thinks that he's a courageous person. However, the meeting place was chosen to be a room near the exit of the mansion, and a large number of soldiers were kept outside. To respect brave warriors is the policy of Rizinga's house, so General Rizinga had no complaints that Margrave Garoa is a negotiator. But this sticky look. What is something that you can do? I don't want to say this out loud. I won't know what you want without you saying it. Then, let me tell you. As a thank you for extending the period of giving the silver to 4 years, I will give General Rizinga a part of the silver sent to the Empire. This is a personal thank you to the General. Margrave Garoa distorted his lips and laughed. The Empire's share will be reduced, but the period will be longer. His Majesty will be pleased. Of course, General Rizinga will also benefit. Be quiet. If I do that, I would be deceiving Her Majesty. She wouldn't know about it if you keep your mouth zipped. What if you leak it? This Garoa has a stiff mouth. But are you a trustworthy person? Rizinga drank a sip of tea, took a deep breath, and continued. You wrote in the letter that the guest sent to the Demon Territory was a powerful warrior. Even if he doesn't look strong, he's a strong man who is perfect for testing my skills. That's right. Did the general fight him? No way. I knew just by looking at him. He wasn't a one who fights with weapons. That's a shame. But as a general, don't you like that person? He can't fight, but he's still alive with the blood of an imperial aristocrat. You could use him to raise your fame. Fame. The Empire and the Demon Territory are now at peace, but we were nations that once fought. Some may have still harbor a grudge against the Empire. By all means, give him to them. This way the ones that harbor a grudge against the Empire would be refreshed. So that was why you introduced Thor as a warrior, then? Yes. The Duke also said that Thor Regis is a shame for the Duke's family. At least that life should help the Empire. So, let's return to the previous story. Margrave Garoa placed both of his hands on the table and leaned forward. I have a good idea. You extend the contract between the Demon Territory and the Empire to 4 years. If we are found out, we would pin all the blame on Thor Regis. How about that? He tricked the general and rewrote some documents. Then he put the silver that was supposed to go to the Empire into his own pocket. He was going to use that silver to do some dodgy dealings in the Empire. This will not bother the general. Only Thor Regis will disappear with all the sins on his back. He will be useful to the Empire and the general with his life. Don't you think that this is a good idea? I will only ask one question. General Rezasenga said, lowering his gaze. Was it your decision to put the responsibility on Thor Regis Dano? I'm not the only one. It was the suggestion of his father, Duke Regis. No. I'm asking if your emperor knows this. No. His Majesty only knows that we want to extend the contract period to 4 years. Margrave Garoa shrugged. Serving the Empire is a nobleman's job, but reporting each and everything is not a nobleman's job. I see. I'm glad. I didn't have to hold the Empire in contempt. Her Majesty has the ideal of learning from humans. I didn't want to make Her Majesty sad. General Rizinga. Enough. Shut up. Don't open your mouth anymore. Back in the hands of General Rizinga, the pottery cup shattered. The general closed his fist as it is and grinds the debris until it becomes powder. A flame broke out from the general's hair. His bronze skin becomes redder, and the crimson eyes began to turn golden. The general silently stretched his arm pointing to the exit of the mansion. Get out. Pardon. I don't have anything to say to lowly humans like you. Get out. Never show up in front of me again. Hi. Bam. Rizinga's fist violently split the table in half. The scattered pieces of wood became ashes as they came into contact with him. Even though it's sinful just to deceive Her Majesty. Of all things to use my benefactor, Thordano? If things go south, everything will be pinned on him? On my friend, Thor, and the benefactor of my daughter? Stop messing around. Your friend? That person? Oh, I respect Thordano. So I pledged my loyalty to Her Majesty. Why? For the likes of Thor Regis? What for the likes of Regis? How much do you have to insult him to feel satisfied? The temperature of the room rose. Heat is being released from General Risinga's body. The flames swayed with the general's anger. Overwhelmed by both, Margrave's face became deep blue. I don't understand. What happened with Thor Regis? I have decided that Thordano is my daughter, Agni's husband. General Risinga glared at Margrave Garoa with his crimson eyes. It's impossible to use Thordano. That's all for negotiations with you. I'll report all this to Her Majesty. Her Majesty would probably send a letter to the Emperor of the Empire. You have used your dirty hands to trick Her Majesty and tried to use me and Thordano. In no way. If you accept this offer, General will also benefit from it. Compared to Agni's smile, such a thing is equivalent to dust. Then what about the mine? Originally, this negotiation was for the friendship between the Empire and the Demon Territory. We negotiated with the Empire because we did not want the soldiers who gathered to subdue the monsters to be mistaken for an invasion. Suppressing his anger, General Risinga continued. But it turns out that you can't understand it. I'll tell the Emperor of the Empire directly in writing that the Demon Territory has no intention of hostility. It's not like that. You're telling the Emperor about the mine? If the negotiations here fall through, what about the position of me and the Duke? This matter is left to me by Her Majesty. Risinga shook his arm toward the window. The window, reinforced with metal, shattered easily. The people outside should have already heard the commotion. Under the window, the subordinates of Risinga and the Margrave Garoa were gathered together. I tell you in the name of General Risinga. Margrave Garoa said a statement to Her Majesty and my friend that I could not turn a blind eye on. It is my responsibility to negotiate for Her Majesty, and this is the end of the negotiations with the Margrave. General Risinga shouted at those who gathered outside the window. Now go home promptly. Margrave, the negotiations have broken down. How are you going to deal with the monster, General? Even if you guys go subjugate the Mon, you don't need to mention it. I know it's horror. Well, apologize now, and then. I don't have a head to bow to the ones who insulted my friend. Goo. It's better to give this life to the monster rather than doing such a thing. If you understand it, disappear immediately. Risinga shouted. Margrave Garoa looked back at the general for a while. It's different from what they previously said. Why is this happening? Muttering, he jumped out of the room. After a while, outside the window, Margrave and his soldier left. They'll probably return to the Empire. It would take some time to report to the Emperor and then make a move for the opposite side. Let's report this to Her Majesty. When Risinga began to think about that. Father, Agnes, I'm sorry, I broke the window. I tried to replace the unpleasant air, but it seems that I overdid it. Risinga looks back at the voice he heard. Agnes stood at the entrance of the room. What happened? Father, it's not something you should care about. Father, the messenger from the Empire insulted Thor. Okay, I'll go chase and burn him for a bit. Agnes tried to run out reflexively. The pendant on her chest shined, activating the physical strengthening of the 5 attributes. Wait, Agnes, the one who insults Thor-sama is the enemy of Agnes. I feel the same too. Can't you see that I'm holding back my anger? Risinga shouted. Agnes turned around and saw flames rising from her father's hair. The temperature of the room also rose, and the heat made the air waver. Even Risinga, who can control his fire magic power, couldn't control the flames because of his anger. Agnes, it's okay to get revenge, but how are you going to tell Thordano about that? A nobleman from the Empire insulted you, so Agnes took revenge for you? Also, if he knew the Empire's true face, wouldn't he be hurt? Moreover, because of that, if the Demon Territory and the Empire fight, wouldn't he have a hard time? Hearing the words of her father, Agnes and stopped running. Agnes kicked the wall and used the recoil to jump and landed in front of Risinga. I see. Agnes doesn't want to hurt Thor. The Empire seems to think of Thor as a hostage to the Demon Territory, something that can be used freely. But I don't think Thor knows it. If he knew, he wouldn't be so calm. Agnes also thinks that's the case. Thor-sama is kind. I understand. Therefore, let's keep this matter a secret to Thordano. Risinga and Agnes looked out the window side by side. The soldiers of the Empire are no longer visible. They probably want to get out of the territory quickly, Risinga thought, because they thought that I might chase and burn them. After all, I should have relinquished my title of general, General Rizinga thought silently. If someone was just a citizen, and they burned someone that insulted their friend, only they are held responsible. No one Elise will be inconvenienced. However, General Rizinga was a general of the demon territory. If he attacked Margrave, it would become a matter between the demon territory and the Empire. First of all, I have to report to Her Majesty that the negotiations broke down. Rizinga sighed. Let's write a letter to the demon castle. In this case, all the sins are on this Rizinga. If Her Majesty is angered, I will relinquish my title of general and start over as a foot soldier. Father, Umo, then Ugnis. I think that it's good if you become Thor Registano's servant. No. It's embarrassing. In this way, the negotiations between General Rizinga and the Margrave broke down. That Margrave seems to have insulted a friend of His Excellency. If so, it couldn't be helped that the negotiations broke down. We will defeat the monster alone. The soldiers under his control did not complain at all. After that, Rizinga wrote a letter to the demon Lord Rookie and reported everything. A few days later, he got a reply. I read the report. To reject Margrave Garoa's idea was a wise decision. I write here that you are not guilty in the name of the demon Lord Rookie. Also, about the same time I received the report from you, a letter came from the Emperor of the Empire. This was Margrave's arbitrary decision without the Emperor knowing. The people involved are likely to be disposed of by the Emperor. There was also a new proposal for subduing the monsters. The Empire will send out soldiers to subdue the monsters as planned. Since it also serves as an apology, no reward is required. However, it seems that the third princess who uses the holy sword will come from the Empire. Since the Emperor's relative is coming, I am also obligated to go out to greet them. Therefore, I have decided to lead the soldiers and go subdue the monster. I order Flame General Rizinga to prepare for this demon lord's conquest. Her Majesty Rookie Everguard's first conquest. After reading the letter, General Rizinga screamed at his men. It's a great honor to accompany it. Everyone, prepare to welcome Her Majesty. Ugnis, I'll get you new clothes right now. General Rizinga and his men began to prepare to welcome the demon lord. In the Empire, after Rizinga drove out the Margrave, you failed to negotiate with the demon territory. This is the Duke's mansion in the imperial capital. Duke Bargaregis was screaming in his office. Sitting on the opposite side of the table was Margrave Garoa. He looked down, shrank his shoulders, as if he was frightened by the wrath of the Duke Regis. What do you mean? Explain what happened. Margrave Garoa, I'm really sorry. Something completely unexpected happened. Enough excuses. Did the negotiation really fail? Is it no good anymore? Margrave Garoa silently nodded to the Duke's menacing look. There is nothing I can do anymore. The Demon Lord's General isn't going to negotiate with me anymore. No way, the plan requested by the Minister of Military Affairs. Duke Regis sat in a chair as he held his head. This plan was entrusted by high-ranking officials of the Empire. The unit that executed it was Margrave Garoa, and Duke Regis supported it. It started when the Empire got information that the development of a mine would start in the demon territory. General Rizinga, who governs the mountainous region of the southern part of the demon territory, sent a letter to the Margrave. For the development of the mine, we are going to subjugate monsters. Rest assured that we have no intention of invading the Empire. Margrave Garoa brought the letter to Duke Regis, who he was close to. In addition, Duke Regis, thinking that this can be used, approached a high-ranking official of the Empire. Then, the high-ranking official took the lead in planning to use the demon territory. The plan of the high-ranking official was this. First, propose to General Rizinga to help subdue the monsters, and after the mine is developed, have some of the mine's silver given to the Empire. Then, bribe General Rizinga to extend the contract period. If they gave General Rizinga silver, he might use it to revolt against the Demon Lord. Conversely, they can stir the demon territory by telling the Demon Lord that Rizinga has received a bribe from the Empire. That was the Minister of Military Affairs' plan. The Margrave and Duke were willing to take on the role of the executor. In addition, Duke Regis issued additional instructions to Margrave Garoa. You might as well use the incompetent child of my Duke's house for the negotiations. The negotiating partner on the Demon Lord's side is General Rizinga. A person with the title of General should be a warrior. Then he should hate those who don't have the power to fight. He should have similar values to ourselves. Zeus, he should be happy to cooperate with the plan to use Thor Regis. That was the expectation of Duke Regis and Margrave Garoa. I have decided for Thor Dano to be my daughter, Ugni's husband. General Rizinga's answer was too unexpected. The Duke didn't know much about the demon territory. Still, making Thor the son-in-law of the general was an unlikely story. Thor is a hostage or sacrifice sent to the demon territory? If General Rizinga were a warrior, the best Thor could be would be his training board? I don't know about what's happening in the demon territory. That guy? He must have shamelessly spilled information about the Empire to try to curry favor with those demi-humans. Or he cried and begged for their pity. Yeah, it must be like that. I wonder if it's like that. Maybe something is happening in the demon territory. Do you understand the thoughts of demons and demi-humans? The Duke slammed his fist on the table. Thor, an embarrassment of an imperial aristocrat. If story of a Duke's son becoming a bride of a demi-human leaks out, I wouldn't be able to show my face anymore. Duke Regis held his head. The Duke hasn't appeared in social circles since he was kicked out of the party of Princess Liana. The number of aristocrats visiting his mansion has also decreased. The failure to repair the princess's magic sword was a gigantic mistake. That's why the Duke decided on this plan. Manipulating the demon territory would have great merits to the Empire. The reputation of the Duke and Margrave will also increase. The Duke decided to use his son Thor to further increase his fame. Duke Barga Regis, who sacrificed his own children for the sake of the Empire. The evaluation of him should be high among the Emperor, princes, and princesses. Her Royal Highness Princess Liana should have also seen the Duke in a more positive view. That is, why is this? Let's do something about it, Duke Sama. It's hopeless already. Hi. I have already reported to His Majesty the Emperor. The negotiations will definitely succeed. The Empire will be able to obtain good quality silver from the demon territory for the next 4 years. No way. His Majesty immediately gathered high-ranking officials and praised me. But it cannot be withdrawn anymore. I have to buy time and think of a solution. Should I go to the demon territory and negotiate with General Rizinga personally? Thinking so, the Duke immediately shook his head. It's impossible. General Rizinga and the others have made Thor into a son-in-law. The Duke accused Thor of being useless and shameful and banished him to the demon territory. The general should have heard the story. He wouldn't have a good impression of me. If so, do I bow down to Thor? That's impossible. Margrave Garoa has already told the general that he would blame through Regis if things go south. If I show this face there, my life may not be safe. While the Duke was thinking about this and that, Duke Sama, shut up. I'm thinking about what to do from now on. Be quiet for a moment. No, it's not that. Didn't I say to shut up? The Minister of Military Affairs has come. The office door swung open, revealing an old man with several soldiers stood in the hallway. Minister of Military Affairs Zagran Sama. What brings you here? I received a report from the Margrave that the plan failed, so I came to verify it. Ha. Duke Regis lowered his head onto the floor. Next to him, Margrave Garoa did the same. Both of you, please lift your head. I just came here to confirm something. The report from Margrave was incomplete, so I came here to hear about it directly. An old man with gray hair and a monocle slowly entered the room. This man is the Minister of Military Affairs, Zagran. He is one of the 3 high-ranking officials of the Dalgarian Empire. He is highly trusted by the Emperor and also serves as the educator of the 3rd princess, Princess Liana. He is in a much higher position than the Duke. With all due respect, the plan is still on its way. The Duke spoke up while kneeling. There was a slight miscalculation, but it's okay. We will soon recove. That's not needed anymore. Your way of doing things is too crude. I never thought you would choose a way that offended the Demon Lords General, so the plan to get silver from the demon territory is halted. The gray-haired military minister said, to provoke the general's anger. It was also because you made your son a sacrifice. No, it was totally unexpected. Why do you know? I planted a spy in the Margrave's troops. It was a report from that person. Hearing the words of the Minister of Military Affairs, the face of the Duke turned deep blue. No more excuses or deceptions. It turned out that the minister had already received an accurate report from his subordinates. In the first place, this plan was to prevent demon territory from meddling into the affairs of the Empire. The reason we sent your son as a hostage was to keep the territory off guard. However, why would you make the other side's general angry? Geez. But according to the plan, was it part of the plan to propose blaming your son? I didn't ask for that. You should have been withdrawn when General Rizinga refused. If so, this event would have ended there. A long sigh echoed in the Duke's office. Anyway, the plan to get silver from the demon territory has been cancelled, but the monster subjugation will be done as planned. The Empire and demon territory jointly. The Minister of Military Affairs looked down at the Duke and told him, "There is no reward, but it's a good opportunity to remind the demon territory of the strength of the Empire so that the demons and demi-humans won't do any harm." "Why, yes. For this occasion, this Bargarigas will also help out. No, I need you at another place." The room became silent. After confirming that the Duke did not respond, the Minister of Military Affairs Zagran continued, "Currently, there is a skirmish with a small country to the south of the Empire, and I want you to fight as one of the soldiers there." "Ah, I will tell you more about it at the high-ranking conference of the Empire. Everyone has already gathered. Come here. Please wait. Give me an opportunity to explain myself. Save that for the meeting." Oh, and then, the Duke's words were swept away, and the Minister of Military Affairs continued, "You shouldn't talk about your son. The person who was sent to the demon territory, Thorigas, is a taboo word in the meeting. It's useless to claim this matter as your house's achievement. On the contrary, that would make a bad impression on His Majesty. Why? Because your son is out of the norm." The minister sighed. A few days after being sent to the demon territory, the famous general went so far as to acknowledge him as his son-in-law. Moreover, the person himself knows he was offered as a sacrifice. Of course, he will have bad feelings towards the Empire in you. How should we deal with such a person? The Duke's body begins to tremble. The Minister of Military Affairs Point has sealed the Duke's last trump card. Without regard of the danger, Duke Regis sent his son as a hostage. That claim would have protected the Duke at the high-ranking conference of the Empire. But it can't be used anymore. You're not thinking about using your son anymore, right? Minister of Military Affairs, Zagran sighed. "I'm sorry to say that it was you who made your son like that. You could have sent your son away without saying anything, or you could have soothed and asked for his help. But you didn't, did you? I heard from one of the people working here. You cursed him and sent him out saying it was fine for him to die." The Duke held his face down and groaned. "But he can't fight and is useless. He's an incompetent person. If he's an incompetent person, then you can treat him that way. But was your son really incompetent? He seems to have already earned the trust of the demon Lords General. But, even if it's like that, to sacrifice one's life is a natural thing for an imperial aristocrat to do. It's a splendid thought, so you should carry it out too. Currently, the Empire needs the demon territory to the north to calm down. Therefore, it is not good for the Empire that you are a high-ranking aristocrat. Please be prepared to relinquish your Duke title." A cold voice reached the Duke's ears. "Or, perhaps you can't do what you expected your son to do." Personally, I regret that Thorigas has gone to the demon territory. Your son could have been a good tool." "Oh, Margrave Garoa won't be accompanying you. I'll talk to him in another place. For now, Margrave Garoa, you are under house arrest. Then, please accompany me." Duke Bargarigas. Duke Regis was at a loss for words. He was put on a carriage and attended a meeting at the court. The punishments handed down were the following. He will provide the funds for the monster subjugation this time. The amount will be the equivalent of the silver that the Empire was going to obtain from the demon territory. Demoted from Duke to Count. If he wants to redeem himself, he can go to the battle in the south. After that, the Empire will decide the treatment of Count Regis. During the meeting, at least allow me an opportunity to earn credit. Please let me be a captain of 10 men. At the request of Count Regis, as a captain of 10 soldiers, he began to head to the south. Thus, a great aristocratic house of the Empire, the Regis House, completely disappeared from the social circles for high aristocrats. And the house of Count Regis was about to enter a long winter era. Demon Lord Rookie's perspective. A few days after General Rizinga drove out Margrave Garoa, Demon Lord Rookie was talking to Chancellor Kelv. A desk was placed in the throne room, and 2 letters were on it. One is a report on the negotiations sent by General Rizinga. The other was a letter sent in the name of the Emperor of the Dalgarian Empire. Therefore, the Dalgarian Empire wishes to subdue the monster jointly with the demon territory. Demon Lord Rookie put the letter back on the desk. Is this the content of the letter from the Empire? Yes. A few days after General Rizinga's report arrived, it arrived at the demon territory. I'm worried about how the letter came so fast. There was probably a high-ranking imperial official's subordinate mixed into the Margrave's party. The letter says, that proposal was the reckless idea of the Margrave and his colleagues, not the collective will of the Empire. There was another thing about Thor Registano. Yeah, Demon Lord Rookie nodded quietly. Then she turned her attention to the report from Rizinga. Here, the words and actions of Margrave Garoa were described in detail. There was a proposal that in exchange for extending the time to 4 years, they bribed this Risinga. She read it about 5 times already, to the point that she could almost memorize the contents. That Margrave said that if it came to light, we would blame it on Thor Registano, who was working behind the scenes to try to return to the Empire. That person tried to use him to cover up. The letters written in the report of Risinga were distorted. He was probably writing this while desperately suppressing his anger. The hands of the Demon Lord Rookie were also shaking. She could feel her anger rising as she remembered a line from the Empire's letter. That was the Margrave and the Duke's arbitrary decision. Duke Regis, Thor's father, tried to use his own son to cover things up. The father does this to the son? How the heck was Thor treated in the Empire? She was glad that this wasn't the Empire's collective decision. Otherwise, she might have hated all humans except Thor. She also knew that the Empire had abandoned Thor. He himself told her that he was sent to the demon territory as a hostage, not a messenger. Rookie believed in Thor, but she didn't expect him to be treated so badly. This is the Duke and his child. Thor, Your Majesty, Chancellor Kelv murmured anxiously. Upon hearing that, Demon Lord Rookie held her chest and inhaled a deep breath. She touched the cognitive obstruction mask and reconfirmed that she was the Demon Lord. I, Rookie Everguard, am the Demon Lord. While wearing this mask, I have to behave like a Demon Lord. There is only Chancellor Kelv in the room. However, there are guard minotaurs outside the door. There are also maids in the corridor. I can't make them uneasy. I have to keep calm as much as possible while wearing the mask. I have to maintain as much dignity as possible. Demon Lord Rookie thought. I'm sorry, Kelv. I'm calmed down now. No, I understand your feelings. I was also surprised about this unexpected matter. Right. So what about the future of Thor? Nothing changes, Demon Lord Rookie declared. Would you change his treatment just because of a few words from an imperial aristocrat? That person is a messenger from the Empire, a guest of the demon territory, and an alchemist who reports directly to me. Nothing changes. I have no objections because Thor is already an important figure in the demon territory. Chancellor Kelv bowed, then turned his eyes down. But how far will you tell others about this issue? I will tell others about the outcome of the negotiations, but if possible, I would like the talk about Thor to be kept a secret. Thor is a guest of the demon territory. Nothing would be changed. But the fact that he was about to be used by his real father is too painful. I don't want it to be known to everyone in the demon territory. If everyone makes a fuss, Thor might feel inferior. I want Thor to do research freely. With that in mind, the Demon Lord Rookie nodded. I agree with you. Risinga also wants to make this matter top secret too. What should we tell Thor then? That is, the general says that we shouldn't tell Thor about it, but I don't think so. In the future, Thor may receive letters from the Empire. At that time, the response depends on whether or not he knows of this case. Without the information, he may respond incorrectly. Chancellor Kelv said with his face down. So I think we should tell Thor the truth. That's right. Only Your Majesty and this Kelv knows this in the castle. If so, I will tell Thor myself. Thor is my alchemist as well. Demon Lord Rookie slowly shook her head. I will tell Thor about this matter myself. Are you sure, Your Majesty? It's my responsibility. I was the one who gave permission to develop the mine, and it was my decision to allow negotiations with the Empire. Then, I have to take responsibility for the result. Your Majesty, I was just thinking of visiting Thor's room. I'll tell him there. Demon Lord Rookie stood up from the throne. She smiled under the mask that covered half of her face. Well, I'm the Demon Lord. Telling Thor is just a normal, trifling matter. I understand. I'm counting on you, Your Majesty. Umo, leave it to me. Nodding, Demon Lord Rookie began to leave. She passed by the kneeling Chancellor Kelv. I am grateful to Thor. Suddenly, Chancellor Kelv muttered. It was because of General Risinga's vow of primordial flame that I could believe that all of his reports were true. He told me what he was, without hiding anything. I was able to believe from the bottom of my heart. Chancellor Kelv said, while looking straight ahead. The aristocrats' conspiracy was clever. If we couldn't trust the general wholeheartedly, or if the general hid some facts from us, our relationship would have gone down the drain. That's right. The one who made the general make the vow was Thor Registano. The voice of Chancellor Curve echoed between the throne room. I am the Chancellor, and I'm obligated to give back the favor. If Thor requires anything, I will surely achieve it. Tell me, what if Thor brings a mountain of magic items and asks you to accept them? Oh, if that's the case. I'll forward your feelings to him. Thank you, Kelv. With that said, the Demon Lord Rookie left the throne room. After a dozen minutes, Demon Lord Rookie was in this simple warehouse in Thor's room. Today is another tea party day. In front of her, there was tea brewed by Mabel and hot baked goods. Thor and Mabel are excited about the new item, laser pointer. Rookie was also listening. Before subduing the monster, they said that they wanted to experiment with the item together. I think Rookie-sama will like that laser pointer, too. My magic's range has increased a lot. I can't believe it. Thor and Mabel were laughing while eating up baked goods. Rookie also smiled, but it was a stiff smile. I have to tell Thor what happened in the negotiations with the Empire. With that in mind, Demon Lord Rookie bit the baked goods. After I swallow this baked goods, I'll say it. After I finish drinking this tea. Thor and Mabel are laughing. I don't want to disturb them. I will talk after the topic is ended. After 3 minutes. No, 1 minute. After going back and forth, Rookie realized her mistake. If she was going to talk about the Empire, they should have been in the throne room. Rookie's hand unconsciously looked for the cognitive obstruction mask. With that mask, Rookie can talk as a demon lord. As a masked demon lord, it's not difficult to talk to or punish her subordinates. But this is a tea party for friends. Rookie also removed her mask and is here just as a young lady, as Thor's friend. It was too cruel to talk about what his father did here. She didn't notice it until she was here. But I have to say it. It's my role. Thor said before. I'm a hostage sent by the Empire, and told it to me like it was nothing. If I do the same, it's okay. I'm sure it's okay. Thor will understand. Demon Lord Rookie took a deep breath slowly. When Thor and Mabel stopped talking, she opened her mouth. Thor. It's about the negotiations with the Empire that took place at Risinga Place. Yes, Rookie-sama. Thor put down the cup of tea and looked towards Rookie. Well, there was a little trouble in that negotiation. A little hiccup happened. She found her voice trembling. Desperately, Rookie continued to explain. The trouble. At that place, the Margrave of the Empire said something outrageous. I see. That good-for-nothing nobleman, of all things, he tried to use our Risinga to give him more silver, and then return some to Risinga as bribe. Profit, and then. Rookie-sama? Are you okay? Your Majesty, Demon Lord-sama. Huh. Why are Thor and Mabel surprised? Margrave said, silver from the mine, to give, bribe, to Risinga. That's it. If it is found out by the demon territory. Drip. She felt like her eyes were burning. Water droplets fell on the table. Of all things. To put all the sins on. Thor erase. In other words, LLU, the person who said this was Margrave. You're Rookie-sama. Please calm down. Your Majesty, what's wrong? The voices of Thor and Mabel overlapped together. Why are you crying? Only after being told, Rookie realized that she was crying. Her voice was also trembling. When she wiped her face with her hands became soggy. I'm so pathetic as a demon lord thinking so. She remembered that this was the simple warehouse made by Thor. This was a place where she could become her true self and become a girl. If so, then it's fine. Rookie didn't bother to stop her tears. That's why. The Duke is going to. Thor. She couldn't do it anymore. Hick. Hey, Thor, you're not a bad person. You're not a bad person. That person who said a bad thing. Calm down, Rookie-sama. Please talk slowly, one word at a time. Thor and Mabel look at me with gentle eyes. Even when she saw it, Rookie's tears didn't stop. In the end, with tears, she finished talking about the Empire and Thor's father. Thor perspective. So that happened. After listening to Rookie's story, I sighed. I understand. It seems like something what my father would do. You. Hick, don't cry. Drink the tea and calm down. The tea is cold already. I'll immediately brew another one. Please wait a moment, Your Majesty. Mabel hurries to heat up the kettle. Eventually, the water boiled and tea for 3 people were lined up on the table. I tried it and sighed. I'm sorry that I lost my cool. Rookie finally seemed to be calm. Holding on to the chest of her usual black dress, Rookie sighed. I intended to tell you calmly. On the contrary, I bothered you guys. It's okay. I was able to make out what Rookie wanted to say. I was surprised that she suddenly started crying. The content of Rookie's story was conveyed properly. General Risinga met with the Margrave Garoa of the Empire as planned. At that meeting, Margrave Garoa wanted the general to deceive Demon Lord Rookie and give some more silver to the Empire. If it was found out by Rookie, they would blame everything on me. Because Thor wanted to use illegal means to go back to the Empire, he tricked the general and took the silver. No matter how I think about it, it's not a logical reason. In the first place, I have no intention of returning to the Empire. Rookie knows that too. It's not like General Rizinga would jump on board too. That Margrave isn't interested in the people of the demon territory. If he knew about the general even a little, he should have understood that such a proposal wouldn't have gone forward. Then General Rizinga, who heard that proposal, was furious. He kicked out the Margrave, wrote a rough letter, and informed Rookie. The Empire also noticed the blunder of the Margrave and sent an apology letter. It was written in the letter that it wasn't the collective decision of the Empire, but the aristocrats acting rashly. The aristocrats are Margrave Garoa and the Duke Regis, that is, my father. Rookie tried to tell me that. I can't believe it. How can they do something so terrible? Rookie said, rubbing her crying eyes. For some reason, her free hand was holding my hand for the whole time. I started stroking her head when Rookie was crying. And then Rookie never let go of me. Even if it was for a short while. Duke Regis is still Thor's parent? Not only did he exile you to the demon territory as a sacrifice, but he also tried to use you again this time. I can't believe it. Rookie-sama. After telling this story, I thought about how pitiful Thor was. I was crying. I'm sorry for Thor. I couldn't help it. Rookie-sama is a good person, aren't you? I said. I'm sorry for this, but thank you for crying for me. Be quiet. It was really embarrassing. Rookie squinted her red eyes and looked at me. Then she dropped her shoulders. I still have a long way to go as a demon lord. If I wore the mask, I would have been calm, but as soon as I removed the mask, I started crying. I'm sorry. This is the tea party. Rookie-sama. I said. Isn't it Rookie-sama who said, call me Rookie here? It's okay. This is a secret place. Let's keep that in mind. Omo, that's right. Rookie wiped her face with a handkerchief presented by Mabel and nodded. Thor is my friend. It's embarrassing to cry because someone else was having a bad time. I cried for Thor who didn't cry. I would like to hit my father as much as I made Rookie-sama cry. I'm not going to send the Lord to the Empire for that. I know. I just wanted to say it. But I don't know. Why does your father go so far? If Thor was in the way, wouldn't it be enough to exile him to the demon territory? Don't cry. Rookie-sama. I'm not crying. Instead, Rookie squeezed my hand. Looks like my hand would stay there for a while. She worried about me so much. I won't be going anywhere. And the reason my dad went this far, I think it's probably partly because of the imperial policy. The policy of the empire? I told you before that the Dalgarian Empire puts strength at the top, strength first, and that's why I was banished. Umo, for that reason, I heard that Thor was neglected by his father. Rookie nods, and Mabel looks at me with concern. I continued. Of course, my father no. Duke Regis is also a strong warrior, and the Duke's father was a master of the sword called Swordmaster. He was my grandfather. But my grandfather, after he gained some age, he started to like alcohol, and was killed by a bandit while he was drunk. So it's like that. I was too small at the time, so I don't remember it well. But during my childhood I thought, no matter how strong you are, you could get killed if you were careless. You might also be weakened by old age. But the stronger you get, the more someone wants to beat you and make a name for themselves. It is said that the thief who killed his grandfather was actually a warrior who was aiming to be the strongest. It seems that my grandfather was fighting a lot of opponents in order to become a swordmaster. Then, it doesn't make much sense to aim for the strongest. I think it's better to use alchemy skills to do brain labor. I thought in that manner. It's a Thor-like idea. It seems to be logical. So from the beginning I gave up on being a strong person. But the people of the Empire are all trying to be strong. The people who laid the foundation of the Empire were the heroes with extraordinary strength. If the strength of people in this world is 100, the strength of heroes is about 100,000. They wouldn't get killed by a surprise attack, and it would be fine if they were weakened a little. That's why the people of the Empire are aiming for strength like a hero. To be stable and the strongest. That's why the people of the Empire, including my father, are trying to use their power, achievements, and anything else they can use as tools to become like the heroes. That's why the Duke tried to sacrifice you. Maybe, though. I don't understand it all. Please rest assured. I can't either. It's fine. What is it? I'm happy to have the same idea as Thor. Yes, I'm the same as Thor. I don't understand it all. I see. Rookie and Mabel nodded and drank tea again. By the way, Rookie-sama. What, Thor? It's time to let go. Uomo. Rookie hangs her head with a bright red face and said, I'm sorry. I was so lonely when I learned that Thor had been treated badly by his father. I thought about how bad it would be to live with such a father. At that time, I was on my side. I thought that I was powerless to help you before, so I just held your hand. So that's what happened. At least I don't want Thor to be lonely today. I want to hold hands until I fall asleep. No, it's just my selfish wish. I'm happy, but it's a little difficult. I've never slept hand in hand with someone. It's an attractive suggestion, but Your Majesty is a girl. Sleeping with me. I am not going to do anything. I just want to hold hands and sleep. Your Majesty, I understand your feelings. Mabel had a troubled face. Your Majesty can't stay in Thor-sama's room, and Your Majesty's room is forbidden to have males in your own room. If you sneak into a separate room, there are definitely still going to be maids there. I don't think it's possible to sneak Thor into a room. I understand. Rookie murmured unfortunately. I'm sure she knows that it's an impossible request. But I'm the alchemist of His Majesty the Demon Lord. Let's think of a method. Of course, it's going to be difficult. Rookie can't stay in my room, and I can't stay in Rookie's room. How do we hold hands and sleep while both of us is in our own room? Found it. When I opened the mail order catalog, there was something that could be used. The book from the hero's world sure is amazing. It makes this situation become possible. Rookie-sama. Thor. Would it be okay if Rookie holds my hand and sleeves, and I hold Rookie-sama's hand and sleep? That would do. That way, both of us aren't lonely. Okay, then let's make this. I pointed to the mail order catalog page. I need some different materials. Can you help me get it, please? Can you do something with this? No matter how good you are, this is impossible. It's okay, Your Majesty. It's made by Thor-sama. Rookie and Mabel nod with a smile. I checked the mail order catalog. With this item, Rookie's wish would be fulfilled. I don't care about Duke Regis anymore. But if Rookie is happy, I'll make any magic items. I'm an alchemist who reports to her. That's why I decided to make a magic item for a good night's sleep. This is what I will make this time. I opened the mail order catalog page for Rookie and Mabel. The thing printed there was, latest model body pillow. Have you ever had a problem with pillows that doesn't fit you, or you're having trouble falling asleep? Then, let's experience a gentle sleep with the latest body pillow. This new body pillow is made with magic-like new material. The surface is smooth and the inside is so soft that you would feel that you would sink in. Just like the feeling of hugging an important person, the fabric is as gentle as human skin, finely tuned and stretches freely. With the special beads inside, you can change the shape to your liking. The shape is unrestricted. It changes into every form. You can make it look different every day, or you can make it stay in your favorite shape. How you hug it is up to you. This hug will heal your worries and sorrows. When your important person is not by your side, please put this pillow on your side. You can always feel like you are connected to your loved one. Oh, Rookie and Mabel were impressed and stared at the mail order catalog. Hey, Thor. Yes, Rookie-sama. Why is this an alternative to Thor and I holding hands and sleeping? Because I think this body pillow will transform into a human figure. What? Rookie opened her eyes wide. No. It's true that there is a feeling of hugging an important person and a feeling of being connected to a loved one. But it's too much to think that this body pillow will transform. But when I look at this body pillow, I remember the legend of a hero. The legend of a hero? Manipulating magic power and freely changing his form. He was a hero who used shape-shifting magic. Both of us seem to have noticed. Some of the heroes summoned from another world used to be able to use magic to change their appearance freely. Oh yeah, there was a person like that. That guy changed his appearance and infiltrated the Demon Territory's army. Once his identity was revealed, he transformed into a dragon. I know that too. The hero used a granular attribute magic power. With this, he could change a mass of magic power into any shape, any color he wanted. The hero used it to make a fake body, and he also wore it like a cartoon costume. I point to the mail order catalog and continued. In other words, it's this, with the special beads inside. You can change the shape to your liking mentioned in the catalog, right? That's true. Now that you mention it, you're right. Recalling the legend, Rookie and Mabel nod with serious faces. After his fake self was destroyed, it was said that bead-like magic power scattered out. Do you think that this body pillow has the same ability? Yeah. So, that's why in the mail order catalog, it mentioned magic like new material. I think that would enable it to change the shape freely. The legend of the shape-shifting heroes is heard throughout the Empire. Like the grains made of magic power used by the hero, this body pillow also contains beads that can be freely rearranged with magic power. That's why this catalog says, it's like hugging an important person. There is a legend saying that even his family members couldn't detect the transformation ability of a hero. Surely, I don't think the items in the hero's world are just ordinary body pillows. Then, this body pillow really has the ability to transform. We can see that by making it. If we succeed, you can transform this body pillow into my shape and Rookie can sleep while holding my hand. I agree. Please let me help in any way possible. Rookie has a complicated face. Mabel was motivated. If your majesty doesn't want it, by all means, I would love to use this body pillow. I'm curious how hugging Thor-sama would feel like. No, the person who will hold Thor's hand and sleep is me. Rookie raised her face as if she had decided something. I feel like it's different from what its original purpose was, but I'll allow it. If you can make a comfortable pillow, the people of the demon territory will be able to sleep well. Then everyone should be able to live comfortably. Yes, Rookie-sama. I will prepare the necessary materials. Have a go at it, Thor. All right. I got permission. Let's start making it right away. I told Rookie and Mabel about the materials I needed. I brought it. I'm taking it out. White sheets popped out from the ultra-small simple warehouse. This is the cloth material I asked Rookie to get. She ordered the maids to get the extra bed sheets. I have also prepared this. Thor-sama. What Mabel took out was a barrel of bean shells. These are called salala beans, which are light and cannot be eaten. Instead, the shell of it is used for the contents inside of pillows and cushions. Good thing that it was also in the demon territory. Thank you. Rookie-sama, Mabel. Is there anything else you need? Please order me anything. Thor-sama. I prepared the rest of the material here. You guys can just watch. Take out the magic stones and I arranged the magic stones prepared by the Chancellor on the table. These magic stones do not contain any magic power. It is a blank magic stone that has used up its magic power. I'm going to use this time. Then I'll be starting. Activate Creation Alchemy. I activated my skill. First, spread the sheets on the table, and then line up the magic stones on top of it. Combine the sheets and magic stones to create a cloth that reacts to magic power. Material refining. Furwin. When I activated this skill, the magic stone on the sheets began to tremble. Like ice melting, it spreads thinly and melted into the sheets. Alright. Material refining was a success. When I appraised it, I understood that every one of the threads had magic stone infused in them. When I poured magic power into it, it changed shapes as I ordered. The cloth that expands and contracts freely is completed. Next, I did the same to the salala beans. Cast Material Refining on then. Rookie-sama, please hold this bean for a moment. Uomo. Like this. Yes. And then wish for a shape you like. For example, a circle or a triangle. Circle and triangle. Circle and triangle. What is this? The bean shells. It became a circle and a triangle. Alright, it works too. The beans gathered and formed a circle and a triangle as Rookie imagined them. It looks good. Then I'll finish it. I stare at the body pillow page of the mail order catalog. I burned the image in my head. Develop a template of body pillow. When I declared it, a translucent body pillow emerged in the air. It's about the same size as my height. The thickness should be about the same as my waistline. I moved the template onto the table. The sheets and bean shells I left behind on the table was swallowed by the template. The sheets are on the outside of the pillow, and the bean shells become the contents. Also, let's add water attributes so that body pillow becomes soft. Water is smooth and can take any shape. By adding the water attribute, similar characteristics can be given. I also added wind attributes so that breathability will continue to improve. This will give you peace of mind, even on hot nights. Let's make a pillow cover with the ability to store magic power as well. Everyone's magic power has its own characteristics. If someone injects magic power into the cover and puts it on the body pillow, the shape should change into the person itself. Finally, I reconfirmed it with Creation Alchemy. Yep, looks good. Then let's finish it. Execute Creation Alchemy. Pwuff. On the table, a body pillow with a length of about 2 meters appeared. Oh, this is the hero's worlds. Body pillow. Body pillow, main body, rarity. Attribute. Water, wind. A pillow made of cloth and bean shells that react to magic power. Due to its strong water attribute, it has a smooth feel and deforming ability. Due to the wind attribute, it has excellent breathability. It can change its shape in response to the user's magic power and thoughts. This is the highest class body pillow and can also be used as an ordinary pillow. If you put it under your head, it will deform along the shape of your neck. And if you put it on your back, it will deform along the shape of your spine. Physical destruction resistance. Because it absorbs all impacts, it is very difficult to destroy. Service life, 5 years. Notes, washing is okay. Add-ons, body pillow cover, rarity. Attributes, water, wind, light. Due to its strong water attribute, it has a smooth feel and free deformation ability. Due to the wind attribute, it has excellent breathability. The surface color and pattern can be freely changed because of the light attribute. A cover exclusively for body pillow. It has a higher ability to store magic power than the main body. By putting it on the main body of body pillow, you can change the shape of the body pillow itself to your liking. How to use it. 1. The subject touches this cover and injects magical power. 2. When you want to use it, put the cover on the body pillow. 3. The cover and the main body will change to the person who injected the magic power by default. Transformation duration, 1 hour. Only if the person who injected the magic power is nearby, in the same building, and the person agrees, the pillow and the person's senses can be shared. Then Mabel, will you help me try it out? Yes. Thor-sama, what should I do? You just have to pour your magic power while holding this pillow cover. I handed a plain pillow cover to Mabel. Well then, let's try it. Mabel hugged it tightly. When she closed her eyes, the pillow cover began to emit white light. Thor, what's happening? The magic stone that melted into the fabric is reacting. So that's it. Magic stones have the ability to absorb magic power. Yes, that's why the cover can absorb it. The magic power also contains a person's character. So if you put on a cover that absorbed Mabel's magic power, does that mean that the body pillow will look like Mabel? I hope it works. Eventually, the light of the pillow cover went out. It seems that it has absorbed enough of Mabel's magic power. I took it and put it on the body pillow. When I closed the opening of the cover, furu, the body pillow began to tremble. While emitting a white light, it slowly changed its shape. The time taken was about 10 seconds. When the light went out, the body pillow was transformed into Mabel wearing a maid outfit. The height and the flowing silver hair are just like the person herself. She stretched out her white limbs, bent them, and sat on the table. I'm there. Your Majesty. There is another me. Amazing. It looks like Mabel herself. So this the body pillow of the hero's world. On top of that, it moves with just a thought from me. Raise your right hand. Raise your left hand. It's amazing. It really looks just like me. The terrifying power of the hero. No, the amazing thing is Thor who realized this. It's a great success. Thor-sama. It's wonderful. Mabel opened her eyes and stared at the body pillow that looked like her. Rookie was also impressed. Even she thought that the body pillow looked like Mabel. What's in front of me is a human model of Mabel. Moreover, it works according to Mabel's will, who gave it magic power. The body pillow was completed. If I change this to my appearance, Rookie's wish to hold hands together and sleep should be fulfilled. But it's a failure. I was overwhelmed by the feeling of defeat. No, although it's completed, this is not even close to the shape-shifting skill of the hero. What's the matter? Thor-sama, this body pillow is me? That's right. This is Mabel herself. What are you dissatisfied with? This doesn't even express half of Mabel's cuteness. Indeed, it looks like Mabel, but something is different. As the creator, I know that. Thor-sama? What are you talking about? Half of Mabel's cuteness? When I first met Mabel, I thought that a forest fairy had appeared. I thought, was there such a beautiful person in this world? And I still have a lot of things I don't know. Until then, I forgot that I was trapped in a carriage for more than a dozen days, and I felt like my world had expanded. Thor-sama, what are you talking about suddenly? Glittering silver hair and white skin. Beautiful long ears. But those aren't the only charms of Mabel, right? In the forest of the demon territory, the kind hand that reached out to me when I was about to fall, and to not make me worried, she smiled even though her precious pendant was broken. Isn't things like that one of Mabel's charms? If such a Mabel wasn't on my side, I wonder if I could live in the demon territory. That. Uomo. Mabel always supports me and helps me with my experiments. If I think that I'm thirsty, she would serve me tea. She's always worrying about me. That's the charm of Mabel. Beside her is a place where you can feel at ease just by being there. It's a place that makes you happy just by being there. Thor-sama, please stop. Please forgive me. It's my first time seeing Mabel writhe in shyness. It's a valuable experience. So, I can't really feel the charm of Mabel from this body pillow. Since it is an item in the hero's world, that kind of thing should be expressed, right? I must be still inexperienced because I can't do it. That's why I instinctively said failure. But the Mabel of body pillow is still cute, isn't it? However, it still cannot match the original person. Oh. Twitch. Thor, let her off already. Mabel is at her limit. When I noticed, Mabel was sitting on the table. Rookie is hitting my shoulder with one hand and trying to cover my mouth with her other hand. I realized that I talked too much. I'm sorry, Mabel. I couldn't stop talking. Oh. Why, yes, it's okay. I'm just throbbing. But Mabel hasn't raised her face yet. While holding her chest with one hand, she's still prostrating on the table. Next to me, Mabel of the body pillow is doing the same thing. They look exactly the same, but you can tell the difference at a glance. The real thing is cuter. After all, I'm still not as good as a hero. It seems that the hero who used the shape-shifting ability has even transformed into a dragon itself. At that time, the scales were completely reproduced one by one, and his true identity was not revealed at all. Compared to that, I'm still far behind. So that's why? Rookie-sama, what were we talking about before? If you use this body pillow, Rookie-sama can sleep in your room while holding my hand. Now that you say that, you're right. I think we made it for that. What should we do? I think it has quite a high functionality as a pillow without the pillowcase. It was made by Thor. Let's use it. But, for some reason, Rookie stared at me and, it's because this body pillow, and you are different. The real you is much more, important to me. Don't ever forget it. Yes. I nodded involuntarily. It's embarrassing to be told face to face. Do you understand Mabel's feelings now? Okay, then, next, let's make the body pillow in the shape of Rookie-sama. You're going to talk about exaggerated things again, right? Do you want to stop my heart? That's why Rookie got a set of body pillow and pillow cover. For the time being, I reset the Mabel-shaped one and injected my magic power instead. After that, if she puts on the pillow cover before going to bed, it should look like me. Your Majesty, I have a request. I will allow it, Mabel. Will you be sleeping with me tonight? Why, you understood. You should decide which one you want, the right hand or the left hand. Yes, Your Majesty. I have always wanted to talk slowly with Mabel. Thank you, Your Majesty. In this way, the two-piece set of body pillow and pillow cover that I made was safely taken over by Rookie. Until she put the cover on, it's just a plain body pillow, so it's okay for Rookie to bring it into her room. It seems possible for Mabel to stay in Rookie's room by submitting an application to the maid chief. I'm glad that they are happy with the magic item I made. No matter what the Empire or my father does, this is my job. I will spread these items in the demon territory and make this a more comfortable place. That's my job and what I want to do. The Empire is no longer relevant. It's fine if I could do my job, and there are people who are going to be pleased with that. Well then, there is still time before night. By then, let's make some cloth with melted magic stones. This material may have other uses besides the body pillows. With that in mind, I started refining the materials. 1. This is what a body pillow is. Normal 1. Anime 1 for cultured PPL. 2. For confused PPL on why there is a need for a pillow cover. 1. It serves as something like a battery to store magic power as the main body of the body pillow can't. 2. It turns into someone by default because you can't imagine someone exactly. I think, maybe I have imagination and ability. Comment if you're confused and I will enlighten you. That night, in the room of Demon Lord Rookie. Rookie-sama, I brought the pillow cover that has the magic power of Thor-sama. Mabel, you did it. Rookie smiled at Mabel, who jumped into the room. This is the room of the Demon Lord Rookie. Located on the top floor of Demon Castle, it is divided into an office, a living room, and a bedroom. This floor is basically forbidden to boys. Maids with fighting abilities are patrolling in the corridors, checking who goes in and out. The only boy allowed on this floor would be Rookie's husband. Of course, there is no problem with Mabel, who is a girl coming in. The people in the castle also know that Mabel is Rookie's childhood friend. When Rookie, tired of her work, said, I want to talk to Mabel for the first time in a long time, and they let her go through. Of course, when Mabel brought a strangely long pillowcase, no one said anything. The pillow cover can store magic power for several hours. The cover-covered body pillow can be transformed for 1 hour. Until then, Mabel and I can hold Thor's hand. It seems that only the tactile senses are linked to Thor himself. That means that he can't hear our conversations. It seems that he took that into consideration. Well, it's Thor after all. Then without delay, don't rush it. First, change into your nightwear. Rookie stopped Mabel, who was dashing into the bedroom with the pillow cover in her hand. You can only stay with body pillow, Thor, for an hour. First, get dressed, wash your face, and then let's go to bed together. That's right. I'm sorry that I panicked. Is Thor in his room, ready to go to bed? Yes. He changed into his sleepwear and was about to go to bed. I was worried that that guy would continue researching without going to bed. He promised to sleep while holding your Majesty's hand. Thor-sama is someone who keeps his promise. That's right. Rookie involuntarily hugged her nightwear. She blushed after remembering what she did during the day. She heard about Thor's circumstances, and she started crying while talking to him. After that, she said, I want to hold Thor's hand and sleep today. However, Thor accepted everything. Besides, he listened to Rookie's selfishness. He even made a shape-shifting body pillow. Thor is really an extraordinary alchemist. No alchemist other than Thor would make a transcendental magic item just because you wanted to hold his hand and sleep. Even in the world of heroes, no one would make an item for that reason. Thor is the only such alchemist. Thor is only in the castle of the demon territory. That made her happy. For a different reason, she wanted to cry. Thor's such a troublesome person. Your Majesty, don't just hug your nightwear. You have to change into it too. I know. Do you need help? I would worry about the difference in growth between me and Mabel. So no. Turning her back on Mabel, who was already in her sleepwear, Rookie took off her loungewear. While listening to the sound of Mabel cleaning it up, she quickly changed into her nightwear. Today's work was all done. Supper was over. And she also took a bath. 2 people know, she only had to sleep with 3 people. Sleeping while holding hands together. Because our senses are shared, the feeling of holding hands is also transferred to Thor. In addition to fulfilling my wishes, he also protected the no boys allowed rule of the demon castle. Thor really accomplished the impossible. Are you ready? Your Majesty. Then together. Wait, calm down, Mabel. Looking back, there was a Mabel holding the pillow cover with excitement. The main body of the body pillow is already on Rookie's bed. After that, if we put on the cover, the pillow will become Thor. There is going to be a Thor on my bed. What a thing. It's getting embarrassing now. Of course, Rookie has never slept with a boy. Today is actually the first time she has held hands with a boy, sharing the same bed on the very same day. No, the other party is a body pillow. Not Thor himself. It's not the same person. But in the end it was Riley who offered the idea. But once the time came she felt embarrassed. But she didn't feel like quitting at all. Mabel's eyes were shining as she's held the pillow cover, ready to put the pillow cover on Rookie's signal. If I stopped here, I feel like I would lose to Mabel. Rookie didn't become the demon lord with such a half-hearted resolution. It's okay now, Mabel. Therefore, Rookie declared, put the pillow cover with Thor's magic power on the body pillow. As you please. Your Majesty. Sasa. Mabel quickly put it on. The body pillow transformed into Thor. He was in his nightwear, with his eyes closed and seemed to be sleeping. His chest is moving up and down. Of course, the body pillow is not breathing. However, it was made to make it look more alive. While thinking that it was Thor, Rookie instinctively stared at his face. Thor, who was breathing steadily and peacefully. Just the thought of that somehow made her feel at ease. Your Majesty, would you like a blanket? Uomo. Next to Rookie, Mabel puts a blanket on the body pillow Thor. She turned off the lights in the room and left only the bedside lamps waiting for Rookie. I'm glad that hugging pillow Thor has his eyes closed. It's still a little embarrassing to be seen in my nightwear. With that in mind, Rookie nods to Mabe. Rookie is on the left side of Thor. Mabel is on the right. The two flip over the blanket and slid their bodies to the left and right of the body pillow Thor. Then they searched for Thor's hand. Finally, when Mabel turned off the bedside lights, only the moonlight illuminated the bedroom. Meanwhile, Rookie finally found Thor's left hand. Mabel. Yes, Your Majesty. How should I hold a boy's hand? Huh? Didn't Your Majesty hold hands at the tea party? I was in a trance, so I don't remember about it. Even if you ask me, I don't have that experience either. Should I hold it normally? Or do I tangle my fingers? PL, please do whatever you like. What is Mabel going to do? Tea the same as Your Majesty. I see. That's right. In the darkness, their voices echo faintly. The longer they wait, the less the duration of hugging pillow Thor will be. Rookie, who was determined, touched Thor's finger with her thin finger and entwined her fingers. Mabel, did you hold hands with Thor? Yes. How did you connect together? I think it's the same as your majesty. Okay. Yes. For a while, silence fell. Rookie realized a fatal flaw. Rookie wanted to sleep while holding Thor's hand. But, can you even sleep in this state? The connected hands are warm. Her heart was beating faster. The other end is a body pillow that looks just like Thor. However, Rookie's body got hotter and hotter. She was only holding his hand, but it felt like she was holding a flame. Only the people with Ifrit's blood could sleep in this state. And Mabel, did you fall asleep? It's impossible. Right? Yeah. Then, can you talk to me? I know. Then, Thor-sama. No, I can't sleep because I'm overly conscious of Thor, so what would happen if we talked about Thor? But I can't think of anything else. Mabel is so weak-willed. Then, Your Majesty, please come up with something else. Uomo. That's right. Then, it's about Thor. Yes, something about Thor. She gave up. The Duke and Margrave who tried to sacrifice Thor seemed to be punished by the Empire. Is that so? The letter from the Empire said, at least we won't leave them with their positions. Is it because General Rizinga got angry? That's right. Rookie nodded, staring at the ceiling. Because of that, the Empire knows that Thor is an important figure in the Empire. That's why Thor has become an untouchable existence for the Empire. The Empire is trying to make the demon territory quiet. This is also another reason the Empire sent Thor here as a sacrifice. His father, who tried to blame everything on Thor, an important figure in the demon territory, also meant harming the demon territory. Thor was also, on paper, a person of the Empire, so it also meant harming the Empire. That's it. Rookie nodded and turned to Mabel. She looked at the body pillow Thor. She could see his cheeks illuminated by the moonlight. There was a mole on his earlobe. I wonder what kind of reaction he would have if I blew at him. Rookie quickly diverted her gaze. Anyway, as a result of this negotiation, the Empire found out that Thor was an important figure in the demon territory. As a result, the Empire would have no choice but to treat Thor as an important guest. Even in the Empire, you have to take good care of Thor. It's an ironic thing. They just realized that Thor was an important person now. They could have just taken care of him at the beginning. I agree too. Thor-sama's treatment improved, and the Duke was punished. Mabel murmured, but I still can't forgive Thor's father. That's right. If it wasn't Rizinga who was in the negotiations. No, I would have been wearing a mask at that time. I wouldn't be able to do it. Thor also knows your Majesty's position. Omo, that's right. I believe in him. But Thor will continue to be Thor Regis, right? I think he will continue to use the family name of his father, who did something terrible to him. Rookie thinks while looking at the ceiling. He couldn't change his official name. For the demon territory, Thor is just a messenger from the Empire and the son of a noble named Regis. But when we are together, it might be good to call him by a different name. Thor-sama used the name of his mother's house when he was away from home and working. What kind of name was it? Thor-Kanan-sama. Thor-Kanan. Thor-Kanan. Omo, it sounds good. Rookie turns to the body pillow Thor. She let go of Thor's hand and traced Thor's name on its palm. Thor-Kanan. Thor-Kanan. Yeah, not bad. Much better than the family name of the father who tried to sacrifice him. Let's talk to Thor tomorrow. If we can use that name when there are only 3 of us together. Mabel. Yes. I'm sorry. That's right. Let's talk to him. That's right, Fua. Finally, I'm drowsy. Rookie held the hand of the body pillow Thor again and closed her eyes. I've calmed down a lot, or rather, it seems natural to be in this state. It may not always be, but sometimes it may be good to sleep like this. I can have a good dream with a sense of peace. I think it's about time we sleep. Good night, Mabel. Yes. Good night, Your Majesty. Then Rookie and Mabel fell asleep. When they woke up the next morning, body pillow Thor returned to a cylindrical body pillow. Rookie and Mabel clung to it from the left and right. After all, the special body pillow is the best even without the cover. Then Rookie and Mabel parted ways, got dressed, and started working as a demon lord. When they visited Thor's room in the afternoon. May I enter? Thor. Yes, Rookie-sama. When Rookie entered Thor's room, he was working on alchemy. It seems that he is experimenting with a number of sheets spread out on the table. I'm curious about the content of the experiment, but I have something to try first. It's the name of Thor, decided by Mabel yesterday. Mabel is helping with the work in the room. She may already called him, but how are you doing today? Thor-Kanan. Thank you. I'm doing fine. And I made this new material. What? It was lightly washed away. Strange. When someone changes your name, there should be some kind of reaction. Thor. Yes, Rookie-sama. I just called you by your mother's surname. Was it Thor Kanan? That's right. It's definitely Thor Kanan. I suddenly changed your name, but don't you feel out of place? You know, I had a strange dream yesterday. A strange dream? It's a dream that someone kept writing Thor Kanan on both of my hands. Both hands. Rookie looked Mabel. Mabel is looking away with a bright red face. In other words, she seems to have done the same thing as Rookie. Since I had that dream, it seemed natural to be called Thor Kanan. In any case, I didn't like my father's family name. It's fine if Rookie-sama and Mabel call me Thor Kanan. Oh, okay. Yeah, but it was a good dream. Thor smiled and nodded. Then he looked at Rookie with a complicated look. Maybe Rookie and Mabel wrote Thor Kanan on both hands of the body pillow? You. No, that's fine. It's fine if you guys want to use that name, but as an alchemist, I want you to tell me how you use the body pillow me. There may be places for improvement. Rookie and Mabel was surprised. Thor had a point. He is an alchemist. It's only natural that he would want to know what effect his creation has had. I heard that it was fun brushing things up and remaking them. I'm sorry. I was continuously writing the words, Thor Kanan, on body pillow Thor's palm. I'm afraid Mabel was doing it too. Just as I expected. But that's the only thing. I didn't do any other weird things. I know. I believe you. Rookie just wrote Thor's name on hugging pillow Thor. Those things can be said unreservedly. He was glad they didn't do anything other than that. He looked at Mabel thinking that. Wait a minute, Mabel. Mabel was holding her chest with both hands while being embarrassed. She looked at her big breast under the maid clothes, and then she sneaked a glance at my right arm. What happened on the right side of hugging pillow Thor that I didn't know? Did you guys notice anything else? Thor asked. Mabel shuddered after hearing that voice. Looking at the two, Rookie. It's a maiden's secret. She cried out unintentionally. Show some compassion by leaving that alone. In the first place, it's not good to ask what girls did after they got in bed. It's not good, Thor. That's true. Mabel seems to have a lot on her mind too. Anyways, the body pillow has become like Thor. I'm satisfied already. It's fine. You understood. In this way, Rookie succeeded in keeping Mabel's secret. I decided to ask later what Mabel was doing on the other side of the bed last night. As much as possible, like a demon lord. I was in the throne room to give a presentation on a new material. I made an item a while before and created a new material in the process of making it. Surprisingly, it seems to be useful, so this time I decided to have the people of Demon Castle see it. You've come just at the right time. Everyone was waiting for you to come, Thorigus. In front of me was the masked demon, Lord Rookie Everguard. The one beside her is Chancellor Kelf-sama. I'm kneeling on a red carpet, waiting for permission to speak. I had Mabel come with me as an assistant, and she's kneeling diagonally behind me. Several civilians and military officers are standing to the left and right of me and Mabel. There are also elves, minotaurs, and dwarves. Everyone is looking at me with interest. To be precise, the baggage I brought here. Thank you for coming today. Rookie, wearing a mask, looked around and said, Alchemist Thor wants everyone to see something that he made that might help everyone. That's why I had everyone gather. So Thor Kanano, Thor Regis, please start explaining what this thing is. Thank you, Your Majesty. I bowed to the demon, Lord Rookie. Thank you for your valuable time before heading to subjugate the monster Gargarasa. Your Majesty, His Excellency, and all the people here. Umo. I'm looking forward to seeing what I'll see this time. Rookie, wearing a mask, turned to me. We have already decided to use the laser pointer you made in this monster subjugation. Did you make another new item? No, I have a new material this time. A new material? That's right. In the process of making the bod item the other day, I created a new material. What? While making that bod item, a new material was created in the process of making it. Yes. Today, I want everyone to see if it's practical. I looked around. The Chancellor nodded with a serious face. Although he was busy, he still permitted me to present. He's a good person. The other officials are also looking this way with interest. I signaled Mabel. She stood up with me and put the parcel she had in her hand on a table in front of the throne. Then, we bowed and went back to kneeling again. It seems that this is the procedure when you ask the Demon Lord to see items in an official setting. As expected, it's not possible to put out items from the ultra-small simple warehouse on this occasion. The thing on the table is cloths, and there are 4 of them. So there are 4. Following the voice of Rookie, there was the Chancellor's surprised voice. By the way, I didn't tell them the number of materials. These 4 pieces of cloth are the new materials developed in the process of making the body pillow. This is a cloth with magic stones melted into it. I called it magic cloth. A cloth with magic stones melted into it. Rookie had a face like she realized something. I think she noticed it. This is the same kind of cloth I made the body pillow with. Magic cloth. It's a name that I have never heard of. The Chancellor has a mysterious look. The officers are also looking at the magic cloth with interest. This magic cloth is created by synthesizing the magic stone into a cloth with material refining and adding an attribute to it. Since it is a simplified version, it does not transform like the body pillow. However, in response to magic power, a little effect comes out. Your Majesty, before you are 4 magic cloths. Each of them has the attributes earth, fire, water, and wind added to it respectively. To make it easier to distinguish, each of them is dyed into brown, blue, red, and green respectively. Her Majesty and Chancellor Kelv nod. I continued. The magic cloth of each of the earth, water, fire, and wind attribute is designed to exert its effect in response to a slight amount of magic power. The main effects are as follows. Magic cloth, new material. A cloth completed by synthesizing it with magic stones. It exerts its effect in response to the magic power that creatures constantly emit. Magic cloth, earth attribute. Its strength is increased by the effect of the earth attribute. No matter how much you pull it, it won't tear. It also has a fire-resistant effect. It will extinguish the fire if covered on it. Magic cloth, water attribute. Its flexibility is increased by the effect of the water attribute. Since it changes its shape along the body, it does not interfere with movement at all. Suitable for making clothes. Perfect for swimwear. Magic cloth, fire attribute. Its heat insulation is increased by the effect of the fire attribute. No matter how cold the place is, you can stay warm without your body temperature escaping. If you use it as a curtain, it will be comfortable even in the cold winter. Magic cloth, wind attribute. Breathability is improved by the effect of the wind attribute. You can stay cool even in hot places. Sweat also evaporates quickly. Even if you wash it, it will dry while you are wearing it. That's it. The effect has been confirmed for all 4 sheets. I added an attribute by blending in magic stones, but it seems to be usable unexpectedly. As an alchemist, my job is not limited to making items. It is also part of my job to find new materials. I hope they like it. I kept my eyes down for a while and waited for a reaction. There was silence in the throne room for a while. Rookie first touches each cloth and then handed it to Chancellor Kelv. Furthermore, the cloths are passed into the hands of the officers. Then, after everyone had a feel of it, there were a lot of cheers in the throne room. Even if us Minotaurs try to pull it, it won't rip. How strong is this earth attribute cloth? With this, even arrows won't be able to penetrate. Look at the smoothness of this water attribute cloth. It's perfect for our elf soft skin. The mermaids who lived in the river also wanted clothing that wouldn't get in the way of swimming. They would be satisfied with this. I see the heat-retaining effect of the fire attribute and the breathability of the wind attribute. The wind attribute 1 looks good for cooking in the hot weather. Our work would be comfortable with this heat-retaining cloth during the winter. Let's make clothes with this. Our dwarves also have nice skills. Thank you, Thordano. Everyone seems to be happy with the magic cloths. I'm glad that they like it. As expected, it feels good that people are happy with the things I make. The materials I make will become widespread, and people's lives will change. This is the real charm of being an alchemist. Everyone, you should calm down. Suddenly, Rookie's voice echoed. The noisy civil and military officers stopped moving. Everyone returned the cloths to the Chancellor and returned to their respective positions. I think Thor Regis's magic cloth is certainly wonderful, but I think that if we put it out at once, people might have a hard time adapting to it. Rookie said, wearing a mask. I think it's best for a small number of people to try it first and see how comfortable it is. I agree, Your Majesty. Chancellor Kelv continued after Rookie. First of all, I think we should set up a trial. That's right. Alchemist, Thor, do you have any opinions? If that's the case, could you use it when subduing the monster this time? I said while on my knees. I heard that the monster subjugation coming up in the mining area is a hot place with a volcano nearby. If you can tailor clothes and underwear, I think that the soldiers would be a little bit cooler. So that's it. I think it's a good idea. Rookie and Chancellor Kelv both nodded. Looking to the side, the military officer Minotaur's eyes were sparkling while shaking his head vertically. The people here seem to agree too. Very well. Please prepare the cloth. Also, prepare the wind attribute magic cloth before we depart. If you can't know, seeing your happy face, you should be able to do it. But don't overexert yourself, You have to properly rest, okay? Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Chancellor Kelv hurriedly chided in. Rookie had an accidental slip of the tongue. Anne, this is just for my personal interest. Rookie dodged it with a cough. I know that there are earth, water, fire, and wind attribute magic cloths. But is there a magic cloth of the basic attributes of light and darkness? Your Majesty, even if it's Thordano, right? It's amazing that he made cloths with the 4 attributes of earth, water, fire, and wind attribute. Asking more than that, she seemed to have noticed. Mabel and I are wearing cloaks today. Of course, we also made magic cloth of light and dark attributes. Just in case, I'm wearing it in the shape of a cloak. But the effect isn't great. So, if I wasn't asked, I thought I'd just keep silent. But it can't be helped. Her Majesty has already noticed. As an alchemist who reports directly to her, I can't keep what I make a secret. As an alchemist of Her Majesty the Demon Lord, I can't do such a rude thing. I'm reluctant, but let's show it. Mabel, please. Yes, Thursama. Mabel removed the cloak and held it in her hand. Your Majesty, this is the dark attribute, magic cloth. A pure white cloak that looks exactly like her skin color. It turns black in an instant. Oh, this is the dark attribute, magic cloth. This is a magic cloth that when you put magic power into it, it exerts a light-absorbing effect. I explained to Rookie and the Chancellor. The dark attribute, magic cloth, is a cloth that is literally dyed in darkness. When you pour magic power in, it will absorb light. That's why it looks pitch black. As expected, the absorption rate does not reach 100%, so you can see the fabric subtly. Once it absorbs light completely, the cloth can hide in the darkness. Unfortunately, this is all I can do for now. I said, currently, the only usage of it is a blackout curtain. If you hang this on a windowsill, the room will be dark even in the middle of the day, so I think you can take a nap leisurely. So it's for a nap. Maybe it can be used for nocturnal races? I see. What about the light attribute cloth? This was a failure. I took off my cloak. When I poured in magic power, it became transparent. That's right. It almost allows light to pass through. I presented the light attribute magic cloth to Rookie. The light attribute, magic cloth, is semi-transparent. Again, it doesn't allow light to pass through completely. At most 80%. You can still see that there is a cloth in my hand. But there is no use for it. Rookie shook her head while looking at the light attribute, magic cloth. No, it can become transparent? If so, is there any use for it? Only the cloth is transparent, Your Majesty. The people inside are the same. Then, why don't you make clothes with this? It will be the same as not wearing any clothing. Because we wouldn't want that, so I made another kind of magic cloth. There's more. I made this as a pastime. It's embarrassing to show everyone. I removed another piece of cloth that was under the light attribute, magic cloth. This is a piece of cloth with both light and dark attributes added. What I have in my hand is a pure white magic cloth. It's a failure. I don't really want to show it to people. It's rare to have both light and dark attributes together, Thordano. Chancellor looked at the light/dark attribute, magic cloth, with interest. The Chancellor unexpectedly likes these kinds of magic items. What's the effect of this dual attribute magic cloth? The effect of it is that it will be black or transparent randomly. I poured magic power into the cloth. The light and dark attribute, magic cloth, became transparent. I threw the cloth into the air to stop the flow of magic power. When I received it, it turned black this time. Transparent, pitch black, pitch black, pitch black, transparent, transparent, pitch black, transparent, pitch black, and transparent. The light and dark attribute, magic cloth, changes each time it touches magic power. The change is completely random. When I made it, I measured it with Mabel, but there was no rule at all. That's it. I received the falling light and dark magic cloth. Unfortunately, the ability is not stable with the addition of 2 attributes. Also, compared to the one with 1 attribute added, this one takes more time to make. I think that it is not practical at the moment. That's right, it's an interesting material though. Instead of Rookie, the Chancellor said, I can't think of any use for it. What about Thordano? I think that you could give this clothing made of this cloth to someone you hate and say that this clothing becomes black once you put magic power in it. Please don't think of strange traps. I got scolded. I wanted to trick my father Bargarigas to give this clothing to all the nobles of the empire. As I expected, it's not possible. The light and dark attribute, magic cloth, seems to have no use for it so far. Rookie muttered on the throne. It seems that the 4 attributes of earth, water, fire, and wind have useful effects. As expected, you bring wonderful things to the demon territory. The demon territory and me feel like we're going to become better. After Rookie's talked the people around her, Minotaur, elves, and dwarves agreed. Everyone seems to be happy. I'm glad that the presentation was a success. Then, Thorigus, let's fulfill your request. We will make clothes from the wind, magic cloth, and use them to subdue the monsters. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your reward would be delivered from Chancellor Kelv later. And those who use magic cloth, underwear, and clothes in each unit should submit a report to Thor Regis later. With that said, Rookie thought a little and then said, And Thor, you have continued to make things since you came here. Take a breather and go visit General Risinga's territory. There is also a hot spring over there. Take your time and relax. I agree too. Chancellor Kelf continues. You're supposed to build a workshop in the General's territory. It's a good idea to go for a preview of the place. We recommend that you accompany us as we head to subdue the monster. That way, you don't have to worry about lodging or luggage. Forget about magic items and take a leisurely trip. Got it. I bowed to Rookie and the Chancellor. I would like to thank Your Majesty and His Excellency for your kindness, and I hope these materials will be useful to you. Thus, the magic cloth presentation was successfully completed. In the demon territory, the wind attribute, magic cloth, will be used to subdue the monster. For a short while, I would be continuing making materials. After that, the preparations for the monster subjugation continued. Mabel told me about the monster Gargarasa in the mining area. It seems that the monster suddenly appeared in the demon territory with his subordinates and built a nest. I understood that it was a brutal monster just by hearing about it. Monster Gargarasa, a monster that appears in a mountainous area under the control of General Risinga, in the south of the demon territory. It's a super large spider, and if its legs are stretched over a dozen meters. Its body is as tough as metal. It spits threads from its mouth. The thread is very dangerous because you would be helpless if you were entangled. Flames are effective in eliminating threads. However, its subordinate, the little spiders, may also spit out threads, making it harder to burn it completely. The skin of the small spider is hard, though not as much as the main body of Gargarasa. The small spiders attack by flocking over the person who attacked. Only death awaits those who are surrounded by the spiders and caught by the web of the monster Gargarasa. Monsters are fundamentally classified by being not able to communicate and aim to hurt other intelligent beings. There are many types of them, such as animal types, insect types, and aquatic types. From the hero era, it has come to be collectively called monster. Among them, this one is really a troublesome monster. Being a big spider itself is a big threat already. However, having a lot of subordinates makes it scarier. Or rather, you can't cut the threads because it's sticky, and you wouldn't be able to chant magic if they seal off your mouth. If someone like me encounters them, it would be an instant kill. If something like this had a nest nearby, I wouldn't be able to develop a mine. You wouldn't know when it would attack you while mining, and you would be trapped if it blocked the entrance. If possible, I'd like to collect and study this thread. From the demon territory, Her Majesty and Chancellor Kelv and dozens of soldiers are going to the subjugation. Rookie herself? By the way, they said that the monster subjugation will be done jointly with the Empire. If Rookie is accompanying the army, then is someone important coming from the Empire? Thor-sama is sharp. Mabel nodded as if impressed. According to Her Majesty, there is a person from the Empire called Princess Liana coming. The third princess? It seems that this subjugation is also a test for the swordswomen, Princess Liana. I see. Are you interested in the princess of the Empire? No. That's right. Thor-sama doesn't have many good memories in the Empire. Especially because I don't want to get involved with His Majesty's family, because that is the headquarters of the Empire's strength. I understand your feelings. If possible, I wanted to accompany Her Majesty to the battlefield and see her using the laser pointer. But if the princess of the Empire comes, I think it's better to take another action. That's right. So, as planned, would you like to accompany the army halfway and take another action when you enter the territory of General Risinga? That's right. Is there any other information about the Empire? The princess of the Empire seems to use something called the Holy Sword. Holy Sword. Yes. I heard a rumor that the letter from the Empire said, "Let's show everyone the light of the Holy Sword that is going to smash through the monsters." Holy Sword. A transcendental rare magic item left by the heroes. I see. Will the princess of the Empire come to subdue the monster with her holy sword? A holy sword? I've never seen it. By the way, I was trying to make a magic sword for Rookie. A magic sword that surpasses the holy sword. So they're going to use that holy sword? I see. Hey, Mabel. Yes, Thursama. After all, I think I have a responsibility as an alchemist. Why, yes. This time, the demon territory will use the laser pointer and the magic cloth. The health promotion pendant and the ultra-small simple warehouse will be also brought there. So, I need to check if they work, right? Thursama. That's why I think it's better for me to go to the battlefield. I'm not interested in the Empire at all. But if the holy sword is going to be used, I would like to see it closer. One day, I plan to make a magic sword that surpasses the holy sword for the demon lord Rookie. To do that, I need to see the strength of the real holy sword with my own 2 eyes. I'm sorry that I suddenly changed my mind. No, I understand that Thor is interested in magic items. So you saw through me? Yes. With that said, Mabel gently smiled. But I also like to see the Thorsama who is absorbed into it. Sorry. It doesn't mean anything strange. However, when I see Thorsama, who is researching magic items, I think that you're so lucky. That's why I always want to help out. Thank you, Mabel. Then I will arrange it, so that you will accompany the monster subjugation. Mabel bowed vigorously as if she was shy. Thank you. I bowed my head in the same way. Mabel bowed vigorously again and left the room. Before I knew it, Mabel was able to read my mind. It's been a month since I came to this demon territory, but it's amazing. But when I'm with Mabel, I feel very calm. It feels natural to be together, and I feel relieved. I'm really glad Mabel was my attendant. I have to thank Mabel and Rookie later. With that in mind, I continued to prepare for the trip. A few days later, we departed from the demon castle to subjugate the monster, Gargarasa. The destination is a mountainous area to the south of the demon territory. The subjugation forces formed a long line and proceeded along the highway. Demon Lord Rookie is in the center of the line, waving at the people sending us off. Behind her, Mabel and I are riding in a carriage. The line consists of Minotauro infantry units, the engineer units consisting of dwarves, the magician elf units, followed by the supply line unit carrying daily necessities and weapons. Carrying food and essentials in a simple warehouse was rejected by Chancellor Kelv. The reason was, carrying supplies is also meant to show soldiers that they are properly preparing food and other items. If you put only a simple warehouse on a carriage, the soldiers will be worried, and the morale may also drop. That was a good opinion. Even useful items can cause unexpected confusion if you are not familiar with them. In particular, you have to be careful about dangerous monster subjugation and war. That's why this time only the tested items are being used. Also, there is user support, and I'm accompanying them too. The demon territory army that looked like they were wearing usual equipment slowly advanced along the highway. Over the course of a few days, we arrived at General Risinga's mansion. Then the Rookie and the army joined the general and had a strategy meeting. The next day, they gathered the soldiers and we left again. The demon territory's army headed for the meeting point with the Imperial Army. A report from General Risinga's came. It seems that the general arrived at a position where he could see the nest of the monster, Gargarasa, a dozen minutes ago, said the reconnaissance soldier. Upon hearing the report, the masked demon Lord Rookie nods. This is a mountainous area in the southeastern part of the demon territory. We're in a tent at the foot of a mountain. The demon territory's monster Gargarasa subjugation unit is currently camping around here. Minotaurs who report directly to the demon lord. Giants under the control of General Risinga. Elves were gathered by Chancellor Kelv. It was an army composed of the elite of the demon territory. The representatives are in the tent. Demon Lord Rookie and Chancellor Kelv. The captains of the Minotaurs, Dwarfs, and Elf unit. Also, there is Mabel and I. By the way, General Risinga and his subordinates are camped near the nest of the monster, Gargarasa. That way, if the monster had any movement, it would be possible to respond immediately. It will be a while until we meet up with the Imperial Army. Please rest in the meantime. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. In the tent, Rookie said. While sitting on a chair, I sighed as I was relieved. The people around me are the same. It seems that we can finally take a breather after marching so far. Even so, I never expected this. I agree with your majesty. I would have never thought of this. We agree too. Rookie, Chancellor Kelv, and Minotaur's captain said. It's so cool and comfortable in the tent. They looked at me and muttered such a thing. Yeah, I also didn't expect the tent made with the wind, magic cloth, would be this comfortable. The tent cloth is not moving at all, but there is a slight breeze inside. There should be hot air because there is a volcano near us, but that also flows out in a blink of an eye. In addition, everyone is wearing clothes and underwear made from the same wind, magic cloth. It seems that the sweat evaporates because of that, and you feel refreshed. Everyone is hydrated and having a strategy meeting with a refreshing face. The clothes of the wind, magic cloth, has a good reputation among the soldiers. It's always cool, it's not sticky, and it's always refreshing. This is a first. Some elf magicians are weak, so this kind of equipment is helpful. Thank you, Thordano. I'm glad that it has a good reputation. The wind, magic cloth, can be used. I think it's time to take down the hood. It's almost time to join the Imperial Army. It stands out when there is a human in the army, so I decided to wear a hood. But this robe and hood feels so good. Thordano's robe is also made of wind, magic cloth, isn't it? Yeah, I've brought other attribute, magic cloth, just in case. I hit the ultra-small simple warehouse on my waist. Robes of other attributes are in this. Depending on the situation, it's always available. Reporting to Demon Lord Sama. Please check the food, weapons, and other pieces of equipment. The entrance to the tent opened, and a soldier appeared. Rookie and Chancellor Kelv nodded and left the tent. Just in case, I followed behind Mabel. Next to the tent for executives is a large tent covered with a white cloth. This is for storing weapons and food. Then, please check the inside. The soldier touched the tent. The tent has become transparent, and the state inside looked very good. Because of this, we haven't lost anything on the move. Everything is accounted for. Even if it takes a few days to subdue the monster, there is enough food for the soldiers. Your Excellency. What is it? About this new model of tent. Is it convenient? It's convenient. Then, isn't it fine? Why, yes. Just to be sure, do you guys want to check the contents inside the bags? That's right. Please lead the way. I understand. The soldier entered the tent. He touched a bag of wheat. The bag became transparent. Just like this, we have confirmed that all the bags are full. It's convenient. Yeah, it's convenient. Then, Your Majesty, is it okay? Isn't it fine? Why are you looking at me, Your Majesty? Rookie? His Excellency, too. His Excellency said that the soldiers should see that the supplies are being prepared before. Then, thank you for your management. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you. Soldiers bowed to Rookie and Chancellor Kelv. Then we start walking towards the original tent. I'm glad that the light, magic cloth, was useful. I never thought there was such a way to use it. Mabel nodded to my words. The light, magic cloth, becomes transparent when magic power is passed through it. If you use it for clothes, it will be a big deal. The moment you put it on, you'll be naked. But, conversely, it also means that you can easily check the contents inside. For example, if you use it for a water bag, you can immediately see how much water is left, and if you use it in a warehouse tent, you can easily check whether you have all the food and weapons. That's why I advised Rookie and Chancellor Kelv to use it like that. It was thanks to Mabel for coming up with this method. Thank you, I said to Mabel. She said, how about making clothes with the light, magic cloth to check the physical condition of the soldiers? That made me come up with this kind of usage. Mabel is amazing. It was just a random thought. Yeah, I know, but I'm still grateful. Thanks to that, I was able to use the light, magic cloth. It feels so good to see the materials I made are useful. While talking about that, when I returned to the tent, I'm sorry, Thor. Suddenly, Rookie said that. She looked left and right at the captains who were waiting around. Originally, I wanted to use more magic items made by you. If there was a simple warehouse, transporting supplies should have been easier too. It's not Your Majesty's responsibility. I'm the one who suggested restrictions on the use of magic items. Chancellor Kelv nodded at me. Magic items that are too effective can cause trouble if they are spread all at once. Therefore, this time, we have restricted the use of Thor items to some people. I think it can't be helped. I said, well, even if you suddenly say, the alchemist has created a storage space, so you can carry your troops empty-handed, it doesn't matter to everyone. I don't think it's too much of a concern for the breathable clothes. And the captain rank people are using magic items. That's right. Some people are trained and equipped. As an alchemist, that's enough. I will make effective use of them. Then everyone. The masked demon, Lord Rookie, looked away from me and looked around at the people around her. Before joining the Imperial Army, let's confirm the military strategy first. Yes, Your Majesty, Demon Lord Rookie. The purpose of the operation is to subdue the monster, Gargarasa. It is possible to subdue it with only the forces of the demon territory, But because this was near the Empire's territory, it was decided that this would be done by the demon territory and the Empire. This is also an opportunity to establish friendly relationships. This is the first time that the two countries have jointly operated. Chancellor Kelf continues. If successful, we will deepen our friendship between the two countries. It seems that trade after the development of the mine will proceed smoothly. You should keep that in mind. We understand. Now let's talk about the strategy. Kelf. Yes, Your Majesty. Kelf-sama, the Chancellor, stepped out to the front. He pointed to the map on the table and started the explanation. According to the scout's information, Monster Gargarasa and its small spiders are living in this rocky area on the mountainside. Because they are very dangerous, it's a good idea to lure them out to the nearby forest and fight so that we won't be surrounded. As a measure against threads, General Rizinga's unit will be very important as they will burn the threads. Demon Lord Rookie nodded. Yes, General Rizinga and his subordinate salamanders will be on the front line. The powerful fire magic will burn the enemy's thread. Chancellor Kelv continued to explain. They are also given Thordano's simple warehouse to suck in the threads that they can't burn. I think the thread measures are sufficient. Does anyone have any opinion? No reaction. Demon Lord Rookie looked around and continued to talk. After sealing the thread of the threads, General Rizinga's unit and the Minotaur unit will fight in close combat next. Yes, in terms of power and speed, the General's unit is superior, but the Minotaur unit is equipped with a health promotion pendant made by Thor. If they convert the water magic power, it has been confirmed that they can exert the same power as the General's unit. Uomo, there doesn't seem to be any opposition to this. There doesn't seem to be any. Finally, long-range attacks. The elf unit is in charge of the rear guard. That is where the headquarters of Her Majesty is. Originally, magic attacks will not be able to reach unless you approach the monster, but this time it is a trial of Thor's laser pointer, which we have prepared 3 of them. It has been confirmed that the range will be extended, so I don't think that there would be any problems. That's right. Well then, let's go over it together. Countermeasures against the thread that the monster spits out. General Rizinga's troops burn it down. The portion that could not be burned out is stored in the ultra-small simple warehouse. Countermeasures against variations in the strength of the close combat units. Countermeasure. Strengthen the Minotaur unit with the health promotion pendant. About the safety issue of the magic attack unit. Countermeasure. Increase the range of magic with laser pointer. Is there anyone who has noticed any problems? So why are you looking at me, the captains of the Demon Territory Army? You've done a countermeasure against the Monster Gargarasa and the small spider's threat attack. The difference between us Minotaurs and General Rizinga's troops has been solved. Our elves can be calm and can attack from a safe place. Your Majesty can also be safe. All the captains exhaled as if they were relieved. Everyone, don't let your guard down. Suddenly, the Demon Lord Rookie said, I don't know what will happen on the battlefield. No matter how much Thor's magic items have boosted your strength, the idea that we can absolutely win distorts our perceptions. It leads to an unexpected defeat. Keep that in mind. Yes. As expected, it's Rookie. She values learning from humans. The slogan that was born from the defeat of the first Demon Lord to a hero in another world will never be forgotten. So, Kelv, what about the partnership with the Empire? I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Chancellor Kelv muttered in a heavy tone. There is still no contact from the Empire about the operation. Not yet. We are exchanging messengers. I have told them how we are going to operate, but I have received no information about how the Imperial Army is going to move. Uomo, I wonder what they are thinking. Demon Lord Rookie is angry. I suddenly remembered the history book I read when I was in the Imperial Government Office. There are several patterns in how the Empire fights. The Imperial Army is always cautious when the opponent is strong. They scout them out first, send a small number of people in to test the waters, and then launch a surprise attack. The theory is to create an advantageous situation in this way, and then do everything in your power to defeat the enemy. On the contrary, when the enemy is weak, the story changes completely. The Empire sometimes fights strangely when they decide that it is a sure win. It is the traditional way of fighting called leveling that has been passed down since the hero era. This is a method of enclosing enemies in a group and letting the weakest of allies attack it. This is used when soldiers and adventurers raise their overall level. The enemy's attack is prevented by the stronger ally, and the weak one slowly attacks the enemy. The monster Gargarasa has a lot of subordinates this time. There are many small spiders, but they are not so strong. Leveling is also possible if you have the power to suppress the main body of Monster Gargarasa. They shouldn't be doing that since the demon territory is here. I'm probably thinking too much. We have received a message from General Rizinga. It's an emergency situation. A messenger soldier jumped into the tent. Soldiers of the Dalgarian Empire have already begun to fight the monster's subordinate. The location is a rocky place at the foot of the mountain. It seems that they have provoked the monster Gargarasa and its subordinates. What do you think, Demon Lord Rookie-sama? The blue-faced messenger reported to Rookie. About an hour ago, the soldiers from the Empire. The purpose of the operation is to show the strength of the Empire to the demon territory. At the headquarters of the army, the Minister of Military Affairs, Zagran, shouted. This is a rocky area near the demon territory's mountains. It is a gentle flat land, and if you walk a bit, you will enter the border area with the Empire. It is a place far away from the meeting point with the demon territory. The Imperial Army positioned themselves here a few hours ago. Without notifying the demon territory, the Imperial Army had already begun the monster subjugation. Doing a monster subjugation in the demon territory is a valuable experience. In addition to showing the strength of the Empire, the demon territory would also owe us a favor. Also, using the tactic used by the hero, surround the enemies and then attack them individually. It will be good training. Huh. Then, Your Imperial Highness Liana, please say some words. Following the Minister of Military Affairs Zargran's guidance, the third princess, Liana Dalgaria, came forward. Princess Liana is a 15-year-old, slightly slender and petite girl. When she took her helmet off, long platinum hair appeared. The silver armor she wore was a first-class item made for this battle. The soldiers sighed in admiration of the crest of the Empire engraved on the armor. But the beauty of her armor was no match for the big sword she held with both hands. Princess Liana was holding the Holy Sword Dalgaria. It is a sword used by a hero who came from another world. In order to bring out the power of this sword, a powerful light magic power is required. And Princess Liana, who has the magic power, deserves it. There have also been magic swords that have collapsed because her light magic power was too strong. So when the story came that the Empire and the demon territory would jointly subdue the monster, the Empire's leaders thought, this is an opportunity to show the strength of the Empire to those in the demon territory. They would easily beat the monster. Furthermore, the light of the great holy sword is shown to those of the demon territory. That was the plan of the Imperial leaders. As a result, Princess Liana came to the mountainous area of the demon territory with her educator, Zagran, and the soldiers. We're quite far away from the volcano, but it's still hot. Are you tired? When Princess Liana called out, the soldiers replied, No, we are at full power. Does Her Imperial Highness doubt the power of us soldiers? They said, this should be the right attitude for the dauntless Dalgarian soldiers. Princess Liana was sweating under the armor too. However, she didn't have time to change clothes. The operation has already begun. Besides, the demon territory army should be in the same state too. So Princess Liana encouraged the soldiers. Show the power of the Empire to the demons. Make them like the demon territory of the past, unable to win against the Dalgarian Empire. Defeating the monsters is also the mission of the Empire. Princess Liana raised the holy sword, pointing to the sky, showing it to the soldiers. All soldiers kneeled on the ground and paid homage to the sword left by the hero of another world. Then the Imperial Army moved on to the next action. We have 300 troops here. It should be more than enough. Minister of Military Affairs Zagran muttered, stroking his beard. The operation had already begun. They are currently waiting for the vanguard to contact them. Meanwhile, Minister of Military Affairs Zagran and Princess Liana had a final meeting. According to the information from the demon territory, there are 20 to 30 small spiders under the control of the monster Gargarasa. Even the small spiders are human-sized. Each of them will be surrounded and blocked by 10 soldiers. With that said, Military Zagran Grinif, you can win simply like this. But this tactic is impossible for the demon territory anyways. The demon territory can't even send out such a small number of soldiers. They have a small population over there. It's also a jumble of different races. They wouldn't be able to make unified actions like that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had to propose for joint operations. That was the estimate of the Minister of Military Affairs, Zagran. The Demon Lord probably brought less than 100 troops. If we overwhelm the monster with more than 3 times their army, the strength of the Empire should be transmitted. But Zagran, is the monster really here? Next to the Minister of Military Affairs, Princess Liana grumbled. This is taking a long time. Is the advance unit even working as ordered? Her expression does not seem uneasy. It's just that it's unpleasant when a plan doesn't go forward. Please do not worry. A few people should be approaching the nest and provoking it right now. Are you sure that the advanced troops would do as said? In the advanced troops, there are some criminals that were nobles. If they gain merit in the battle today, their crimes should lessen. The army of the Empire has set up a camp and is waiting for the monster to come. They are using several soldiers to lure the monster, Gargarasa, and the small spider to this point. It is not possible to send a large force inside the demon territory. First of all, the Empire has no intentions to attack the demon territory at the moment, so they wouldn't want them to misunderstand. Second of all, the area around the monster's nest is full of rocks, and large numbers of troops cannot be deployed. That's why they set out to lure the monster to a point where they had an advantage. Your Majesty, do you know what you should do after the monsters come? While the soldiers surround, block, and attack the small spiders, during that gap, I'm going to attack the monster Gargarasa with the holy sword, right? If you defeat the main body, only the small spiders will remain. The soldier would be able to do leveling. The military minister Zagran said, Your Highness should pay extra attention to the remaining amount of magic power you have. I know, Zagran. Also, it takes a lot of magic power to activate the Holy Sword Dalgaria. You can only activate the light of the Holy Sword twice. No, please think that you can only use it once. Zagran, you don't have to say it over and over. Overturning the platinum blonde, Princess Liana spoke. Isn't the Demon Lord coming to this battle? I won't expose an unsightly appearance in front of the Demon Lord. Let's show them the power of the light of the Holy Sword. Your Highness, you have to take care of your body too. When Military Minister Zagran tried to continue talking, the giant monster and the small spiders are here. The soldiers screamed. Reflexively, Princess Liana and the Minister of Military Affairs Zagran held their swords. The two looked tense and nodded to each other. To fight, accomplish the goal, and aim to be the strongest. That is the way of the Dalgarian Empire. They're here, the monster and the advance unit. I have eyes too, Zagran. Soldiers are running from the mountains to the Empire's position. They are the advance unit sent to the monster's nest. Chasing behind them is a large horde of monsters. The first thing they saw was a human-sized spider. Silver limbs, a shell covering its body, multiple legs, and bright red eyes. It's the subordinate small spiders. From behind the small spiders, a shadow like a small mountain slowly comes toward them. It's the monster, Gargarasa. So that's the monster, Gargarasa. Princess Liana grasped the holy sword. The advance unit is safe now. It seems that the number is less. Did they get lost in the demon territory, or did they go and defeat the small spiders by themselves? Minister of Military Affairs Zagran had a headache. It seems that some people have created more troubles. Let's help them later. Are they okay? Weak ones can't be any good. Your Majesty, we should go to the front. Princess Liana and the Minister of Military Affairs Zagran started to run. The escort soldiers followed them. On the front lines, soldiers are already fighting the small spiders. According to the strategy, 10 people will face the small spider and surround it quickly. The Empire's strategy was simple. First, the rearguard mages and archers attack the enemy from a distance. The infantry swarm around the small spiders and block them. After that, the archers and magic soldiers concentrate their attacks on the main body of Monster Gargarasa. After stopping the movement of Monster Gargarasa, it is time for Princess Liana and the Minister of Military Affairs Zagran. The princess doesn't have to defeat the monster. All she has to do is do a lot of damage with the holy sword. The purpose is to show the fact that the princess's holy sword has torn through the monster that the demon territory was having trouble with. After that, it doesn't matter whether the spirited soldiers defeat the monster or the demon territory's army ends it. The important thing is to show the power of the holy sword. It was to let the demon lords know that the empire was still powerful. Oh, for Her Royal Highness. For the empire. Show the strength of the empire to the demons. The soldiers are shouting. Perhaps they are those with little combat experience. They have to level up by ending the small spiders. Please use knockback cancellation to defend. I have stopped the movement of the thread with freezing magic. Please attack not. We have successfully surrounded them. The sword fighter will continue to attack. The skilled warriors continued to fight indifferently. The small spiders are being besieged. The number of them is less than 20. Even if one is surrounded by 10 people, there are still plenty of troops left over. The spiders have stopped moving. I'm heading to attack the main body, Your Highness. Got it. Princess Liana continued to run with the holy sword in her hand. 4 more small spiders have already been killed. The rest are in a state where the soldiers are restraining their movements. When Princess Liana was about to give a blow to the monster Gargarasa, is already in battle. Didn't you say this was a joint operation? A voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Looking back for a moment, they saw many figures on the slope. Who is over there? The Demon Territory's army seems to have noticed our movements. They're right on time. From there, even those in the Demon Territory will see the light of the Holy Sword. Then, let's show them the power of the Holy Sword Dalgaria to dispel the darkness and beat the enemy. Princess Liana drew out her sword and a golden blade appeared. When the princess poured in her light magic power, the blade became even more brilliant and its size expanded. The people of the Demon Territory, please look over here. Look at the power of the Holy Sword Dalgaria, left by the hero. Holy Sword Dalgaria can create a huge blade with light magic power. It is said that the blade was several tens of meters long when it was used by a hero from another world. But the blade of light that Princess Liana produced was less than 10 meters. Still, it's enough to do a lot of damage to the monster Gargarasa. Oh, was the cheers from the Empire's soldiers or the people of the Demon Territory who were looking at her from the mountain? Princess Liana started running towards the monster. The total length of the monster Gargarasa is more than 10 meters. Zagran and his direct subordinates cut off its swinging legs with their swords. Princess Liana arrived in front of the monster without any problem. Then she held up the Holy Sword. Holy Sword Dalgaria, answer to my magic power. Gwa-ah-wah. Perhaps the monster Gargarasa noticed the approaching danger. He stood up on his hind legs. But Liana had already produced a blade of light. Eat this monster. Light of the Holy Sword. Princess Liana swung her sword from underneath. This distance, there is no way for it to escape. Princess Liana's Holy Sword's light went right towards the monster. Just before severing the enemy, Princess Liana opened her eyes wide. There were countless small spiders hiding beneath the monster Gargarasa's body. Liana remembered the report that arrived from the Demon Territory. The strength of monster Gargarasa is unknown. However, the number of small spiders under its control is growing rapidly. It should be controlled as soon as possible. It is also a new kind of monster that has never appeared before. You should be careful about subjugation. Wasn't that written on the report? No way the subordinate spiders are waiting in ambush. Gia, Gigi. The spiders under its belly shot threads at Princess Liana all at once. Princess Liana's light of the Holy Sword stopped for a split second. If she swung the sword as it is, she could do a lot of damage to the monster Gargarasa, but couldn't get rid of all the spiders under its belly. If she gets tangled in their strings and they rush at her all at once. Princess Liana noticed that the operation had failed at this point. Even if she slashed at the monster Gargarasa, as it is, no fatal injury will be dealt. The small spiders and their threads have already messed up her stance, diminishing the power of the light of the Holy Sword. In addition, the remaining ambushing spiders will attack the soldiers surrounding the other spiders from behind. When that happens, the army will have disastrous casualties. Princess Liana changed the course of her blade of light. At the same time, the small spiders under the belly of the monster flew out. She desperately cut the small spiders. Jijijai, Gaye Bosh. The little spiders screamed as they evaporated. In addition, the blade of light also damaged the main body of monster Gargarasa. Green bodily fluids spurted out and fell onto Princess Liana's body. That was it. The blade of light only lightly scratched the monster. It was far from being a critical hit, and it also made the monster Gargarasa angry. Gwoeawea. The monster, Gargarasa, swung its huge leg and attacked Princess Liana. The princess tried to move backwards, but her movement was sluggish. She spent all her magic power on the ambushing small spiders. However, due to the exhaustion of magic power, she could not move immediately. Your Highness. She heard the voice of Zagran. She ran towards the princess. However, the thread and legs of the monster were in the way. The angry monster, Gargarasa, continued to shoot large amounts of threads out. Zagran is also doing his best to burn the thread with magic. The monster's eyes looked at the princess as it opened its mouth and showed its teeth. Seeing this, the princess's body became stiff. She stared at the monster's face and noticed something strange. There's a red dot on top of the monster's head. Princess Liana looked back. A red dot connected to a red light lead to the Demon Territory's army. We will provide assistance to you. We're going to shoot at the magic. She heard a voice. But it's too far. From the demon territory army to this point, it is far beyond the range of magic. Attack magic wouldn't be able to. Fire. Boom. A large amount of attack magic hit the red dot. A part of the head of the monster, Gargarasa, was blown away. Princess Liana opened her eyes wide. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. From the position where the demon territory's army is to this point, it was more than double the range of magic. Yet, all the attack magic they released hit the monster Gargarasa. All of them hit the red dot. Gwawa. Gugawaya. The monster Gargarasa struggled on the ground. It's a natural reaction since he was hit by multiple magic attacks. A part of the head was blown away, and a large amount of body fluid was leaking from it. Your Highness. We're leaving, Your Highness. When she came back to her senses, Zagrin was pulling her arm. Let's retreat first and organize ourselves first. Your Highness, can you stand up? But Zagrin, escaping from here. Maybe because the monster's anger has spread, the small spiders are becoming violent. If nothing is done, the front line cannot be maintained. Hearing Zagrin's words, Princess Liana looked at the soldiers. Every one of the blockades was about to be broken through because of the small spiders shooting a large amount of thread, just like the monster Gargarasa. Even a magician can't burn it out and freeze it completely. Only the hero's ultimate magic or the legendary storage skill can handle such things. The blockade of the soldiers was being breached. In front of the demon lord, how awkward. Princess Liana clasped the holy sword. Counterattack. Father, I'm sorry for doing this. You can't. We have no choice but to retreat now. Zagrin shouted. The soldiers are in chaos. And the demon territory's army has also appeared. They will be angry at us, who has deviated from the plan. With the monster in front and the demon lord at the back. We can't fight. We must retreat here. What's your decision? You. Princess Liana bit her lips. This was her first battle as a holy swordsman. It failed brilliantly. She couldn't master the holy sword and was saved by the demon territory. Okay. Change from a blockade formation to a dense clump formation. Let's gather the soldiers and keep a distance from the monster Gargarasa. I understand. And the battle isn't over yet. Your Highness. Zagrin whispered to Liana's ear. We could also get the final kill after the demon territory has weakened the monster Gargarasa. In that case, you will need your holy sword again, so please rest for now. I know. In the first place, the monster Gargarasa was a difficult opponent even for us. The demon territory shouldn't be able. Zododo. The attack magic of the demon territory's army hit the leg of the monster Gargarasa in quick succession. Then came the second round. Then came the third. The attacks are concentrated at the red dot on the monster's leg. The leg flew away after. I don't know what that unknown magic is. Anyways, we should withdraw for now. Yes, let's go, Zagrin. Protected by the soldiers, Princess Liana left the battlefield. Demon Lord Rookie's point of view. That's weird. What is this power? Demon Lord Rookie tilted her head at the sight in front of her. When she shot magic with the laser pointer, it hit brilliantly at the point where she wanted to hit. In addition, the attack magic for more than a dozen people is concentrated on one point, and the monster's leg was blown away. Thor's laser pointer didn't just extend one's range of magic. This Kelv seemed to have seen that everyone's magic was flying toward one point, but Thor. Explain. Thor. After calling him multiple times, Rookie remembered that he wasn't here. She had sent Thor to the rear before because it's dangerous to be on Rookie's side as the battlefield is close to her. Your Majesty. How did Thor describe the laser pointer? He said that light and dark magic power will fly in a straight line toward the enemy. By riding the flow of that magic power, the range of magic will be extended. Then, if a lot of people shoot magic all at once. That's right. Magic that follows the flow of magic power forms a line and heads toward one point. She noticed. This laser pointer does more than just extend the range of magic. The attack magic cast by multiple people is attracted to the line of red light, that is, the flow of magic power, and converges. It's the same as hitting a dozen or so attack magic to one point. There's no way any monster that can withstand getting hit by that many attack magic. Thor, what did you make? During the testing, I didn't notice it because only one person used a laser pointer. If you use this item in a group, everyone's magic will hit one point in a row. Moreover, its range is 3 to 4 times the normal range. Moreover, it penetrates the small spiders and goes right into the monster Gargarasa. This laser pointer is not an attack support item. Specialized for magic, it's an attack magic amplification item. Anyways, attack the monster Gargarasa now. We have to help the Empire retreat. Your Majesty, but they tried to outsmart us. I know, but we can't afford to watch them die. Demon Lord Rookie nodded to herself. She didn't expect the Empire to start fighting the monster Gargarasa on their own. Before Thor left, he said that the princess might want to gain some fame. He might be right this time. If we don't help them, we wouldn't be able to get the truth. Did the Empire really intend to defeat the monster Gargarasa on their own? I'm afraid that is the case, since they sent some soldiers to lure the spiders all the way here. I agree. The only way to deploy a large force is to draw enemies away from this area. Chancellor Kelv nodded. They probably tried to surround the small spiders and then use the holy sword to deal a fatal hit to the monster. It would have been a good plan if they succeed. But their blockade got broken through. Their miscalculation is that they underestimated the strength of the monster. No wonder. That monster is not in the record of the demon territory and is also not in any history books. It is a non-standard monster that suddenly appeared. I wonder where it came from. Since it is a non-standard monster, the demon territory was careful to subdue it. They gathered many soldiers, scouted it, and even Demon Lord Rookie and General Rizinga came to the site. I should have already conveyed that sense of crisis to the Empire. But should I have sent a more persistent letter? Currently, Rookie is looking down on the battlefield from a hill. Below, the Empire's army is beginning to retreat. Soldiers with shields have become walls, helping other soldiers escape. They were trained properly and skilled, but the little spiders still managed to push on. They will need assistance. I have something to say to the Empire, but that's for later. I agree. Let's let them survive so we can complain. There is no change in our strategy. The enemy is stopped by long-range magic. When the opponent stops moving, General Rizinga's unit and Minotaur's unit are going to engage them. Got it. Rookie told the soldiers and the generals. Haha, let's show your majesty the power of this Rizinga flames. The Minotaur unit is already equipped with the health promotion pendant. Our elf unit will fire magic until we run out of magic power. General Rizinga, the captain of the Minotaur, and the captain of the elf unit spoke out. It's a pity that I couldn't hear Agni's reply as she was escorting Thor and Mabel. Rookie gave the instructions. Of the 3 laser pointers at hand, 1 is aimed at the monster Gargarasa. The purpose is to restrict it with magic. The second one is held by the elf captain and aims at the moving spider. The last one is held by Kelv, who is going to use it to support Rookie's magic. My dark magic is enough to kill the small spiders alone. Okay, this Kelv will also be holding a laser pointer. The general and the Minotaur unit should prepare to engage with the monster. After taking down some small spider to some extent, attack the main body of the monster Gargarasa. We understand. Elf unit, start the attack. Release the magic. Oh. Elven troops fire attack magic all at once. The aim is the red light spot on the body surface of monster Gargarasa. It's a long distance, making it hard to aim properly. Some people are too far away to see the light. Some of the magic were slightly off the mark. Still, the laser pointer didn't let any of them out of the mark. The flow of magic power that extends toward the target forcibly pulled in all of the magic. The ones that are off target and the ones that are delayed in timing are put together and their trajectory was corrected. Furthermore, the flow of magical power extended the flight distance of magic. Jaya. The flood of attack magic that was shot blew off one of the legs of monster Gargarasa. Thordano is so scary. Omu, this laser pointer may change the course of this battle, but I can't figure it out. Chancellor Kelv shook his head. There should be alchemists in the Empire too. But why didn't the Princess of the Empire use similar magic items? I have an idea. What is it? In this battle, the Empire wanted to outwit us. They also refused to discuss the strategy with demons and demi-human. I think those block-headed people wouldn't be able to master this magic item. Ah, thank you, ancestors, for leaving the motto of learn from humans. Otherwise, I might have missed Thor's talent. If I hadn't allowed Thor to use his power and couldn't make the most of his talent, maybe there wouldn't have been a tea party at that simple warehouse. I couldn't talk to Mabel like I do now, and I couldn't be a friend of Thor. Imagining such a situation, chills ran down Rookie's back. Now, I have to work too. Kelv, please. Okay. Chancellor Kelv raised the laser pointer and aimed at the small spiders on the ground. The Princess of the Empire showed us the power of the Holy Sword, so the Demon Lord must show them the power of dark magic too. The Empire fought without the demon territory and used the Holy Sword to show their strength. Although the two countries have promised peace, they are not friendly countries. It's natural to show their power so the other doesn't think of attacking. But what is the princess doing without keeping her promise? Besides, Rookie personally has something to worry about. Earlier, Thor saw the light of the holy sword and his eyes were shining. He said that he wanted to make Rookie's magic sword with reference to the holy sword, but I didn't like him staring at the princess. That's why she thought she should show her strength too. In the name of the demon, Lord Rookie, Everguard, I call upon the purgatory flame. Rookie raised her hand. Dark magic power overflowed from her body. Dark magic power means nothing, blank, and a space with nothing. The magic of Rookie, the demon lord who manipulates it, can create a flame that destroys the existence of the enemy itself. It has the drawback of having a short range, but the laser pointer should make up for it. Appear, flames of darkness. The trembling soldiers looked in awe at the flame. Eat my jet black flame. Void magic flame. Demon Lord Rookie unleashed her jet black flame. The black flame followed the flow of the laser pointer and landed on the body of the small spider. Kigi-ah! The human-sized spider screamed. Burned by black flames, its arms and torso disappear. This was the power of dark magic manipulated by the demon lord. Gia. Oh. The small spider burned in black flames quickly disappears. Upon seeing it, Demon Lord Rookie instructed Kelv to move on to the next target. It's done for already. Let's point the laser pointer to the next enemy. Yes, Your Majesty. Be sure to aim properly. Rookie reached out and pointed the light of Kelv's laser pointer at the next small spider. The red light moved to the next small spider. The black flame that was shot before also moved to the next small spider. Gaia! The small spider, which was hit directly by the flame, screamed. What? Oh! Demon Lord Rookie opened her mouth. The Demon Territory Army, including General Rizenga, cheered. By the way, Chancellor Kelv was shocked too. Why did the flames of the void flame move? I don't know what the power of the laser pointer that Thor made is. Let me see. Anyway, the black flame should go out soon. With that in mind, Rookie, the Demon Lord, begins chanting magic again. After collecting the dark magic power, and she saw that the first magic flame was still burning. As a bonus, Rookie's magic began to burn the third spider because Kelv moved the laser pointer slightly. The second one has already been burned, leaving only its legs behind. I'm casting it. Void Flame. Rookie's second Void Flame was cast. The black flame hit the third small spider as a matter of course. Then the second magic flame combined with the waning first magic flame. Gee. The small spider was burned by the black flame and disappeared without leaving any legs behind. Rookie didn't know what was going on. Every time she moved the light of the laser pointer, the void flame also moved. She had never seen such a phenomenon before. Is it because I am using the dark magic power for the laser pointer? Rookie suddenly came up with a theory. Thor said, this laser pointer compresses the light magic power with dark magic power and shoots it out. And my magic is made of dark magic too. In other words, through the magical power of laser pointer, the void flame and my magic power are connected. Therefore, the magic flame never extinguished. This is because Rookie continues to supply magic power through the laser pointer. Imagine that the void flame is connected to me. We can tell that it's true because we sweep the laser pointer around. That means when Your Majesty uses this laser pointer, the void flame that I cast can be moved around freely. While talking about such things, Rookie moved the aim of the laser pointer. The black flame also moved with it, and the small spiders were extinguished one after another. Hey Thor, you said that you would make a magic sword for me, but with this item, it might not be necessary. Rookie was stunned and stared at the sight in front of her. Just by moving the laser pointer a little, the magic flame moves with it. It was faster for Rookie to move the laser pointer slightly as the little spider desperately escaped. In addition, the attack of the elf magic unit is combined, and the number of small spiders is steadily decreasing. What should we do? Your Majesty. We're prepared for the assault. General Rizenga and the Minotaur unit were stationary with their weapons in their hands. The enemies were disappearing even without the assault unit. All that remained was the main body of Monster Gargarasa. It is also in a state of being under a concentrated attack of magic by the remaining two laser pointer. Hi Higgy. Finally, Monster Gargarasa tried to escape. It may be an intelligent monster, as it also hid an ambush under its belly, so it should also understand that it was in a pinch. If it decided to chase down the human army, it would be hit by long-range magic which caused a lot of damage. When it sent the small spiders under its control, it was wiped out in less than a few minutes. It was no wonder that Monster Gargarasa panicked. Higgy-eye, gee. Don't let the Monster Gargarasa escape. Everyone attack. Demon Lord Rookie moved her troops. Rizinga's troops and Minotaur's troops will attack from the left and right. Hunt it down towards the rock wall ahead. The rest will attack with magic. Rookie aimed the laser pointer at the Monster Gargarasa. The remaining magic flame moved towards it. The black flame burned the legs of the Monster Gargarasa. The monster moved its remaining legs and desperately tried to escape. Rookie moves the aim of the laser pointer. The black flame also moves with it, chasing the fleeing Monster Gargarasa. Eventually, the Monster Gargarasa, who was cornered by a rock wall, stopped struggling. He laid his huge body on the ground and burned himself in the flames. Finally, the eyes of the monster stared at the Demon Territory's army. As if honoring a worthy opponent, the Monster Gargarasa raised his remaining foreleg, and then it fell to the ground. The Monster Gargarasa was dead. After a while, cheers came from the Demon Territory army. Your Majesty, Demon Lord, is amazing. To annihilate Monster Gargarasa and its subordinates with just a few magic shots. Your Majesty is even more powerful than the first Demon Lord Sama. Both elves and dwarves praised Demon Lord Rookie in unison. In contrast, General Rizinga and the Minotaurs were stunned. They immediately tried to charge at the enemy, but the enemy disappeared. I wanted to brag to Ugnis. It's fine if it was settled peacefully. I'm sorry. I didn't expect this to happen too. Demon Lord Rookie murmured vaguely. Suddenly, the Empire's army that was still trying to get in formation stopped moving. Both the princess and the soldier are staring at the dead Monster Gargarasa. As expected, it is a huge military nation. The speed of their response was fast, but I still need to complain about their arbitrary decision. I also want to know why they behaved like this. But there was something I had to do before that. The Monster Gargarasa has been subjugated. Demon Lord Rookie declared their victory. The soldiers of the Demon Territory also raised their voices. Then Rookie turned to the Empire's army, and this was the first joint operation between the Demon Lord and the Dalgarian Empire. I have a lot to say, but I did see the light of the holy sword from Princess Liana. In front of Rookie's view, Princess Liana's expression distorted. Rookie didn't mean to be sarcastic, though. Would it be possible to talk about this operation and the tactics of the Empire with Princess Liana? Rookie then shouted at Princess Liana. Even Rookie knows that the Empire had moved on its own. I also know how the Empire sees the Demon Territory, because he sent Thor as a hostage. When I was approached for a joint operation, I expected them to be sensible, but it was betrayed completely. Still, I have to talk to the Empire. It is also for the peaceful world that Rookie seeks. I want to maintain a country where the people of the Demon Territory can live in peace by making the most of their abilities. That's what she wants. To that end, the fact that the Empire and the Demon Territory conducted a joint operation can be used. If the story spreads, the emperors and aristocrats aside, the ordinary people of the Empire may be able to associate with the Demon Territory normally. There should be people like Thor. There will be a few people who likewise want to get along with demons and demi-humans. Rookie, the Demon Lord, was waiting for an answer, looking down at the Empire's army. The laser pointer has already been retracted to show that we have no intention of fighting. Instead, Chancellor Kelv and General Rizinga guarded her left and right. It seems that the Empire discussed it for a little. Let's talk. Eventually, Princess Liana and an old man started walking towards Rookie. 1 hour later, the Demon Territory's army and the Empire's army set up tents at separate locations and took a break. In this battle, there were no injured people in the Demon Territory. General Rizinga and the Minotaurs even complained that they didn't get a turn. The Imperial Army, on the other hand, did not have any fatalities, but many were injured. Some of them were trampled over as they were stuck in the spider's thread, others were bitten by the small spiders. The more seriously injured ones were those who fought against the main body of Monster Gargarasa. They are being treated at the rear. The meeting between the representatives of the Demon Lord and the Empire will be held at the midpoint between the two positions. There are 3 attendees on the Demon Lord's side: Demon Lord Rookie, Chancellor Kelv, and General Rizinga. The Imperial side was the 3rd Princess Liana, the Minister of Military Affairs, Zagrin, and the escort soldiers. I'm Liana Dalgaria, the 3rd Princess of the Dalgaria Empire. The first one that spoke was Princess Liana. She didn't have the holy sword with her. The only armament she was wearing was her armor with the blood of the monster Gargarasa splattered on it. She managed to wipe some off, but it didn't seem to be completely cleaned. Thank you for saving us this time. Princess Liana bowed lightly to Rookie and her friends, trembling with a pale face. The strength of the magic of the demon territory and demon lord Rookie Everguard-sama. I have seen it clearly. This Liana realizes her lack of power to defeat the monster Gargarasa without a sword. She looks scared. Well, isn't that reasonable? Rookie nodded silently. Everyone could see that Princess Liana was scared. Despite being a princess, she confronted the monster Gargarasa and failed. After that, when she was about to be killed, she was helped by magic attacks of the demon territory. Furthermore, the magic of the demon territory easily annihilated the monster and its subordinates that could not be defeated even with the holy sword. When she saw such a scene, it was no wonder that she was scared. By the way, the rest of us were pretty surprised too. Thor, we'll be talking about the power of the laser pointer when we meet later. The user support is left too. Thor, you better be prepared. With that in mind, Rookie looked at Princess Liana, waiting for her to finish her words. Then, I'm sorry for not introducing myself before. I'm Rookie Everguard, the Demon Lord. With the mask on, Rookie replied the greeting. You don't have to feel ashamed of your defeat. Even a hero would find it hard to stall the monster. The blood of the monster on you is proof that your majesty is a brave warrior. Rather, I think you should be proud of it. Thank you very much. It seems that she has reached her limit. Princess Liana's words were stuck in her mouth. Thank you for your very kind words. Her Highness is deeply moved and seems to have no words at all. In place of Princess Liana, Minister of Military Affairs Zagran came forward. He bent his tall body and bowed to Rookie, Chancellor Kelv, and General Rizenga. I am in charge of the military service in the Dalgarian Empire. My name is Zagran. So you're the Minister of Military Affairs of the Empire? Nice to meet you. Chancellor Kelv answered on behalf of Rookie. If the other party is not a princess, but a vassal of the Empire, the vassal on the other side will reply too. I am Kelv, who serves Her Majesty Demon Lord, and this is General Rizenga. Her Majesty's subordinates, I'm sorry. Minister of Military Affairs Zagran looked down and continued. Thank you for saving Her Highness Liana's when she was in a crisis, and I am grateful that you have successfully subdued the monster. That's right. The Empire and the Demon Territory both won this time. This achievement would probably be known by all the people. For the friendship of both the countries, this is the best. With his eyes closed without seeing the reaction of the Demon Territory, the Minister of Military Affairs Zagran talked. The Empire and the Demon Territory both won. It was a deceiving phrase. Kelv and Rizenga may have thought in the same way. Rizenga was so angry that he was clenching his fists. And Chancellor Kelv said, just a question, Minister of Military Affairs. This operation was supposed to take place after our demon territory and the Empire's army met up. However, in reality, the Empire did not meet us, but was attacked by the monster Gargarasa. Can you tell us the reason for that? He spoke the lines that they had discussed in advance before the meeting. Kelv, let's hold back for now, since it's right after the battle. With all due respect, Your Majesty, this is important. If you don't ask, the soldiers would be confused too. Rookie and Rizenga were having a planned conversation. This question is not a personal one, but the consensus of the soldiers of the demon territory. Until now, the monster has never come down to this open area. It can only be inferred that the Empire did something. If that is the case, I think the side who caused the operation to fail should explain. Princess Liana is biting her lips in front of Kelv, who points out the mistakes of the Empire. It's frustrating for her to be asked such a question immediately after the losing battle. The reason why there was no damage here was thanks to the item of that person. Without that, there may have been casualties in both the demon territory and the people of the Empire. So I think we need to confirm the true intentions of the Empire. I understand the thoughts of the soldiers. Then, from Rookie Everguard, I will ask Her Royal Highness Princess Liana. Rookie stares straight at Princess Liana and asks, why did the Empire start the battle first while proposing a joint operation? Isn't it because of the Empire's plan that the monster Gargarasa moved to the open area? If that was the plan, then Imperial soldiers would have entered inside demon territory without notifying us. That would be considered an invasion. What would you do if there were people nearby? What if the monster attacks people? It would be meaningless to have a monster subjugation that caused damage. Demon Lord Dano. I don't want to blame Her Imperial Highness Princess Liana. Rookie relaxes, and as she asked Princess Liana, I want to know the true intentions of you guys. Whether the Empire is worthy of trust. How much can I believe if a similar joint operation is to be carried out in the future? Demon Lord Rookie Everguard Sama. Princess Liana corrected her posture, and Lord Rookie. She held the chest of the armor and took a deep breath slowly. Then she said, "Actually, I will explain it. This situation was produced because of some soldiers who wanted a quick victory. Those people are going to be strictly punished, so can you please let this matter drop?" Intercepting Princess Liana's words, Minister of Military Affairs Zagran said. He steps forward to protect Princess Liana and blocks her view. It's part of the Empire's custom to bring guilty aristocrats and their subordinates to subjugations and military actions. If they gain merit on the battlefield, their sins would lighten. That's why those people decided to attack the monster's nest. What do you mean? Isn't that consensus of the Empire? Chancellor Kelv talked for Demon Lord Rookie. Then, how do you explain about the monster coming to your Empire's position? The runaway soldiers attacked the monster's nest, but they realized they couldn't win shamelessly. They fled back to our camp. Zagran said in a bitter tone as if they were victims. The benevolent Princess Liana did not abandon even such people. We were commanded to save the soldiers. Then the Imperial soldiers fought against the hordes of monsters, and Her Royal Highness Princess Liana confronted the monster Gargarasa herself. Zagran, please take a look at Her Highness's heroic figure who is covered in the monster's blood. Minister of Military Affairs Zagran grabbed Princess Liana's shoulder and pulled her in front of Rookie and her subordinates. They saw his fingers digging into Liana's shoulders. Perhaps she felt it. The princess quivered. Zagran. No. As the Minister of Military Affairs Zagran said. It was an emergency situation, therefore, please forgive me as I didn't have time to contact the demon territory. She avoided Rookie's gaze as she said so. Despicable beings. Perhaps Princess Liana just tried to tell the truth. But the Minister of Military Affairs, Zagran, stopped it. The fact that the Empire overtook the demon territory while proposing a joint operation. The fact that you failed to subdue the monster and were saved by the demon territory. The imperial politician, Zagran, would never admit it. So, because of the runaway soldiers, the imperial army was ambushed by the monster. That's why Princess Liana couldn't defeat the monster Gargarasa. She decides to fight the monster Gargarasa and die for the runaway soldiers. The reason why she left the blood of the monster on her is probably to further provide evidence. And the reason why the Imperial soldiers were saved by the demon territory was not that the Imperial soldiers were weak, but because they were suddenly attacked by the monsters. The Empire side wanted the story to be like that. Where are those runaway soldiers now? Caught and being tied up. Can we see them? Many people were injured. We are not in a position where we can show them to the demon territory. What if they have a different version of the story than Minister of Military Affairs Dano? People can talk about anything to escape their sins, Your Majesty. In response to Chancellor Kelv's words, Minister of Military Affairs Zagran quickly responds. However, it is a fact that our Imperial Majesty's troops were saved by the demon territory. We have prepared a thank you letter from me and Princess Liana. Later, you will receive a formal thank you letter from His Majesty the Emperor. Please take this. When the Minister of Military Affairs Zagran signaled, the soldiers who were waiting beside him presented a parchment. It certainly contained a thank you note to the demon Lord Rookie Everguard, jointly signed by 3rd Princess Liana and the Minister of Military Affairs Zagran. A reward catalog is also added. Included in there were military supplies and Zagran's private precious metals. It's a bribe so that we can drop this matter. The Empire would never admit that they went ahead first and were saved by the demon territory. They fell into an unexpected crisis because of some runaway soldiers. Can I have a few minutes, please? Demon Lord Rookie told Princess Liana. I want to have time to judge whether your story is true. Princess Liana nodded to her words. Rookie and her subordinates exited the tent. I think we should accept their proposal. Your Majesty. Rookie's party kept a distance from the princess. In that state, Chancellor Kelv whispers to Rookie. The Empire will never admit that they have set up a battle against the monster at their own discretion. If so, should we just take it as profit? We should be satisfied with the letter of appreciation from the Empire and the gift? You should think that way. Sure. The purpose of this time is to strengthen our friendship with the Empire. It was the Empire that was harmed by going ahead. Thanks to this, I was able to defeat Monster Gargarasa in a safe state. I understand that, but what does the Chancellor think about the Empire breaking its promise? General Rizenga yelled. No matter what the result, there is no difference in the breach of promise. It doesn't make sense if we don't blame them. The general's anger is justified. Chancellor Kelv bowed his head. This time I also learned how the upper echelons of the Empire does things. The Minister of Military Affairs' runaway soldiers were probably those who could be discarded. Is that why they brought the prisoners? Yes, Your Majesty. The Imperial Minister of Military Affairs may be using such a measure. It was a possible story. If Rookie and her party stuck their noses into some soldiers, and the Empire disposed of them, they will be disposed of by those of the demon territory. And the people of the Empire will have a grudge against us. That may also be the goal of this operation of that Minister of Military Affairs. Okay, let's end the talk now. Demon Lord Rookie nodded. I'm not convinced, but let's end it here. The demon territory has defeated the monster and profited. We will receive a document stating the fact that we saved the princess and a thank you gift from the other party. With that, let's make that the reward of this monster subjugation. I think that's a good idea. Your Majesty. If that's the case, it can't be helped. Chancellor Kelv replied, and General Risinga nodded. I was just standing behind this time. I don't have much of a say in this. I'm sorry, Risinga. No one was injured because of Thor's magic item. Let's approve it. It can only be used in unobstructed areas. In intricate areas, we would still need the power of the general. Keep that in mind, Risinga. I understand. And I have a request for Risinga. Rookie, the demon lord, quietly. When the talks are over, I want you to bring some soldiers and search the monster's nest. There may be some small spiders that survive. And the runaway soldiers that the Imperial Minister of Military Affairs said might still be there. I see. If we find the person, we can get him to talk. We could hear the Empire's plan from that person. With pleasure. Leave this to this Risinga. General Risinga hit his chest and proclaimed. Then Rookie and her party returned to the meeting place. After that, Rookie and her party told Princess Liana and the Minister of Military Affairs Zagran the answer as the Demon Lord. Princess Liana accepted the answer on behalf of the Empire. The Demon Lord officially received a letter of appreciation from the Empire and a thank you for saving the princess. It was an official letter that the Empire thanked the Demon Territory, the first proof of friendship between the Empire and the Empire. And, according to the letter, the Demon Territory officially saved the Empire's princess. Is it okay if I ask for one last thing? After Demon Lord Rookie received the letter and began arranging to receive the gift, suddenly, Princess Liana asked Rookie. The people of the Demon Territory used magic with a terrifying long range. Besides, it seems that Demon Lord Rookie Everguard can freely manipulate the magic once released. Was that the power of the demons? Rookie was at a loss for words. She was in trouble. She couldn't say. It was thanks to the laser pointer made by an alchemist from the Empire. Or rather, it will only confuse the other party. On the other hand, if she said something humble, the Empire would only be warier of it. With no other way, Rookie said, I just borrowed the wisdom of a certain alchemist. She answered simply. Then, alchemist. Princess Liana was shocked and looked at the Demon Lord Rookie. Maybe it's the wandering alchemist. A wandering alchemist? Well, he certainly kind of wandered to the demon territory. What is his race? Isn't he a human from the Empire? So what? Can you introduce me to him? Maybe that alchemist has repaired my magic sword because I can't think of anyone else who has that skill to do that. What are you going to do with the introduction? I would like to thank him. If possible, I would like to keep him beside me. Princess Liana put her hand on her chest and said so. Alchemists are low-rank people, but if I can use him effectively, it's not bad to put him on my side. If he is appointed by the royal family and strengthens and make items, that is, an alchemist that lives for the Empire, and devote his body to it. Devote the body. It's a great honor for an alchemist who does not have the power to fight to contribute to the Empire. Princess Liana's eyes were shining. Minister of Military Affairs Zagran also nodded satisfactorily to her words. However, when Rookie heard the words of the princess, she felt that her heart had frozen. What did this princess say now? Alchemist, to make items that the royal family wants, to dedicate his body, to use an alchemist for that purpose. After her heart got cold, a wave of strong anger arose. Rookie only understood one thing. Is Thor something to be given to the Empire? How will he endure devoting himself to the Emperor? Thor is free in the demon territory. He should live as he wishes. That is the most suitable way for Rookie's friend, Thorcanan. What the hell is the wandering alchemist? If that's Thor, you should look it up while you're in the Empire. Only after you see the laser pointer. Do you remember him, and now you want him back? You are looking down on us too much. No, if you're a princess, there was no way she would have talked to a sacrifice. If she did that, Princess Liana would have had the opportunity to know that Thor was a capable alchemist. She could have even kept him in the Empire. But doesn't the Empire even know that they sent someone with the alchemy skills to the demon territory? They don't know anything about sending Thor as a sacrifice. How did Thor come to the demon territory? How kind he is and thinks about rookies. His abilities are world-changing, but he himself is only thinking about making useful items. As soon as he learned of Rookie's secret, he revealed his secret. When I think of him, my heart feels warmer. Sometimes I feel kind. Liana, the princess of the Empire, knows nothing. She's just interested in knowing Thor's ability. She's not really interested in what he is or what he's thinking. I'm sorry, I can't answer. Demon Lord Rookie said. It was a surprisingly cold voice from me. There are people of different races and different circumstances living in the territory of the demon territory. Perhaps some of them came from the Empire, but I cannot leak information of my people. Well, don't say that. That person was chosen by this demon lord, Rookie Evergard, and he was not chosen by the Dalgarian Empire. That's all I can say. The Empire didn't choose him and decided he was unnecessary. Then you should take responsibility for that choice. Unknowingly, Demon Lord Rookie took off her mask. With her crimson eyes, she glanced at Princess Liana. Even if he is the alchemist you want, I can't give him to you. Duh, Demon Lord Rookie-sama. That person is happy here. That person soothes my heart, and we're happily living together. He'll always be on my side all the time. I won't give him to you. Demon Lord Rookie held her chest and shouts. It's okay to say that this subjugation was won by both the demon territory and the Empire. But that person is different than this. I'm not going to share him with the Empire. Remember that well. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Demon Lord. Suddenly, when she looked sideways, Chancellor Kelv and Flame General Rizenga had an absent-minded face. Demon Lord Rookie noticed the words she has spoken and turned bright red. In a hurry, she put the mask back. Returning to the position of Demon Lord again, she said, That's all. Thank you for your cooperation in subduing the monster. I hope that the two countries will continue to be peaceful. Is that all right, Princess Liana? Yes, Princess Liana replied with a faint voice. Frightened by Rookie's threatening voice, she just kept nodding. On behalf of the princess, I apologize for ruining your Majesty's mood. The Minister of Military Affairs Zagran corrected his posture and bowed to the Demon Lord Rookie. This is the first time for Princess Liana. I hope you understand that this was caused because of the excitement from the battle. After hearing his words, Demon Lord Rookie looked at Chancellor Kelv and Rizenga and nodded. The negotiations are over. From here onward is an informal place. It's okay for the Demon Lord to talk to you directly. I understand. I'm sorry that I raised my voice too. No, your Majesty is a strong person. You have the right to do that. What? The magic of the black flame that we mentioned earlier was wonderful. A moving flame that burns down the monster Gargarasa and its subordinates together. That is something that we don't have in our country. The Minister of Military Affairs said in an over-politely tone. That power is horrifying to the Empire. But we also have to pay respect to the strong. I think the strong person, your Majesty Demon Lord, has the right to yell at us. No, I'm not a strong person. Rookie shook her head. A large reason that I'm strong is because of the weakest person. With the help and learning of that person, my army and I could easily defeat the monster. I'm sorry. I can't understand your Majesty's words. I'm saying that the one who gave me the power to fight is the one who doesn't have the power to fight. Saying that, Demon Lord Rookie grinned. It's fine if you don't understand it, but I think it's important to learn, Minister of Military Affairs Zagran. I will keep that in mind. Demon Lord Rookie turned her back on the Minister of Military Affairs, Zagran. Then, the meeting between the Demon Lord Rookie and the Princess of the Empire was over. Rookie, Kelv, and Rizenga set out for the position of the Demon Territory camp. For perspective, it's been a while since I received a message from Rookie that the monster subjugation was over. Me, Mabel, and the troops led by Ugnis were moving towards where the monster's nest is to find out if there were any surviving spiders and Imperial soldiers. Thor-sama, it would have been okay if you were in the main team behind. Next to me was Ugnis in armor. As always, she's wearing her helmet. It's still embarrassing for her to expose her face in front of the soldiers. Ugnis will do the work myself. I can't let you do that because I'm also part of the army. But you might meet an Imperial soldier. Mabel worriedly called out. Thor-sama doesn't want to meet anyone from that country, right? It's okay. I'm wearing a new robe now. I took down the hood of my robe. As the sun went down and it became cooler, I change from the wind magic cloth robe to another robe. There are shades here and there so I can hide in it. In addition, I may also find items for alchemy. It's Thor-sama all right. I wish I had the legs of a small spider. If I knew the strength of their bodies, it might be a good reference when making a magic sword that surpasses the holy sword. I saw the princess wield her holy sword in a battle against monster Gargarasa. The holy sword's blade of light stretched out, and the small spiders were cut apart. Because of that, the power was lessened and it couldn't deal damage to the main body of the monster Gargarasa itself. In other words, if I know the strength of the small spider's body, I should also know the power of the holy sword's blade of light. I think it will make a good reference for making magic swords. Thor-sama. What is it? Mabel. I think Rookie-sama would be more pleased that Thor-sama is safe than receiving a magic sword. Agnes agrees too. Next to Mabel, Agnes nodded. This time, the Empire battled against the monster at their own accord, and everyone is wary of the people of the Empire. What if Thor-sama met such people? In case of emergency, Agnes will defeat the enemy with my health promotion pendant, though. We don't want Thor-sama to get hurt. I got it. I'll return to the back after a little bit. I don't want to let Mabel and Agnes worry. But why are they wary of the people of the Empire? I see. Both Mabel and Agnes think I'm no longer an Empire's person. Thor Regis is not a child of an imperial aristocrat, but a human of the demon territory. I'm really happy. I found an imperial soldier. Suddenly, a soldier's voice echoed. Thor-sama, please come here. Mabel and Agnes pulled my hand and took me to a shade. I don't think it's necessary to hide though, but I can't let them worry about me. I obediently moved to the tree shadow. I took down my hood and poured magic power into my robe. What I'm wearing now is a robe made from dark attribute, magic cloth. It has the property of absorbing light and turning black when you pour magic power in. It's currently about dusk. If I wear this and hide, my figure will blend into the darkness. Leave Agnes to handle the Imperial soldiers. Agnes in armor went to the front. My dad told me to command the troops while he was away. I will absolutely protect Thor. Mabel shook the skirt of her maid outfit and declared, the Imperial soldier hasn't come to our place yet. From a distance, the voices of Agnes' subordinates could be heard. I won't do anything to you. I'm just escorting you safely. We will send you back to the Empire later. So it's fine if you relax. Eventually, a soldier in leather armor appeared from behind the trees. He was a middle-aged man with a sword on his back. Agnes' subordinates surrounded the men. I'm holding my hand on the tree and adjusting my breathing. I'm nervous, because it's dark from my position, so I couldn't see the soldier's face. Please help me. I was attacked by the monster Gargarasa and ran away and got lost. The Imperial soldier said. By the way, I was contacted by Rookie a while ago. The Empire's runaway soldiers attacked a swarm of monsters before the battle. After that, they fled to the Empire's position. It seems that the Empire's troops had to fight the monster Gargarasa. However, Rookie didn't believe that, and I agree with her. I'll allow you to check me. I don't have anything dangerous, but you can check for yourself. So, please take me to the Imperial army. It looks like you had a hard time. Agnes called out to the Imperial soldier. I'm Agnes, the daughter of Flame General Rizinga Frazit. I'll return you to the Imperial army after getting permission from Her Majesty Demon Lord. Please rest assured. Oh, so you are Agnes-sama? The Imperial soldiers came forward. I saw a face I was familiar with. He was the guard captain and trusted subordinate of the Duke Bargarigas. He was also the man who made up my sins and my incompetence when I was banished. Why is he here? Thor-sama, I have a bad feeling about this. Mabel, give this to Agnes-san. Give this to Agnes. Is this a cushion? Yeah, it's a cushion no matter how you look at it. I handed the cushion from the ultra-small simple warehouse to Mabel. The Imperial soldiers seem to be tired and you don't want him to complain that we made a proud Imperial soldier sit on the ground. So, put that on that rock. I think it will make a good chair. Yes, I understand. Mabel grabs the cushion and runs towards Agnes. When she explained the situation, a soldier from the Rizinga army placed a cushion on the rock. The soldier from the Empire, maybe because he was tired, he sat down on it obediently. Do you know that soldier? Yeah, he's the guard captain of Duke Regis, my parents' home. Mabel opened her eyes and looked over here. Maybe you were on good terms. No, it was the complete opposite. I shook my head. Rather, when I was banished from the Empire, he was swearing that I didn't have combat skills. I was told by him, I don't even get the feeling of an aristocrat from you. Please give me permission to use attack magic. Wait. I quickly grabbed Mabel's hand as she tried to jump out. More than that, I'm more concerned about his purpose. It's strange that the guard captain of the Duke's family is away from my father, Barga Regis. Indeed, he says that he escaped from the monster Gargarasa, but the soldiers of the Empire wouldn't do such things. They should have checked how many soldiers were in their unit. I think the Imperial Army intentionally was lured the monster Gargarasa. If the guard captain was one of them, it wouldn't be possible for the army executives to leave him here. Unless it's for some purpose. Leave my weapon? Well, I guess it can't be helped. The guard captain removed his sword from his waist when he was told by Ugnis. Then he took out the rolled letter from his pocket. I would like to ask Ugnis Frazid-sama. Yes. Would you please give this to my lord, Thor Regis-sama? Your lord Thor Regis-sama? No, I don't remember being called by that by you. Barga Regis-sama did something wrong to Thor Regis-sama due to the evil of a Margrave. This is a document to apologize for that, and a new proposal. You are Thor's father. No, I'm just Thor-sama's trusted aide. No, I don't have any trusted aides. At least in the Empire. Mabel, lend me your ear. Yes, Thor-sama. I told Mabel about my plan. Then Mabel stepped towards the soldier and said, Sorry for disturbing. My name is Mabel Refrain, a subordinate of Thor-sama. What? The guard captain of the Regis family was shocked. He probably didn't expect to meet my people here. Well, I sure didn't expect to meet a fellow aide of Thor-sama. I don't know if we're the same, but you mentioned earlier that you're a subordinate of Thor-sama. Indeed. If so, could you tell us about what Thor-sama likes? What is Thor-sama's hobby? What is Thor-sama's favorite color? Do you know what his favorite food is? What? If you are trusted by Thor-sama, shouldn't you know? Can you answer me so I can serve Thor-sama better? Ugnis is also interested. Ugnis in armor walked out. If you're a trusted aide of him, do you know what kind of woman Thor likes? The guard captain was flustered. Of course he is. I have hardly talked to that man. That person's a swordsman too. He had no interest in me who didn't have fighting skills. He shouldn't even know what kind of person I am. I can't tell my master's secret without permission. The guard captain turned to the side. Mabel thought a little and said, That's right. Then, wouldn't it be nice if you had permission from Thor-sama? She turned towards me and bowed. Please permit him. Thor-sama, it's okay to talk about me, guard captain of the Duke's family. It was the right time. I took off my dark magic cloth robe and stepped out of the shade. What? Thor Regis. I didn't know that I had a trusted aide in the Duke's house. Please, feel free to tell me what you think of me. And know that. Thor Dano is misunderstanding me. The Regis family is now a Count family, not a Duke family. Is that so? Oh, by the way, Duke Regis was punished by the Emperor. So the Duke family became the Count family? I see. Uomo. Time sure has passed. The Thor-sama I know may be different from the Thor-sama now. It's not okay to say something rude, okay? Well, you don't have to say that. Why are you in such a place? The guard captain was staring at me. He had an, I can't believe that you're here face. It's okay because I just came to see the holy sword and the monster. No. Why are you protected by soldiers, to such an extent? Why are you so trusted by the demon territory? Why is that so? After all, I can't communicate with you. This person is really a trusted aide of Barga Regis. They really have similar personalities. Maybe that's why his talking doesn't make sense. Then, please hand over the letter. Gunu, if it's a letter to me, shouldn't it be okay to give it to me now? The guard captain was glaring at me, but he still handed over the letter he was holding. This is a letter from Count Regis. Read it when you are alone. Ugni-san, Mabel, unseal this letter and read the contents so that everyone can hear it. Hey, when I received the letter, I walked away from the guard captain. I handed over the letter to Ugnis and read it with Mabel. A letter from Barga Regis. It might be a weird plan about how to make the demon territory fall. To put it decently, there's probably nothing good in it. If I ask Ugnis and others to read it here, it should prove that I'm not involved in it. W8. It's not fine for a noble's son to make a letter from the Count public in front of demons or demi-humans. If you're an aristocrat, straighten your posture in your room and read it as if the Count was there. The guard captain was screaming, but it doesn't matter. Or rather, if I imagined Barga Regis in front of me, wouldn't I want to rip the letter apart? I understand. I will read it now, Thor-sama. Mabel and Ugnis slowly read the letter. The content was, My son, Thor, your father was fooled by the words of Margrave and made a grave mistake. Now, I am only left with regret. To make for it, I have some proposals. First of all, please tell us about the recent situation. What kind of life are you living in the demon territory? What kind of person is the general who is indebted to you? How many soldiers does he have? I think it is necessary to exchange information as a parent and child in order to start over. Once a month, on the day of the new moon, I will send a messenger to the forest on the border with the demon territory. If you give the letter to that person, he will safely deliver it to the Empire. When the time is up, it will be possible for you to return to the Empire. At that time, you should bring a close friend from the demon territory. How about Agni's Frazit? I have already talked to the high-ranking officials of the Empire. If you wish, you could be invited to the Empire with Agni's Frazit. If that happens, I'll welcome you back to the Count House of Regus. This is the thought of your father, Barga Regus. Please answer as soon as possible. How is it? Did you understand the thoughts of Barga Regus-sama? Oh, I understood. That this letter is a pretty bad trap. If you get rid of the decoration words, this about sums it up. Tell me information about the demon territory. Investigate the forces of General Rizinga, who has the territory closest to the Empire. Send a letter during the new moon. When you return to the Empire, bring Agnes, probably a hostage. Thanks to these achievements, I will return you to the Count family. That's it. Moreover, this is probably not the letter that Barga Regus had in mind. The handwriting belongs to that man, but the wording and context belongs to another person. Maybe the upper echelons of the Empire might have written this letter. Thor-sama. What is the content of this letter? Mabel and Agnes looked anxious. They probably understood the meaning of what was written in the letter. Both of them knew my situation. They wouldn't believe that Count Regus would welcome me back. Well, how about it? Thor Regus-sama. The voice of the guard captain was trembling. He probably didn't expect me to reveal the contents of the letter in front of everyone. He's on his lap, holding his hands together. It seems that he's praying for the answer he expected. If it's okay, I'll relay your reply to Barga Regus-sama after I return to the Empire. It's also fated that I met you here. Then, your answer please. All right. I turned my back on the guard captain. I shouted to Mabel, Agnes, and the soldiers under General Rizinga. Tell the soldiers of the demon territory. I'm sick of the Regus family's way of doing things. Even the Empire. This letter probably involves the will of the upper echelon of the Empire. Otherwise, there was no way that the guard captain of Count Regus could come to this monster's subjugation. Then it's a good opportunity. I will abandon my house in front of everyone, just as my parents abandoned me. The letter sent by my father, Barga Regus, is extremely rude and had hidden intentions. He has ornamented his words. The content was to leak information on the demon territory to the Empire and bring Agnes to the Empire. If you closely examine the letter, you will see. Thor-sama. I understand your feelings. Both Mabel and Agnes look like they were about to cry. I'm sorry that I let you guys read such a letter. I don't think it was my father who sent me this letter. Whether they're dukes or counts because they caused people sadness, because they caused harm to their important ones, I will throw the Regus name away. From now on, I am going to live by using my deceased mother's surname. I proclaim to Mabel, Agnes, and the soldiers of the general. From today, my name is Thor-Kanan. I will never call myself with the Regus family name again. I'm just an alchemist Thor-Kanan who came from the Empire to the demon territory. Call me that from now on. From now on, I will ask the people of the demon castle to open letters addressed to Thor Regus. If it was a letter addressed to Thor-Kanan, it would mean that they officially admitted that I wasn't a member of the Regus family. The connection between me and my parents' house would be completely cut off. Anyway, the official record of the Empire says, sacrificed as a hostage. They would have no reason to complain about the person changing his name. No name is required for the offerings placed on the offering table. There shouldn't be any problems with me changing my name at the demon territory's side. I don't know what would happen with my status as the messenger of the Empire and a guest, but let's talk to Rookie later. It may also be a nuisance for her, so I have to serve her well and pay her back. I understand how you feel. From now on, I will call you Thor-Kanan-sama. Mabel kneeled in front of me. It's a pity that the secret name only for me and Her Majesty has become everyone's. Sorry, Mabel, but I'm glad that I can always call you my favorite name. This Mabel refrain will serve harder than ever as a subordinate of Thor-Kanan-sama. The same is true for Agnes Frazit. Agnes took my hand. It doesn't matter what your family name is. Thor-sama is the benefactor of Agnes. Agnes wants to serve you forever. Thank you for your continued support, Thor-Kanan-sama. Oh, the soldiers cheered. I understand your feelings. Thor-Kanan-sama. No matter what letter comes from the Empire, our trust will not waver. You read the letter in front of. I will live up to the name of Flame Giant Ifrit and return your trust. I'm glad that the soldiers also seem to have accepted my new name. No way. I can't believe you read the contents of your father in front of the people from the demon territory. Suddenly, the guard captain shouted. Moreover, you abandoned your family name. Have you forgotten your aristocratic grace and pride as an imperial aristocrat? I don't want that. I don't need it. I said, I'm Thor Kanan of the demon territory. Tell your master when you get home that Thor Regis doesn't exist anymore. Just as he decided he didn't need his son, I decided that I didn't need it. Gnunu, and I have something to ask you. I ask again, does the princess of the empire know about this letter? And why was it possible for you to get out of the army of the empire and come here? By all means, please tell me. The leaders of the demon territory are also interested. What? The guard captain looked left and right. He seemed to have noticed. From a while ago, a lot of footsteps were approaching us. Impossible. Even for an instant, the people of the demon territory, a letter from the aristocrats. They had that much trust. He should have brought it to his room. The plan. Excuse me for this. The guard captain grabbed his sword and tried to stand up. But he couldn't move. He couldn't get up from the cushion on the rock. What is this? I can't stand up. He moved his legs. However, his body remained wrapped in the cushion and did not move. The trap cushion, made with reference to body pillow, worked well. I made it to capture monsters alive, but it seems that it can also be used on humans. Trap cushion rarity. Attribute, earth. Made with earth attribute, magic cloth, and salala bean shells, in its large size. It is designed to wrap around your body softly. Under normal conditions, it is just a comfortable cushion. However, when it senses the magic power from the human body or a monster, the bean shells inside gather together and hardens, while it is wrapped around the body of a person or monster. Therefore, their body cannot move. When this is placed on a rock or something similar, the backside of the cushion surface will also wrap around the rock by the magic power of the sitting human being. Therefore, the cushion cannot be taken out from the rock. As a result, there would be a sitting person and a rock stuck together with a cushion in between. It is very durable because it has an earth attribute too. The only way to get out is to destroy the cushion with a knife. Physical destruction resistance. Flame resistant. Service life, 1 year. Notes. If you make a hole in the cloth and take the contents out, the bean shells inside can be reused. This is absurd. Did I, the guard captain of the Regis family, get weak in my knees? The guard captain was trying to break out of the cushion. It seems that you're tired. Please take your time. In no way. He seems to think that it's because he's not in good shape. This cushion can be used unexpectedly. It's not an item in the mail order catalog, so its ability is quite low, but it seems to be useful as it is. Actually, if the contents of the letter were decent, the guard captain would be released as he was. But this letter was no good. I have to meet Rookie and Chancellor Kelf to hear what they have to say. After a while, the main army of the demon territory appeared. It seems that they came to check the monster's nest, probably because of the cleanup after the battle area was over. I've been waiting for you, Your Majesty, Demon Lord. I knelt on the ground. Mabel, Ugnes, and the other soldiers did the same. Demon Lord Rookie who appeared had a puzzled face. I would be surprised too if there was an Imperial soldier who was squirming while sitting on a rock. I'm sorry. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Rookie looked around at me and the soldiers and told us. It seems that there were no remnants of the monster, so I'm relieved. And I also ordered for you to find if there were any Imperial stray soldiers. But what is this? Why are you looking at me? Did you see that it was my work in an instant, Your Majesty? That's the Imperial soldier. That's right. Why is he squirming? Because he is stuck in the cushion of the rock. Why is he stuck on the cushion? Oh well, whatever. Let's talk slowly later. I want to know what's happening with this Imperial soldier. With that said, Rookie looked at Chancellor Kelv and General Rizinga. Let's protect this Imperial soldier here. You should listen in detail of his job and the events that happened. I understand. Your Majesty. Chancellor Kelv nodded. Then, in a whisper, so that the Imperial soldier couldn't hear. How should we deal with him? I don't want there to be rumors of the demon territory throwing away an Empire soldier. The Empire has said they'll come here in search of the missing soldiers. We'll just hand him to them then. I understand. Until then, let's see what we can get from this person. The Chancellor and General walked towards the guard captain. I told Ugnes how to unlock the trap cushion. Ugnes nodded and walked towards the General. The monster subjugation is over. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Rookie said to the soldiers. Once we go back to the plane, we're going to camp there today. I've also brought wine from the castle, everyone. Enjoy the feast to your heart's content. Oh, the soldiers cheer after the words. Then we lined up and walked towards the camp. On the way suddenly, Rookie stopped me. I have to talk to you about something. You should come to my tent later. Yes, Your Majesty. Come with Mabel. There were various things that happened with the Empire. And that's what happened. Thor, may I ask a question? Yes, Rookie-sama. I nodded to Rookie's question. This is the headquarters of the Demon Territory Army, just beside a rocky mountain. Rookie Mabel and I are going to the biggest tent to talk about the subjugation of the monster Gargarasa and the events with the Imperial soldiers. On the way, Rookie suddenly had a serious face. Thor, when you were in the Empire, did you ever do a magic sword repair? I think so. I thought a little and said, I remember doing that kind of work in the storage at the government office. I think it was a job that came from an aristocratic. I didn't ask about the client because it wouldn't be my achievement anyway. When I repaired it at that time, it was a fairly old magic sword that had a crack up to the center of the blade. At that time, I hadn't awakened Creation Alchemy, but I was able to add attributes. Therefore, I closed the cracks with materials and then added light and earth attributes to it. By the way, I should have increased the strength of it. However, it wasn't completely restored because I was recalled back to the Duke's family before I could finish it. I'm still worried about that half-finished job. I explained that to Rookie. I see. Rookie, who heard the story, was silent for a while and looked at me from the other side of the mask. Then, she coughed to change the topic. I'm your lord. Yes, Rookie-sama. And I want to be a lord who is not going to be ashamed to you. Yes, Rookie-sama. You're someone who I respect. Thank you. Thor. Rookie grabbed the armrest of the chair with her mask on. Because I am such a lord, I will talk without hiding it. About what the third princess of the Empire said. Then Rookie started talking slowly. We talked about what the third princess said after the monster subjugation. The third princess, Liana, was looking for a wandering alchemist who had fixed her magic sword. She wanted to thank him and hopefully, the alchemist would continue to make items for the imperial family on her side. With a calm tone, Rookie explained to me, Isn't the princess's wandering alchemist you? I think so. The achievements for the things I did is being treated as void by the Duke. That's why he probably decided that the wandering alchemist did it. I repeat, I want to be a master who is not ashamed to you. Rookie kept her eyes closed while talking. Mabel, who was next to me, had a worried, nervous face. Thor, your power is wonderful. I don't want to use it or keep you by force. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. That's why I decided to talk about what the third princess of the Empire said without hiding it. After saying that, Rookie sighed for a long time. I wanted to hide this, but I'm the lord who governs the demon territory. I don't want to lie to you as a friend. Yes, Rookie-sama. Then that. The next time you meet the princess, please say stop with your bullshit. But it goes without saying that the answer to the princess's proposal is simply stop bullshitting. I refuse it. I'm glad that she used the magic sword I repaired. That's the only thing I can sympathize with. I can't understand the rest at all. Keep making items for the imperial family. What is that? It's a life of just making items according to the emperor's wants, isn't it? He wouldn't say just make what you want like Rookie-sama, right? Thor. In the first place, I was able to make foot bath, simple warehouses, and laser pointers, because Rookie gave me a place to work. I also found a mail order catalog there. It's all thanks to Rookie-sama. I told Demon Lord Rookie. I'm living happily now because there was a lord who suddenly gave me a place to work, allowed me to make what I liked, and was happy with what I made. I refused the proposal of the princess of the Empire. I refused. Rookie murmured. I refuse on the spot. I did not want to give my alchemist to the Empire. Then why did you ask me? Because I was worried after I refused. I cut down one of Thor's paths. I refused without permission. I thought that maybe I did something wrong. As a friend of yours, I was worrying. You don't have to think about that. I looked at Rookie's eyes behind the mask and said, In the first place, I'm not going back to the Empire. I know. I also wanted to hear how you felt about it. She reached for the mask, and Rookie took it off. She's staring at me with her slightly moist red eyes. The third princess's proposal was declined in the name of Rookie Everguard. I have nothing to say anymore. Rest assured. Thor. Yes, Rookie-sama. Only I, Kelv, and Ryzinga know about the place. The talk has ended. They should be keeping it confidential, but it would be helpful if they didn't talk too much about it. Rookie said so, and put the black mask. I see. So the third princess of the Empire said such things to Rookie. Please do not recruit people in such a strange way. I'm not going back to the Empire anymore. Then, the letter brought by the Regis soldiers may also be related to the princess. That guard captain from your parents' home. That person was returned to the Imperial Army by the General and Chancellor. Rookie and Mabel looked at each other and nodded. The guard captain of the Regis family has been thoroughly questioned by the Chancellor and General Rizinga. The two should now be leading some soldiers to the Rocky Mountain near the border to see if the Imperial Army has returned to their country. That soldier only said that he was too hasty to gain achievements and ended up luring the monster. While drinking tea, Rookie said, Kelv and Rizinga think that they lured the monster on purpose, but I wonder if it's that he doesn't know, or if he's tight-lipped. I think he probably doesn't know of anything. What does Thor think so? The letter from Barga Regis used words and phrases that he doesn't use. The Regis family is all about fighting. He doesn't use decoration phrases that filled the letter. I took a breath and continued. It's possible that someone in the Empire ordered that letter to be written by Barga Regis, and I think the Empire was intentionally trying to get that soldier to deliver the letter. I'm not so confident about my theory. Being a conspiracy strategist is not my job. I see. I wouldn't give important information to the soldier who was going to be sent to the Demon Territory Army. That's why they brainwashed him with the idea I was too hasty to gain achievements and ended up luring the monsters. I agree with you. And then the letter's purpose was to use Thor. Or maybe it's to make my stay in the Demon Territory harder. May I give you my opinion? Your Majesty. Mabel suddenly interrupted. Mabel, you don't have to have my permission to speak. Rookie laughed. This is a place where Thor, Mabel, and I exchange information. No need to hold back. I don't understand why that soldier sent such a letter. Mabel had a serious look. It seems that she is still angry that the guard captain brought a strange letter. Tell me the information about the Demon Territory and bring Agnes to the Empire. There's no way Thor-sama will accept that. But they even made someone act as Thor-sama's trusted aide. It's natural that Mabel will think that way when you see the letter. Rookie nodded, wearing a mask. But what about others? For example, how would you react if Thor hid the letter? Yes, I was thinking about it too. So at that time, I asked Mabel and Agnes to make the contents of the letter public in front of everyone. A different reaction. Well, for example, if Rizinga knew about that letter, he'll be so angry and burn the letter saying that they tried to use Thor. Well, that's right. But if it was Chancellor Kelv, after thinking a little about Rookie said, no, he knows that Thor is all about alchemy research and he doesn't have that much time. So he shouldn't make any weird suspicions. I don't think the Minotaurs will doubt Thor either. Even the elf troops, a person that sends information to the Empire wouldn't fork over the laser pointer. That's right. Right. So that letter wouldn't cause discord in the Demon Territory. Of course, Thor wouldn't follow the contents of the letter. That letter is completely useless. It just made Thor uncomfortable. Mabel clasps her fist and trembled. But the person who wrote that letter doesn't understand that. In other words, the owner of that letter isn't interested in Thor himself or the Demon Territory. Such a person. I can never forgive him. I see. I published the letter on the spot so that everyone in the Demon Territory wouldn't suspect me, but it wasn't necessary. Everyone in the Demon Territory doesn't doubt me. That letter just offended Mabel. I'm sorry, Mabel. It isn't Thor-sama's fault. I don't know anything about Thor, but I just can't forgive those who try to use it unilaterally. Still, I'm sorry. You. Mabel's eyes were wet, but when I stroked her back, she calmed down. She even wanted to use attack magic at the guard captain. Mabel seems to be the type who gets emotional easily. Let's be careful from now on. From now on, when the Regis's house sends you a letter, Your Majesty or the Chancellor should check it first. Anything sent to Thor Regis will be checked beforehand. Sending it under Thor's original name would mean that they don't know anything about Thor. Rookie said that and grinned. It's a good strategy to change your name to Thor Kanan. It makes it clear that you've become a resident of the Demon Lord. Everyone was happy too. I'm sorry to bother you, Rookie-sama. You're under my jurisdiction, so it's fine. By the way, I have to apologize for one more thing. I told you before that I have a dream of making a sword that surpasses the holy sword of the Empire. Uomo. And you said that you would make a magic sword for me. Yes, but when I saw the holy sword of the princess, I still thought that it was impossible for me to make anything beyond that. Before coming here, I received the material and thread of a small spider from General Rizinga. When I appraised it, both of them were insanely strong. The blade of light created by the holy sword of the Empire easily sliced through the body and threads of the small spiders. I knew I wasn't strong enough to make a magic sword that surpassed that. That's why I want to have a little more time. No, even if there isn't a magic sword, that laser pointer is strong enough already. That is an item in the world of heroes. I want to give your majesty a magic sword that is original to me. I bowed to Rookie. So, please wait a little longer until you get the magic sword. First of all, let's study by making items in the hero's world by referring to the mail order catalog. Once I'm good enough, let's make the perfect magic sword for Rookie. To do that, I have to study the Holy Sword of the Empire. To do that, I should think of a way to counter the Blade of Light of the Holy Sword. Let's look for something that could be used in the mail order catalog later. Thor, are you planning something again? No, no, no. What do you think, Mabel? I think you're thinking of making something fun, right? Looking at me, Rookie held back her laughter. Then she changed her tone. Anyway, the subjugation of Monster Gargarasa was completed successfully. There were various things that happened with the Empire, but it's over now. Thor's laser pointer was very useful for subduing it. This achievement isn't a small one. I'll consider the reward as soon as I return to the castle. Thank you, Your Majesty. The army and I will return to the Demon Castle tomorrow morning. Thor and Mabel should accompany the famed General Rizinga to the mansion. Thor's mansion and workshop will be built in Rizinga's territory. Inspect the house and go sightseeing for some time. Sightseeing? Since you came to the demon territory, you have hardly left the castle, right? By the way, this is the first time I've gone out of the castle. Under the protection of Rizinga and Ugnis, take a look around the demon territory for a while. Do whatever you want. Rookie-sama. What? I have one request. Let's hear it. Can you give me something like a permit that I can do alchemy anywhere? Permit license? If I go around the territory of the Demon Lord and meet various people, I will definitely want to make something. Rookie and Mabel look like they've guessed something. It seems that they understood what I meant. Some people in the Demon Tritery may have never seen alchemy. If I suddenly start something, they would be surprised. So I wish I could get something like a permit from Rookie-sama. There's really no hope for you. Rookie held her mouth and laughed. Thor really cannot be given to the princess of the Empire. If you return to that country, you would be wanting to do things all the time, and you wouldn't be able to sleep. Excuse me. It's okay. Let's get a permit. Rookie clapped her hands. I'll write a permit that says, this person, in the name of the Demon Lord Rookie Everguard, will be allowed to do alchemy everywhere. It's like a permit. Thank you, Rookie-sama. From now on, I'll be doing alchemy outside the Demon Castle. It would be safer to have Her Majesty's permit. Then, let's let Mabel keep it. What? I feel like I'm going to lose it while I'm absorbed in alchemy. I think that kind of thing is honestly great, Thor. Okay, I'll keep it. Thor-sama. Then we continued eating dinner and talked about our upcoming plans. It seems that Rookie will return to the Demon Castle and begin to deal with the aftermath of this subjugation. It seems to be surprisingly difficult because there was also the interaction with the Empire. The soldiers returned to the Demon Castle and disbanded as they were. After a few days off, everyone seems to have returned to their original work. The Monster Gargarasa and the bodies of the small spiders are being studied by an elf magic unit. They said that they would tell me if they found something interesting. General Rizinga, Ugnis, and their unit were returning home. Mabel and I were accompanying them too. By the time I return to the Demon Castle, I have to make a magic sword or an item that Her Majesty wants. Yes, I will help you too. Ugnis can also be used as a laboratory table at any time. Talking about that, we headed to General Rizinga's mansion. 10 days later, in the Imperial City. The operation failed. Your work is over, Count Barga Regis. What? This is the Minister of Military Affairs Zagran's mansion in the Imperial capital. In this room, Zagran was meeting with Count Barga Regis. After completing the Monster Gargarasa subjugation in the Demon Territory, Zagran returned to the Imperial capital. When he returned to the mansion, Count Barga Regis sent him a letter requesting a visit. So Zagran decided to call him to his mansion. Barga Regis, who came, was wearing clothing for aristocrats with a showy cloak on top. He seemed to think that he wouldn't be going to the south anymore. Since the operation succeeded, my trip to the south would also be cancelled, he thought. The battle, of course, was to also give the letter to Thor Regis and to aim for the desired effect. However, the aim that Minister of Military Affairs Zagran has and the aim that Barga Regis had were completely different. Your job isn't here anymore. Zagran told him the facts as they were. You couldn't move your son at the Empire's will. The operation was a failure. You should leave as soon as possible to the south. Did Thor really decline my request? Why are you surprised? What? Did you really think that your son would move at your will? What are you talking about, Zagran? Barga Regis shouted. Then why did you instruct me to write the letter? Wasn't it to make Thor into a spy? No, it's not. Military Minister Zagran shook his head. It was a way to sow discord in the demon territory. It's impossible for your son to move at your will. As I said before, from now on you shouldn't think of using your son. Don't you remember? Barga. A cold voice echoed in the guest room of the mansion. There is no chance that your son will move at your will, but he is trusted by the demon territory and is hostile to the Empire. It was to make the people of the demon territory misunderstand and make it difficult for your son to stay in the demon territory. Then, what about that letter? It was to separate your son and those of the demon territory. But the letter did arrive at Thor? Why did it fail? Because Thor read the letter out loud in front of those of the demon territory. What did you say? Count Barga was at a loss of words. Zagran understood that feeling. Zagran himself didn't expect Thor to go that far. The letter could have contained his personal information. You wouldn't be able to do it unless you truly believe in the demon territory. Does he think that the people in the demon territory are his relatives? It's totally unexpected. He believed in the demon territory and published the letter. Because of that, the demon territory also returned his trust to him. Zagran continued, and he abandoned the name of his house and declared that he would call himself Thor. That was decisive, and the demon territory have also acknowledged his new name and made him into their companion. Your Excellency Zagran. What, Barga? What will happen to me? As planned, you're going to the Southern Front as a captain of 10 men. But I followed your Excellency's instructions. Yes, you wrote the letter as instructed, and the Count's Guard captain brought the letter to Thor. Minister of Military Affairs Zagran nodded. But I should have said, if this strategy goes well, I'll reduce your punishment. The operation has failed. Of course, Thor did not become the Empire's spy. It didn't even create tension in the demon territory. You couldn't achieve any achievements, so it's natural that you wouldn't receive any rewards, no? Failure. Then what about my Count family? Rest assured you will not go down any further. Oh. It has been decided that the Count will remain as it is. It's also to motivate Thor. No, Thor in the demon territory. Hearing that, Count Barga stiffened. He held his breath and opened his eyes wide as if he couldn't believe it. Thor to motivate the person who changed his name? Yes. If there is no place for him to return, he would give his all to the demon territory. So to avoid that, we should leave a place for him to return to, and to chip off that hostility. But the head of the Count family is this Barga. Your role ended when you wrote that letter. Military Minister Zagran said. Because of that achievement, I will leave the Count house. What did I do? You created an enemy in the demon territory by exiling your son. You added another enemy by scheming against the Flame General. The sin of creating enemies inside the demon territory is great. Originally, the Count family would be crushed. You can remain a Count thanks to your son. Thanks to that person. I to him. Thanks to your exiled son, you can be a Count at least in name. Since you know that, you should leave for the south. The carriage to pick you up is already here. Barga hit the floor and screamed. The subordinate of Zagran dragged him out. A carriage should be waiting outside. From now on, Barga will be sent to the meeting place of the Southern Deployment Unit. His destination is the battlefield to the south. As desired, he will have the position of a 10-man captain. Barga has some sword skills. On the battlefield, he should be able to achieve some results. Well, that is if he could lead the soldiers on the battlefield. Let's hope for the best for Barga. With that said, Minister of Military Affairs Zagran sat down on his chair. No, I can't laugh at that person either. The operation of showing the strength of the Empire to the demon territory failed brilliantly. On top of that, it was saved by the soldiers of the demon territory. The princess's first expedition couldn't be worse. Your Honor. After a short knock, the door opened and his adjutant entered the room. We have been contacted by the Imperial Court to attend the meeting 2 hours later. Oh, good work. And is Count Barga okay? It seems that he was screaming until the end. I can hear him scream. He's a prideful aristocrat. Zagran smiled. It must be unbearable that the only reason he gets to keep his title is because of his exiled son. However, he also cannot let the house passed down from generation to generation end on his reign. He must be in a dilemma. It's an ancient house, but what a shame. There are so many cases of aristocrats disappearing in the history of the Empire. Well, we should move on too. Minister of Military Affairs Zagran stood up. He put on his formal clothing, his cloak, and his monocle. I'm going to the meeting now. Get the carriage ready. Yes, Your Excellency. You don't have to worry about me. They'll only reduce my salary. Even though we were saved by the demon territory, we still subdued the monster. Besides, I was able to confirm the ability of the demon territory. I am well aware. There are a few things I've learned. The magic used by the demon territory is terrifyingly powerful and has a long range. Most importantly, they didn't direct their power to the Empire. Zagran mutters quickly as he walks down the corridor. The demon lord does not seem to be hostile to our empire, but we cannot relax our vigilance. They have powerful magic, and there is a mysterious alchemist. The alchemist may be Thorcanan, but, in any case, new measures will be needed. Then, Your Excellency, I'm going to propose a new strategy at the meeting. Zagran and his adjutant left the mansion. A carriage with the coat of arms of the Empire was waiting in front of the gate. It was only allowed to be used by high-ranking imperial officials. The destination of the carriage is the Imperial Palace. His Majesty the Emperor and high-ranking officials of the Empire were waiting there. While the Minister of Military Affairs, Zagran, resolved himself for the meeting, he was making up a new plan. Princess Liana is still growing. She shouldn't make any more mistakes until she can fully utilize the power of the Holy Sword. Also, it is not a good idea to show the Holy Sword to the demon territory anymore. We should show our power in a different way. Then, the strategy that should be taken is, Your Excellency, we will be arriving soon. Eventually, the palace came into view. Looking out the window, Zagran said, I have been instructed to come. He threw a short phrase to the guard. I have been told, Your Excellency. As soon as His Majesty's permission is obtained, I should use the precedent royalty. List those who are likely to move. TL. To know what the precedent royalty means, so I translated it by how the characters meaned. I understand. I can't laugh at Count Regis. If I make a mistake next, I won't be the Minister of Military Affairs. I can't make a mistake anymore. Military Minister Zagran laughed bitterly. I spent my time and money as an educator and invested in Her Highness Liana. We have to think of new measures to restore our honor. Yes, Your Excellency. High-ranking officials who know the power of the demon territory should not be able to leave that land alone. They will definitely do something. If I go with the flow and propose a safe measure, it should be relatively low risk. They talked in a whisper that people outside wouldn't be able to hear them. It was so short that they wouldn't be suspected of having a secret talk. After the conversation, Minister of Military Affairs Zagran got off the carriage. A few hours later, the Imperial Court of the Dalgarian Empire decided that Minister of Military Affairs Zagran's salary will be decreased. However, Zagran will be given the reward of protecting the princess, offsetting it. The third princess, Liana, will be prohibited from going out of the imperial capital for a month. Meanwhile, the princess will be trained. A strategy to prevent the demon territory from being too confident will be executed. The plan will be made by the Minister of Military Affairs Zagran and a person selected by the upper echelon. A lookout tower and castle wall will be added to the town near the demon territory. All such arrangements shall be made by the Minister of Military Affairs Zagran. Our empire will not attack the demon territory, but we still have to be cautious of it. We want the Minister of Military Affairs Zagran to plan a quick operation. Depending on the situation, the imperial family will also participate. That was the conclusion of the meeting of the empire. Is this enough? After the meeting, Minister of Military Affairs Zagran dropped his shoulders and sighed. To be honest, he was prepared for a demotion of being fired. However, it seems that it was evaluated that he did not dispatch the runaway soldiers. It is also significant that the demon territory officially admitted that the successful subjugation of the monster Gargarasa is the result of a joint operation between the demon territory and the empire. At least the strongest imperial army and the Holy Sword Princess wasn't defeated. Since they had not been defeated, there was no reason to dispose of those who participated in the operation. I was helped by the demon territory. Minister of Military Affairs Zagran had a headache. By now, the demon territory must be laughing at us, thinking that we're not a big deal. I can't forgive that. After all, we need to show the strength of the empire. However, Zagran cannot participate in the next operation. It's regrettable that I couldn't recover my reputation, but there's nothing that I could do. As a military minister, I too was one of the good tools for the empire. Thinking that Zagran boarded the carriage to pick him up. In any case, the demon territory is tough. I have to maintain the authority of the empire and strengthen the defense of the country without being hostile to them. While heading back to the mansion, Minister of Military Affairs Zagran muttered such a thing. Princess Liana's perspective. After returning to the imperial capital, the third princess, Liana, returned the holy sword to the treasury. The holy sword is the symbol of power of the empire, not her property. When you're finished using it, you have to follow a formal procedure. I humbly return the holy sword of the hero. After speaking the predetermined words, Liana handed the holy sword to the person in charge. Did you fight bravely so the heroes wouldn't be ashamed? Did you improve your level efficiently? Did you lead your friends to victory? When asked by the person in charge, Liana replied, yes, and I didn't lose. The person in charge nodded and held the holy sword. From now on, the holy sword will be cleansed and put in a box. She bowed to the person in the treasury and left. I made a mistake, didn't I? Liana headed for the main gate quickly. She was afraid that someone would scold her for the mistake she made. The commander of the monster Gargarasa subjugation operation was Zagran, the Minister of Military Affairs. But Liana, the third princess, was the top on paper. The achievements would belong to her, so the failures would belong to her too. I made a big mistake this time. One was that I didn't notice the small spider waiting for an ambush under the belly of the monster Gargarasa. And in order to defeat the small spider, I wasted my holy sword's light. As a result, I was attacked by a flock of small spiders, and the formation of the soldiers collapsed. Eventually, we were saved by the Demon Lord's army. The Empire's desired plan to show the strength of the nation to the demon territory was unsuccessful. In the end, my punishments were lessened because of Zagran. I guess that old man is somewhat reliable. Thanks to Zagran's movement, the monster subjugation this time was both the Empire and the demon territory's victory. The Empire was not defeated. Liana's punishment was not publicly announced, and it was decided to be a light one. As expected, there would be no mistake if I follow what Zagran says. With that in mind, Liana nodded powerfully. To protect her position, Zagran negotiated with the demon territory and offered his personal property in addition to the letter of appreciation. His judgment and loyalty is wonderful. With Zagran, countermeasures against the demon territory should be no problem. From now on, let's do things according to that old man. But I'm curious about the Wandering Alchemist. There was a high possibility that the Wandering Alchemist who fixed Liana's sword was in the demon territory. It was clear from the words of the Demon Lord, Rookie Everguard. The Demon Lord said this after defeating Monster Gargarasa. The power to defeat the monster is only with the help of that alchemist. The alchemist is someone who wandered into the demon territory. Then the Demon Lord said to Liana, who asked, I want you to introduce me to the alchemist. I won't give him to you. That person makes me happy. The Demon Lord is so attached to a human. Does the alchemist even have the power to fascinate the Demon Lord? What happened between the Demon Lord and the alchemist? I'm curious. I want to know more and more about that alchemist. However, Liana couldn't do anything now. After a meeting with the Demon Lord, Liana was fiercely reprimanded by Zagran. He said that I shouldn't say anything extra and I should be aware that I am the representative of the army. And the decision of what to do with the alchemist will be left to him, Minister of Military Affairs, Zagran. At that time, Zagran was furious, to the point that I turned pale and trembled. She involuntarily thought of the time when she was young, green, and got Zagran angry. The only reason that she didn't cry was because of the guards outside. Forget about that alchemist for now. Liana sighed. It seems that I am still not ready to be the princess of the Empire. I have to become a person who can be recognized by Zagran as soon as possible. With that in mind, Liana stepped into the carriage that had been waiting for her in front of the palace. The destination is a detached palace in a remote corner imperial capital where few people know. Liana arrived at the palace in the evening. When she asked for a visit, Liana was taken to the courtyard. The person sitting on the chair laughed as she saw Liana. Welcome back, Liana. I have returned to the imperial city safely. Sophia Wanisama. Holding the hem of her skirt, she bowed to the princess. Seeing that, Sophia, a girl who looks just like Liana, smiled gently. Your polite greeting really touches me. Princess of the Holy Sword. Please stop. It's embarrassing to be called by Sophia Wanisama by that name. Liana said so and sat on a chair next to her sister. Seeing that Liana was the split image of a little girl, Sophia had a gentle smile. And my magic power is no match for Wanisama. If Wanisama didn't have any physical problems, Wanisama would be the princess of the Holy Sword. Maybe Wanisama would be even stronger than me. Physical strength is also one of the strengths. Liana, Sophia said with an embarrassed face. I would run out of strength completely if I marched with the army. If you can keep up, Wanisama's light magic would be really powerful, right? Liana laughs with a childish look. If Wanisama was with me, I could have taken no, I'm sorry. Liana. The results of this subjugation haven't been announced yet. I don't have old man Zagran's permission, so forgive me, Wani-sama. If Liana returns safely, I won't say anything, but... Sophia waved her hand and dismissed the maid on her side. Then she casted a spell and created a glowing wall around them. The wall glows faintly and surrounds Liana and Sophia. Sophia Wani-sama. Using magic for this. Liana, I'm fine. Don't overdo it, Wani-sama. Your fever. See, your forehead is getting hot. I'm a defective princess. Instead, Liana, listen carefully. Why yes, Wani-sama. This wall of light prevents any noise from leaking outside. Let's have a secret talk. Sophia shook her short platinum blonde and spoke to her sister princess that had the same face. Liana and Sophia's appearance is almost the same. The only difference is the length of their hair. Liana has long hair that extends to her back, but Sophia has her hair trimmed around her shoulders. That's because it's easier to care for. Liana has more than a dozen side servants, but Sophia has only one. Even if it's a little bit, it makes her job easier. Liana, I advise you as your twin sister. Quietly in the wall of light, Princess Sophia said, it's dangerous to get tainted by Zagran's thinking. Be careful not to rely solely on his words. But Zagran has been my educator since I was little. I know, but he only thinks about whether he can use something or not. I admit that he is capable, but that person's way of thinking is tainting Liana. Maybe Wani-sama is dissatisfied with your treatment? Huh. Even though you can use light magic, you're trapped in such a detached palace. If so, I'd like to tell Zagran to treat you better. Stop now, Princess Sophia screamed. I'm fine with this. It's enough as it is. Sophia Wani-sama. I can't keep up with the march unless I keep resting. I can't even hold a weapon because of my weak basic strength. After fighting with magic, I fall asleep for 3 days. The princess of the empire who worships the hero. I am aware that I am difficult to handle. But my sister has light magic. I see without it, would I be used as a sacrifice to another country, or maybe a political marriage? Princess Sophia nods to her sister's words. I can still be in the empire as a princess because I can handle the light magic that the hero also used. That's how I can meet Liana, so I have no complaints about the treatment. That's no good. Sophia Wani-sama. Liana shook her head. I want my sister to live a better life. I want us to live together in a mansion where people admire us. I will do it in the future. That's why I am doing the Princess of the Holy Sword. Liana. But this time, I made a small mistake, but Zagran protected me. So, if we talk to him about One-sama properly. Eventually, the wall of light disappears. Liana still tried to continue, but Sophia stopped it. Liana Dalgaria and Sophia Dalgaria are twin sisters. One sister is good at magic, and the other sister is good at swordsmanship. However, Sophia has little physical strength, so she cannot fight on the front line. Although she is a valuable user of light magic, but after she uses it her physical health crumbles. She may fall asleep for a few days, and there have also been cases where she fell asleep during battle. To harness the power of Sophia, there is no choice to hire a lot of healers and buy recovery medicine, but that is too costly. There is no reason to use her in the Empire so far. Therefore, Sophia is not suitable for actual battles. Still, the light magic she has is valuable. Some people want to study it, and it can be used as a trump card when a strong enemy comes to the Imperial City. Even if she can't fight, she could still use the light magic power to activate the Holy Sword. It is also possible to raise the morale of soldiers on behalf of Princess of the Holy Sword. That's why Sophia lived in a detached palace in a corner of the imperial capital as a human resource that could be used someday. Let's finish the serious talk. Please tell us the story of your trip next. Princess Sophia raised her hand and summoned the maid. While the maid was making tea, she asked Liana, Liana, what happened before you went to the demon territory? Even if you can't talk about the monster subjugation, isn't it okay to talk about that? Yes, Sophia Wani-sama. First of all, it's about the lodging. Princess Liana begins to talk. Even though they are in the same imperial capital, they rarely meet each other. This is because Liana has a job as a princess of the Holy Sword. Sophia is also training to use her magic better. The two can only meet when their father, the emperor, and Liana's educator, Zagran, allows it. Actually, I would like to talk to my sister about the demon territory. Is that so? Yes. I saw something unexpected over there. It has the power to change the world. Then, I'll look forward to it next time. Yes. Sophia Wani-sama. After a little less than an hour of tea, Liana left the palace with her sister. For a while, She continued to work on subduing the monster and reporting to the Emperor and senior officials. She also has to retrain the soldiers. It should be a long time before I can see one Sama. Thinking that Liana got onto the carriage. A few days later, there was a rumor that Liana and her sister, Sophia, had a secret meeting with the Minister of Military Affairs Zagran. Thor's perspective. The next day after the subjugation of the monster Gargarasa. Thor, I'll give you this alchemy permit. Rookie gave me a parchment with her signature. The parchment said, in the name of the demon Lord Rookie Evergard, the alchemist Thor Kanan is allowed to use alchemy everywhere in the demon territory. This means that I can do alchemy anywhere in the demon territory. There's even a simplified demon lord's crest drawn on it. Amazing. This is a temporary one, but use it as you please. Rookie nods satisfactorily at the permit. The official one will be created and delivered to you after you return to the demon castle. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'm on my knees in front of Rookie. I didn't expect it to be handed over the next day I asked for it. Rookie sure is amazing. However, Kelv has a request for that permit. Yes, Thordano. Following Rookie's words, Chancellor Curve stepped forward. This is this Chancellor's request, but if you want to spread alchemy-made items to people, please get permission in advance. Permission? Of course, it doesn't matter if you give it to 1 or 2 people. Chancellor Kelv nodded. However, if you spread the item that Thordano made, it may have a big impact on the entire demon territory. So, when you do such a thing, please get permission in advance. I understand. I will follow the judgment of the Chancellor. It's going to be a big deal if I unnecessarily spread the magic items of the hero's world. That's why we have prepared a spreading magic items application. With the Chancellor's signal, the soldier on standby brought a bunch of parchments. This seems to be the spreading magic items application. There are spaces to write my name, the ability of the magic item, and the person you want to give it to. If I want to spread an item, I can write the necessary information on it. Should I fill in all the items and send it back to the demon castle? Yes. Then Her Majesty and I will check and send it back to Thordano. Please do not spread the item before that. Got it. In addition, the Chancellor continued to explain. After filling out the form, it seems that I can give it to General Rizinga or his subordinates, and they would deliver it to the demon castle. If you have any questions, ask Rizinga. Rookie said to me when I received the spreading magic item application. Of course, you can also ask us. Just add a note to the application, and it will reach us too. Right, Kelv? Yes, Your Majesty. Kelv nodded. Anyways, it would be helpful if you could get in touch with us frequently. If there is something I need to confirm, I will be able to reach you. Anyways, keep in touch and report. I understand. Your Majesty, Chancellor, thank you. I bowed to Rookie and Chancellor Kelv. Thank you all for your concern. I would like to see and experience various things in the General's territory and bring what I have gained back to the Demon Castle. You're so earnest, Thor. I see. This is also a vacation that I gave to you. You have made great contributions to the monster subjugation this time. If I don't reward you handsomely, my name would be shamed. With her mask on, Rookie laughed with just her mouth. That's why you should enjoy your vacation and travel in Rizinga territory. Of course, it doesn't matter if you use that experience in alchemy. Thank you, Your Majesty. I thanked Rookie again. Then I turned to Chancellor Kelv and said, Thank you, Chancellor, for the application. Why yes, please use it in moderation. It must have been difficult for Chancellor to prepare as many as 20 sheets overnight. I will do my best to live up to your expectations. I gave you a lot. You don't have to use it up. I know. Let's limit it to half. It's also difficult to send a letter from the General's territory to the Demon Castle. After talking for a while, it was time to leave. The Demon Territory army formed a line, and the door of the carriage swung open. Rizinga, Ugnis, and Mabel, thank you for taking care of Thor. Rookie looked at the three and said so. Teach Thor about the various things outside of Demon Castle. You guys are residents of the Demon Territory, so I wish that you would treat him as a guest. General Rizinga, Ugnis, and Mabel bowed to the words. I'm worried because it's my first time living outside the Demon Castle, but I think it's going to be okay since Mabel, General Rizinga, and Ugnis are there. Besides, I won't be wandering around the territory right away either. As soon as I get to the General's mansion, I want to make something. Then everyone, stay healthy. Yes, Your Majesty should be careful along the way. While Mabel, Ugnis, General Rizinga, the soldiers under the General, and I were watching, the carriage carrying Rookie and the Demon Territory arm departed. We were seeing them off until they disappeared into the far distance. Well then, Thor, let's visit my mansion. After the carriage of Rookie disappeared, General Rizinga said so. When we arrive at the mansion, let's first have a meal. No. If it's Thordano, would you prefer seeing a map of the territory? Or the drawings for the mine that will be developed soon? Father, if you talk so much at once, there will be confused. Oh, that's right. After being called out by Ugnis, General Rizinga awkwardly scratched his head. It's rare to have a friend in the mansion, so I was too excited. I'm sorry. No, don't worry. That's not the case. Thordano, if you have something to say to me, please tell me. It doesn't matter if it's a wish or something you want. Is that so? By the way, there was one thing I wanted to confirm. It's related to alchemy research, so I think it's better to talk about it as soon as possible. Actually, I have something to ask the general about. It's a bit of a hassle. Will it be long? Just a little. Then, let's go back to the mansion then talk. We'll arrive soon. It's better to talk in a comfortable place. The general laughed and said so. The troublesome stuff always goes with food and sake. Then let's go. That's why Mabel and I decided to go to the mansion with the general. Are there any acquaintances of General who have light attribute attack skills? This is General Rizinga's mansion. Drinking hot tea, I asked General Rizinga. The dishes prepared by the general are lined up on the table. Roasted meat and soup that makes a sizzling noise. It seems that there are many hot dishes because it's the mansion of the general who has the blood of flame giant Ifrit. It's delicious, but both Mabel and I were hot and sweaty. While in the territory, I should wear stuff made of wind, magic cloth, because the cloth has good breathability and the sweat would dry quickly. The research on alchemy that I am about to begin involves light attribute attacks. I continue talking. Light attack magic is the best, but anything will do. If you have such a person, I would like them to help me with my research. Light attribute attack. The general had his arms folded and had a troubled face. There may be someone, but Thordano, why do you need the light attribute? To study the holy sword of the empire. I corrected my posture and said to the general. General also saw the blade of light used by the princess, right? That was amazing. The general nodded as he remembered. I saw it closer than Thordano, so I can understand it well. The holy sword created a huge blade of light, and the small spiders under the control of the monster Gargarasa were cut down one after another. Their threads couldn't even entangle that blade. To be honest, I didn't want to fight that holy sword. I understand your feelings. I nodded. That blade of light is powerful and seemed to last a long time. Perhaps that holy sword created a blade of light by using the light magic power of the user. The princess had produced a blade that was 12 meters long, but she should be able to adjust the output of it. If she made the blade shorter, she might have been able to use the blade of light for a bit longer. I don't know if the princess was surprised by the little spider and turned it to full power, or if she couldn't adjust it. Either way, it's a pretty strong ability. Can General fight a blade of light that exceeds 10 meters that suddenly pops out? That's impossible. I wouldn't be able to get the timing right. That's right. Looking at the determination of Thordano, does Thordano want to make something like a holy sword? I want to make that, but I can't do it now. For that, it is necessary to study more another world items in the mail order catalog. Besides, I have to study the magic power of each attribute and find an efficient operation method. There is still a long way to go. So before that, I would like to research whether I can make an item to prevent the blade of light. So that's why it's necessary to have the light attributes. The general nodded. It seems that he understood. Yes, if you can't prevent the attack magic of the light attribute, you can't prevent the blade of light. First, let's try an experiment against weak light attack magic and then overcome the holy sword. What I want to make is a magic sword that surpasses the holy sword. To do that, I'm going to start by preventing the attack of the holy sword. If it's the mail order catalog, there will surely be items that can compete with light magic. Thordano is so eager to do research. General Rizinga smiled bitterly. Didn't Her Majesty give you a holiday? It's fine to relax more. I know, but I want to start my research while the image of the holy sword remains in my head. Don't apologize. I appreciate that kind of thing about you. Hey, Ugnis. Yes, father? Ugnis, who was eating next to me, made a tense voice. Of course, she's not wearing her armor. She is wearing a red-based dress. It fits you well. Cute. Yes, I heard. It's about the light attribute, right? That's right. Does Ugnis know anyone who can use light attack magic? Ugnis shook her red hair, thought a little, and then said, since the light magic power is weak in the demon territory, people who can use light attack magic. Let's see. I think there should be someone. I'll look it up. You don't have to hurry. The experiment only starts after I make a defense item against the light attribute. When will Thor-sama start making items? I'm planning to start today or tomorrow. Then, Agnes will contact my acquaintance immediately. Agnes looked at me and said so. There are some rare races in the forests of our territory. Maybe some of them can use light magic. Sorry to bother you, and I'm counting on you. No. I am in debt to Thor-sama. With that said, Agnes closed her eyes and grasped the health promotion pendant on her chest. The light of the pendant overflows through the gap between her fingers. Of course, her flames are not coming from Agnes. The beautiful dress would never burn. I'm glad that the health promotion pendant seems to be working fine. Yes, thanks to Thor-sama, I can now wear cute clothes. Agnes lightly pinched the skirt of the dress. No more flames will come out against Agnes' will. I can wear my clothes with confidence. Then Agnes saw the waiter standing by the wall and the maid. But the people around me still seem to be worried. When some people see Agnes who isn't wearing armor, they seem to be tense. General Rizenga continued Agnes' words. Neither I nor Agnes doubts the effectiveness of Thor's health promotion pendant, but others are not. When Agnes wears normal clothes, some people are surprised and confused. Are they afraid of Agnes' flames? No. Descendants of the flame giant are all resistant to fire. No one is afraid of fire. Instead, they're worried about Agnes' clothes burning. I used to do that when Agnes was a kid. Agnes said that with an embarrassed face. I think everyone in the mansion remembers that time. Because everyone in this household is family, they also knew the old days. I see. I understand. Well, over time, everyone will calm down. It's not that they're wary of Thordano. No. This is also a situation for user support. And I'm also prepared. Then Mabel, the thank you gifts. Yes, Thor-sama. At the seat next to me, Mabel took out the ultra-small warehouse from her maid's pocket. Thor-sama, would this be a personal gift? Or does this count as spreading it? It's okay. It doesn't matter which one it is. I wrote about the Earth Attribute magic cloth on the spot when I got the Spreading Magic Items application from the Chancellor and got his signature. I took out the application form with the signature of Chancellor-sama. I've already got permission to spread this to General Rizenga's territory. I was going to give it as a gift if I didn't get permission, but that's not a problem now. I understand. Then, Mabel took out a pure white cloth that has been folded many times for the storage box. This is the Earth Attribute magic cloth that I prepared in advance. Thor-sama? Thordano, what is this? This is the magic cloth that I recently made. Magic cloth? Was it the one used for the tent? Yes, that was the wind magic cloth that emphasizes breathability and the light magic cloth that allows you to check the contents inside. This is the fire-resistant earth magic cloth. We have gotten permission from Her Majesty to give this to General and Agnes. Mabel held up the woven cloth to Agnes. The hard-to-burn earth magic cloth is perfect for Agnes' clothes. In addition, the extras will be used by the General's territory. Please give it to children who still can't control their flames. Mabel said a line she prepared beforehand. However, she had a mischievous smile on her face. Mabel seems to be happy to be able to help Agnes. Probably because she's her childhood friend. In other words, we'll be taken care of by you for a while. So please accept this gift. She said that to the shocked Agnes and General. I would like to test its fire-resistant ability in front of everyone later. After that, if you make Agnes's clothes with this earth magic cloth, I think everyone will feel at ease. Thor-sama, you went that far to do. This is also part of the user support. I was the one who gave Agnes a health promotion pendant. So I should give some support to her so that she can live with peace of mind even if she takes off her armor. Thank you. Thor-sama. Agnes suddenly stood up and kneeled in front of me. I will never forget this favor. This, Agnes frazzed. I will do my best to help Thor-sama. No, you don't have to go that far. First of all, I will try to find someone who can use light magic. Yes, thank you. Countermeasures against the light attribute are necessary for my research to create magic swords. I would like to thank you too, Thordano. Even the General. It's fine. This is just a thank you gift. What you bring is too unexpected. No, it's I'll be taken care of by General from now on. I will live in General Rizenga's mansion for a while and look around the demon territory. I'll be asking Agnes for guidance, and even the General may also help out. Oh yeah, I was supposed to have my workshop and house built near the mine. I'm indebted to the General a lot, so at least let me do this much. All right. General Rizenga nodded. I have received General's kindness. I'm glad. Your room in the mansion is the largest at the corner of the second floor, so that Thordano can work on alchemy without hesitation. It's okay to make a little noise. I have talked to people about it. So work as much as you like. Thank you, Your Excellency. What about Mabel? Is the room next to Agni's vacant? I am coming as Thor's maid. Mabel stood up, pinched the skirt of her maid outfit, and bowed. If possible, I would like to have the closest room to Thor-sama's room. Omo, I understand. By the end of the meal, I'll have Mabel's room ready. When the talk was settled, General Rizinga clapped his hands. A waiter came and poured sake into the general's glass. I'm not good at drinking, so I asked for tea instead. Mabel is working too, so she had tea too. Then General Rizinga lifted up his cup. To celebrate the visit of my friend, Thorkanen, and his maid, Mabel, cheers. Cheers. After that, for a while, the four of us enjoyed tea and chatted. After a reasonable amount of time, Mabel and I returned to our room. After Thor and his friends returned to the room, Agnes, your father has something to apologize to you. Rizinga suddenly put down his glass and muttered, Your father may not be able to support your love. What are you talking about suddenly? Father, Agnes yelled at the words his father said. However, Rizinga had a painful face. I can't tell you the details. I can't just unilaterally support your love affair. Because I swore allegiance to Her Majesty Demon Lord. Her Majesty? That's why I can't tell you the details. Perhaps, Her Majesty Demon Lord. Thor-sama, I'm not sure, but it feels like that. Hey, didn't I say that I can't say anything? Isn't that the same as saying it? Thought Agnes. Agnes also knows that her father swore allegiance to Her Majesty Demon Lord Rookie Everguard in the name of the primordial flame. So there must have been something between Her Majesty Demon Lord and Thor-sama. And Agnes has also pledged allegiance to Thor in the name of the primordial flame. However, my father's loyalty and Agnes' loyalty are a little different. It's not that my dad is sick. Agnes, Agnes just wants to serve Thor-sama with this body and soul. Is that different from yearning for Thor? Rizinga muttered. Weren't you glancing at Thor while you were eating? You were surprised when I called your name. Is that just being nervous? I don't really understand. Her face turned red. You can see that the health promotion pendant attached to her chest is reacting. Agnes instinctively looked up at the room where Thor and Mabel are. Agnes has always been wearing armor, and I have looked at the world through the gaps of the helmet. That's why I don't know if the feeling of yearning that I have for Thor-sama is the same as a normal girl's. Is that so? Maybe, but... Sorry, Agnes. Rizinga sighed. If your mother was alive, you would have understood your feelings better. Father has helped Agnes enough. Agnes praised her father. And if my mom was alive, I wouldn't have forgiven father who tried to kidnap Agnes' benefactor, Thor-sama. Maybe I wouldn't have spoken to you for 5 years. That's a problem. If you say that I wouldn't be able to live on, that's why this is fine. But you swore to Thor, in the name of the primordial flame. Yes, that's true. Not a single piece of that is a lie. But Agnes got a lot of things from Thor-sama. Agnes murmured, Love, that comes after giving back more than I have received to Thor-sama. Agnes wants to grow up and become the person that Thor needs. Really. So now, I want to do my best to help Thor while he is in the territory. Agnes hugged the earth, magic cloth, that Thor had left behind. It is a fire-resistant cloth that will be made into clothes from now on. Thor makes such things easily. But Thor doesn't seem to be satisfied yet. What he wants to make is an item that transcends the world of heroes. Thor is probably looking far into the future. Agnes wants to keep up with it. I want to see the same thing as Thor and be able to help Thor. That's why Agnes will first of all help Thor-sama. I want to see what Thor is aiming for. That's what Agnes is aiming for now. You've grown up, Agnes. Yes. After I took off my armor and my body became lighter, I started thinking about various things. This is also thanks to Thor. How happy would my wife be if she were alive? Father, if Agnes has thought so much, I won't say anything anymore. Rizinga said so and drank a glass of liquor. What I can do? Well, I should talk to Thordano while drinking. I'll ask him about his favorite type of woman. A gentle woman like a moonless night or a passionate woman like a flame. Which one does he prefer, Mo? Agnes, why are you staring at me? Oh, the health promotion pendant is shining. You don't want me to do anything extra? No. But, as a father, it's natural to worry about my daughter. Why are you grabbing my arm? No, stop, Agnes. You're currently strengthening your body with the health promotion pendant. Your father can't resist, Where are taking me? Sit in, Siza. We'll take our time to talk. Why do you have such a scary face? Wait, Agnes, calm down. The first night, when Thor came, the voices of a parent and a child echoed in the mansion of General Rizinga. After the meal was over, I headed to the large room prepared for me at the corner of the second floor. This will be my home and workshop from now on. The general prepared a very large room. The size of the room is about twice of a typical bedroom. There is a large bed, a table, and a bookshelf. All the furniture on the Windows side was removed to make it easier for me to work. There is also a simple warehouse that I brought from the Demon Castle. This simple warehouse contains everything I need for alchemy. I should be able to start working today. But, first of all, I have to find an item to counter the light attribute. I took out the mail order catalog from the ultra-small simple warehouse. It would be nice if there was an item in this that prevents the attack of the light attribute. While I was thinking about that, I heard a knock. May I come in, Thor-sama? Mabel? Please do. Excuse me. The door opened, and Mabel in her maid outfit came in. She had a tray with cups of tea and fruits in her hand. It's my midnight snack. I was worried that you might be tired while traveling, so I got tea with honey and sweet fruits. Thank you, Mabel. Have you started to work yet? I'm about to start. Right now I'm looking for an item that prevents light attacks. Don't overdo it. It's only the first day since we came to the general's territory. Mabel put the teacup in front of me. Wasn't Her Majesty also worried? Because it was Thor-sama. She thought that you would continue your research all night. Rookie-sama did. Yes, that's why she ordered me to be your supervisor. Mabel said proudly. Directly from Her Majesty. Don't let Thor-sama do unreasonable things. If he stays up all night, I have permission to scold you. So please take care of your personal health. Perhaps she doesn't trust me? Her Majesty also cherishes Thor. I won't overdo it. I was going to stop at a good point too. Good point. Yeah, when the item is completed. Mabel shook her head. She smiled, but her eyes didn't. While imagining the completed item, I will try to find the item I want to make. So, when I find what I want to make, I will stop. I hurriedly rephrased it. Perhaps Mabel was convinced, she nodding quietly. Is that so? That's right. Ahem. Mabel stared at me and then coughed. Thor-sama. Yes. When we return to the Demon Castle, if Thor-sama is sick, Her Majesty will be sad. Please be aware that Thor-sama is an important person for us. Okay, I understand. I can't let Mabel and Rookie worry about me. Come to think of it, the reason they decided to hold a tea party might be because they wanted me to lead a regular life. Then for today, I'll just look for the item I want to make. Yes. Can Mabel please look at the mail order catalog with me? I will read the text in the catalog, so please let me know if you notice anything. I understand. With that said, Mabel sat on the chair next to me. The two of us drank tea side by side, and then turned the pages of the mail order catalog. Thor-sama, I think I got it. Yes. Is Thor-sama is convinced that there is an item in this mail order catalog that prevents attacks of the light attributes. Amazing, Mabel. I nodded. That's right. I think this mail order catalog has items that prevent light attribute attacks. Can I ask why? Because the heroes from another world used to use light attribute attack magic and sword skills. I read it in a book when I was in the Empire. Many of the heroes from the other world used light magic power. So there are many records of the light attribute attacks they used. Magic that shoots innumerable bullets of light, and sword technique that shoots waves of light. Of course, the blade of light of the holy sword was also frequently used. Or rather, they named it Photon Blade. It seems that the heroes liked to shout the name of the techniques they used or write them down. That's why the names such as Photon Blade, Ice Sky, and Photon Blade, English, are left in various books of the Empire. It seems that more than half of the heroes used light attribute techniques. I continue to explain. Mabel had a serious face, nodding. Yes, there are records in the demon territory. For example, Photon Arrow and Unlimited Photon Blast are used by the heroes. They seem to like things related to the light magic power. That's because it's flashy. Also, because the Demon Lord has the dark attribute, I think it made sense to counter it with the light attribute. In ancient times, such techniques and magic were common. If I was born in that era, I would be dead instantly. If that's the case, I will be born at the same time and protect Thor-sama. Mabel said with a serious look. I will protect you from the hero and take you to the first Demon Lord, so Thor-sama will not die. Thank you. Mabel, I'm sorry that we got off topic. No. I'm sorry that I got so serious. Mabel shyly turned her eyes down. We're so absorbed in the story that we're holding hands before we knew it. Well, that's that. Let's continue talking. The important thing is that more than half of the heroes summoned from another world used light attribute techniques. I went back to the story. In other words, people from the other worlds could handle light magic normally. Then, it is natural to think that the people their world would also be able to use light attribute techniques. I see. Maybe the world of heroes was full of light attribute techniques. Because a hero has transcendent powers, they probably used light-based techniques and magic instead of greetings. Something like, good morning, photon blade, or good night, ultimate vivid light. Otherwise, I can't explain why the hero would use a powerful technique of light attribute. The world of heroes is a terrifying place, isn't it? Right. Mabel's hand quivered slightly. I did the same. For us living in this world, the power of heroes is immeasurable. Perhaps the items in this mail order catalog are only part of their power. Anyway, the Jero used light-based techniques as a matter of course. Then, there must be a way to prevent light-based attacks in the world. Got it. Mabel clapped her hands. There was a natural way to prevent light-based techniques in the world of heroes, so the heroes who were accustomed to it used light magic without reserve. That's right. There is a record of the hero's skill in the demon territory, right? Yes. Especially the ultimate mysterious, ultimate vivid light that destroyed the barrier of the first demon lord. That thing dash. The ultimate magic of light, ultimate vivid light. It is the strongest light attribute magic that condenses and emits a large amount of light magic attack. It is said that the strongest hero in the past destroyed the defensive barrier of the demon lord with this magic. Every imperial aristocrat knows about ultimate vivid light. Or rather, I've been taught about it since I was a kid. I was also forced to write down the name ultimate vivid light. It seems that aristocrats should be able to write the name of the hero's ultimate mystery using the hero's letters, but I remember that there was no use for it. Well, even in catalogs from different worlds, there are no items to prevent that. While turning the pages of the mail order catalog, I said, so first, let's find something that can counter the light attribute. Got it. I will read the text in the catalog. Mabel will check if there is a word that seems to be related to light magic. Let's make the item with the most related words. What word should I look out for? Words like light, especially strong light. The word prevent, and be careful if you come across words related to the light magic and techniques used by heroes. Yes, something like photon blade and ultimate vivid light. Yeah, and the heroes sometimes abbreviates the name of the swords and magic. That's right. Sometimes it's just the initials. It may be a hassle, but be careful there too. I understand. Then Mabel and I started reading the mail order catalog. We checked each item while reading the explanation of the item. It takes time because we are reading it out loud. I thought that we would have to read multiple pages today, but that wasn't the case. This is because the item that contained the keywords were found immediately. To find it this quickly. In the world of heroes, items for light attribute countermeasures were so common. Mabel and I looked at each other. We found two items. Both were related to the light magic, ultimate vivid light. The correct way to write ultimate vivid light, ice sky, in the hero's world is ultimate vivid light. English, isn't it? In this catalog, this acronym was used. That's right. Strong light, prevent, and the acronym for ultimate vivid light, -U and V. These two items include all of them. We were staring at the items on the same page. This was written there. A bare body that would not lose to the sun. This company's product has finally overcome the sun. Let's block the strong light. Introducing an item that can cut apart the dangerous UV. Don't underestimate the power of the sun. Every time the light hits, the damage to the body would accumulate. But don't worry, here's a secret weapon against the terrifying UV. Maintain white skin and a healthy body with this new product. UV Cut Parasols cuts 90% of the dangerous UV rays. UV Cut Lotion is safe for sensitive skins, so it is safe for small children. However, the UV cut rate is the same as the parasol. You can enjoy playing outside even in the light in the middle of the summer. The parasols is a two-color type with white on the outside and black on the inside. White has the property of reflecting light, and black has the property of absorbing light. Please enjoy the feeling of freedom of working freely even in strong light. Mabel. Yes, Thor-sama. The source of light magic was the sun, wasn't it? I found my voice trembling. Bare skin that cannot be defeated by the sun, to prevent light magic without a robe or armor. Does that mean the humans of Theoro's world could prevent light attribute attacks with just their skin? Thor-sama, I think that you're right. The sun is said to be the source of the light magic power. Mabel's voice was also trembling. I understand her feelings because the demon lord was defeated by the hero's light attribute power, so she could understand the power of this product. When this world was created and the sun illuminated the world for the first time, day and night were created. At that time, the sun gave this world a great amount of light magic power. And even now, it continues to shine as the source of magic power. The light magic power of the demon territory is weak because of the short daylight hours. The humans in the hero's world have already overcome the source of the light magic power. Therefore, the heroes from another world must have mastered the light attribute techniques. Perhaps in the world of heroes, light magic were flying around, taking on light magic calmly. So that's the human of the other world. Scary. Or rather, those people that summon them. That's a scary thing to do. And what's in this catalog are lotions and parasols that prevent light magic? 2 products are listed in the catalog. One is in parasol-shaped, UV-cut parasol. The other is a type of UV-cut lotion that is applied to the body. It seems that the parasol will prevent the magical power of light just by holding it over your head. The lotion seems to be applied to the body. By doing so, even small children will be able to play while light magic is flying around. Mabel, about this UV. Yes, I think it's the same as what Thor-sama is thinking. Does Mabel also think that UV is the strongest light magic, ultimate vivid light, used by heroes? I can't think of anything other than that acronym for that magic. Ultimate vivid light, Sky. In other words, UV, which is the first letter of ultimate vivid light, English. Ultimate vivid light. That magic must be the same as the dangerous UV said in the description. Mabel made a clear statement. I agree too. The heroes wrote down their skills with weird characters. That information has been handed down to this era. In addition, they like to use nicknames and abbreviations. Of course, everything Mabel and I are saying is pure speculation. There is no evidence that UV in the mail order catalog is ultimate vivid light. I don't think that the ultimate magic that broke the Demon Lord's barrier can be prevented with parasols and lotions. But it's worth trying. Yes, Thor-sama. For the time being, let's prepare the materials and think about the necessary attributes. No, that's not possible today. It's late already. I can't ask General or Agnes, please give me the material at this time. Let's make something that would take a long time to make. For the time being, I tried to convince myself. Let's do it tomorrow. Good work today, Mabel. Yes, thank you for your hard work too, Thor-sama. Mabel stood up with the tea set and tray. Then, I'll bring you a change of clothes. Thank you, Mabel. And, it's hot today, so I think it's better to wipe your body before you go to bed. Should I prepare it? Sure. I'm sweating because I've moved a lot today. The dinner was also hot because I'm coming to a person's house, so it's better to be well dressed. Please do. Mabel. Okay. Then Mabel left the room. After a while, she came back with a tub of hot water. She said she would help wipe my body, but I refused. I wanted to concentrate on whether to make UV-cut parasol or UV-cut lotion first. In terms of strength, UV-cut lotion is superior. Holding in parasol would be really inconvenient. Since the lotion is applied to the body, you can hold a sword and a shield while being protected against light attributes. The lotion is more versatile. Thinking about that, I tried to wipe my back, but I noticed. There is a place that I can't reach on my back. If there is any place without lotion, it will take damage. Lotions require someone's help before they can be used. If I get magic on the part without lotion, I will definitely take damage. If I reach out like this, yeah, I can't reach the top of my shoulder blade. It's okay if you're in a party, but if you're alone, it's easy to miss a spot. When I put the cloth on my whole body like this, there are quite a few places that I can't reach. Parasols are more stable when it comes to that. In other words, Thor-sama, I came to collect the hot water. Just the right time, Mabel. Please come in. Excuse me. Thor-sama. The door opened, and Mabel came in. As expected of Mabel, she has good timing. I've just noticed that the first thing I should make is the UV-cut parasol rather than the UV-cut lotion. Applying lotion has the advantage of freeing both hands, but there is a risk of missed areas. Why yes. So, tomorrow I'll ask Mabel and Agnes to prepare the materials for the parasols. Will Mabel help too? Of course. That's fine, but it's been a long time since I brought the hot water. But Thor-sama, why are you still shirtless? Mabel turns bright red and looked down. Oops. While I was wiping my body, I was drawn into my thoughts and my hand stopped. Moreover, the hot water is getting cold. Thor-sama. Sorry. No, don't worry. I'll get the new hot water. I'm sorry. Please. Yes, leave it to me. Mabel nodded with a serious expression. Also, I will wipe Thor-sama's back this time. Huh. Her Majesty has told me to take care of Thor's health. For that reason, I have been given an exclusive item by His Majesty. Exclusive item? It's the water magic cloth. Clothing that would be fine even if it gets wet. Her Majesty told me to use it when I needed it. It's a nice preparation. Water magic cloth is a cloth that emphasizes ease of movement. It's okay to get wet, so I thought it could be used for swimming. I see. Did Rookie and Mabel think about how to use it like this? This is from Her Majesty. I have been given permission for the health care of Thor-sama. Mabel said so and bowed to me. I can't let Thor catch a cold. Please at least let me wipe the sweat. Mabel loosened her maid's clothes collar and revealed the clothing made of water, magic cloth, that she was wearing underneath. As I said earlier, I think you should wipe your body before you go to bed. Should I prepare? And Thor-sama said sure. Uomo. That's why I went and wore the clothes of the water, magic cloth. Mabel said with the tips of her ears turning bright red. Can you please allow me to take care of Thor's health? I surrendered. In the end, I asked Mabel to wipe my body, of course, only my upper body. From now on, I promised to take care of my body and slept. The next day, I talked to the General and Agnes about the UV-cut parasol and the materials needed to make it. This item that nullifies ultimate vivid light is interesting. I'll gather the materials you need. Please make it Thordano, by all means. The next day, I was in General Risinga's office, describing the UV-nullifying parasol to him. After I described it in detail, the General was eager to provide me with the materials I needed. According to Creation Alchemy, it required cloth, metal, an empty magic stone, and a small amount of silver to create the UV-nullifying parasol. It was possible to use silver coins as a material, but I felt that Rookie would be upset with me if I did. Also, it's not appropriate to destroy the currency that was minted through great effort. When I mentioned this, the General provided me with a piece of silver. He said that he found it while he was investigating the mine. Of course, I intended to pay for it, but impossible. Do you know what you're talking about, Thordano? He became angry. Recall the battle that occurred the other day. Thanks to Thor's laser pointer, we were able to safely eliminate the monsters. Had it been a close fight, some people would have been injured. The cost for their treatment would have been a lot, and some of them wouldn't have been able to work while they recovered. The General continued with a serious expression. As Thordano is the one who prevented that from happening, value is immeasurable. This piece of silver cannot possibly compensate for that. But I am going to receive a reward from Her Majesty. That's a matter between you and Her Majesty. It does not reflect my gratitude. General Risinga chuckled. And this is also a form of investment. The UV-nullifying parasol seems like it will be an amazing item that negates light magic. As a fire general, I want to invest in it. So please feel free to accept the silver. I understand. It would be rude to refuse after his insistence. I gratefully received the General's kindness. In order to meet the General's expectations, I will complete UV-cut parasol that is as good as the ones in the hero's world and also for the sake of UV prevention measures of the demon territory. I'm looking forward to it. Thor. By the way, how is Agnes doing? I haven't seen her this morning. She was not at the breakfast table either. I was hoping to see her at the General's office, but she's not there. I wanted to say hello to her since she's been treating me well. Is she out by any chance? She's out in the neighborhood with her guards, looking for a user of the light attribute. Speaking of which, I made a request yesterday. I was wondering if she could help me find a user of the light attribute. It's amazing that she's already moving. I'm sorry that I've asked her to do something troublesome. Don't worry about it. Besides, Agnes seems to enjoy going out in normal clothes now. The General laughed in amusement. The townspeople are still a little uncomfortable with Agnes wearing clothes instead of armor, but they will get used to it eventually. The request from Thordano was a good excuse for Agnes to go out. I'm glad to hear you say that. General Risinga is a really nice guy. I'm jealous that you have a good father, Agnes. I'm going to get to work then. I look forward to seeing your results, Thor. Then, with a bow, I left the General's office. I've been waiting for you. Thor-sama. When I returned to my room, Mabel was waiting for me. She was wearing a larger apron than usual so that her clothes wouldn't get dirty. There was a pot of tea on the table and some dried fruits and cookies in case we got hungry because we might be working for a long time. As expected of Mabel. That's very thoughtful of you. It's my job to make sure that Thor-sama can concentrate on your work. Thanks, Mabel. Then let's start the alchemy. I've prepared all the materials. I opened the page of the UV-cut parasol in the mail order catalog and put it on the table. The drinks and desserts are ready. The preparations are perfect. It might take a little longer this time. I'm sorry, but can you stay with me until the end? Yes, Thor-sama. Please leave it to me. Mabel patted the chest of her maid's uniform. I'm more nervous than usual because I'm making an item that prevents the hero's strongest magic. The strongest light magic, ultimate vivid light, or UV. I'm thinking of challenging that. Thinking about it, I'm getting nervous. But I'm also excited. What kind of parasol will prevent the light magic? Let's proceed with caution and concentration. Activate. Creation Alchemy. I activated my skill. The first step is to check the structure of the UV cut parasol in the mail order catalog. The length of the parasol's handle is about 90 centimeters. The diameter is about 140 centimeters. The parasol must have been made large enough to cover the entire body. The surface of the parasol is white and the back is black. The explanation says, the new sparkling material we developed scatters and prevents the falling light. It seems to prevent light attacks by scattering and reflecting the light. The backside is black to catch the light that reflects off the ground. As expected, it's well thought out. But it's a bit confusing to prevent it by scattering the light. Mabel. About magic. Yes, Thor-sama. You can't use a mirror to bounce back a light magic attack, can you? That's right. Light magic has the same power of erosion as dark magic. I don't think a mirror can prevent that. Right. The magic power of darkness means nothingness or empty space. This is the reason why it has the power to erase others and bring them back to nothing. The magic of light is the opposite, meaning existence or existence itself. Its source, the sun, can be seen from anywhere in the world. The sun is an insanely assertive being. That's why those who are subjected to aggressive light magic will have their own existence eroded by the existence that is too strong. Since two things cannot exist in the same place, the weaker one disappears. That's what the light magic used in attacks is all about. That's the reason why you can't prevent it by reflecting it on a mirror. But the UV-cut parasol in the mail order catalog has accomplished that. The key is this new sparkling material. I wish I could decipher how it works against the light magic. It's okay. Let's start with what we know. First, I developed an image in the air. It looks just like it does in the picture. Then, let's make the frame part. Mabel, prepare the metal material and the magic stone. Got it. Mabel moved the metal lump and the magic stone to the center of the table, and after overlapping the image on it, the frames of the parasol began to form. The problem was how to make the fabric for the parasol. The UV-cut parasol is probably designed to reflect light magic, thereby nullifying magic. The parasol's fabric would probably scatter the light magic power, thus nullifying the magic before it can be eroded. The problem is how they are doing it. Mabel, can you open the mail order catalog and hold it for me? Like this. Yes. If you look closely, you'll see something like a picture in the corner of the page. I see it. There's an parasol, an arrow, and something shiny. How the new shiny material works. This is it. It illustrates how the UV-cut parasol repels the light magic. In the center of the diagram, there is a picture of an parasol. The light that falls on it is represented by arrows. On the surface of the parasol, something shiny is drawn. They are like sparkling grains. And the light that is falling is being bounced off the glittering things and scattered in different directions. There are also letters on the side. It says, UV protection with the power of the new sparkling material. I see. So the parasol generates particles of light to scatter the light magic. In magic, magic power is manipulated by chanting to create fire and ice. If these particles break up the flow of magic power, the effect of magic will disappear. They break the magic power up, reflect it, and scatter it. In this way, the flow of magic power is obstructed and the magic itself is nullified. This is what the UV-cut parasol is capable of, as expected of an item from the hero's world. It's terrifying. The reason why the heroes didn't bring this with them was probably because the demon lord used dark magic. Mabel trembled a little. If they had an parasol that nullified dark magic, there might not be a demon territory today. Maybe the structure of the world itself would have changed. Maybe. Thor-sama. If Mabel is afraid, I'll stop here. I said, my alchemy is not meant to make people unhappy. There's no need for a thing that scares Mabel this much. No, I'm fine. The items that Thor-sama makes aren't scary. But Mabel shook her head. I know that Thor-sama's items make people happy. Thank you, Mabel. No. Thank you for your concern. Mabel pinched the skirt of her maid's uniform and bowed. I apologize for interrupting you. Please continue your work. Thor-sama. All right. Then I'll try to make a material similar to this, new sparkling material. I asked Mabel to prepare the cloth for me. We're still going to use the magic cloth. It's a good idea to have some sort of attribute added to it. In the mail order catalog, the parasol is made with a layer of fabric, but I can't do that yet. It seems that I'm still no match to the hero's world. It looks like I need to use 3 layers to block it. For the first one, this one is transparent, just like the light magic cloth. I'll also add a powerful water attribute to this one. Water has the ability to slow down the passage of objects. The magic of light should be caught in here. For the second piece, I embed silver in the form of grains. The light magic caught by the first piece of cloth will be scattered and reflected here. I'll give this layer the light, water, and wind attributes. The third layer will be the same black color as the backside. Let's make this layer absorb the light magic power that couldn't be scattered. This is why the handle of the parasol has a magic stone embedded in it, to store the magic power from the third layer. This should be it. It's okay. I can always make another one. I'm still running behind the backs of the hero's world, that even I know. But Rookie and Mabel all trusted and helped me. The general prepared the materials, and Agnes is looking for a user of the light attribute. So, I'm not afraid of failure. I'll remake it again and again. I'll do it until I can do it. I'm an alchemist for Her Majesty the Demon King, you know? To make Rookie's magic sword, I have to take proper countermeasures against the Empire's power of light. So I took a deep breath and declare, execute it. Creation Alchemy. Pop. A pure white parasol appeared on the desk. The length of the main body is about 90 centimeters. The reason why the handle is transparent is that there is an empty magic stone embedded in it. The diameter of the open parasol was about 160 centimeters. It's quite large. The surface of the fabric is white. The back is black. The cloth is made up of 3 layers of fabric. The first layer is a fluid with enhanced water properties. The second layer is a magic reflection system with silver woven into it. The third layer has the ability to absorb magic power, and the handle uses otherworld technology that opens the parasol with the touch of a button. This is the UV cut parasol, an item that prevents light attacks. UV cut parasol. Attributes: light, dark, water, wind, rarity. The first layer with the added light and strong water attributes captures the light magic. The second layer, with light, water, and wind attributes, reflects the light magic and scatters it. The third layer, which is dark, absorbs the excess light magic power. The absorbed magic power is stored in the magic stone on the handle. The UV cut parasol will defend against any attack that is based on light magic, whether physical or magical. If it cannot be blocked, its power will be reduced by 90%. Physical destruction resistance can only be destroyed by magic-enhanced weapons. Lifespan: 3 years. Comes with 1 year of user support. It's surprisingly light. I opened the parasol and lifted it up. It doesn't weigh much. Although it doesn't weigh much, the large size makes it difficult to handle. It's impossible to enter close combat with this. The surface is pure white. It's beautiful. Mabel is looking at the parasol with great interest. Thor-sama, how do you block light attacks with this? It changes when you put magic into it. See, I grabbed the handle of the UV cut parasol and put some magic power into it. And then, wow, the surface turned into a mirror. And it's moving. The second layer has silver embedded in it. That's why it looks like a mirror. The reason it moves is because of the water attribute. It's supposed to be able to capture the magic of light, reflect it around, and scatter it. But it's moving grossly. It's as if someone pasted a live slime on the surface. I wonder what kind of taste the people of the other world have. I don't think I'd feel comfortable walking around with one of these. Oh well. More importantly, let's test it out. There's a magic lamp by the bed. Let's use that. Mabel, can you please hand me that lamp? Do you want me to turn it on? Yes, please. A magic lamp is a light source commonly used in this world. It's a reproduction of rudimentary light magic and is powered by a light magic stone. Then, I'm turning it on. Mabel touched the magic lamp. The light magic stone reacted, and the lamp emitted a faint light. Whoosh. The UV cut parasol reacted. The surface of the parasol, which was still open, began to ripple. Particles of light started to emerge out of the part the light touched. That thing should capture the light and reflect it. It's as if the particles are breaking up the light. So this the power of the new sparkling material. Look at this, Thor-sama. The magic lamp is going to go dark. Mabel was right. The light particles that emerged from the parasol dismantled the light produced by the lamp. On the surface of the parasol, silver grains are flying around. They reflect the light of the magic lamp and broke up the magic power into pieces. And then, the light went dark. Successfully broken up the light attribute magic. A faint voice came from the parasol. The moment the light touched the parasol, it even broke up the magic that was the source of the light. Yes, it's as if it's dispelling the magic, Mabel said, her eyes wide open. She's staring at the UV-cut parasol, as if she's looking at something incredible. The maid outfit and white parasol looks cute together, but her expression is very serious. The new sparkling material that has been given the light attribute, no, the silver grains, is interfering with the magic power of the same light attribute. This is why the light magic is reflected and broken apart. So, instead of using walls and barriers to prevent it, it cancels out the magic itself. But that's weird. What do you mean? This UV-cut parasol reduces the power of the ultimate vivid light by 90%, right? And yet, it canceled the light magic. It probably only cuts the hero's ultimate magic by 90%, and anything under that will be canceled out. Thor-sama. It's an item that prevents the strongest magic. It's not surprising that it can do that. I've made a lot of otherworldly items in my time, but this one is an order of magnitude more impressive. When it touches the light of light magic, it cancels out the magic itself with no questions asked. As expected of an item that prevents the hero's ultimate magic. The otherworld's UV cut is terrifying, but this parasol can only protect you from the light attribute, so it's not that strong. If the opponent takes out fire or ice magic, they'll be able to damage it as usual. I thought it would be a strong protection item because it was called UV cut, but it doesn't seem to be that strong. Thank goodness. With this rookie, and the Chancellor should approve this. Thor-sama. What's with the troubled face, Mabel? Let's say that if a foreign army invades the demon territory and camps out in the wild. Yeah, suppose that they camp there. Naturally, they would light the camp up at night. Of course, it's probably going to be magic lamps. What if the night vision people from the demon territory approach them and activate the parasol? The moment the magic lamp touches the parasol, it will be dispelled and the camp will be completely dark. This is weird. I'm pretty sure that I made an item to prevent the ultimate vivid light, but it became an item that brought darkness, even though the parasol itself has the light attribute. But the demon territory wouldn't have conflicts with other countries, so we can leave that at the back of our heads. Rewrite. This is just a countermeasure item against the light attribute for making the holy sword. It's just an experiment. The only time it will be used is when the Empire brings in a holy sword user or a light magician. It's a rare occurrence for that to happen. Yeah, after all, we just finished the monster subjugation, and we don't even know if it can defend against light attacks. After all, we don't any light users, so that's not an option. Then, let's have some tea. Yes, Thor-sama. Would you like to have some sweets too? I'll have them. Yep, they're delicious. Right? It's delicious. We folded up the parasol for now, and Mabel and I decided to settle down. Yeah, the tea is delicious, but it's cold though. So far, this parasol's only ability is to turn off the light of lamps. It's not doing much at all. I'll have to try to see if it can really dispel the ultimate vivid light. The only thing left to do is to actually ask a light magician to do some experiments on it. It will be a while before we can do that, I guess. I've heard that there were not many light magic users in the demon territory, because light magic is weak here. Ugnis is looking for light users, but there's no hurry for that either. We'll take our time, and if we find a light user, we'll experiment with it. If we can't find one, I'll thank Ugnis and put the UV-cut parasol away for a while. Just when I was thinking that. Thor-sama, are you there? It's Ugnis. I heard a knock at the door and Ugnis' voice. As soon as Mabel opened the door, and Ugnis with heavy breaths rushed in. I found a light attribute user. Really? That's great, Ugnis-san. I can't believe we found her so quickly. What a surprise. Thank you, Ugnis-san. And no, I thought Thor-sama would be ready to make the item immediately. I wanted to be in time for that. Ugnis saw the UV-cut parasol on the table. I was thinking about that, but it seems like you've already made it. I'm sorry, I just accidentally did it. I averted her gaze and mumbled to myself. Ugnis is holding on to the health-enhancing pendant and smiling. And then about the light user. After asking around, we found such a person that was part of a tribe that lived quietly in the Western Forest. I've heard about the Western Forest before. Why, yes. It is a forest inhabited by a small number of tribes that have been granted autonomous regions by Her Majesty the Demon Lord. A few tribes? Well, the Demon Territory has a lot of different tribes living in it. I'm sure there are people who use the forest as their home. Even my father doesn't have authority over them. We can only ask them nicely. My father is writing a letter of introduction for you. Thor-sama, what should we do? An Ugnis with an embarrassed face said that. I have heard that among the pixies that live in the western forest, one wields light magic. Ugnis said. Mabel, Ugnis and I were seated around the table. For the time being, we stowed the UV-nullifying parasol and the alchemy materials and went to drink tea. As we sipped our tea, we listened to the information that Ugnis had gathered. After hearing Thor-sama's request yesterday, Ugnis asked around the mansion, but no one knew anything. Due to that, Ugnis went to the town today. I'm sorry for troubling you, Ugnis-san. And no, this is what Ugnis wishes to do. Ugnis pinched the hem of her dress and let out a melodious laugh. Ugnis has always yearned to wander about the town in attire other than armor. The townspeople were surprised at the sight of Ugnis clad in a dress, her face devoid of a helmet. Some glanced at her curiously, while others cast worried gazes. There were also some who approached her, praising her intrinsic beauty. Ugnis spoke to these people, mentioning her objective of locating a light magic user. Amidst this, one of the town soldiers mentioned a pixie capable of using light magic. The pixies are demi-humans several tens of centimeters tall with wings extending out of their backs, right? Yes, they're just as you've described. Ugnis nodded at my words. Pixies are legendary existences in the Empire. The only information known about them is that they exist in small numbers, and for some reason, they are exclusively women. They are sensitive to magic and human presence. As such, seeing one is a rare occasion, much less speaking with one. This is the extent of the Empire's knowledge regarding pixies. So, pixies live normally in the Demon Lord's territory? Yes, they're sensitive to magic power, so they carry out tasks involving magic power detection in the demon territory. Ugnis said that while sipping her tea, they can sense the flow of magic power in the earth, so they assist us in locating suitable fields and pastures. It was due to the pixies' aid that we were able to locate the mine. But, they're extremely reserved and scarcely appear publicly, so it's difficult to ask them for favors. Yes, but Ugnis furrowed her eyebrows, her expression showing that she was troubled. If the pixies are extremely shy, it will be difficult to ask a favor of them. Thor-sama, how about we request that Her Majesty ask that pixie to fulfill the request on her behalf? Mabel said suddenly, but I shook my head. We don't have to go that far. The UV-nullifying parasol was created as a prototype for items infused with light magic resistance. It was solely a personal endeavor, not a request from Rookie. To put it bluntly, I made it simply to satisfy my individual curiosity. It wasn't something I felt comfortable troubling Rookie over, requesting that she exercise her authority. I discovered that it was capable of dispersing light magic, so I guess I'll just have to experiment with it next time I find the opportunity. I'd really like to meet a pixie, though. The pixies were legendary existences in the Empire. I'd love to become acquainted and hear their stories. What kind of life do they lead? I'm remarkably curious about their manner of living and their perspective on the world. Besides, the pixies were not involved in the conflict between the heroes and the Demon Lord. They were small and delicate, choosing instead to live in hiding for a prolonged period of time. As a person lacking the ability to fight, I appreciate and approve of their way of life. I have only just arrived in the demon territory. I can't be too reckless. I looked at Ugnis and said so. I'm sorry I made you spend your time searching for them, but I believe we should let the pixies be. No, in actuality, the pixies have asked to meet you, Thor-sama. Ugnis said. Mabel and I widened our eyes. Have you been in contact with them by any chance? Yes, but it's regarding something else. Something else. Near the western forest, where the pixies are located, is a potential site for Thor-sama's workshop and residence, so I've been in contact with them regarding that. Oh, I completely forgot about that. Speaking of which, the reason I came to the general's territory was to explore the area and get a preliminary look at the land where the workshop will be built. So, they have already made arrangements for the workshop. As expected of General Rizenga, he's extremely efficient. My father selected land near the mines and the town, where there is a water vein and an abundance of magic power. The land is also near the western forest. Ugnis said. However, the nearby western forest is the pixies' territory. So you approached them, mentioning that you wanted to construct an alchemist's workshop nearby. Yes, and they replied with, if that's the case, we would like to meet Alchemist-sama. I see. I thought that if the pixies were shy, there was no need to force a meeting. However, if we're going to be neighbors in the future, I should introduce myself while I'm in the area. I am a human in the demon territory, a land of demons and demi-humans. I want to inform them of my presence beforehand in order to avoid alarming them. I understand. In that case, I'll go meet the pixies. I said, I don't want to compel any of them to come here, so I'd like to go meet them instead. Additionally, visiting the prospective location of the workshop would also be convenient. There will be no issue. The pixies will also feel more comfortable that way. So we'll visit the pixies' forest before proceeding towards the workshop? That's right. Then, I'll send a letter to the pixies' representative immediately. By the way, how do you keep in touch with the pixies? There is a stump near the forest. We contact them through it. Agnes thought for a moment and then said, I leave my letters there, and before I notice it, the pixies take them. Then I customarily find a response there. They truly are a reserved race, aren't they? I didn't expect that I would be fortunate enough to meet them in the demon territory. Do you know anything about the pixies, Mabel? I've only caught sight of one when I was in the elven village. Mabel furrowed her brows, as if focused on recalling something. She was flying through the trees with leaves wrapped around her body instead of clothes. She seemed to be speaking to an elf elder, but I was unable to hear the contents of the conversation. They are a mysterious race even in the demon territory. They do a lot of work in the demon territory, don't they? Yes. As Agni-sama said, they complete tasks such as detecting magic power and investigating narrow places. And the means of communication are similar as well. We place a letter on the stump detailing the request, and we receive a response regarding whether they wish to accept the request. Mabel's words were continued by Agnes. Therefore, the client is unaware of which pixie will complete the task. When the work is completed, the pixie places a parchment on the stump relating the results of her investigation, and we place their payment on the stump. The payment includes milk, nuts, and magic stones. They really are a reserved race. It's truly rare for them to request a meeting with anyone. Thor-sama is definitely a very special alchemist. Both Agnes and Mabel were speaking hurriedly, likely due to their surprise. It really is unusual for a pixie to request a meeting with someone of her own volition. I think that I should bring a gift to present to them so that I don't appear disrespectful. But what would a pixie desire? Mabel, what do you think we should bring? Milk, nuts, and magic stones, I guess. Mabel answered without hesitation. Those are the rewards for hiring a pixie. I'm sure they'll find them useful. Then Agnes will prepare them for you. Agnes raised her hand. I'll guide you to the forest as your escort this time. I'll also prepare any necessities. I'll help with the preparations as well, Agnes-sama. Yes, we'll do it together, Mabel. Please take a brief rest, Thor-sama. We'll inform you when we're ready. With that, Mabel and Agnes left the room. The gift for the pixies became their responsibility. There's no issue with that, but it feels lacking. Perhaps there is something they want to request of me. If not, there's no reason for such a shy race to desire a meeting with me. If that was the case, it would be more fitting to prepare something that might be of use to them. Since I'm aiming to become an alchemist surpassing those of the world of the heroes, I should strive to be able to do that. The greatness of the heroes' world was evident if one simply examined the mail order catalog. The mail order catalog contained items capable of solving any problem. This means that the custom of their world was to prepare items in advance, anticipating problems that may occur. A top-notch alchemist creates the item after receiving a request. An alchemist that predicts an issue beforehand and prepares the materials required and the item itself beforehand is an outstanding alchemist among top-notch alchemists. I should aim to become someone like that. Definitely. With that thought in mind, I began my preparations. The next day, we rode a carriage to the western forest where the pixies dwelt. I understand why there would be someone amongst the pixies capable of casting light magic. Mabel said suddenly, I heard that pixies are a magic-sensitive race, born with a variety of attributes. They are generally born with affinity for water and wind, but fire and earth pixies occasionally appear as well. So you're saying there may be pixies born with affinity for dark and light magic as well? That's right. I see. If each pixie is born with a random attribute, then it would be expected that pixies with light attribute affinity also exist. That's easy to understand. The pixies are shy, but they do accept requests. If you submit a formal request, I'm certain they'll cooperate with your UV nullifying parasol experiment. That would be great, but that may be too much to ask for. In fact, just being able to meet and speak with a pixie was enough. They are legendary existences. If I made a request and sought their help for the experiment on top of that, I wouldn't know how to repay them as an alchemist. No, if it's Thor-sama, who has contributed tremendously to the demon territory, there wouldn't be an issue. But I'm receiving more than ample compensation already. Rookie appointed me as her direct subordinate and bestowed me a workshop. In that place, I can create whatever I want. That's enough for now. If I were to receive more, I wouldn't know how to return the favor. I intend to increase the demon territory's level of comfort beyond that of the world of the heroes. But at the moment, I'm unsure of how to proceed. That's why I'm currently attempting to recreate the lost magic sword and repay some of the favors bestowed on me. I believe that Thor-sama can be more demanding. More demanding? Then, my goal during this trip is making Thor-sama more demanding. What kind of goal is that? A maiden's goal. Mabel laughed, averting her gaze for some reason. I don't understand what she's thinking. Strange. The only thing that occurred to me was experimenting with the magic cloth with Agnes and Mabel. Thor-sama, we'll be arriving at the Western Forest shortly. I was thinking about various things when Agnes called out from the coachman's seat. When I peered out the window, I was greeted by a large, lush forest boasting towering trees that stretched from the foot of the mountain at the end of the road to its peak. This was the Western Forest, the territory of the Pixies. After a while, the carriage came to a halt and I exited along with Mabel. The road ended at this point. At the edge, a large stump extended from the ground. The surface had been leveled to make it easier to place items there. Next to the stump lay a sizable stone. That was likely a paperweight to weigh down the letter, preventing it from drifting away. Is this the communication stump? Yes, Thor-sama. Agnes nodded. She looked at the top of the stump curiously. I instructed the scout to place a letter here this morning stating, Alchemist Thor-sama is coming to visit the Pixies. The letter is gone. It's definitely gone. Agnes, Mabel and I were thoroughly examining the stump, searching for any spot we may have overlooked. The Pixies should have left a response on the stump after they took the letter. Yet, there was nothing on the stump. The stone used as a paperweight was beside the stump, suggesting that it hadn't even been used. As I was considering the possible reason behind this, I have been waiting for you. A small figure appeared from behind the stump. Pale skin, straight, black hair, a large leaf enveloping her figure instead of clothing. And on her back, beautiful, translucent wings. Hiding behind a stump, the little pixie was staring at us. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the pixie, Renee. The pleasure is all mine. I'm an alchemist under the direct command of Her Majesty the Demon Lord, Thurkanen. I sat down on the ground, ensuring that we were at the same eye level. I learned a considerable amount in the Empire regarding the intimidating pressure emitted by a large opponent. My father and the noble warriors were all towering and rowdy. I have been bestowed a workshop and a mansion in General Rizinga's territory, a reflection of Her Majesty Rookie Everguard's generosity. It is neighboring your land, so I came to greet you. I am Mabel Refrain, Thor-sama's maid. I'm Agnes Friezed, Thurkanen-sama's bodyguard. Mabel and Agnes also sat down next to me. The three of us sat side by side, our eyes lowered, facing the little pixie. I'm glad that I could meet a legendary pixie, Renee-san. Thank you for your kind words. I will introduce myself again. I am Renee, a dark attribute pixie. Eventually, the pixie slowly appeared from behind the stump. As if she had resolved herself, she walked in front of us and looked upwards. I have never spoken to a human before, but I'm surprised by your kind and gentle behavior. Really? Yes. According to legends, humans are far more powerful than demons and take pleasure in reshaping the world with their formidable magic. That was likely the heroes of the other world. At that time, the pixies probably lived further south. To the little pixies, the heroes that used large-scale magic must have placed tremendous pressure on them. If Alchemist Sama is such a gentle person, I can speak to him with peace of mind. With her black hair swaying in the wind, Renee nodded, slowly moving towards my knees. May I stand on your palm? My palm. I believe that would make it easier to hold a conversation. If you don't mind. That's fine, please go ahead. I extended my palm, and Renee gracefully jumped onto it. She was extremely small and light. I felt that if I touched her, she might break. I can't believe that a pixie would stand on someone's hand. Agnes has never heard of such a case either. It is a demonstration of trust that we pixies stand on the hands of humans, demi-humans, and demons. Renee's petite body was trembling. I understood her apprehension. This little pixie would be crushed if I closed my hand. They're so small, delicate, and shy. I understand why such an action displays trust in the other party, but I haven't done anything to earn your trust. It's because I have a request to make of you. The pixie Renee retracted her wings, which had previously been extended. With this, She wouldn't be able to fly away, and her life was completely in my grasp. Renee raised her head timidly and looked at me. This is an indication that I trust you. So please help us, Alchemist-sama. No, you don't have to go that far. I brought the palm of my hand to the stump, and Renee moved onto the stump. I'm an alchemist under the direct command of Her Majesty the Demon Lord, so I'll listen to any of your requests. That isn't the case. But Renee shook her head. After we arrived at the demon territory, we were granted the right to govern ourselves. However, we have not accomplished anything of significant merit, so we cannot make any one-sided requests. She was very serious. In the first place, pixies can only wear shabby clothes made from leaves like these. It is rude to appear in public in such attire. However, since I'm asking you for a favor, I think it's only natural that I entrust you with the authority to take my life. She said earnestly, I was chosen to welcome you because, similar to Her Majesty the Demon Lord, I am attuned to the dark attribute and can control dark magic. If such a pixie were to offer their life, we believe that Alchemist-sama would probably accept our request. It was too weighty a responsibility. Mabel Ugnes-san. I asked them both. Are the pixies always so solemn and stern? No, I've never heard of anything like that before. I knew they considered their requests of utmost importance, but I wasn't aware of their personalities. Mabel and Ugnes were also surprised. Neither of them knew about the pixies' personalities. Also, the reason that the pixies don't appear in public was just casually leaked. Pixies can only wear shabby clothes made from leaves like these. It is rude to appear in public in such attire. So that was the reason why the pixies rarely appeared in public. I'm surprised. Please use me as a material for alchemy. In return, please dash. Wait. I raised my hand to prevent Renee from continuing. Let's refrain from spreading of alchemy, materials, and offering your body. I have no intention of doing so. But I cannot just make a one-sided request. In that case, could you introduce me to a pixie capable of wielding light magic? I said. In fact, I'm searching for someone capable of casting light magic to assist in testing my magic items. I've heard rumors that there is a light attribute pixie inhabiting the forest, so I would appreciate it if you could introduce us. I didn't intend to force her to help me, but I also had something to request. So you had business with that child as well. Renee opened her eyes wide after hearing my words. Truthfully, I too had something to request regarding that child. Is that so? Yes, I would like to ask Alchemist-sama to save her, who possesses the light attribute. Renee firmly hugged my index finger with both of her delicate hands, and said so, her tone grave. Because that child possesses light magic, her body is frail, and she's frequently bedridden. Please save Soleil, Alchemist Thorkanen-sama. Pixies are born with one of the 6 attributes: light, dark, earth, water, fire, and wind. Renee stood on the stump and spoke courteously. With our petite size and our sensitivity to the flow of magic, we use it to investigate the magic power of the land. When the demons and demi-humans arrived in the north, it seems it was the pixies who identified the land suitable for farming and grazing. As remuneration, the reigning demon lord sought to bestow the pixies an exclusive territory. Given that they disliked being seen, they chose to reside in a region that allowed them self-governance. We have since inhabited this forest that was bestowed to us. This was where Soleil, the light attribute pixie, and I were born. However, Soleil is... Renee paused for a moment, melancholy clouding her eyes, before continuing to speak about her sister. Soleil was burdened with a frail body since birth, and even minimal movement would cause her to immediately develop a fever. She was capable of unleashing powerful light magic, but a single use would leave her bedridden for 3 days. I'm afraid that the strong light magic is adversely affecting her body. Renee said, light magic power is the basis of existence. When it flows smoothly throughout the body, it is a powerful force, but if it stagnates even slightly, it becomes a malady that devastates the body. So the stagnant light magic power burdens the body. Correct. The smaller the body of the pixie, the more susceptible she is to the effects of magic. Is there no solution? There is. Bathing in the river temporarily alleviates the symptoms. Renee pointed across the forest. Bathing in flowing water improves the circulation of magic power. However, for Soleil, it's only a temporary remedy. Her magic often stagnates, requiring her to bathe several times a day. I see. Yet her frail body makes it difficult for her to travel to the river, and even when the current is gentle, she can easily be swept away. It would be convenient if there was something safe and easy for her to bathe and that would allow her to do so many times a day. Then you can use this. I took out a foot bath from my ultra-small simple warehouse. What? What is this device? This is a foot bath that improves one's circulation. It's similar to a bath. Yeah, hi. For the time being, just give it a try. I'm relieved I packed it as a gift yesterday. If they didn't want it, I was intending on gifting it to the general or Ugnis. A foot bath is a device humans soak their feet in, but a pixie can submerge her whole body in it. Additionally, the wind magic stone it uses causes the water to flow gently, making it safe to bathe in. I used this before to improve Mabel's magic circulation, right? Yes, Thor-sama. I still use it once every 2 days. Mabel looked slightly embarrassed. The flow of magic in my body has completely improved because of it. I have no doubt it will also help Soleil. Ugnis also used the foot bath. It felt pleasant the moment I entered, but I think it would be best if there was a larger foot bath. That way Ugnis can wash the backs of her loved ones as they soak in it. A large foot bath. In other words, a bath with water circulation. Yeah, I like it. It's a remarkable idea. Ugnis is amazing. I hadn't even considered such an idea. The pixies are able to immerse their whole bodies, but normal people can only soak their feet. Wouldn't it be great if people could submerge their whole bodies as well? The foot bath's ability to improve the circulation of magic power is impressive, but it may not be sufficient for those afflicted with very poor magic power circulation, such as Soleil. For them, it would be more beneficial to use a bath that functions like the foot bath. It's difficult to build a normal bath, but placing a magic item that generates vibrations in the bathtub may create the same effect as the foot bath. If I install one in the bath of the demon castle, it would doubtlessly please all the castle's residents. I'll start designing it as soon as I return. Thor-sama, please come back, Thorkanen-sama. I realized that Ugnis and Mabel were nudging my back. Renee was looking at me curiously as well. This won't do. I was in the middle of explaining the item. I'm sorry, I blanked out for a second. And no, don't worry about it. Renee nodded. I continued with my explanation of the foot bath. This is an item that heats water with fire magic stones and generates a flow of water with wind magic stones. I placed the foot bath on the stump. The pixie Renee stepped inside hesitantly. In the foot bath, without water, she grasped both her legs and extended them forward slightly, her legs each forming an inverted V. That was the common bathing position in the hero's world. She poked her head out, remaining in that pose. It was the perfect size as a bath for the pixies. Wind magic power contains the power of circulation. I said, you can improve the circulation of magical power by soaking in water infused with it. Try soaking her legs first. If she finds it beneficial, she can try soaking her entire body in it. Thank you, Alchemist-sama. Then Renee exited the foot bath. For Soleil's sake, I will graciously accept this foot bath. I will never forget this favor. Renee bowed to me as she brushed the edge of the foot bath, her face remaining solemn throughout. Is something else the matter? Alchemist-sama has seen through me. Renee sighed, looking troubled. Soleil cannot fly while wearing clothing. She can't fly with clothes on. When pixies fly, we pass magic power through our clothing and synchronize them with our body. That way, we are able to perceive the flow of air through our clothes and take flight by using the wind. Renee then pinched her clothing made of leaves. So, in order for the pixies to fly, we need to wear clothing that allows magic power to pass through easily. Living tree leaves are a suitable material for our clothing. This is why pixies wear clothes made of foliage. So that was the case. However, after a few days, the leaves wither away, and we need to return to the forest to create another set. So that's why pixies find it difficult to spend time with other species. As soon as their foliage clothing starts to wither, they need to find another set. They tried using various other materials, but in the end, tree leaves were the easiest to acquire while also allowing magic to pass through easily. Also, they were free. If I didn't know the reason, I would have assumed that foliage was the traditional attire of the pixies. Flight is surprisingly difficult. However, for some reason, Soleil's magic power cannot properly flow through the foliage clothing. Perhaps it's an issue specific to light magic power. I understand, then please accept this. I took out a light magic cloth from my ultra-small simple warehouse. This is a light attribute magic cloth. Since it shares the same attribute, it should allow the light pixie's magic power to pass through it. Renee opened her eyes wide. A cloth with lily light magic? There was something like that. Yes, but it has the drawback that it becomes transparent when magic flows through it. So we need to resolve that first. It will take time to make a new magic cloth. After creating the UV nullifying parasol, I was now capable of creating a magic cloth with 2 layers, but I had yet to test it. Let's borrow Agni's and Mabel's power here. Mabel, can you sew pixie-sized clothes? Yes. As a maid, I always have sewing tools on hand. Mabel pat her chest. As expected, I can always rely on Mabel. Then can you sew clothing for the light pixie using this light magic cloth? Understood. Sewing the clothing is of no issue since pixies are small in size, but it will be transparent. Would layering cloths or adding air in between resolve the issue? When I made the tent with the light attribute, magic cloth, earlier, the transparency of the overlapping cloth was reduced, resulting in a whitish color. It seems that by layering several pieces of cloth or forcing air in between, it becomes difficult for light to penetrate through. I see. You can fold the cloth to create layers, or place several pieces of cloth on top of each other. Also, I think wrinkled areas are also difficult for light to penetrate. Then I looked at Agnes, whose eyes were shining, looking as though she wanted to speak. What do you think, Agnes-san? I think adding an obi will make it look dazzling. We can also add a collar, or fold the skirt to create frills. Yeah. Then, can I ask that of you? Okay. Agnes has made clothes for dolls before. Let's make them together, Agnes-sama. Yes, let's do it, Mabel. Mabel and Agnes are very motivated. I'll leave this to them. I can create magic cloth, but I can't fashion clothing out of it. Then I'm counting on you. Yes, sir. I'll try my best. With that, Mabel and Agnes returned to the carriage. I didn't know there was a cloth infused with light magic. The next thing I knew, I heard a faint voice near the ground. Renee was sitting dazedly on a stump, trembling. So, because of the current demon lord, Rookie Everguard-sama, the demon territory has improved to this extent. No, it's only recently that I've created this type of cloth. Recently, it's only been 10 days since I arrived in the demon territory. So it was like that. The little pixie stared at me and slowly flew up. I've also wished to leave the forest and see the world. The world. Yes, I want to observe the world that Alchemist-sama is changing and be a part of that changing world. Is that possible? Yes, I can help with that. Then, I will give you magical fabrics with light, dark, earth, water, fire, and wind. I was about to continue, but I stopped myself. Chancellor Kelv stressed that it was fine to gift the cloth to someone privately, but if I wanted to offer it to a large number of people, I needed permission. Would you please give me some time? I need to receive the Chancellor's approval first. I said, I can't break my promise with Rookie and Kelv-sama. I'll send the application to the castle once I get back to the mansion, so please wait until I receive a reply. If I receive permission, I will also provide more magic cloth imbued with other attributes. Yes, I understand. She flew up in front of my eyes and kissed my forehead gently. I would like to thank you on behalf of all the pixies. If you are ever in need of our help, please don't hesitate to call upon us. We will be the wings that allow you to soar throughout the continent. I'm honored, but you should wait until after the light pixie's predicament is resolved to say such a thing. Yes, Alchemist-sama. Renee